Chapter 1. The cold and beautiful school beauty is so charming. On the hotel's clean big white bed, Chen opened his eyes and suddenly found a beautiful girl in dishevel lying next to him. His mind went blank. What's going on? The company he founded was successfully listed, and he drank to his heart's content at the celebration party. He drank so much that he lost his memory. Why, did he end up in the hotel? He frowned and looked at him. The girl was wearing a blue and white school uniform with a white t-shirt underneath. She was lying flat on her back, and her curvy figure was extremely prominent. The key point is that her clothes are messy and her slender waist is exposed to the air. The t-shirt on top was also pulled down, revealing her charming shoulders and an unknown belt. Combined with her proud figure, this scene was extremely impactful. Chen continued to move his gaze and saw the beautiful face clearly. His gaze suddenly froze and his body shook. Yes, it's her. The girl had a head of slightly messy black hair, a standard oval face, a tall nose, almond eyes, cherry lips, and skin as white as ice. There was an intoxicating redness on that delicate face, a sign of being drunk. But it doesn't matter anymore. Because this girl turned out to be Chen's white moonlight in his youth, the school beauty whom he had a crush on for 3 years in high school, Chu. Why is she here? Ron. Chen looked down and found that he was also wearing a school uniform. He rushed to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. He was stunned. That childish face, how could it look like a successful person at all? Chen took 2 steps back, looking dull. After a long time, he returned to the bedside, and his complicated eyes fell on the disheveled beautiful beauty on the bed. He confirmed that this was not a dream. He was reborn. The memory of the long-dead man invaded his mind. This day in his previous life was a turning point in his life. On the first day of high school, Chen fell deeply in love with the beautiful girl in front of him. He loved her so much, but he didn't have the courage to confess. This girl is so outstanding. Not only is she beautiful, she is also the top student in the class, and the key is, she also has a good family background. As a poor student from an ordinary family, he could only give his all silently and take good care of her, fantasizing all day long that one day Chu would be moved by his true love. When the bell rang, he rushed to the cafeteria to help her get food. When he got home from school, he carried the school bag and brought water. It was pouring rain. He knew that Chu disliked her, so he would definitely hand her an unused umbrella in the rain as soon as possible. Chu's casual thank you could make him happy for the whole night. He was immersed in YY every day, and every time he dreamed of her, he would firmly believe that their fate was destined by God. I just licked it for 3 years, but there was no response. Instead, I was despised everywhere and often scolded. Not only was he not angry, he was also grinning foolishly. Why doesn't she lose her temper with others, but only with me? Because the closer we are to each other, the easier it is for us to hide our emotions. This was Chen's ridiculous belief back then. The college entrance examination is coming soon, and today is the 100-day oath-taking meeting organized by the school. After the meeting, the head teacher arranged a dinner for the whole class. He thought this was a godsend opportunity, so he plucked up the courage and confessed his feelings in public. He was rejected, flatly rejected. The blow to him was no less than a calamity. After 3 years of licking the boots of a dog, in the end he was left with nothing. He was drunk and worried about being discovered by his parents, so he lied and said he was staying at a good friend's house. Then he went to the hotel alone and got a room. He didn't know why Chu was in this room. He woke up, and was woken up by Chu. Chu's emotions broke down, and no matter how he explained, it was useless. She called the police. This matter continued to develop and eventually affected his life. Call. Chen adjusted his breathing and calmed his thoughts. He slowly turned his gaze to the stunning beauty on the bed. Still beautiful and sexy. But this time, whoever wants to lick me can do so. I'm not going to lick you anyway. No matter how charming you are not my type. Although I want to stay away from this woman as soon as possible, I still have to deal with today's affairs properly. Before I could think about it, an alluring moan sounded from the room. Woke up? Chen gathered his thoughts, leaned against the wall behind him with his hands in his pockets, and looked around calmly. Chu sat up from the bed, with a dazed expression on her beautiful face. The clothes on her shoulders also slipped off, revealing a large area of charming whiteness. Chen couldn't help but take another look. He was a little confused. How come she is so well developed at such a young age? Although there is fire in his body, there is no emotion mixed in, it is just pure blood and vigor. Su Chuyu rubbed his aching head and looked around in confusion. Where is this? Soon, the gaze fixed on Luo Chen, who was leaning against the wall. All of Su Chuyu's movements froze instantly. Luo Chen? Her hazy thoughts suddenly became clear. This is a hotel room? Why is Luo Chen here too? She tried hard to recall that she drank too much last night and only remembered asking a girl to take her to a hotel to stay for the night. Could it be that? She withdrew her gaze woodenly, lowered her head slowly, and noticed the Leek Spring scenery at a glance. Her expression froze for a moment. Disheveled clothes, hotel room, and Luo Chen, what else could these factors be combined into? She instantly felt as if struck by lightning. Luo Chen, you bastard! Why are you in my room? She quickly put her clothes in order, grabbed the edge of the pillow and threw it directly at Luo Chen. You are shameless! That pretty face was filled with an expression of devastation, and her beautiful eyes were filled with moisture. Luo Chen reached out and grabbed the pillow. He was beaten and scolded in the same way in his previous life. He didn't understand why, but he was still comforting Su Chuyu. Until now, I still feel very unhappy. Wouldn't this scare her? A sly smile gradually appeared on Luo Chen's lips, and he slowly approached the bed. This. Su Chuyu raised her little hands and grabbed her collar, looking a little messy. According to Luo Chen's personality, no matter what happened, he would definitely apologize to her in a soft voice at this time. What's this expression now? Luo Chen, what do you want to do? If you come over here again, I'll call the police. She clutched her collar tightly, her face full of vigilance. She couldn't understand why Luo Chen would do something worse than an animal. Is it just because you rejected his confession? Luo Chen was still approaching, his smile becoming more and more evil. Su Chuyu was completely confused. She felt that Luo Chen might pounce on her at any time. Luo Chen, can you please be rational? I just don't like you, what's wrong with me? If you keep going like this, your life will be ruined. Luo Chen stopped beside the bed and his smile faded. Yes. What's wrong with not liking it? He stared at that absolutely beautiful face. It was very beautiful and very attractive, but unfortunately, the fanatical feeling he once had was gone. He no longer had any interest in threatening. Goodbye, white moonlight. From now on, you are just a passerby. Luo Chen threw the pillow on the head of the bed, then supported himself on the bed with both hands and moved closer to Su Chuyu. Su Chuyu was panicked again. Just wanted to threaten. Luo Chen stared at her calmly and said casually, Su Chuyu, please put away your dirty thoughts. Su Chuyu's thoughts froze. I am dirty? Chapter 2, Orderly, is this Luo Chen? Luo Chen was the first person to use this word to describe her. Luo Chen continued, first of all, this is my room. You appeared in my room. Secondly, you were like this when I woke up. I didn't touch you. But you, lying next to me dressed like this in the middle of the night, what do you want to do? Are you trying to seduce me? This. Su Chuyu widened her beautiful eyes. I seduced you? Luo Chen. You. She instinctively wanted to be angry, but when she saw the unfamiliar smile on Luo Chen's face, she felt a little uneasy. What if Luo Chen gets beastly? She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and said, Luo Chen, this is clearly my room. Don't you think your explanation is weak? Do you think I will believe it, or will the police believe it? Luo Chen was too lazy to explain and stood up straight. Since you don't believe me, then you can call the police. By then, the whole school will know that the cool and beautiful schoolgirl who was popular in the city high school checked into a room with a poor student suitor. Who do you think is missing? He was very resentful when he said this. In his previous life, Su Chuyu called the police and ended up suffering no less impact than him. This stupid woman. You. Su Chuyu gritted her teeth, but was unable to refute. Luo Chen's words made her suddenly realize. Really? No one cares who checked into her room, they just. Luo Chen rolled his eyes in disdain. As expected, your IQ is just like that. What a pity, such a pretty person is a fool. Come on, follow me out. He no longer had any interest and just wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible and go home. Su Chuyu's expression froze slightly. Go out? Didn't he want to, what? Go out? Where are you taking me? She frowned slightly and asked warily. Luo Chen ignored him and turned around and walked out. She was a little hesitant, but when she saw Luo Chen opening the door, she quickly got out of bed. It is always better to stay outside than in the room. If he really dares to force himself on me, I can call for help. Luo Chen looked at her vigilant movements, feeling full of self-mockery. I licked for 3 years, but what did I lick? There is no trust at all. He turned and walked out of the room. Leaving the room, Su Chuyu saw guests and waiters in the corridor, which immediately made him feel safe. She stared at Luo Chen's back with her beautiful eyes, feeling disgusted. Snort. Fortunately, I didn't promise you. Scum, hooligan. Soon, we got out of the elevator. Luo Chen walked straight to the front desk, his expression turning cold. It was this hotel that ruined him in his previous life. Su Chuyu called the police. When the police came to collect evidence, the hotel, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, insisted that the hotel's surveillance was broken and they could not collect evidence. He was ignorant in his previous life, but in this life, that is not the case. There were more people here, and Su Chuyu was completely relaxed, but those strange looks made her feel very uncomfortable. Wearing school uniform and booking a hotel room. This is hard not to make people think about it. She could run away anytime now, except. Of course, this matter cannot be let go. Although the clothes were not taken off, but the clothes were like that, had they been touched by Luo Chen? No. Snort. I'd like to see how you can explain it. Luo Chen arrived at the front desk. The receptionist looked up and saw that they were 2 students, so she didn't take it seriously and asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Chen hasn't spoken yet. Su Chuyu's cold voice sounded, "Hello, could you please help me check whose name is registered in room 304? The receptionist nodded. Good. She began to look through the notebook. Su Chuyu hugged his shoulders and looked at Luo Chen with disgust. Snort. See how you pretend. Luo Chen ignored him and tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers. Soon, the receptionist looked up. The registrant's name is Luo Chen. This. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on Su Chuyu's face suddenly froze. What's going on? Isn't this her room? Luo Chen glanced at Su Chuyu. Did you hear that? He asked. Su Chuyu clenched her fists. Although she was a little confused, she still firmly believed in her judgment. What does it prove if it's your room? What if you brought me here last night? She responded with a cold face. She drank too much last night and couldn't remember anything. She didn't even know how she got to the hotel. Luo Chen nodded slightly. That makes sense. These words made Su Chuyu a little confused. What does it mean to make sense? Luo Chen looked at the front desk and said coldly, "Where is your surveillance camera?" There is an extra person in my room for no apparent reason. I need to check the surveillance camera. That attitude made the front desk very unhappy. I'm sorry, brother. We need to protect the privacy of our guests. You can't see the surveillance, she said perfunctorily. After all, he is just a student and is easy to deal with. You can't check, right? Luo Chen looked at the front desk and asked. Su Chuyu looked at Luo Chen's cold face and felt a little strange. As far as I can remember, he always had that flattering smile on his face. The receptionist didn't even raise his head this time. Yes. According to the hotel rules, I have no right to let you check. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, then this is your responsibility." He glanced at the name tag at the front desk. Your name is Li Shui, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the unknown brand mobile phone from his pocket. Li Shui frowned and asked, "What do you mean, it's my responsibility? What did you say?" Su Chuyu also looked at him with confusion. Luo Chen looked very leisurely and said, "I checked into the room by myself, but when I woke up, there was an extra person in the room. First of all, I'm not an adult yet, so only one person can live in my room. Secondly, how did she get into my room? I think your hotel has safety risks. There is an extra person in my room, but no one knows about it? Is it because the staff are not doing anything, or is your hotel a shady place? Let me take a look at the surveillance video and figure out what's going on, and I won't cause any trouble for you. If you don't let me see it, I have no choice but to ask the police for help for my reputation." After he finished speaking, he showed the receptionist the number 110 that had been dialed on his cell phone. This. The receptionist stared blankly, somewhat at a loss. Call the police? Aren't these two students afraid that their parents will find out? Luo Chen shook his phone and said, No talk? Then I'll call. As soon as the words fell. Don't. Come with me. The receptionist said unnaturally. She turned and walked towards the elevator. Luo Chen followed. Su Chuyu opened her cherry lips slightly, her face full of surprise. Luo Chen's orderly appearance made her feel more and more unfamiliar. The key is, really check? Security room. The front desk clerk asked the security guards to leave and operated Data's desktop computer herself. Su Chuyu secretly looked at the sullen figure standing there, and the feeling of strangeness became even stronger. The main thing is that the firm idea just now has begun to loosen. Found my brother, this is when you come in. The voice from the front desk rang out. They both turned their eyes to the computer screen at the same time. In the picture, Luo Chen walked in from outside with an unsteady figure. Although it was difficult to see clearly, one could still feel the desolation emanating from his body, as if he had lost his soul. Luo Chen smiled bitterly. He was so stupid at that time. Su Chuyu's eyes froze slightly as he looked at her in disbelief. How is it possible? Luo Chen came by himself? What about her? Chapter 3 The Truth is Revealed? The school beauty is ashamed. Her complicated gaze fell on Luo Chen's back, and she began to feel guilty. No way, it really has nothing to do with him, right? Before I could think about it, I saw that Luo Chen in the screen had already walked towards the elevator, his feet were unstable, and he fell directly to the ground. Luo Chen slammed the ground with his fist, got up, and continued walking forward. That back figure looked depressed and lost. He even raised his hand and wiped it across his face, as if he was wiping away tears. Just by looking at his back, Su Chuyu could already feel how sad Luo Chen was at that time. She clenched her fists and looked at the handsome profile with complicated eyes. Rejecting his confession actually hurt him so much. Luo Chen glanced at Su Chuyu and asked, Did you see it clearly? That look was full of the feeling of keeping people at a distance. The strange feeling in Su Chuyu's heart became stronger and stronger, and he felt very uncomfortable. She nodded. At this point, she was already beginning to feel guilty. Luo Chen retracted his gaze and ordered, Look for the time when this girl comes in again. The receptionist smiled and responded, Okay, it's a small matter. Little girl? Su Chuyu curled her lips, feeling a little weird in her heart. Found it. The voice from the front desk rang out. Su Chuyu quickly raised her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on the screen. She was supported in by someone. She was drunk and unconscious. The person who supported her was a girl in school uniform. Su Chuyu widened her beautiful eyes and said in disbelief, How could it be her? 15 minutes later, Luo Chen walked out of the main entrance of the hotel. The problem is solved and I feel good. The culprit has already been identified. At this moment, he couldn't wait to go home to see his parents. Su Chuyu followed behind him with her head down, her cold face full of complicated expressions, like a child who had made a mistake. Immersed in guilt, she didn't notice that Luo Chen had stopped. She bumped into Luo Chen. Ah! Su Chuyu was startled and quickly took 2 steps back, her face slightly red. However, he still didn't dare to look directly at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, She wanted to apologize, but found it difficult to say it. Luo Chen no longer cared. Student Su Chuyu, you've also watched the surveillance video. Have you figured out what's going on? On that young face was a smile that didn't belong to that age, calm and relaxed. Su Chuyu was a little dazed. This name. In the past, Luo Chen always called her Chuyu, which made her extremely disgusted. Even though he had scolded her many times, Luo Chen still called her that shamelessly. Now, it feels so strange. I figured it out. She nodded and responded guiltily. Thinking of how confident I was in the room just now, I felt extremely ashamed. It's good that the misunderstanding is resolved. I'm a very generous person. I won't pursue the matter of you lying next to me. After all, it's not your fault. You were also sent to my room by someone else. Don't tell anyone about what just happened, including your parents and the person who sent you to my room. I will take care of it. Luo Chen said slowly. Su Chuyu curled her lips. What is there for you to pursue? You won't suffer any loss. She was originally struggling with how to deal with that person, but now that Luo Chen said so, she didn't have to worry about it anymore. Su Chuyu nodded. She was a little curious about how Luo Chen was going to deal with it. Luo Chen continued, now that the truth of this matter has come to light. If you don't have any objections, let's put this matter behind us. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. I'm going home too. Su Chuyu's heart tightened slightly. She raised her little face and asked, What do you mean, it doesn't matter at all? Luo Chen said, as a matter of course, we are not involved in this matter. What relationship did we have in the first place? This. Su Chuyu felt inexplicably anxious. Looking back on the past 3 years, Luo Chen has taken care of me meticulously and cared about me all the time. What kind of relationship is this? She was speechless. We are classmates. She hesitated for a moment before responding unnaturally. Luo Chen nodded in agreement and said, Yes, we are still classmates, but it's okay. The college entrance examination is coming soon. After graduation, this classmate relationship will come to an end. I won't bother you anymore. Su Chuyu clenched her fists. She suddenly felt that Luo Chen seemed to be trying hard to distance himself from any relationship with her. She felt a little blocked in her heart. Luo Chen, She wanted to say something, but Luo Chen didn't give her a chance. Okay, I'm going home. Goodbye, Su Chuyu. There was a smile on his handsome face, and he waved with a particularly sincere look. This goodbye is not said to Su Chuyu, who is in front of me, but the white moonlight in his heart. Su Chuyu felt inexplicably heartbroken when she felt that look. It seemed like something important was taken away from her heart. Luo Chen turned and left. Her breathing quickened, and her chest felt more and more stuffy. Luo Chen! She subconsciously called out to the figure from behind. Luo Chen looked back in confusion. What else are you doing? He asked, frowning slightly. That impatient tone made Su Chuyu even more uneasy. She bit her teeth and said, It's too dark. I'm a little scared. In the past, as soon as the 3 words I'm scared appeared, Luo Chen would definitely rush to send her out of the unit door. She looked at the handsome face, and a hint of anticipation emerged in her heart. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Fear? Su Chuyu nodded slightly. Luo Chen grinned and said, If you are scared, just find the police. They are the angels who are willing to help. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. This. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly, her beautiful eyes staring at the figure that was getting farther and farther away. Inexplicable grievance. If you don't want to send it, then don't send it. What's the big deal? If you have the guts, keep your word and stop bothering me. There are so many people pursuing me, and you are not the only one I need. Other people have their dignity and just walk away after they refuse, but you are like a dogskin plaster that can't be shaken off. Thank you for not interrupting me. She was venting her anger madly towards the gradually blurry figure, but the suffocating feeling did not disappear. On the contrary, it became more depressing. After Luo Chen left, he couldn't wait to rush home. The moment he turned the door lock with the key, his heart was so excited that it almost flew out. What a crap, Su Chuyu, how can he be as important as my parents? Dad. Mom. I'm back. As soon as Luo Chen opened the door, he couldn't help but shout. When I entered the room, I saw Luo Shubwa sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, while Bai Jing was busy in the kitchen. That familiar feeling of warmth instantly came over me. You little brat, the college entrance exam is almost here, but you don't study hard and go out to fool around. And didn't you say you were staying at your classmate's house? Why did you come back? Bai Jing pointed at Luo Chen with a rolling pin and scolded him. Hey! Luo Chen rushed over and hugged Bai Jing in his arms. I missed you guys, so I came back. Bai Jing was stunned when she heard that, with the rolling pin still raised in the air. How could such words come out from the mouth of this unfilial son? He turned around and rushed towards Luo Shubwa's position. Daddy! Hug me! Luo Shubwa put down the newspaper and raised his hand to stop Luo Chen, who was rushing over. He pushed his glasses and said, Don't give me that. Tell me, what trouble did you get into this time? Bai Jing suddenly realized. No wonder. She hugged her shoulders and looked unfriendly. Chapter 4, The Cold and Beautiful School Beauty is Like This? Luo Chen's enthusiasm was extinguished by this bucket of cold water. Dad, do you think I only cause trouble? He said helplessly. Luo Shubwo put down the newspaper and picked up the teacup. How could that be? Luo Chen finally felt a little more comfortable. Luo Shubwo took a sip of tea and said, besides getting into trouble, you will also fail the exam. Luo Chen was speechless for a moment. Luo Shubwo sat up straight and said seriously, son, I want to interview you. Our Luo family is considered a scholarly family. How come you can fail every subject? You are not biased in your studies. Luo Chen was very embarrassed. This dad is such a hermaphrodite. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly and said, well, I'm going back to my room to study. He slipped back to his room. Leaning against the head of the bed, he felt mixed emotions. In my previous life, I had too many regrets. After waking up in the hotel, Su Chuyu called the police. He was taken away by the police and questioned for a whole day. He didn't blame Su Chuyu. Even though it was a little stupid, it was a normal reaction. Moreover, it was Su Chuyu who chose to reconcile in the end, so he avoided going to jail. But the sudden pressure made him seriously ill. He recuperated for a few days, but before he could recover, something happened again. A photo of him and Su Chuyu lying on the bed in a hotel circulated in the class. This incident had a huge impact. He was expelled from school. This is undoubtedly a devastating disaster for parents. Luo Shubwo worked within the system, and the news spread within the company, which not only affected his future, but also made him unable to hold his head up in the company for the next 10 years. Bai Jing's health deteriorated. The gossips from her neighbors made her completely collapse. She became seriously ill, and although she was cured, the root of the disease remained. 2 years later, she died of illness. He sighed and calmed his thoughts. Dad, Mom, this time. I won't let you worry anymore. I want to make you proud of me. Luo Chen took out the textbooks from his school bag and started reviewing. Looking at the familiar knowledge, Luo Chen was full of confidence. When he was in high school in his previous life, these textbooks were like heavenly books to Luo Chen, but this life, it's different. After he was fired, he had no choice but to enter society. For the first 3 years, he worked. Although he had no knowledge or professional skills, he was smart and discovered business opportunities. In the second 3 years, he studied entrepreneurship while catching up on professional knowledge, but self-study was too exhausting, so he chose an adult undergraduate degree. During those 3 years, I was busy starting a business during the day and frantically studying high school knowledge at night. To him, it was like a nightmare. Fortunately. Then I met her. Thinking of the beautiful figure in his mind, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. Wait for me. I'll come find you. In the blink of an eye, it was 11 o'clock. Inside the luxurious villa, Su Chuyu was lying on the bed in a cute suspender nightgown, her 2 white little feet dangling in the air. Her chin rested on her folded arms, her mouth slightly pouting. That little look is so adorable. I'm afraid no one knows that the cool school beauty in their minds would behave like this when no one is around. In front of her was a latest model flip phone with bright colors, and the screen displayed a QQ dialog box. That person's online name is Xiao Luo Yu. All the contents in the dialog box were sent by Xiao Luo Yu. March 3rd, 7 o'clock. Xiao Luo Yu, good morning. March 3rd, 2300 hours. Xiao Luo Yu, good night. March 4th, 7 o'clock. Xiao Luo Yu, good morning. March 4th, 2300 hours. Xiao Luo Yu, good night. March 5th, 7 o'clock. Xiao Luo Yu, good morning. Xiao Luo Yu withdrew a message. Su Chuyu watched the time change from 23 to 23:01. Luo Chen, you are late. What are you doing? She pursed her lips, her face full of resentment. Ever since the day Luo Chen added her on QQ, he always sent her messages on time, day after day for 3 years. She was extremely disgusted at first and asked Luo Chen not to send it to her. But Luo Chen didn't take it seriously at all. She adapted and chose to ignore it. She had nothing to do, so she started looking through the chat records. She could find the most recent messages, but 3 months ago, she hadn't said a word in these 3 months. That feeling of guilt emerged from the bottom of my heart. Soon, she turned her attention to the withdrawn notice. What was withdrawn? Is this something you want to confess today? It's 23:05 and there's still no notification sound from the phone. She checked it carefully. There is data flow in phone bills. Suddenly, she thought of Luo Chen's words. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. After graduation, our relationship as classmates will come to an end. She felt that stuffy feeling in her heart again, and inexplicably irritated. Destroy Luo Chen. She couldn't help it any longer, so she picked up the phone and started typing with her slender white fingers. At the same time, Luo Chen also put his textbooks into his school bag. Lying in bed, full of anticipation. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a peculiar sound came from the cell phone. The corners of Luo Chen's mouth twitched violently. It is the voice of special concern in QQ. It really feels like the old days. No need to think. The only person he cares about on QQ is Su Chuyu. I didn't want to pay attention to it, but I was worried that something unexpected would happen today, so I took out my cell phone. First sunny then rainy. Luo Chen, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you about today's matter. Luo Chen glanced at the chat history, shook his head and smiled bitterly. At the beginning, I was so stupid. The first thing he did was to cancel the special concern, and then he replied to the message. Beep beep beep. The cell phone rang. Su Chuyu, who was lying on the bed, quickly turned over and picked up his mobile phone to check the message. Xiao Luoyu, it doesn't matter, there is no need to mention the past. Su Chuyu couldn't help but smile on her beautiful face, and she continued typing with her fingertips moving slightly. It's just not finished yet. Beep beep beep. Zioxioluyu, asleep. Chapter 5, Arrogant School Beauty, New Transfer Student? The movement of Su Chuyu's fingertips paused for a moment. Snort! She angrily closed her cell phone and lay down on the bed angrily. Just go to sleep. She pulled the big bear over and tapped its head hard with her fingers. I'm taking the initiative to apologize to you. Are you still being so arrogant? I just rejected you. You're so stingy. I just don't like you. What can you do to me? If you have the ability, don't look for me in your life. Snort! She ravaged the big bear again, then closed her eyes angrily. She wants to sleep. But what kept appearing in my mind was Luo Chen's abnormal reaction today and the words he said to distance himself from the matter. She felt very uneasy. That night, I tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Early the next morning, Bai Jing had just put breakfast on the dining table when Luo Chen rushed out of the room. Have you eaten yet? It smells so good. He sat down and began to eat with big mouthfuls. This. Bai Jing and Luo Shubo looked at each other in surprise. There's no point in calling you, you woke up by yourself? Bai Jing said disdainfully, you're only active when eating. When will you be so active in studying? With your grades, I don't need to make so many delicious foods for you. Luo Chen smiled awkwardly and ignored it. Thinking of how happy his parents would be when the results came out, he couldn't suppress his excitement. I'm full. I'm going to school. I'm leaving. He rushed out of the room with his school bag. Bai Jing and Luo Shubo looked in surprise at the direction where Luo Chen left. Lao Luo, why do you feel like there's something wrong with your son? She asked puzzledly. Luo Shubo didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, what could be wrong? Don't worry about your son's studies. He has been free range for so many years. The last few months won't make a difference. Let him be. If it doesn't work, let him take over your cosmetics store. He said casually. Although he appears not to care on the surface, how can he not care in his heart? Bai Jing glared at him. What kind of words are you talking about? What good can my little shop do? My son is so outstanding, he will definitely have a great future. Luo Shubo smiled and asked, what's so good about your son? This. Bai Jing was speechless for a moment. She glared at Luo Shubo fiercely and said, my son is excellent. What's wrong? Eating can't stop your mouth, just eat your food. Luo Chen entered the classroom. There were already quite a few students in the class. When they saw him come in, many of them began to discuss in low voices. Look, here comes the confession guy. He is really infatuated, but he has no self-awareness. He is like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Don't insult the toad. If you smear ink all over the toad's feet and let it crawl on the test paper, you might get a higher score than the confession brother. Ha ha ha. The voices of discussion were neither loud nor soft, and there was no hint of taboo. Luo Chen heard it, but didn't take it seriously. After returning to his seat, he took out the book and started reading. Although we are full of confidence, we still cannot be careless. The admission score for her university is too high. Thinking of this, the charming figure appeared in his mind again, and he became more and more expectant. The voices of discussion continued, but Luo Chen had no interest in paying any attention to them. Soon, a petite figure sat down next to him. Ajwa, they are so annoying. What does your success or failure in confession have to do with them? The voice of defending injustice sounded. Luo Chen glanced sideways. Next to him was a little girl with dark skin, short hair, and a dissatisfied expression on her face. This is his former deskmate Wang Lingling, who left a deep impression on him. Because throughout high school, he put all his attention on Su Chuyu and had no social interactions. Others were laughing at him for being ignorant of the immensity of the world, and no one wanted to play with him. Wang Lingling could be said to be his only friend in high school. Later, they were separated because of academic performance problems. There were an odd number of students in the class, and as he was the last in the class, he was not liked by the teacher and sat at his own table. Luo Chen smiled and said, "They have their own mouths, so they can say whatever they want." Ha! Wang Lingling was a little surprised by Luo Chen's calmness. She returned to her seat. Almost all the classmates in the class have arrived one after another. Luo Chen glanced around the class. Su Chuyu had returned to his seat, with dark circles under his eyes and looking very tired. She didn't sleep well all night. Luo Chen swept his eyes across the place and finally fixed his gaze on a girl with shoulder-length hair. This is Li Yuan, the student council member of their class. This is not important. What is important is that she is the girl who sent Su Chuyu to Luo Chen's room last night. A sneer appeared on Luo Chen's lips. Although it is urgent to deal with it, now is not the time. This kind of thing should be solved privately. Before I could think about it, the noisy class suddenly became quiet. Luo Chen looked up and saw his head teacher Lu Yun walking up to the podium. It's not even time for morning self-study yet, why are you here so early? He was not interested and continued to review. Lu Yun looked down on him because he didn't study seriously, but it was not Lu Yun's fault. Who could have liked Luo Chen back then? He himself doesn't even think highly of it. Pa. Lu Yun clapped her hands and said, "Dear students, I have something to announce before self-study. There's a new student in our class." As soon as these words were spoken, the class was instantly in an uproar. Transferring to another school in the second semester of senior year? What's going on? Are you unable to survive in your school because you are being bullied? Do you have to be bullied? What if you do something shameful like the guy who confessed to me, and you can't stay here anymore, just transfer to another school? Luo Chen was also a little surprised. New classmates? That's right, he was being interrogated in his previous life. He fell seriously ill after returning, and before he could recover, the photo incident broke out. Although I came to the school several times later, I always went to the principal's office. He really didn't know that there were new classmates coming. Quiet. Lu Yun slammed the table. The classroom fell silent, and everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Luo Chen still had no interest and continued to do the questions. Lu Yun said sternly, "Students, please stop imagining nonsense. This student had to transfer to our school because of his father's job transfer. I hope you all get along well with your classmates." The students all showed expressions of realization. Lu Yun raised her hand towards the outside of the classroom and said with a smile, "Come on, let's welcome our new classmate together. Su Yuner." Clap, clap, clap. There was warm applause in the classroom. Luo Chen's writing action paused for a moment, and his heart beat violently. Su Yuner? How is it possible? Chapter 6. Is it really her? What a surprise! His incredulous gaze was fixed on the classroom door. I saw a girl walking in from outside. She was wearing a school uniform with the zipper pulled to the top. She lowered her head slightly so that half of her face was buried behind the collar of the uniform. Her long hair was scattered randomly, covering the sides of her face. However, despite this, the exposed fair skin and delicate nose still show the tip of the iceberg of her beauty. Wow! The students in the class immediately burst into exclamations. Luo Chen was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. He stared at the beautiful figure and was so shocked that he couldn't breathe. It turns out, it's really her. How is that possible? Luo Chen's thoughts were completely confused. This Su Yuner was exactly the beautiful figure that could not be erased from his mind. It was she who helped Luo Chen successfully complete the adult college entrance examination. It was she who helped Luo Chen's company successfully break through the bottleneck and develop further. From the establishment of the company to its listing, there were ups and downs during the period, but Su Yuner always stayed with the company and silently contributed to it. The company's employees have been replaced one after another, but only Su Yuner has always stuck to her post. Even though he couldn't afford to pay wages, Su Yuner never gave up. She was Luo Chen's greatest benefactor in his previous life, but also Luo Chen's greatest regret. Luo Chen clenched his fists as memories of his past life came to his mind. Su Yuner likes him. He felt it, but at that time he had not yet come out of the dark emotional experience of confessing his love to Su Chuyu. His father's future was ruined and his mother died of a serious illness. This relationship dealt him a devastating blow and he was particularly averse to relationships. I wanted to die alone. But as time passed, that cold heart was finally melted by Su Yuner's infinite warmth. Unfortunately, it melted too late. Before he had the time to accept Su Yuner's love, he received a call from the hospital. Su Yuner is critically ill. When he rushed to the hospital, the person was gone. The hospital said that he was the only one with a note in Su Yuner's mobile phone contacts, so they called him. He sat beside the bed, holding Su Yuner's cell phone. He looked through his address book. Just as the hospital said, he was the only one with a note in the entire address book. That night, he hugged Su Yuner and cried all night. He once asked Su Yuner what her biggest dream was, and Su Yuner's answer was that the biggest dream was to have no dreams. He never understood what it meant. Until I saw the notes. Su Yuner's note for him is, Dream Husband. Now that he has a new life, what Luo Chen wants to do most is to get admitted to the university where she used to be and find her. Unexpectedly, Su Yuner actually appeared in his class. Hello everyone, my name is Su Yuner. Please take care of me, everyone. The soft voice brought Luo Chen back to reality. He looked at the timid figure on the stage, and infinite longing burst out from the bottom of his heart in an instant. It's her. This feeling is definitely her. It was not until this moment that he finally came to his senses. He only knew which university Su Yuner was attending, but had never asked her where she went to high school. In his previous life, he was still recuperating at home at this time. Before he could recover, the photo incident broke out and he never returned to this classroom since then. It turns out, they missed each other once since that time. Luo Chen became emotional. He stared at the somewhat cowardly figure on the stage, his eyes filled with determination. We missed it twice in our previous life. Not in this life. There was thunderous applause in the class, and many boys were cheering. Su Yuner buried her head and became more and more nervous. All right. Lu Yun raised her hand slightly. The class quickly became quiet. She looks so beautiful. There's another beauty in our class. She might be the school belle. Not really? She is pretty, but can she be as pretty as Su Chuyu? No one has shown their face. Do you know who is good looking? The cheers died down, but the voices of discussion began. Lu Yun ignored it. Student Su Yuner, please go back to your seat first and sit in. She began to scan the class. Many little boys became excited instantly and sat up straight. It's just they sit at the same table. Lu Yun glanced around and her eyes finally stopped on the empty seat next to Luo Chen. Good news, there are seats available. Bad news, my deskmate is Luo Chen. Lu Yun frowned, feeling a little confused. Su Yuner is a model student. She fought for this class herself. If she were to sit next to Luo Chen, who was the last in the whole group, what would happen? But it doesn't seem appropriate to change the seats temporarily now. Lu Yun was somewhat helpless. You sit in that seat first, and we'll reshuffle the seats next week. She pointed to Luo Chen's side and said. The group of boys who stood straight were immediately disappointed when they heard this and looked in the direction Lu Yun pointed. The next moment, their gazes froze. Wipe. Sitting at the same table with the confession brother? Su Yuner slowly raised her head. Seeing this, Luo Chen withdrew his gaze in a flash and tried hard to calm himself down. Don't get excited. He lowered his head and pretended to write, but he didn't write a single word, and the hand holding the pen was shaking constantly. What's a surprise? Is there a bigger surprise than this? Good. Su Yuna responded in a low voice and walked towards Luo Chen. The jealous eyes around were staring at Luo Chen. Luo Chen calmed his emotions without leaving a trace. Soon, Su Yuna sat next to Luo Chen under the gaze of the whole class. Many people have already gnashed their teeth. Su Chuyu glanced at it and didn't take it seriously, but when her eyes swept over Luo Chen, everything that happened last night came to her mind again. Snort! She glared at Luo Chen fiercely. After Su Yuna sat down, she began to flip through her textbooks in her school bag. Luo Chen tried hard to suppress the urge to take a good look. This is the first time we meet in this life, so don't be abrupt. Bang bang bang. Lu Yun patted the desk and said, "Okay, everyone, concentrate on studying. There are still 99 days until the college entrance examination. This is the exam that will have the greatest impact on your life. Think carefully about what kind of university you want to get into. This is your last chance to sprint." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Luo Chen with an unfriendly gaze. There are still some students who don't study. If they insist on doing this, I hope they won't disturb other students who love to study. Did you hear everything clearly? The whole class was responding. Luo Chen looked up and glanced, and found that Lu Yun was looking at him. He also felt helpless. But there is really nothing to refute. In his previous life, he was a complete academic failure and didn't even have the chance to go to college, so it was normal for people to look down on him. But this life is different. Not only does he want to go to college, he also wants to go to the same college as Su Yuna. Su Yuna had already placed all the books on the table and was flipping through the textbooks, but her mind was not on that. After all, she had never sat at the same table with a boy before. Luo Chen really couldn't suppress the strong longing in his heart. Cough. He coughed lightly and asked in a low voice, "Classmate, which school did you transfer from?" Chapter 7, Clear your thoughts and solve the cause of the disease. Su Yuna's delicate body trembled slightly. She exerted a little force in her small hand that was holding the tip of the pen. Isn't it impolite not to answer? County High School. She answered timidly. Luo Chen nodded. Oh. He didn't say anything more. If he continued talking, the little girl would get panicked. Luo Chen looked at him secretly. She was wearing a school uniform that did not belong to their city high school, and the clothes smelled faintly of laundry detergent. Although he couldn't see the face, Luo Chen had already imagined the charming face in his mind. Soon, his heart became heavy. He remembered that the reason why Su Yuna became ill in her previous life was because a huge change happened in her family when the college entrance examination was approaching. He fell into deep thought. Su Yuna had talked to him about this in her previous life. The reason she transferred schools was not because of her father's job transfer, but because her father and mother divorced. About half a month before the college entrance examination, her mother was in a car accident. She was exhausted and her college entrance examination results were affected, and she did not get into her ideal university. The cost of her mother's surgery consumed all her college savings. In order to go to university smoothly, she started doing various temporary jobs after the college entrance examination, which exhausted her body. Coupled with long-term malnutrition, she became plagued by illness. After entering university, he studied hard while working part-time to earn tuition fees, and his condition gradually worsened. However, Su Yuna didn't even dare to go to the hospital. Can't afford to go. Luo Chen pieced together the fragments of his memories from his previous life and finally sorted out his thoughts. He looked at Su Yuna's slightly dry hair, feeling distressed. My mother's car accident was the beginning of everything, and long-term fatigue and malnutrition were the triggering factors. These three problems must be solved. Ring ring ring. The class bell rang, allowing Luo Chen to completely collect his thoughts. Hello, teacher. The lifeless shouts echoed in the classroom. The first class is mathematics. Luo Chen had no interest in it. In his previous life, mathematics was the most frustrating subject, and Su Yuna's tutoring for him was mostly mathematics. Now, these contents were nothing to him. He needs to focus on physics and chemistry. The teacher was speaking seriously on the stage. Luo Chen glanced at Su Yuna and asked in a low voice, "Are you good at math?" Su Yuna clenched her hands nervously and shook her head gently twice. Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. That little look, like a frightened little white rabbit, cautious and cute. If you have any questions, you can ask me, he said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the physics textbook. Su Yuner secretly glanced at Luo Chen, then quickly looked away. Su Chuyu was fiddling with the delicate ballpoint pen in his hand, and his mind was completely unable to concentrate on his studies. Whenever I want to think, what happened last night pops up in my mind involuntarily. Snort. So angry. The more Su Chuyu thought about it, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and looked at the last row of the classroom. I happened to see Luo Chen flipping through the textbooks, looking very serious. Whispering sound. She curled her lips, feeling disgusted. Isn't it your bedtime? A new deskmate came, and he started to act like a big shot. Snort. Su Chuyu withdrew his gaze angrily. At the podium, the teacher spoke incessantly. Below the podium, the students had different expressions. In a blink of an eye, the class time was half over and Luo Chen was a little tired. He lay on the table, intending to take a short rest, but unexpectedly fell asleep in a daze. Boom, boom, boom. There came the sound of the teacher knocking on the blackboard. Su Chuyu also quickly withdrew his gaze and turned his eyes to the teacher along with the other students. The female teacher wearing glasses threw the chalk on the desk and asked, "This question, the additional question, is an extension of the question I just talked about. Who can do it? Raise your hand." All the students withdrew their gazes and lowered their heads in unison. Su Chuyu also withdrew his gaze. Just now, my mind was full of Luo Chen's affairs and I didn't listen at all. The math teacher frowned and asked, "You didn't raise your hands, right? Then I'll call your names." The students lowered their heads even more, afraid of making eye contact with the teacher. The teacher was very disappointed. In the end, he could only focus his gaze on Su Chuyu, and his expression softened a little. "Chuyu, come up and do this question." A rare smile appeared on her face. Su Chuyu is a top student in Class 5, Grade 3. The students relaxed. Soon, all eyes focused on Su Chuyu. This. Su Chuyu clenched her fists, feeling embarrassed. I didn't attend the class just now. But everyone was watching, so she had no choice but to go up to the podium. Pick up the chalk and start solving the problem. The students in the audience cast envious glances at him. Soon, the gratified smile on the math teacher's face gradually faded. Because Su Chuyu stopped writing halfway through the solution. "Teacher, I don't know how to do it either." Su Chuyu looked at the teacher and said awkwardly. "This." The students all showed surprised expressions. "Are there any questions that Su Chuyu can't solve?" The teacher sighed and said, "Okay, go back. You've solved half of it, which is not bad." Su Chuyu walked back. Although there was no expression on that cold face, his toes were already digging into the ground. "Damn Luo Chen, it's all your fault." Snort. She was venting her anger in her heart. The teacher was a little depressed and asked, "No one can solve this problem?" The audience was silent. The teacher looked around and soon noticed Luo Chen, who was sleeping on the table. Too conspicuous. The originally depressed mood instantly turned into anger. "You're taking my class and still sleeping?" The teacher was already full of dissatisfaction, and his eyes became sharp at this moment. The other students felt it. Soon, all eyes followed the teacher's gaze and turned to Luo Chen. "It's the confession brother. It's going to be fun. It's so funny, he's worthy of being called the confession brother. How dare you sleep in this tigress's class? Confession bro is over." A series of mocking discussions were heard. Su Chuyu also noticed it and secretly revealed a fierce expression. "Humph, you deserve it." Luo Chen was completely immersed in sleep at this moment and didn't notice anything at all. Su Yuner lowered her head, and the fingers holding the pen turned a little white from the force. She bit her teeth lightly, moved her elbow imperceptibly, and gently rubbed Luo Chen's arm twice. Luo Chen woke up slowly. Before I could figure out what was going on, Su Yuner's low voice came, "Wake up, the teacher is watching you." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. This is Su Yuner calling him? Su Yuner's timid voice instantly brought his thoughts back to his previous life. Chapter 8 Luo Chen answers questions and shows his brilliance. He enjoyed that feeling so much that he was completely immersed in it and even ignored what Su Yuner said. The anger in the teacher's eyes grew more intense. The other students tried to suppress their smiles, but they were already impatient. Su Yuner clenched her fists. "You sleep so well, you don't even wake up like this?" She put her little hand down and patted Luo Chen's legs gently twice. Luo Chen almost laughed out loud. Luo Chen! Stand up right there! Suddenly, the teacher's angry shout came from the podium. The sound is like a loud bell. Su Yuner was frightened by the sudden shout and her body trembled slightly. The other students also had mocking smiles on their faces and eyes full of sarcasm. Luo Chen was also startled. It was not until this moment that he realized why Su Yuner called him so embarrassing. He quickly stood up, scratched his head, and said, "Teacher, you called me?" Snort! The teacher snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "I've been watching you for a long time, don't you know? Sleeping in class, is this your attitude as a senior high school student?" Luo Chen smiled awkwardly and said, Teacher, you explained it so well. I just closed my eyes and thought about what you said, and I accidentally fell asleep. I'm sorry, teacher. Phew, ha ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of laughter all around. It's absolutely amazing. It's absolutely amazing. We have more and more reasons to confess our love to our brother. Without a few years of mental illness history, I really can't come up with this excuse. TSK, it makes me laugh to death. There was constant discussion around. Su Chuyu also curled her lips in disgust. I originally thought that Luo Chen had become a stranger, but I didn't expect this familiar feeling would come back so quickly. Still the same him. Su Yuner couldn't help but feel embarrassed for Luo Chen and lowered her head even more. The teacher couldn't help but clench his fists. You really work hard. You are the bottom student in the whole group, and you think about the problems in my class so much that you even dream about them? Do you want me to talk to your class teacher about this? She forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart and shouted. Puff! There was another burst of laughter all around. Su Chuyu was too lazy to watch, but his heart was filled with a sense of joy. Su Yuner opened her mouth in surprise. Bottom of the whole year group? Didn't I say I'd ask you to help me with any questions I had? You're such a boaster. Luo Chen also felt helpless after hearing this. He smiled and said, Teacher, I was at the bottom of the whole group, but now I have changed my ways. I have been studying hard these days. Turn over a new leaf? Study hard? The other students were already laughing too much to have any more energy. In their eyes, Luo Chen has completely become a walking joke. Weird. The teacher was even more furious. Good. You've reformed, right? You're studying hard, right? Since you're working so hard, it would be unreasonable not to give you a chance to prove yourself. Come on, come up and solve this problem for me. The anger in her heart could hardly be suppressed. The other students saw this with playful smiles on their faces, full of anticipation. This time, what excuse do you have? Who would have thought? Luo Chen didn't say anything, he just walked straight to the podium. This. The classmates were stunned when they saw this, their eyes full of confusion. Do you really dare to go? Are you crazy? The teacher glared at Luo Chen, but Luo Chen pretended not to hear him. He picked up the chalk on the podium and started writing. Su Chuyu still had no interest at all and tried hard to immerse his thoughts in the previous question. After all, she already knew the result. Su Yuner was also a little surprised and couldn't help but look up. The mocking eyes of the other students followed Luo Chen's figure, laughing sarcastically, waiting for the ending they wanted. The teacher stood aside, hugged his shoulders, and watched coldly. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard continued to ring. The angry expression on the teacher's face froze slightly. The other students also looked at him in confusion. Not to mention other things, just the word solution has already made them confused. No. When did Luo Chen's spider-like handwriting become so beautiful? The word is vigorous and powerful, and every stroke of the word reveals a sense of dominance. The key is. Luo Chen waved the chalk on the blackboard smoothly without any pause. The content was blocked by Luo Chen's body and they couldn't see it. They instantly felt like Luo Chen was scribbling on the blackboard. Su Chuyu was also attracted by the continuous sound of chalk. She looked up. Just one glance, and all the expressions on that beautiful face froze in an instant. She was sitting in the first row by the window. From this angle, she can see it. This. There was a look of surprise in Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes. She raised her fair little hands and rubbed her eyes, then looked over again in disbelief. The chalk slid smoothly across the blackboard, as if it didn't require any thought from the brain at all. The key point was, the person holding the chalk was undoubtedly Luo Chen. She was stunned. The expression on the teacher's face also froze. He stared with wide eyes in shock. My breathing stopped. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard continued. Click. For the last stroke, Luo Chen tapped heavily on the blackboard, making a crisp sound. The chalk broke. Luo Chen turned around and casually threw the remaining chalk into the chalk box on the table. Pa pa. Luo Chen gently patted off the chalk dust on his hands and said with a harmless smile, "Teacher, I'm done. Then I'll go back." After he finished speaking, he walked towards his seat with a graceful step. At this time, Su Yuner was also looking up at the blackboard. Luo Chen walked back and just happened to see the delicate face revealed. Just one glance and his heart skipped a beat. He had seen this face countless times in his dreams. Finally, I saw it again. Chapter 9. The whole class is shocked. Is this Luo Chen? Because she has been covered tightly all year round, Su Yuner's skin is extremely white, so white that it looks sickly. Although her skin was not as smooth as Su Chuyu's due to malnutrition, her facial features were particularly delicate. A pair of beautiful eyes that are clean and clear, a tall nose, pearly teeth, and cherry lips. Stay clean and untainted by the mud. That pure breath perfectly interprets what the feeling of first love is. Although that face was much more childish than the one in his dream, it still made his heart beat wildly. Yuna, I miss you so much. Luo Chen was shouting madly in his heart, but he couldn't express himself in words. The whole class was silent. Everyone stared at the rows of dragon-like characters on the blackboard in amazement, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Is this the word for confession, brother? This is so. Everyone's thoughts were frozen. The point is, they could only be shocked by Luo Chen's handwriting, they had no idea how to solve this problem. The teacher looked on in confusion. Su Chuyu was also completely immersed in the shocking emotion and couldn't wake up. Because she can understand it. At first I couldn't figure out which graph the missing value was calculated from, but after seeing Luo Chen's detailed analysis step by step, I instantly understood. So that's how it is. But, how did Luo Chen do it? How could he possibly solve this problem? Su Chuyu's mind went blank. The silence of the whole class lasted for a full minute. Su Yuner was also completely attracted by the answer on the blackboard. She had just been studying this problem and was also stuck at the next few steps. Seeing Luo Chen's answer at this moment, everything became clear. Luo Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. So this is what it feels like to be a top student. It's quite exciting. Cough. He coughed slightly. Everyone in the class finally came back to their senses from the shock. Su Chuyu opened her cherry lips slightly, and her beautiful eyes moved to Luo Chen, her eyes still full of incredible light. That strange feeling came over me instantly. How did he do it? Got a guess on the topic? The teacher has also carefully reviewed the solution process several times. This step is perfect. The other students also looked at Luo Chen in shock, and then turned their eyes to the teacher. This question, right? But before I could think about it, I saw the teacher turned around. There was a hint of embarrassment on that serious face at the moment, but more of it was excitement. She stared at Luo Chen with burning eyes, clenched her fists, and said excitedly, Luo Chen's answer is absolutely correct. Hiss. There was a sound of people gasping in shock in the class instantly. Those extremely shocked gazes were all directed at Luo Chen. How is this possible? A smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips, and he casually twirled the pen in his hand. Su Chuyu withdrew his gaze. That beautiful face was still filled with shock, and she still didn't understand what was going on. The teacher said excitedly, Student Luo Chen, it seems that the teacher really misunderstood you. You've really changed your ways and are really working hard to learn. The teacher apologizes for his mistake. You really surprised me. You answered a question that no one in the 4 classes I taught could answer. That look was sincere and excited. Luo Chen felt a little touched when he heard this. In his previous life, these teachers looked down on him and he was extremely disgusted with them. Unexpectedly. Now that I think about it, I understand that these teachers were simply disappointed in their students. He stood up and responded, I'm sorry, teacher. It was my fault for sleeping in class. I will pay attention in class next time. The child suddenly got it. The teacher smiled and nodded, and his previous dissatisfaction with Luo Chen also disappeared for the most part. After all, Luo Chen gave her such a big surprise. It took her a long time to calm down before she continued her lecture, but none of the students in the class were in the mood to listen anymore. Everyone was shocked and dazed. This question that even the top student in School Beauty couldn't answer was answered by this guy who was at the bottom of the whole group. This world is crazy. Su Yuner had also come back to her senses. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Luo Chen's face with surprise. Unexpectedly. Is he really that awesome? Luo Chen also happened to look at her face, and their eyes met through a few strands of hair. Su Yuner withdrew her gaze quickly, like a frightened little white rabbit. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. She is still so socially anxious. But he could understand Su Yuner's state of mind very well. Growing up in an environment of inferiority for many years was no longer as simple as social phobia. He leaned a little closer and whispered, "Thank you for waking me up just now." After the words were spoken, I listened attentively. Su Yuner clenched her pink fists, and the tips of her exposed ears turned red. "No. You're welcome." Luo Chen looked at her well-behaved appearance and instinctively raised his hand to rub her head. But in the end he endured it. Time passes. The fourth class in the morning also ended with the ringing of the bell. The teacher is gone. The students also quickly rushed out of the classroom, ready to grab seats in the cafeteria. Su Yuner sat up straight and sorted out her books. She showed no intention of moving. A wicked smile slowly appeared on Luo Chen's lips. There were still many classmates in the class walking out one after another. Luo Chen was not in a hurry to move and was also pretending to organize his books. Su Chuyu walked outside with her deskmate. But that complicated gaze couldn't help but fall on Luo Chen. Until now, she was still immersed in the mystery of how Luo Chen solved that problem, and she couldn't figure it out at all. She stared at Luo Chen from her seat and walked to the door. Pity. Luo Chen never raised his head from beginning to end. Su Chuyu felt that uncomfortable feeling again. In the past, after class at noon, Luo Chen would definitely go to the cafeteria to save a seat for her first. Now. Soon, all the students left. Luo Chen and Su Yuner were the only ones left in the huge classroom. Su Yuner still kept her head down, looking very unnatural. The little hand that was originally reaching for the school bag also stopped, looking like it didn't know where to put it. Luo Chen turned his head and glanced sideways. Su Yuner told him in her previous life that she had never been to the high school cafeteria. Don't think. This must be the food that Su Yuner brought from home. He was there, so Su Yuner was embarrassed to take it out. He pondered silently. The problem of malnutrition must naturally be solved by food. But how do I take her to the cafeteria? Chapter 10, Eating Together? Pretty fast progress? Luo Chen fixed his eyes on the face hidden by the hair and said with a smile, "Student Su Yuner, thank you for waking me up just now. Otherwise, I don't know how long I can sleep." For him, communicating with Su Yuner was a luxury fantasy in his previous life. Now, it has come true. Su Yuner responded unnaturally, "No. You're welcome." That voice, soft and sweet. From childhood to adulthood, I grew up surrounded by ridicule. The word thank you was unfamiliar to her. Luo Chen listened to the soft and sticky voice and felt his heart melt. That familiar feeling. He smiled and said, "Let's go to the cafeteria? Let's go together." Ah. When Su Yuner heard this, her beautiful eyes, which were hidden by her hair, whitened instantly. They go to the cafeteria together? Having never come into contact with the opposite sex, she felt that this sentence was a bit abrupt. She gently waved her fair little hands twice and said, "No. No, go ahead. I'm not hungry yet." Luo Chen naturally understood what Su Yuner was thinking and didn't take it seriously. He knew Su Yuner's character very well, so it was easy for him to control her. Don't get me wrong. He smiled brightly and said, "I just wanted to thank you. You haven't applied for a meal card yet, right? That's perfect. I'll treat you to a meal. How about it?" That smile reduced Su Yuner's defensive feeling a lot. Most importantly, his expression is also very sincere. But she still couldn't accept going to the cafeteria with a boy and eating together. Really no need, I'm not hungry. She shook her little head again, quietly and cutely. She wanted to say that she brought her own lunch, but she couldn't say it. Although I have gotten used to the sounds of ridicule, I don't want to become the object of ridicule in class as soon as I arrive at the municipal high school. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows when he saw this. It seems that I can only use my ultimate move. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you dislike me so much?" When Su Yun'er heard this, her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with surprise. No. She quickly shook her head in denial. Luo Chen kept smiling bitterly and said, "Forget it, no need to explain, all my classmates dislike me. I thought you were new here and didn't have any opinion of me. I didn't expect. Never mind. I understand." As he said this, he felt like laughing, but he tried his best to suppress it. Su Yun'er was confused. In her eyes, Luo Chen's sunny looks and cheerful personality must make him very popular in the class. The key is to study well. How could she know that Luo Chen would be disliked by his classmates? I don't, classmate. I don't have any opinion about you. I don't dislike you. She hastily defended herself. After all, Luo Chen's words touched her heart. In the past, she was the one disliked by the whole class. She understood that kind of pain, so she couldn't help but feel anxious when she saw Luo Chen like this. Luo Chen shook his head and pretended to be indifferent and said, "It's okay, I understand you, no need to explain. I'm sorry to bother you. I won't bother you anymore." He was almost about to laugh, but he tried his best to hold it back. These few words were like a heavy hammer hitting Su Yun'er's heart. She empathized instantly. She understood these words too well, she understood them too clearly. She clenched her fists and instantly abandoned any thought of rejection. "Classmate, I really don't dislike you. I'm not very good at communicating. Well, let's go eat. You treat me," she said quickly, explaining carefully. She was still worried that Luo Chen wouldn't believe it. Luo Chen looked up doubtfully and asked, "Really?" Su Yun'er pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. "Real." Luo Chen pretended to be hesitant and said, "Okay, I'll trust you for now. If you dislike me, just tell me earlier and I will definitely not bother you, okay?" Su Yun'er nodded quickly. "Good." She responded obediently. Luo Chen then smiled and said, "Okay, let's go." After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked outside. He smiled secretly, with an expression of doting on his face. Really? She is still the same simple and kind-hearted girl. Su Yun'er lowered her head and followed behind. She deliberately distanced herself from Luo Chen, feeling confused. Luo Chen first went to the cafeteria to buy a set of tableware, and then took Su Yun'er to the cafeteria. The rush for seats has passed. When Luo Chen came in, all the students had already sat down to eat, but the food area was very quiet. His appearance was just noticed by Su Chuyu. Snort! Su Chuyu snorted softly and withdrew his gaze, his heart filled with deep resentment. She turned her anger into appetite and chewed hard. That little expression was as if he treated Luo Chen as the food in his mouth. Her deskmate Wang Miling asked in confusion, "Chuyu, what are you eating? Why are you chewing so hard?" Su Chuyu returned to his cold and aloof demeanor. "Eating assholes." Wang Miling? Luo Chen didn't notice it and took his lunchbox out of the cabinet. Su Yun'er still kept her head down, her movements somewhat stiff. Luo Chen could understand it. After all, it was her first time in the cafeteria, and there were so many people. Su Yun'er slowed down her pace and felt an urge to turn around and leave. Although no one looked at her, but there were too many people. Luo Chen glanced around and said, "Come with me, there are empty seats over there." A layer of intoxicating blush had already appeared on Su Yun'er's fair face. She hesitated for a long time, but finally followed him. Wang Miling saw the scene. She came closer to Su Chuyu and whispered, "The relationship between the confession brother and his deskmate is progressing very quickly." "You all ate together?" Su Chuyu paused chewing. She quickly raised her head and locked her gaze on Luo Chen. "Really?" Su Yun'er was following Luo Chen with her head down. Su Chuyu pursed her lips, and the uncomfortable feeling became more intense. "Scumbag!" She withdrew her gaze angrily and said coldly, "What does it have to do with me?" Wang Miling was slightly stunned. "Ah, haha, it's okay, it's okay." She also lowered her head and started eating. Su Chuyu continued eating, but his thoughts were no longer here. She was extremely angry. There was no source for that anger. Chapter 11. He changed his mind? Chu Yu was disappointed. Su Yuner sat in the empty seat, feeling uncomfortable. She glanced around secretly, and when she found that no one was looking at her, the nervous feeling eased a little. I'm back. Eat it. Luo Chen placed all the food on the dining table and sat opposite Su Yuner. The moment he sat down, Su Yuner suddenly came to her senses. Eat together? She hadn't thought about this matter just now, but now sitting opposite Luo Chen, she suddenly had the urge to run away. However, only one word came out of his mouth. Luo Chen's casual voice sounded, "The food is ready, come and eat it. If you don't eat it, it will all be wasted." Su Yuner's thoughts froze slightly. Look closely. There were 2 bowls of rice and 4 bowls of vegetables on the table. So much? Su Yuner opened her mouth slightly, not knowing what to say. Gurgle. Even though I was a little resistant in my heart, my stomach still made an honest noise. Luo Chen suppressed his smile and said, "Do you want to eat it or not? If not, I'll throw it away now." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to stand up. This. Su Yuner's beautiful eyes widened a little. Eat? She sat down obediently. Although it was just food from the cafeteria, for her, such a sumptuous meal could only be eaten during festivals. Pour it out. What a pity. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction and handed over the chopsticks. This set is all newly bought and just washed, so feel free to use it. There was a faint smile on his face. After saying that, he lowered his head and started eating. Su Yuner felt complicated again. Newly purchased. Quite expensive, right? But she has no money either. She picked up the chopsticks, lowered her head and started eating. Even when eating, that delicate face was only half exposed. But it was enough for Luo Chen to appreciate. She ate slowly, gently, and quietly. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile, enjoying the quiet moment. Eat more. If you can't finish it, it's all wasted. He said it casually. The word waste is the biggest crime for Su Yuner. Oh. She responded and ate with big mouthfuls. Luo Chen was eating too. Su Chuyu had finished eating and was very angry. She stood up and wanted to wash the lunchbox, but her eyes looked towards Luo Chen for some reason. When she saw Luo Chen and Su Yuner sitting opposite each other, she felt like she was having trouble breathing. This scumbag. Didn't you say that you would only love her in this life? She stared fiercely with her eyes, and her slender fingers tightly grasped the lunchbox. Without waiting to think about it. Then I saw Luo Chen actually picked up a chicken leg and put it in Su Yuner's lunchbox. This. Su Chuyu's breathing became slightly rapid, and her already proud chest began to rise and fall violently. However, Luo Chen didn't notice it at all. Eat it, these 2 chicken legs are yours. I'm stuffed. Luo Chen said with a chuckle. Su Yuner raised her chin slightly, and glanced at Luo Chen across from her through her bangs with her beautiful eyes. I can't eat it. It's too much. She said unnaturally. Luo Chen said indifferently, "It's okay, just throw it away if you can't eat it." Su Yuner curled her lips. It's a shame to waste. She muttered something and lowered her head to eat. Luo Chen supported his chin with his hand and watched with a smile. Sure enough, this girl is very easy to deal with. He found that just watching Su Yuner eat quietly was a pleasure. I haven't enjoyed enough yet. Bang! Suddenly, a clear voice was heard. Su Yuner was so frightened that her body trembled. Luo Chen was also startled. He frowned and looked up, only to find that Su Chuyu was standing next to the table, putting the lunchbox on the table with force. Wang Miling stood behind her, hugging her shoulders and looking at him unhappily. Su Chuyu's beautiful face was filled with a cold expression and her eyes were very sharp. Luo Chen said unhappily, "You scared me, what are you doing?" Su Chuyu raised her head, not looking at Luo Chen, and said calmly, "I'm done eating, please clean the lunchbox for me." Wang Miling came over and put the lunchbox on the dining table. And mine. Together. That expression was very arrogant. This. Many of the students who had not finished eating widened their eyes when they saw this. That's Su Chuyu's lunchbox. Usually Luo Chen would rush to help brush, but was rejected by Su Chuyu every time. This time, why did you send it here on your own initiative? Su Yuner was still confused and looked at it in confusion. Luo Chen laughed angrily. He raised his head and asked seriously, "Hey, you two, don't you have arms? Let me help you wash your lunchboxes? You guys, are you crazy? This." Su Chuyu widened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Luo Chen. You said I was crazy? Luo Chen, you're the one who begs me to help you brush it every time. Who are you calling crazy? She clenched her fists and said angrily. Luo Chen also came to his senses. He slapped his forehead, feeling helpless. I have forgotten all about this matter. In my previous life, I was so mean. He said calmly, "Okay, I take back what I said to you. I was the one who was a jerk before. You can find whoever you want for this kind of thing in the future. There are many people over there who are jealous of me. Go and ask them to help you." He waved his hand gently, with a hint of impatience. This. Su Chuyu clenched her teeth. But I haven't said much yet. That. I'm full. Su Yuner's timid voice sounded. She still kept her head down. She was already self-deprecating and didn't even have the courage to raise her head in front of a noble school beauty like Su Chuyu. Luo Chen glanced at it. There is still a chicken leg left in the bowl. He knew that Su Yuner had almost finished eating, and given the current situation, it was obvious that she couldn't continue eating. Okay. Then let's go and wash the dishes. With a faint smile on his face, he packed up his lunchbox and walked towards the sink. Su Yuner also quickly followed with her lunchbox. Whoosh, whoosh. Su Chuyu's proud chest heaved violently, and her angry eyes stared at Luo Chen's back. Scumbag. That's too much. But before I could think about it, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from behind. Chapter 12, this answer touched Yuna. Su Chuyu turned her head and saw several boys from the same class rushing over with excited smiles on their faces. Su Chuyu, I'm just about to go wash the lunchboxes, how about I help you? I'll do it. I can scrub it clean. Give it to me. Not only today, I'll pack all your lunchboxes in the future. They scrambled for it, their faces full of anticipation. Su Chuyu's pretty face was full of coldness, and she said coldly, I have my own hands. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked towards the pool with her beautiful legs. This. Several boys were turned away and were in a very bad mood. Soon, those jealous eyes were cast on Luo Chen's back. This is a joke, why? Luo Chen turned on the faucet and washed his lunchbox. Su Yuner came close to Luo Chen and was about to turn on the faucet. The water is cold. Let me do it. That random voice sounded. Before Su Yuner could think about anything, the lunchbox was snatched away by Luo Chen. No. Before she could answer, Luo Chen had already started washing. Su Yuner stood aside, accustomed to ridicule, and now was not used to Luo Chen's help. The key is, Luo Chen is still a boy. She looked at it with complicated eyes, especially when she saw the remaining chicken leg in the bowl. She felt a little regretful. Wasted. Pop. Su Chuyu threw the lunchbox into the pool, splashing water everywhere. Su Yuner was startled. She instinctively moved her eyes away and kept some distance. Luo Chen frowned and looked sideways, just in time to meet Su Chuyu's angry gaze. This look is murderous. He swallowed the words that were already on the tip of his tongue and was too lazy to pay attention to them. Su Chuyu blared at Luo Chen fiercely. She put all her anger on the lunchbox and rubbed it vigorously. Damn Luo Chen. You stinky scumbag. You're washing her instead of me, right? You only love me in this life, right? You're pretending to be cool, right? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. She couldn't help herself and was about to speak. Luo Chen turned and left. Su Chuyu took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress his anger. Luo Chen and Su Yuner returned to the classroom. Although they came back together, Su Yuner still deliberately kept a distance from Luo Chen, and was afraid that others would see her and Luo Chen together. Luo Chen understood and didn't take it seriously. He sat down for a while before Su Yuner came back and sat next to him. Luo Chen flipped through the textbook and asked casually, Today is your first day here. Did your mother send you here? Su Yuner felt that this question seemed a little strange. Looking sideways. There was no expression on Luo Chen's face. He was reading seriously, as if he was just asking casually. No, my mother is at work and my uncle brought me here. She responded. The sound is not loud, but it is very pleasant to hear. Every time he spoke, there was a soft and sticky feeling. That cowardly look made Luo Chen instinctively want to take good care of her. Oh. Luo Chen nodded. Su Yuner also started flipping through the textbook without thinking much about it. Although she just had a meal with Luo Chen, to her, the feeling with Luo Chen didn't seem so strange anymore, nor was it as unnatural as it was in the morning. Luo Chen was silent for a long while before he continued to ask, "What does your mother do for a living?" Su Yuner clenched her little fist slightly. She found it difficult to speak. All matters concerning family are the source of her inferiority complex and are also the topics she tries her best to avoid. She didn't want to answer. But, for some reason, Luo Chen didn't give her that feeling. She pondered. Luo Chen continued to pretend to flip through the textbook, pretending to be indifferent. In fact, my heartbeat quickened. Her mother's car accident was the source of everything, and this matter must be resolved thoroughly. Su Yuner bit her teeth lightly and believed in her intuition. My mother is a sanitation worker. Her voice became even quieter, and it was very difficult to answer this question. Sanitation? Luo Chen silently memorized it in his heart, and then responded, "Sanitation?" These words made Su Yuner's heart tremble. She clenched her fists tightly, and every time after she answered, the person who asked the question would speak in a suspicious tone, followed by a look of disgust. I thought Luo Chen seemed a little different, but I didn't expect. She lowered her head a little again. But before I could think about it, Luo Chen continued, "It's very hard work, exposed to the wind and sun. My grandfather used to be a sanitation worker, and I followed him there." This. Su Yuner's action of lowering her head paused instantly. She instinctively raised her head and faced Luo Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance fixed on Luo Chen's face. Luo Chen looked up. That delicate face came into view intact. The facial features were still so delicate, the skin was almost pathologically pale, the thin lips were very dry, and the innocent eyes were already filled with moisture. An indescribable feeling arose in Su Yuner's heart. Different answer. Luo Chen could naturally feel Su Yuner's inner turmoil, and he felt very distressed. "What's wrong?" he asked in feigned confusion. Su Yuner finally came to her senses from her complicated emotions and quickly looked away. "Nothing, nothing," she responded. But in her heart, Luo Chen has already been labeled as different. Luo Chen didn't say much. After all, the relationship between the two must develop step by step and cannot be rushed, otherwise it will easily backfire. In the blink of an eye, school was over. Su Yuner packed her school bag and was about to leave. "Wait a moment." Luo Chen's voice sounded. Su Yuner tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Although they had only known each other for one day, after the problem at noon, she no longer felt nervous when communicating with Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't answer and reached for her school bag. This. Su Yuner dodged instinctively, but after realizing it was Luo Chen, she paused again. Luo Chen unzipped the bag but did not open it. He took out a chicken leg wrapped in a plastic bag from his pocket and shook it gently in front of Su Yuner. "This is what's left over from lunch. This is your chicken drumstick. I put it in there for you. Remember to eat when you get home tonight. Otherwise it's a waste." He stuffed the chicken leg into his school bag and zipped it up. Su Yuner gave a complicated look. "Good." She nodded and stood up. Her little hand smoothed the strap of her school bag, and there was a gleam of hesitation in her eyes. "Well, next time I'll treat you." She wanted to express her gratitude, but the words came out weakly. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. "Okay." Su Yuner left with a red face. Luo Chen quietly looked at Su Yuner's back and wanted to follow her, but he couldn't, as he still had things to deal with today. Su Yuner left the class. Luo Chen then turned his gaze to Li Yuan, who was packing her school bag, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The photo issue needs to be resolved. Otherwise, this time bomb may explode at any time. Chapter 13 Bastard Luo Chen, I hate you. On the playground. Su Chuyu and her best friend Wang Miling were walking out of the school together. Su Chuyu was in a daze throughout the day. Her thoughts kept jumping back and forth between study and Luo Chen, and she felt confused. Why is this broken school bag so heavy today? Worn out. Su Chuyu was in a bad mood and complained. Wang Miling smiled and said, "It's okay. It doesn't matter if it's heavy. Anyway, we have Luo Chen, the follower. Just watch, I'll have to come over to help you carry your school bag in a bit. Su Chuyu was slightly stunned when he heard this. Yes. No wonder it felt heavy. She rarely carried a school bag because there was no chance. Every time after school, Luo Chen would help her carry it. She never took it seriously before and had gotten used to it. But now she realized that Luo Chen has been doing this for almost 3 years. Only this time, Luo Chen's coldness and impatience towards her echoed in her mind, and that unpleasant feeling resurfaced. Will it? She murmured to herself. Whispering sound. Wang Miling made a disdainful sound and said, "He is so shameless that he can't be beaten away even with a stick. How can he not know how to do it?" Su Chuyu was a little dazed, immersed in memories. Yes. No matter how she disliked or how angry she got, Luo Chen never stopped, always carrying her school bag and sending her to the car regardless of rain or shine. 3 years? A complicated thought appeared in her mind. Look. What did I say? Just his shameless energy, his invincibility, he came right after he finished talking. Wang Miling's proud voice rang out. Su Chuyu paused and her beautiful eyes widened a little. She had always been disgusted in the past, but this time, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She turned around quickly and saw Luo Chen rushing towards her from the teaching building. Is it really coming? Su Chuyu felt inexplicably relaxed. Snort. No, I can't forgive him so easily. Dare you be mean to me? Today I will let you know what happened to Miss Xiangbin. She thought proudly in her heart. But before he could organize his words, Luo Chen was already nearby. Wang Miling's mocking voice also rang out, Luo Chen, why are you here again? Weren't you very arrogant in the cafeteria at noon? If you have the nerve, just keep being so arrogant. Why are you still looking for my Chuyu? If you have the guts, don't bother my Chuyu for the rest of your life. In this life? As soon as these words came out, Su Chuyu felt a little anxious. Why do you talk like that? But before I could think about it anymore, they were surprised to find that Luo Chen had no intention of stopping and ran straight past them towards the carport. This. Su Chuyu was stunned. Before she could show her proud expression, her expression froze again. Wang Miling's face was also full of confusion. Luo Chen's light voice came from the air, what's wrong? If you are sick, go to the hospital. By the time the two girls came to their senses, Luo Chen had already run very far away. This. Su Chuyu clenched her fists and couldn't help but pout. Luo Chen, you bastard. I hate you. Wang Miling widened her eyes and asked in confusion, Chuyu, is Luo Chen crazy? Why is he scolding me? Is he sick? Chuyu, you are such a person. Hey. Chuyu. Without waiting for Wang Miling to finish her words, Su Chuyu walked out of the school with angry steps. Wang Miling followed quickly. Luo Chen naturally didn't know what happened over there. Just when he was trying to come up with something to say, Li Yuan actually left. Fortunately, he didn't run far. He got on his bike and followed from a distance behind. It was just after school and there were people outside the school. Luo Chen could only find a place where no one was around to solve the problem. Li Yuan was also riding a bicycle towards her home. As a student council member, she was still immersed in knowledge and had no idea that Luo Chen was following her. Clank, clank. The sound of bicycle bells rang out. Yuan, ride faster, I'm overtaking you. Li Yuan looked back and saw sports committee member Lu Hao catching up with her on a bicycle. The two of them lived in the same neighborhood and often went to and from school together. No, just ride faster yourself. She responded calmly. Lu Hao also slowed down and said, Yuan, what do you think happened with the confession brother today? Did he steal the question? There was a strong sense of jealousy in his words. He is one of the few suitors of Su Chuyu in the class. Others are self-aware and have no illusions at all, but Lu Hao is different. As a sports student, he is very confident. A gleam of light also flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Today, she was also shocked. The teacher said that Luo Chen's solution is different from the standard answer. How? She responded casually. Snort. Lu Hao snorted coldly and said, anyway, I don't believe it. No, I will find a chance to expose him some other day. The two were chatting. Luo Chen, who was following behind, frowned slightly. This was a bit difficult. I originally wanted to find a place where there was no one to ask, but I didn't expect someone to show up halfway. How to do this? Time passes. If we don't step forward to stop them, they will be home soon. Luo Chen made up his mind and speeded up to catch up. Lu Hao was still complaining, muttering, "TSK, with his character, he was at the bottom of the group for the whole year. How could he answer a question that even my goddess couldn't solve? No one would believe that. If you don't believe me, I'll make him say it himself some other time." As the words fell, his expression became fierce. He was very unhappy that Luo Chen was in the spotlight. Li Yuanyuan shook her head and lost interest in responding. But I haven't thought about it much yet. Suddenly, a figure rushed past her, then drifted and placed the bicycle across in front of the two of them. Squeak! Li Yuanyuan was startled and braked quickly. When she looked up, she saw Luo Chen staring at her with an expressionless face. Luo Chen! Are you f***ing crazy? Go get into a car and die. What the FCK are you doing? After Lu Hao saw it clearly, he shouted loudly. I was already unhappy with Luo Chen and had been grumbling about it all the way. Now that I saw Luo Chen, I was even more furious. Luo Chen glanced at Lu Hao indifferently and ignored him. Li Yuanyuan, I have something to tell you. Is it convenient for us to talk alone? His eyes were cold and his voice was even colder. This. When Li Yuanyuan met that gaze, her body couldn't help but tremble. This look is a bit scary. But, Luo Chen was looking for her? What was there for them to talk about? Lu Hao glared at him and said in a low voice, Can't you hear me talking to you? Do you take my words as fart? Just finished speaking. Luo Chen's cold gaze met his. Lu Hao's body tensed up. What kind of look is this? Chapter 14, Kill the sports committee member instantly and force him to reveal the photos. Luo Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned his gaze back to Li Yuanyuan. I have something to tell you. He repeated it again. His attitude was cold, but Luo Chen was trying his best to endure it. In the previous life, everything was ruined by that photo. He didn't take direct action, which was the greatest kindness he could show. Li Yuanyuan was very puzzled, especially when facing Luo Chen's eyes. She couldn't help feeling nervous. Lu Hao also came to his senses from the look just now. I was really scared by the confession guy? He suddenly felt humiliated. I'm fucking talking to you. Are you deaf? He turned over and got off the bike, raised his hand and pointed at Luo Chen, letting his bike fall to the ground. Luo Chen glanced at him and said coldly, It has nothing to do with you, go do what you need to do, don't try to make a name for yourself here. This Lu Hao was the one who mocked him the most in his previous life, and it was he who gave him the title of Confession Brother. Luo Chen hates this person very much. What the hell? You're talking to me, aren't you? You little bastard, are you tired of living? Lu Hao instantly became angry. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Luo Chen had been trying his best to suppress his anger, but when he saw Lu Hao's appearance, he could no longer hold back his rage. He glanced around and said calmly, Lu Hao, let me tell you one last time. I have something to tell Li Yuanyuan, you, get out. There's no one around here. If you don't understand what people say, and something happens, I won't be responsible. As the words fell, his eyes were filled with a chilling chill. After all, he was a successful person in his previous life, and his eyes exude the aura of a superior. This. Li Yuanyuan looked at it in surprise. She felt that Luo Chen in front of her seemed like a different person. But Lu Hao didn't have the energy to think about so much. He was already unhappy with Luo Chen, and now such provocative words completely infuriated him. You are not responsible? I want to see how you are not responsible. Do you think my 3 years of high school training were in vain? If I don't teach you a lesson, you probably won't know how I became the sports committee member. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hao's expression suddenly became sharp and he rushed directly towards Luo Chen's position. A sneer appeared on Luo Chen's lips. I experienced many dark moments in my previous life, and in order to protect myself, I even practiced Sanda for several years. Although this body doesn't have that strength now, it still has some reaction speed. He turned over and got out of the car. Lu Hao also pounced over with a ferocious look on his face, trying to pin him to the ground. Luo Chen dodged sideways, stretched out his foot to trip Lu Hao, and at the same time, pressed his right hand on Lu Hao's back and exerted force suddenly. Ah! Lu Hao lost his balance instantly, and with the help of Luo Chen's strength, he fell directly to the ground. He let out a wail of pain. Li Yuan covered her mouth and stared at the scene in front of her in amazement. The most muscular guy in the class. He was killed instantly by Luo Chen with just one move? Luo Chen couldn't control the anger in his heart, and raised his leg to kick. This. Lu Hao's pupils suddenly constricted. Lying on the ground, he had no power to dodge and could only watch Luo Chen's feet grow bigger in front of his eyes. Stop hitting me! Luo Chen, stop fighting, I want to talk to you. Li Yuan's anxious cry rang out. This shout woke Luo Chen up from his anger. Yes. The society now is not the same as in the previous life. I am still a student. He quickly retracted his strength and stopped his foot in front of Lu Hao. Lu Hao opened his mouth wide, gasping for breath, his thoughts in a mess. He couldn't understand how he fell. Luo Chen stood firmly, glanced around, and fixed his sight on the fence by the river not far away. Let's talk over there. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked over. Li Yuan came to her senses. She hesitated for a moment, but finally followed. After all, she has a good relationship with Su Chuyu and is quite familiar with Luo Chen. She doesn't believe that Luo Chen would do anything bad. On the side of the road, only Lu Hao was left lying on the ground. Luo Chen stood at the fence by the river, his hands in his pockets, staring at the river with cold eyes. Li Yuan came over. She felt more and more that Luo Chen was a bit strange. Tell me, what's the matter? She stood next to Luo Chen, less than 2 meters away. Luo Chen said calmly, I remember you and Su Chuyu have a good relationship, right? Li Yuan rolled her eyes fiercely. That's right, you want me to help you pursue her? Luo Chen, forget it, I won't help you, and Chuyu won't like you either. She instantly lost all interest and said. Luo Chen stared at her sideways, his eyes sharp, and said coldly, you have such a good relationship, why did you frame her? He and Li Yuan have never had any grudges against each other. The photo was obviously not directed at him, but it implicated him. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on Li Yuan's face suddenly froze. She stared at Luo Chen with wide eyes. Framed? Luo Chen, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? How could I frame Chuyu? Li Yuan asked in disbelief. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Based on his many years of experience in judging people, this reaction was very real. Unfortunately, it has all happened in the previous life. His eyes were sharp and he said in a cold voice, don't admit it? It doesn't matter, just bring your phone. Li Yuan still looked at it with a confused look on her face. I brought it, what for? She asked vigilantly. She has now begun to suspect whether Luo Chen has some mental problems. Luo Chen stared at her and said, since you said you didn't harm her, do you dare to show me the photo album on your phone? Photo album? Li Yuan was already confused and said, what are you talking about? What does it have to do with my photo album? The album is all my selfies, why should I show it to you? Is there nothing else? I want to go back. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave. She was a little scared. Luo Chen's eyes were too scary, and he was not mentally normal either. Just took a step. Luo Chen's cold voice slowly sounded, if you want to leave, then I can only call the police. Li Yuan paused for a moment. Call the police? She turned around and said in a low voice, Luo Chen. What has provoked you? What does calling the police have to do with me? Why should I show you my photo album? Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, you still don't admit it? Then let me remind you that there is a photo in your phone that shouldn't be there. A photo of Su Chuyu and I lying on the bed in the hotel. As the words fell, his eyes were filled with icy coldness. This. Li Yuan instinctively wanted to refute, but soon, an idea flashed in her mind. Hotel? She remembered. I do have photos of Chuyu in the hotel on my phone, but what does it have to do with you? How did you know I took the photo? She frowned and asked in confusion. Luo Chen sneered. Admit it? Chapter 15, still not looking for me? Chuyu feels wronged. Luo Chen stared at her coldly and said, you sent Su Chuyu to my room, put her on my bed, and took a picture of us. What does it have to do with me now? Li Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Your room? What do you mean your room? Are you kidding me? She retorted hastily. Luo Chen said impatiently, whether it is true or not, won't you know after looking at the photo? Why all that nonsense? This. Li Yuanyuan clenched her fists and said, just watch. She quickly pulled out her cell phone and looked through the photos from that day. She took a closer look and handed the phone to Luo Chen. Look. I took this photo of Chuyu. What does it have to do with you? However, before she could finish her words, her gaze suddenly froze. She was confused. Luo Chen also looked over. The scene in the photo was exactly the scene of him and Su Chuyu in the room that day. Su Chuyu was lying on the bed with her clothes a little disheveled, and her posture had not changed. Next to me was a bulging quilt, and inside the quilt, there was a face. It's Luo Chen. It's very hidden, but it's there. This time, what else is there to say? Luo Chen's cold voice sounded, filled with anger. This. Li Yuanyuan was confused. She raised her head and said hurriedly, Luo Chen, I didn't know you were here. Why are you here? I didn't even notice you. This. I really don't know what's going on. There was a confused expression on her face. Luo Chen frowned slightly when he saw this. Li Yuanyuan's series of reactions really didn't seem like they were fake. And she is so young and doesn't have such good acting skills? He asked coldly, you don't know? Then why are you taking pictures? Li Yuanyuan said quickly, yes. Chuyu asked me to send her to the hotel. I was also drunk. I took the photo to tell her that I sent her safely. I planned to show it to her today. I swear. I didn't know you were under that quilt. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known it until now. The expression on his face was already somewhat flustered, and he was explaining anxiously. Luo Chen frowned and stared. Li Yuanyuan stared at him with wide eyes, at a loss as to what to do. Luo Chen continued to ask, then do you know that you sent her to my room? Li Yuanyuan shook her head vigorously and said, no. I don't know. I was also drunk. I looked at the number plate and it seemed that the door of that room was not closed, so I sent him in. That's your room? Her face was filled with anxiety, but she spoke hesitantly. Luo Chen watched quietly, trying to analyze whether she was lying from her expression. Li Yuanyuan continued anxiously, I really don't know. Besides, Chuyu and I have a very good relationship, I have no reason to frame her. I'm sorry, if I did something wrong, I'm sorry Luo Chen. I really don't know. The tone was anxious and sincere. Luo Chen stared for a moment, a bitter smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. So, it was a misunderstanding? Call. He struggled to catch his breath, not knowing what to think or do. The thing that caused his family to be broken up, ruined his reputation, and affected his entire life and his previous life turned out to be just a misunderstanding. He's already numb. Luo Chen, I really don't know, then, is there any accident? What happened next? Did Chuyu misunderstand you? Do you need me to help you explain to Chuyu? I can do anything, I will definitely explain it clearly. I really don't know about this. Li Yuanyuan still spoke anxiously. After hearing these words, Luo Chen was completely speechless. Ridiculous fate. He adjusted his breathing, calmed his emotions, and stretched out his hand. Give me the phone. This time, Li Yuanyuan didn't hesitate at all and quickly put the phone in Luo Chen's hand. Luo Chen operated and deleted the photos. He checked again and found that there was indeed only this one photo. The rest were Li Yuanyuan's conceited selfies. No need to explain, nothing happened. It's all right. He handed the phone back. The thing I hated for so long turned out to be a misunderstanding. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? In his impression, Li Yuanyuan has always been a classmate with a good personality, and coupled with what he just said, he no longer had any intention of dealing with the matter. The key is, how to deal with it. Li Yuanyuan took the phone and continued to look at it worriedly, fearing that her mistake would lead to some bad consequences. Don't tell anyone about this. Just pretend it never happened. Luo Chen said this coldly, then turned and left. Destiny? Ridiculous fate. In the blink of an eye, it got dark. After Luo Chen had dinner, he returned to his bedroom. After calming down for a long time, he finally let go of the incident with the photo. It's fate, no one is to blame. Although the photo left him with too many regrets in his past life, but, after all, it gave him the opportunity to make up for his regrets. He calmed himself down and devoted himself to studying. The reason why I studied hard was, first, to make up for the regret of not having gone to college in my previous life, and second, to go to the same university as Su Yuner. As for the third, when he went to college, the internet immediately became popular. The internet is where he can display his talents. He had to integrate this knowledge before the rise of the internet and not be held back by professional knowledge as he had been in his previous life. In his previous life, his achievements were already remarkable. Now that he has the memories of his past life, his goals are naturally far beyond what he had in his previous life. In this life, he wants to reach the pinnacle. Su family, inside the villa. Su Chuyu was wearing a cute suspender nightgown and lying on the big pink bed, her two white and straight legs dangling in the air. There were several books in front of her. However, for the entire day, she had no way of concentrating on her studies. As long as I calm down, Luo Chen will pop up in my mind. The scene in the cafeteria, the scene after school. Snort! Stinky Luo Chen. Su Chuyu sat up straight, her thin cherry lips slightly pursed, her beautiful face full of a fierce expression, without any trace of the image of a cold school beauty. She cast her angry gaze on the big bear beside the bed and pulled it over. You don't help me wash my lunchbox, you don't help me carry my school bag, and you eat with that new guy. Damn Luo Chen, do you know I'm angry? She poked the big bear's head hard and said aggrievedly. However, she didn't know what she was angry about, nor did she know what she wanted Luo Chen to do. In short, I'm angry. She dropped the big bear and checked the time. It's 22:50. She turned on her phone and kept the screen focused on the conversation with Luo Chen. Snort! If you don't apologize to me today and say goodnight to me, I will never talk to you again in my life. She lay on the bed with a pout and put the phone to her ear. After thinking about it, I am still dissatisfied. No, I won't talk to you in my next life. A proud expression also appeared on that beautiful face. That look is as adorable as it can be. Unfortunately, no one knows. Chapter 16, Sundara Chuyu, sulking? Su Chuyu lay on the bed, pouting, with her cell phone placed in front of her. She closed her eyes but listened carefully. These 10 minutes seemed particularly long to her, and her cell phone remained silent for a long time. She gritted her teeth, getting a little anxious. Luo Chen. If you don't message me again, I will never forgive you. Beep beep. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound coming from her cell phone. Su Chuyu opened her eyes in surprise. Look closely. The clock on the wall suddenly stopped at 12 o'clock. Su Chuyu quickly sat up straight, and her beautiful face was instantly filled with a charming smile. Her little expression instantly became arrogant. Snort! Can't help it? I don't know you yet? She was filled with a sense of pride, and the dissatisfaction she had just felt disappeared. She was about to turn on her phone. Wrong. You can't just forgive him like that. Her eyes rolled around, and then she opened her phone with a proud look on her face. But the moment he saw the news, the proud expression on his face froze instantly. The person who sent the message was not Luo Chen. This. Su Chuyu clenched her fists and pursed her lips again. She suddenly felt her heart plummet. The key was the person who sent the message, which made her already dissatisfied heart even more upset. It's Li Yuan. Yuanman, Chuyu, can you come to school early tomorrow? I have something to tell you. The cold look returned to Su Chuyu's face. She put her hands on the keys and wanted to question Li Yuan about sending her to the hotel. But halfway through the fight, I suddenly remembered that Luo Chen had said he would take care of it. She finally endured it and ignored it. 23:01. Su Chuyu pursed her lips and murmured angrily, Stinky Luo Chen, why isn't it you? Why don't you talk to me? She switched the interface of her mobile phone to the dialogue box with Luo Chen, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. All the things that happened in the past came to mind. She could never have imagined that the thing she hated most every night before would become the thing she looked forward to the most now. Humph, what's so great about that? Damn Luo Chen, do you think you are so important? I don't have to worry about you without you. She pouted and quickly found the button to delete the contact information. Just wanted to press. She couldn't help but recall the past events. Luo Chen was in the rain, delivering an umbrella, carrying a school bag, and occupying a seat. Her fingertips hesitated, and a feeling of reluctance inexplicably surged in her heart. Should I give him another chance? Snort. Damn Luo-Chen, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't make me happy again, I will ignore you in my life. Su Chuyu made a decision and quickly leaned against the head of the bed with her phone in her arms. She seemed to have convinced herself, with a charming smile on her lips. Her white fingers began to press. Beep beep beep. The message alert sound woke Luo-Chen up from the ocean of knowledge. He turned on his cell phone. First sunny then rainy, what are you doing? Luo-Chen frowned slightly. In the past, no matter how he sent messages to Su Chuyu, she never replied at night. Why did you take the initiative to find him? He replied. Beep beep beep. Su Chuyu heard the notification tone of her cell phone and quickly turned on the phone. Sha Luoyu, studying, is there anything wrong? Su Chuyu pursed her lips. What an attitude! Not even an expression? Although he was dissatisfied, his hands still honestly placed on the keys. Only. She didn't know what to reply. Snort. If you want to chat with me, I have to find topics to talk about. She didn't know why she wanted to look for Luo-Chen. Luo-Chen didn't talk to her, which made her feel like something was missing. She thought for a moment and found a topic. First sunny then rainy, our class is organizing a small camping trip this weekend. Participation is voluntary. Do you want to go? Luo-Chen looked at the message on his phone and became more and more confused. What happened to Su Chuyu? Xiao Luoyu, I don't have money, so I want to go. He said it casually. I have no friends in the entire class, so why should I go to this kind of activity? When Su Chuyu saw the news, a smug smile appeared on his face. First sunny then rainy, I'll pay you the money, and you just need to help me pack up the things when the time comes. After the message was sent, Su Chuyu felt a lot more relaxed. After all, it's just a matter of paying someone to work for you, and giving him a chance. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me. Beep beep beep. The message alert sounded again. Su Chuyu smiled proudly. She thought Luo-Chen would agree without hesitation, but when she saw the news, she was dumbfounded. Xiao Luoyu, no, I want to go. Just two simple words, still without any expression, he rejected it coldly. The expression on Su Chuyu's face froze. She has already put aside her pride and given Luo-Chen a chance, but Luo-Chen is still refusing? Su Chuyu's proud chest heaved violently. She suddenly felt like she was being ignored. Snort! She threw her phone hard on the bed and shouted, Damn Luo-Chen, I will never talk to you again in my life. After he finished speaking, he wrapped himself in the quilt and sulked. Luo-Chen threw his phone aside, feeling a little confused as well. This Su Chuyu is just hoping that I will stop bothering her. What has upset her today? Hire him to work? Luo-Chen shook his head slightly, unable to understand. He put away the textbooks, turned over and lay on the bed, and his thoughts returned to his life. Money. Yeah, I really don't have any money. Originally, there was no need to consider this matter now, but it is different now. Su Yuner is here. If you want to solve Su Yuner's malnutrition problem, you naturally need financial support. He couldn't ask his parents for this money. In this era, how to make some money? There is also the work problem of Su Yuner's mother to be solved. Sanitation workers are on the road every day and come into contact with various vehicles every day. Changing jobs is the first step to avoiding a car accident. These problems must be solved. Luo-Chen turned off the lights, leaned against the head of the bed with his eyes closed, and thought about this matter silently. We have to think of a way to help him make money and avoid the problem of Su Yuner's mother getting into a car accident. I don't know how long it took, Luo-Chen suddenly opened his eyes. There was a gleam of light in those eyes. Got it. Chapter 17 The First Words of Anger, Starting to Vent? The next day, Luo-Chen had breakfast and went to school early. 15 minutes. Luo-Chen rode his bicycle to the outside of the school. From a distance, I saw a Mercedes-Benz parked in front of the school gate. Luo-Chen couldn't help but shook his head slightly. What a coincidence. Except for Su Chuyu, no one else in the whole school can enjoy such treatment when going to and from school. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. The Mercedes drove away, revealing Su Chuyu's pretty figure. Although she was wearing a school uniform, it could not hide her sexy figure at all, but instead added a touch of youthful beauty to her. Luo-Chen stared at the beautiful back quietly. Although there was no ripple in his heart, he still couldn't help but marvel at it. Indeed, it is so beautiful. Too bad, it's not my cup of tea. Su Chuyu turned her head and took a look as if she had telepathy. The two of them looked at each other. Luo Chen withdrew his gaze. Su Chuyu's eyes widened, and everything that happened last night flashed through his mind. She stood there, her pretty face full of coldness. She stared at Luo Chen closely. At the same time, I have begun to organize my words quickly in my mind. This time, I will never forgive you. Soon, Luo Chen arrived in front of him. Su Chuyu took a step forward and opened her red lips, but before she could say anything, Luo Chen rode straight past her. Didn't even look at her. This. Su Chuyu stood there in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with incredible light. Soon, Luo Chen's figure disappeared. Su Chuyu also woke up. Her already proud chest began to rise and fall violently again, her silver teeth were clenched, and her beautiful eyes were full of anger. Luo Chen. I will never forgive you in my life. You have no chance. She stomped her feet hard on the spot, then walked quickly towards the teaching building with a cold face. Classroom. When Luo Chen came in, half of the students in the class had already arrived. Just came in. He felt two cold gazes. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. One of the questions came from the sports committee member, Lu Hao, who was taught a lesson by him yesterday. The other one is Su Chuyu. Su Chuyu sat in her seat, her beautiful face full of coldness, and she was staring at him with great displeasure. Luo Chen turned a blind eye and went straight back to his seat. Su Yuner hasn't come yet. He glanced at Su Yuner's desk and a smile appeared involuntarily on the corner of his mouth. This feeling is so good. Time passes. More and more students entered the classroom, and it gradually became noisy. Finally, a graceful figure with head lowered entered the classroom. Luo Chen raised his head. Just then he saw Su Yuner walking towards him quickly. Soon, Su Yuner sat down. Luo Chen calmed himself down and said, "Good morning, why did you come so late?" While packing her school bag, Su Yuner said, "I overslept." There was a hint of shyness in that tone. Luo Chen couldn't laugh, and that feeling of heartache appeared again. No alarm clock, no cell phone. She also has to get up early and walk to school. He really wanted to offer to pick her up from school, but as it stood now, there was no way Su Yuner would accept it. Don't rush things. Today, Su Yuner responded to her very smoothly, and Luo Chen was very satisfied with this progress. How did you sleep last night? He chatted casually. Chatting now is also a means to bring them closer together. Su Yuner nodded and said, "Very good. That voice is soft and sweet, very pleasant to hear." Luo Chen laughed and was about to speak. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew towards me. Bang! Then, a pile of notebooks were slammed on his desk. Luo Chen was startled. He saw Su Chuyu standing by the table with her shoulders folded, her beautiful face full of coldness, and she didn't even look at him. "What are you doing?" Luo Chen said dissatisfiedly. Su Chuyu still didn't look at him and said coldly, "Hand in your English homework." Forehead. Isn't this unfair revenge? Luo Chen then remembered that Su Chuyu was the English class representative of their class. He glared, not bothering to respond. Soon, he took out a notebook from his school bag and placed it on the pile of notebooks. Su Yuner also quickly placed her notebook on it with both hands. She didn't even dare to look at Su Chuyu. After all, Su Chuyu was so dazzling that every time Su Yuner saw her, she would feel extremely inferior. Luo Chen smiled and asked, "How are you doing with English?" Su Chuyu looked at the smile on Luo Chen's face and couldn't help but clench her fists again. He was so cold to her, not even looking at her, and now he is smiling at Su Yuner. In an instant, Su Chuyu's heart was filled with sour feelings, and the feeling of grievance became even stronger. Su Yuner's timid voice sounded, It's okay." She no longer had any problem communicating with Luo Chen. The key is, Su Chuyu is here. Luo Chen smiled and said, "You are too modest. You must be a good student." Su Yuner clenched her fists and became even more nervous. When Su Chuyu looked at Luo Chen, the uncomfortable feeling had reached the point where she could no longer control it. "Luo Chen, are you sure you have done your English homework? If you didn't write it, I advise you not to hand it in, so as to avoid embarrassment," she said coldly. The voice was not concealed and immediately attracted the attention of all the students in the class. Many people have started to laugh. Luo Chen raised his head, his smile faded, and he said calmly, "It's my fault, what does it have to do with you?" The completely different expression and tone almost broke Su Chuyu's teeth. "I'm the representative of the English class. If someone didn't write it, I'd be embarrassed. Is it not possible? If you didn't write it, take it back and don't embarrass me." She couldn't suppress the sour feeling in her heart, and her tone became increasingly cold. Luo Chen frowned. He didn't understand why Su Chuyu was targeting him like this. "If I don't bother her anymore, shouldn't she be happy?" He said coldly, "I have written it, don't worry, I won't lose you." After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Su Yuner's position again, and the smile quickly returned to his face. Class was about to start, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity to build closer relationships. However, that smile deeply stimulated Su Chuyu. The speed at which his expression changed made her feel that her dignity was severely hit. "You're doing your English homework? How many times have you written in these 3 years?" she asked coldly. "Gee." There was a burst of sneers all around, and everyone stared at him sarcastically. Luo Chen raised his head with an impatient expression on his face. "Can't you tell whether it's written or not?" Chapter 18, The First Words of the Fierce Man, Revenge for Personal Gain. This. The impatient attitude and cold eyes made Su Chuyu dazed again. In 3 years, Luo Chen has never treated her like this. The feeling of grievance in her heart became even stronger. "Just look." She gave a tender cry and reached out to open Luo Chen's notebook. Seeing this, the people around showed mocking smiles on their faces. Everyone is full of expectations. After all, it was common knowledge in the class that Luo Chen didn't do his homework, to the point where even the teacher was too lazy to say anything. Can he do his homework? The key is, this is English homework. In their impression, Luo Chen's ability to memorize the 26 English letters from memory is already his greatest knowledge reserve. Everyone's sarcastic eyes fell on Luo Chen. Su Chuyu gritted her teeth and quickly opened Luo Chen's notebook. Page after page of spider-like handwriting came into view, intermittent, and each page looked like it was scribbled on. You can't even tell what the letters are in the words, they're just scribbled randomly. "Luo Chen, you provoked me. I won't give you any face no matter what I say today." As she flipped through the pages, she was thinking about how she would word the text later. Soon, the notebook turned to the last page. Without even thinking, Su Chuyu said coldly, "You call this writing? Look for yourself." But before he could finish his words, Su Chuyu's expression suddenly froze. She thought this page would be just like the previous ones, with just scribbles. But after she had said her words, she realized that the page was actually full of words. The handwriting was powerful, neat, and beautiful. This. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes widened and she even got goosebumps all over her body. Written by Luo Chen? Her thoughts became increasingly hazy, and she wanted to question it, but the handwriting that Luo Chen had written on the blackboard yesterday came to her mind. It's this font. Su Chuyu stood there in a daze, staring at the English content on his notebook, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, the sarcastic smiles on the faces of the people around gradually froze. "What's going on? Why aren't you talking anymore?" Luo Chen asked coldly, "Can we go now?" Su Chuyu woke up as if from a dream. She met Luo Chen's impatient gaze, without saying anything in reply, and the feeling of grievance spread wildly in her heart. There was a hint of moisture in those beautiful eyes. Snort! Su Chuyu stomped her feet hard, turned around, and walked quickly out of the classroom. This. The other students' mouths twitched when they saw this. The result is obvious. Luo Chen actually did his English homework? They looked at each other, confused expressions on their faces. Completely confused. Luo Chen naturally had no interest in them and wanted to continue chatting with Su Yuner. Pity. The first bell rang, and it was time for morning self-study. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly and could only focus on studying. When they got outside, Su Chuyu couldn't help it. She was holding a stack of notebooks, leaning against the wall, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Stinky Luo Chen. I hate you. Soon, that little face began to firm up. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, pursed her lips, and her face was puffed up. You wait. I will definitely make you look good. She made up her mind and walked towards the English teacher's office. In the blink of an eye, class started. The first class was Chinese, but Luo Chen had no interest in it and continued to study his physics knowledge. In the blink of an eye, the third class was over. Luo Chen closed his textbook and stretched. He felt a little dizzy from reading so much. Just wanted to go out for some fresh air. You like physics so much? Suddenly, a soft and sticky voice sounded beside my ear. Luo Chen's movement to get up suddenly paused. Su Yuner actually took the initiative to talk to him? Although it's not a big deal, it's indeed incredible considering Su Yuner's personality. Su Yuner was looking at him sideways, her hair covering part of her face, but her clear and beautiful eyes were already looking into his eyes. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little happy. Is the relationship progressing so quickly? He was a little surprised. Su Yuner was originally just curious why Luo Chen kept reading physics, but she didn't expect Luo Chen to have this reaction. A blush appeared on that fair face and she quickly looked away. Her little heart began to beat faster. Cough. Luo Chen recovered, coughed lightly, and said, "It's not that I like you, it's that I'm not good at physics and chemistry." Su Yuner's face was still blushing. Oh. She nodded. Luo Chen naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to chat, so he asked, "Are you good at physics?" Su Yuner dodged her gaze and said, It's okay." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled, "Then, can you teach me?" Su Yuner raised her hand awkwardly to adjust her bangs. Luo Chen instantly lost interest in going out for some fresh air, and grabbed Su Yuner and started chatting. The last class in the morning is English class. Su Chuyu sat in her seat, her beautiful face still puffed up. She glanced at Luo Chen secretly. At this glance, I saw Luo Chen and Su Yuner were chatting happily. Her uncomfortable feeling resurfaced again. Snort! Such an obscene smile. Luo Chen, you were the one who provoked me, so don't blame me for not giving you face. Thinking about what was about to happen, her little pink fists began to clench. Let you be cruel to me. You deserve it. She looked away angrily. Ring ring ring. The class bell rang. Su Chuyu sat up straight, a wicked smile barely visible on her beautiful face. It makes me happy just thinking about it. I saw a young female teacher with big wavy hair walking in from outside. Su Chuyu stood up. Stand up. All the students stood up and shouted weakly, "Good morning, teacher." Soon, the course was in order. Luo Chen is still immersed in physical chemistry, and he has been almost going crazy studying it these past 2 days. Before I knew it, the course was halfway through. The teacher put down the chalk and said, "The college entrance examination is coming soon. I remind you again that you must not lose points in the listening comprehension test." I copied 2 copies of the listening content of the college entrance examination in previous years and asked 2 students who are good at English to read it. The other students listened carefully and found the answers to these questions on the blackboard for me. The students became excited. Students who are good at English? Soon, those burning gazes fell on Su Chuyu. Who is good at English? Who is good at spoken English? No doubt about it, Su Chuyu. There was a subtle curve at the corner of Su Chuyu's mouth, and a gleam of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Damn Luo Chen, just wait for your embarrassment. Chuyu, come here. The teacher said with a smile. Su Chuyu stood up obediently. The teacher looked around, pondered, and said, "The other one." She really couldn't find another person. Su Chuyu raised her hand and said, "Teacher, I recommend Luo Chen. Let him study with me." When these words came out, everyone's eyes widened. Hearing this, Luo Chen looked at Su Chuyu in astonishment. This girl, what does she want to do? Chapter 19, Pure Accent, shocking everyone. All the students had confused expressions on their faces. Is this a recommendation? This is a humiliation. Soon, a few people led by Li Hao began to laugh out loud. Although Luo Chen completed his homework in the morning, but, after all, English homework is not difficult, it is basically just copying. This is reading aloud. The teacher also looked at him in surprise and asked, "Chuyu, are you sure?" Luo Chen felt helpless when he heard this. He understood. Su Chuyu is taking personal revenge. Sure. Teacher, yesterday Luo Chen said he wanted to reform himself and study hard. I finished my English homework again today. I think, maybe he really wants to change his ways. We should give this kind of student with a fighting spirit a chance. She spoke clearly and seriously. Luo Chen rolled his eyes fiercely. Quite eloquent. The teacher's mouth twitched slightly. This thing is not something you can learn just by making up your mind to change your ways. But since Su Chuyu said so, she could only give him face. All right. Then Luo Chen, come and read this dialogue with Chuyu, she said with a headache. Chi. A sneer sounded in the class, and those sarcastic eyes fell on Luo Chen again. Luo Chen stood up and said, Teacher, I don't know how to do it. Let's change to another student. After saying that, he sat down. He is not the kind of person who likes to show off. English is not stressful for him. He would rather spend his time studying physics. He is still waiting to get into a good university with Su Yuner. Whispering sound. A voice of disdain suddenly rang out in the class. The teacher also relaxed a lot. All right. Then. But before he could finish his words, Su Chuyu's stubborn voice rang out again. Teacher, I believe him. Students like this need encouragement. If Luo Chen really makes a comeback, he will be a role model for our entire class. He can do it. There was a cold expression on her face, which was inconsistent with what she was saying. All the students' eyes lit up. They naturally sensed Su Chuyu's strange attitude. Now that they had said that, what about Luo Chen? Soon, all those malicious gazes focused on Luo Chen. Su Yuner pursed her lips. She lowered her head and muttered softly, what a bully. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized that Su Yuner seemed to be very familiar with him. You said this out loud? He immediately felt in a good mood, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The teacher also felt helpless. She turned her gaze to Luo Chen and asked, Luo Chen, is this possible? The other students stared at him mockingly. A sneer appeared on Luo Chen's lips. He stood up slowly and said, since our English class representative trusts me so much, I can't let her down. Okay, come on then. Xie. The sound of sneering was heard again all around. You really agreed? Are you crazy? As expected, the confession brother is very dignified. This method of provoking him is very effective. Dignity? If you can't read a single word later, then your dignity will be wiped out. Ha ha ha. There was a murmur of discussion around. The teacher shook his head helplessly. Okay, in that case, then you too should read this conversation, she said slowly. Su Chuyu and Luo Chen also stepped forward, took the A4 paper copied by the teacher, and returned to their seats. Su Chuyu opened her red lips slightly. Hi David, do you have a minute to talk? The standard British English echoed in the classroom, coupled with the pleasant and melodious voice, making the sentence form a strange beauty. Wow! The other students looked on in amazement. A smug arc appeared at the corner of Su Chuyu's mouth, and his sharp eyes were still staring closely. Snort! Damn Luo Chen, this is what happened to Miss Xiong Ben. Soon, those mocking glances were directed at Luo Chen. They tried hard to hold back the laughter in their hearts, waiting for Luo Chen to speak and burst out. Luo Chen's mouth curled up subtly, and he said calmly, sure. You look unhappy. What's the matter? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on everyone's faces in the class suddenly froze. The teacher suddenly looked up, his eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. The other students' expressions that were about to laugh at them were instantly petrified. Although it was just a simple sentence, the spoken language. Luo Chen's speech was not as clear and standard as Su Chuyu's, but that accent gave everyone an illusion. It feels like I'm not in class, but watching an English movie. Because the feeling and tone of Luo Chen speaking are exactly the same as those foreigners in the movies. Such an authentic accent. Su Yuner couldn't help but raise her head, her little mouth slightly open, her clear eyes also full of shock. Su Chuyu's provocative look froze and gradually turned into confusion. The whole class fell silent in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Luo Chen's mouth curled up subtly, and he continued, has the cat got your tongue? This sentence is not in the conversation content. The students were silent. The teacher's eyes lit up, and there was a gleam of light in his eyes. That expression, one of uncontrollable surprise. This. Su Chuyu clenched her fists, feeling equally confused. However, that spirit of not admitting defeat emerged. She continued to speak according to the dialogue in the textbook, but, no matter what she said, Luo Chen responded calmly, still with that pure accent. All the students have been petrified. Only the excitement on the teacher's face became more and more intense. The more Su Chuyu spoke, the more she felt something was wrong. Because her father was in business, she had many opportunities to communicate with foreigners in English over the years. This was her most confident area. However, facing Luo Chen at this moment, she actually felt a little frustrated. The key point is that every time she hesitated, Luo Chen would ask her in English that was not related to the conversation. This made her feel overwhelmed. Soon, the conversation ended. Su Chuyu was already sweating profusely. She stared at Luo Chen in shock, her heart filled with confusion. For the last math problem, Luo Chen might still have a chance to predict the answer. But today, it was definitely improvisation. Chapter 20 Chuyu is shaken? Absolutely impossible. Okay, please sit down. I didn't expect that classmate Luo Chen would actually start studying hard. The teacher spoke excitedly, his eyes still shining. Su Chuyu sat down. She clenched her fists, her heart still filled with confusion. She doesn't understand. Even if Luo Chen really starts to study hard, but can he learn it in a day or two? This moment, Luo Chen's image suddenly became mysterious in her mind. The plan failed. Su Chuyu should obviously be very angry, but she was completely immersed in the shocking feeling and had no intention of getting angry at all. She glanced at Luo Chen secretly. Why did he seem like a completely different person after I rejected him? At the same time, a complicated feeling spread from my heart. The shocked gazes of the other students were also fixed on Luo Chen. They don't understand either. The teacher was praising on the stage and was particularly excited. Luo Chen wasn't interested either. After years of growth, I had become immune to those words of praise. You are so amazing. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded beside my ear. Luo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. I am immune to compliments, but not to Su Yuner's words. Su Yuner was looking at him sideways, her delicate face full of surprise. He smiled calmly and said, "It's okay. You can do it too." Su Yuner felt a little complicated when she heard this. I can? What she heard most over the years was all kinds of ridicule and disgust, and no one ever gave her any affirmation. These words made her feel a little dazed. At the same time, the distance between her and Luo Chen in her heart was also quietly narrowing. Su Chuyu looked at Luo Chen, who was chatting with a smile on his face, pursed her lips, and her little pink fists under the table began to clench involuntarily. That uncomfortable feeling resurfaced. She didn't know why she felt uncomfortable, but when she saw Luo Chen treating her differently, she couldn't control the feeling at all. Stinky Luo Chen. Hate you. She angrily withdrew her gaze and focused on the content of the conversation. At the same time, Luo Chen's magnetic, pure English accent began to echo in her mind. I don't know why. Su Chuyu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. What are you regretting? Su Chuyu was immersed in his own emotions, and his eyes were a little confused. Do you regret rejecting him? Thinking of this, a charming blush quickly appeared on Su Chuyu's beautiful face. Impossible. How is this possible? Snort. Su Chuyu shook his head vigorously, throwing away the complicated thoughts in his mind. Pity. It's a tangled mess that can't be sorted out. Get out of class is over. Su Chuyu and Wang Miling left the classroom together and went to the toilet. First language. Can you come over here for a moment? I want to tell you something. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard. Su Chuyu looked in the direction of the voice, her brows slightly furrowed, and her beautiful face was instantly filled with coldness. The person who spoke was Li Yuan. Su Chuyu glanced at Li Yuan coldly, then walked towards the pavilion not far away. There's no one here at this time. She entered the pavilion and asked coldly, what do you want to say? The surveillance video showed that it was Li Yuan who sent her to Luo Chen's room that day. If Luo Chen hadn't reminded her, she would have found Li Yuan long ago. Li Yuan stepped forward quickly, her face full of anxiety. Stop. Su Chuyu gave a delicate cry. Li Yuan said with a bitter face, Chuyu, you must believe me, I really didn't mean it. I drank too much that day too. I saw that Luo Chen's room door was open, and I thought it was the waiter who opened it, so I sent him in. And I really didn't see Luo Chen when I went in. Will you believe me? I really don't know. I swear to God. After he finished speaking, he raised 3 fingers with a very sincere expression. Su Chuyu frowned slightly. Her father is a business tycoon, so he has been cultivating her ability to judge people since she was a child. Li Yuanyuan's expression is very sincere. Didn't see it? She said coldly. Regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or not, this matter, how could she not be angry? Li Yuanyuan was almost crying. She said sincerely, I really didn't see it. Luo Chen was curled up in the quilt, I couldn't see him. I really don't know. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes gleamed, and she asked, I didn't see him, but I knew he was wrapped in the quilt. Li Yuanyuan, are you conflicted? Her keen perception quickly discovered the contradiction in this statement. Li Yuanyuan quickly explained, you didn't know when I sent you there. I only found out Luo Chen was inside the quilt after I looked at the photos. Su Chuyu's expression froze slightly. Photo? Did you take pictures? There was a hint of anxiety in her tone. If this photo was seen by others, wouldn't she be dead? Li Yuanyuan quickly waved her hands and explained, I took the photo to send it to you. I wanted to tell you the next day that I completed the task and successfully sent you to the hotel. Then I was so busy the next day that I forgot. You don't know that I'm taking pictures? Su Chuyu frowned slightly. This explanation is reasonable. Li Yuanyuan is rigorous in her work and it is indeed something she can do. She said coldly, you didn't send it to me, how do I know you took the photo? Li Yuanyuan was slightly stunned. Yes. I didn't post it, and I didn't show it to anyone else. Then, how did Luo Chen know that I took the photo? It was not until this moment that she discovered the problem and her puzzled look turned to Su Chuyu. Su Chuyu frowned slightly. Luo Chen? Now when she heard the word Luo Chen, a strange emotion would emerge in her heart. Li Yuanyuan nodded. He stopped me after school yesterday. He asked me why he wanted to hurt you, and I was stunned. Later he asked me to turn over the photos. It was only after I looked at the photos that I realized there was a person wrapped in the quilt. Su Chuyu's little heart beat vigorously twice. Is this to vent her anger? Snort. Since you care about me, why are you so mean to me? Chapter 21 School Beauty Chuyu, go find Luo Chen? She pursed her lips and thought angrily, her expression hinting at resentment. First language? Li Yuanyuan waved her hands and looked at him in confusion. Only then did Su Chuyu come to his senses from that little emotion, and his expression returned to its calm state. She focused her thoughts on the key point of the matter. What about the photos? She asked. Li Yuanyuan said hurriedly, the photo has been deleted by Luo Chen. He deleted it himself. If you don't believe me, ask Luo Chen. Real. Su Chuyu pursed his lips. Deleted? She was immersed in this matter, thinking silently. Li Yuanyuan was still looking at him sincerely, with anxiety still on her face. For a long time. Su Chuyu then sighed slightly and said, okay, I understand. Her tone was not as cold anymore, but it contained a hint of helplessness. Li Yuanyuan grabbed Su Chuyu's arm and said anxiously, Chuyu, I really didn't mean it. I really don't know. Su Chuyu nodded. I know, it's just a misunderstanding. She is very smart. Putting aside the sincere emotions at the moment, if Li Yuanyuan really did it on purpose, she would not have explained to her. Moreover, the photo was still in Li Yuanyuan's hands at the time, and she had many choices. At least, he could threaten her with many things. But Su Chuyu also couldn't understand how Luo Chen knew that Li Yuanyuan took the photos? And deleted it on the spot? Snort! You stinky Luo Chen, since you helped me vent my anger and deleted the photos, I will forgive you a little bit. Unconsciously, those two thin lips outlined a slight curve. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, the fourth class was over. The other students quickly stood up and rushed to the cafeteria. Only Luo Chen and Su Yuner were left. Su Yuner also felt a little unnatural again. Let's go eat. Luo Chen stood up and murmured. Ah. Su Yuner said nervously, I won't go, you go and eat. There was really no other way yesterday, and there is naturally no need for it today. Luo Chen had naturally anticipated this. He said slowly, yesterday you said you didn't dislike me, right? Su Yuner nodded. No. I don't mind. She responded seriously. The corners of Luo Chen's mouth slowly curved into an arc. That's good. I'll tell you again, if you dislike me, just tell me. If you don't, I'll assume you don't dislike me," he said slowly. Su Yun'er's face was full of confusion. Although she didn't understand, she still nodded. But I haven't thought about it much yet. Suddenly, Luo Chen raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. This. Su Yun'er's beautiful eyes were full of confusion, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. "Student Luo Chen, what are you doing? You let me go." She struggled slightly, but couldn't get free. Luo Chen had a sly smile on his face. "Can you let go? Then let's go eat? If you don't want to go, I can only drag you out like this. There are a lot of classmates outside, and it's not good to be seen by others." He said it very calmly. This. Su Yun'er hesitated. Luo Chen pretended to use force. Su Yun'er finally couldn't help it and said quickly, I'll go with you, you let me go." Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, let's go. Remember this next time. We can skip all these steps and just follow me. Do you know?" He walked forward and gave instructions. Su Yun'er lowered her head and did not respond, her face already flushed. She was still immersed in the fact that Luo Chen had grabbed her wrist. Soon, we arrived at the cafeteria. Luo Chen originally wanted to go get some food. Su Yun'er's timid voice sounded behind her. Luo Chen, where can I recharge my meal card? Can you take me there?" Luo Chen asked in confusion, "Why are you charging your meal card?" Su Yun'er lowered her head and whispered, Today I will treat you to a meal." Although she was reluctant to spend money, Luo Chen had already treated her to a meal once, so there was naturally no reason for Luo Chen to spend money again this time. Luo Chen shook his head and smiled, saying, "No, I still have quite a bit of money in my meal card. If I don't spend it now, I won't be able to spend it all before the college entrance examination." Su Yun'er bit it lightly with her pearly teeth. "But..." Luo Chen interrupted with a wave of his hand and said with a smile, "No buts, didn't you say last time that you could teach me physics and chemistry? Well, I'll treat you to a meal as your tutoring fee. This is much more cost-effective than taking extra classes outside, and I'm making money." Su Yun'er clenched her fists. She naturally understood that Luo Chen had no need to ask her for tutoring and he just wanted to treat her to a meal. But she didn't know what to say. Luo Chen made a prompt decision and said, "It's settled. Go find a place to sit. I'm going to get some food." That tone gave her an unquestionable feeling. Luo Chen left. Su Yun'er looked at Luo Chen's back, feeling a little complicated in her heart. Why did he buy me food? Su Yun'er found a place to sit down, but was still thinking about this question in her heart. Not far away, there was a pair of eyes watching her. Wang Miling gently touched Su Chuyu with her arm and said, "Chuyu, what do you think this new student looks like? Does he have a birthmark? Why does he cover himself so tightly every day?" Su Chuyu glanced at it casually. Just in time. I saw Luo Chen sitting down opposite Su Yun'er. Su Chuyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and an uncomfortable feeling suddenly surged in his heart. The key is. Luo Chen also brought a lunchbox to Su Yun'er. She gripped the chopsticks with a little force and her little mouth couldn't help but start to dig. First language? Wang Miling stretched out her hand and waved it gently in front of Su Chuyu, looking at him in confusion. Su Chuyu clenched her fists and said, "Let's go eat somewhere else." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up his lunchbox and strode towards Luo Chen. Wang Miling looked at him in confusion. Although he was puzzled, he quickly picked up his lunchbox and followed. Su Chuyu standing up immediately attracted the attention of many classmates. They also looked at it in confusion. Luo Chen naturally didn't notice it. He picked up the chopsticks and said, "Eat more. It will be a waste if you can't finish it." Su Yun'er pursed her lips and muttered softly, "I can't finish it." You bought so much." Luo Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Dare to refute? There is progress," he said confidently. "I like to eat more dishes." Su Yun'er didn't respond and started eating. Luo Chen smiled. From today on, Su Yun'er's malnutrition problem has been solved. The key is. He found that controlling this little girl was still as easy as ever. He picked up a piece of braised pork, and before he put it in his mouth, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew beside him. "Ha!" Luo Chen frowned slightly. When he looked sideways, he found Su Chuyu sitting next to him. "Pop. Wang Miling also put the lunchbox on the table and sat next to Su Yuner. Su Yuner suddenly became nervous when she saw this. She lowered her head slightly and covered her face with her hair. Seeing this, the students around him also showed angry expressions on their faces. Su Chuyu went to find Luo Chen and took the initiative to sit next to Luo Chen. Chapter 22, No one else wants it, only Luo Chen? The suitors, led by Lu Hao, clenched their fists and looked on with jealousy. What are you doing here? Luo Chen frowned and asked. He just wanted Su Yuner to finish the meal easily. With Su Chuyu coming, she wouldn't have it easy. Su Chuyu's pretty face was filled with a cold expression. Wang Miling said dissatisfiedly, "This cafeteria is owned by your family? We can sit wherever we want, why do you have to control us?" Su Chuyu ignored him, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. But her eyes couldn't help but glance at Su Yuner. Unfortunately, there is nothing to see. Luo Chen frowned. Although I am dissatisfied, there is nothing I can refute about these words. Luo Chen turned his gaze to Su Yuner and said, "Don't worry about them. Eat slowly and pretend they don't exist." Su Chuyu paused while eating. The uncomfortable feeling in her heart became stronger. She doesn't understand. Is it because I rejected him that he became so cold to me? Then why did he still question Li Yuan? Su Chuyu felt a little confused. Su Yuner didn't look up, but nodded slightly. She looked like a frightened little white rabbit, extremely nervous. Luo Chen felt a little distressed. He picked up a chicken leg from the lunchbox and put it in Su Yuner's bowl. Su Yuner didn't react and continued eating. Whispering sound. Seeing this, Wang Miling made a disgusted sound and rolled her eyes. Su Chuyu's eyes were fixed on the chicken leg. She felt sour in her heart. "Luo Chen, I want to eat too." She raised her head and looked at Luo Chen's face, and said softly. There was no emotion in the tone, it was very calm. She didn't know why she said that. It seemed that the sour feeling stimulated him and he said it involuntarily. Wang Miling's disgusted expression froze on her face in an instant. She widened her eyes and stared at Su Chuyu in disbelief. Lu Hao and others' eyes widened instantly. Luo Chen was also confused. He looked at Su Chuyu in confusion, he really couldn't understand. In the past, Su Chuyu wished that he would stay away from her, so why is she taking the initiative to get closer to him now? Want more chicken legs? But Luo Chen didn't take it seriously. He still remembers the English homework clearly, who knows if Su Chuyu has any other conspiracy? Auntie still has some. Go buy some if you want to eat. I'm not selling it, he said casually and continued eating. When Su Chuyu saw Luo Chen's casual attitude, she felt a slight pain in her heart. She glanced at the other chicken leg in Luo Chen's bowl, looked away, and continued eating. Only. There was a hint of moisture in her beautiful eyes, and she was trying hard to control her tears from flowing out. She didn't know why. But she was so sad. Although Wang Miling was confused, she also felt dissatisfied in her heart. Luo Chen. How can you be so stingy as a grown man? It's just a chicken drumstick. Have you forgotten the time when you tried so hard to stuff food into Chuyu's bowl? Wang Miling pointed at Luo Chen with chopsticks and said dissatisfiedly. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. He said calmly, "Have you also forgotten the time when she threw the chicken drumstick I stuffed into the trash can? I didn't even touch that chicken drumstick. Just because I put it in her bowl, she even threw away the bowl of rice. I still remember it clearly, so it's better not to embarrass myself." After he finished speaking, he started eating. This. Wang Miling wanted to refute, but she didn't know what to say. Su Chuyu's delicate body trembled. The memory of that day that Luo Chen mentioned also emerged in her mind. She did. Because he thought the chicken leg that Luo Chen had touched was dirty, he threw away the whole bowl of rice and ridiculed Luo Chen. Su Chuyu lowered his head. She didn't know what to feel in her heart. She was confused and full of regret. If Luo Chen hadn't brought up this matter, she would never have remembered that such a thing had happened between them in her life. Looking back now, it was so much. Luo Chen continued eating. Chu Yu. What's the point of talking to a guy like him? I have it here, give it to you. And mine. You should eat them all, Chu Yu. I have some here too. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Lu Hao and the other two boys had already gathered at the edge of the table, grabbing their chicken legs and trying to put them into Su Chuyu's bowl. Snort! Wang Miling snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Did you see that? What do you think is so great about you? Let me tell you, we Chuyu have many suitors. You think a broken chicken leg is a good thing? If you don't give it to me, there are plenty of people who will give it to me." As he finished speaking, his expression began to become smug. Lu Hao and the other two boys also sneered, with excitement on their faces. Luo Chen ignored it. The next moment, Su Chuyu raised his hand to cover his bowl. Her pretty face was slightly cold, and she said coldly, "Take it away, I think it's dirty." This. As soon as these words were spoken, the smug expression on Wang Miling's face froze. The chicken legs that Lu Hao and his friends were originally putting into Su Chuyu's bowl suddenly stopped in mid-air. They were stunned. "Chuyu, didn't you say you wanted to eat chicken legs?" Lu Gang asked confusedly. The other two boys also looked puzzled. Su Chuyu put down her chopsticks, raised her head, and her pretty face was full of coldness that kept people at a distance. "First, is it you who called Chuyu?" she said coldly. This. Lu Hao and others showed embarrassed expressions on their faces when they heard this. Su Chuyu continued, "Second, I'm asking Luo Chen for it." "I'm asking you guys for it?" That look was filled with chilling coldness. Lu Hao and others were confused. What the fuck does this mean? I don't want what they gave me, so I only want Luo Chen's? Chapter 23, Too Much Bullying? I won't tolerate you. Many people around were watching. Lu Hao felt that his dignity was being pressed to the ground and rubbed hard. Naturally, he couldn't hate Su Chuyu, and his vicious gaze instantly turned to Luo Chen, his back teeth almost breaking. "Luo Chen, just wait." Wang Miling also looked at him in confusion. She really didn't understand what Su Chuyu was thinking. Luo Chen was also a little surprised. Although he was puzzled, he had no interest and lowered his head to continue eating. Su Chuyu was destined not to be the same kind of person as him. He was too lazy to put any thought on Su Chuyu. If he had that thought, wouldn't it be better to just take care of Yuna? Su Chuyu tried hard to calm herself down. "I'm done." After she said this coldly, she took her lunchbox and walked towards the faucet. Wang Miling glanced at Luo Chen angrily and said in a low voice, "Luo Chen, you are going too far." After he finished speaking, he left angrily. Luo Chen had no interest in paying any attention. Su Chuyu's departure made the nervous Su Yuna relax a lot. "You guys don't have a very good relationship?" she asked puzzledly. Luo Chen looked into those clear eyes and responded with a smile, "I have nothing to do with them." Time passes. No matter what subject he was taking, Luo Chen always focused on physics and chemistry. But the second to last class is not possible. Physical education class. Accompanied by the ringing of the school bell, all the students in Class 5 of Grade 3 had lined up in the playground. The physical education teacher in sportswear walked over from a distance. The students were full of passion. My favorite class in high school is naturally physical education. In the crowd, Lu Hao's fierce gaze was always fixed on Luo Chen, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He was already very dissatisfied with Luo Chen, and after what happened this afternoon, he had begun to bear a grudge against Luo Chen. The teacher glanced around and said, "The college entrance examination is coming soon, but students should also pay attention to combining work and rest. There is not much content in the physical education class today, so I plan to organize a basketball game within the class. Girls are free to move around, boys. Hey, Lu Hao, pick out the people in your class who can play basketball, gather 10 of them, and use this class to have a game." "Yeah." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls in the class cheered happily. When Lu Hao heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Okay, teacher." As soon as he finished speaking, that malicious gaze was cast on Luo Chen, and a sneer slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The opportunity is here. Soon, Lu Hao began to make arrangements. Although almost all the boys in the class can play basketball, their levels are uneven, and it is not easy to get 10 of them to play. Lu Hao started selecting people. Luo Chen is among them. "Teacher, I've chosen it. These 10 people are all good. They are the best at playing basketball in the class." He took the list of names to the teacher and pointed them out one by one. The teacher nodded slightly and said, "Okay, you arrange the team. There happens to be a competition in the city soon. I want to see if there are any particularly good ones. If they are really good, they will have the opportunity to represent our school in the competition. A sneer slowly appeared on Lu Hao's lips. Although their basketball skills are excellent, the school has its own basketball team after all, and they were selected only as substitutes. Then this opportunity will naturally be used to teach Luo Chen a lesson. He was already beginning to look forward to it. Wang Jun, Lu Zhe, Xia Ran and Zhang Wenbing, we are a team of 5. Luo Chen, Lu Tao, Bai Long, Lu Jun and Zhao Chang, the 5 of you will form a team. Lu Hao quickly made arrangements. Wang Jun and Lu Zhe looked at each other and sneered. They are the 2 people next to Lu Hao in the cafeteria at noon today. There are only 3 of them who are good at playing basketball in the whole class. If the 3 of them are grouped together, then what are the players on the other side supposed to play? Luo Chen also found something wrong. He said calmly, "Don't choose me. I can't play basketball. Choose someone else." He has no interest in this kind of thing. After all, he is no longer a child and has no thoughts about such grudges. Many people in the class showed sarcastic smiles. Although the girls had disbanded, they were still quite interested in this kind of basketball game and were all watching over here. Among them are Su Yuner and Su Chuyu. Lu Hao took a glance. When he saw Su Chuyu in the crowd, he felt like he had taken stimulants. He said calmly, "There is no one else but you. Teacher, do you think this arrangement of mine is okay?" He didn't give Luo Chen a chance to explain and turned around and walked towards the teacher's seat. The teacher waved gently. "It's up to you." Lu Hao turned his gaze to Luo Chen. He sneered and said, "Luo Chen, the teacher has agreed, so it's settled. It's okay. If you're really scared of us, you can tell us. I'll save some face for you, okay?" The other 2 students also showed mocking smiles in their eyes when they heard this. Many girls looked at Luo Chen with sympathy. "Luo Chen, it's terrible." Lu Zhe and Wang Jun had playful smiles on their faces as they waited silently. Luo Chen glanced at it calmly. He naturally felt Lu Hao's eagerness for revenge. "I didn't mean to attract attention, but this is a bit too much." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Let's not do it. You are the sports committee member of our class. If I beat you, where will you put your face?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was speechless. Those who originally had some compassion changed their stance at this moment and looked at Luo Chen with great disgust. How can the confession brother be so arrogant? I give in. If you pity him too much, you should be humiliated. Seriously humiliated. He's so pretentious. Doesn't he know his own level? He can run 2 miles for a 3-step shot. How can he beat Lu Hao? There were bursts of discussion all around. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously. In the entire high school, there was no one he cared about except Su Yuner. Reputation or impression didn't matter to him. Lu Hao is going too far. Then, of course, we can't spoil him. Chapter 24 shows off his brilliance and shocks everyone. Wang Miling in the crowd had a look of disgust on her face. How can a person be so shameless? How did he come up with such a lie? How shameless. She rolled her eyes at Luo Chen and muttered. Su Chuyu did not respond. Her complicated eyes were staring quietly at Luo Chen. That strange feeling became stronger and stronger. In the past, Luo Chen would never have been able to say such words. Lu Zhe and Wang Jun squatted on the ground, holding their stomachs and laughing. Lu Hao was almost laughing to the point of tears. He waved his hands with difficulty and said, "No. It's okay. I will definitely be willing to lose to you. Since you've already said something harsh, then don't just stand there. Come and try it? I can't wait to see how you torture me." That look was full of teasing. The people around also had speechless and choked expressions. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Good. Since the sports commissioner wants to be abused so much, then I have to fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the basketball court. Lu Hao, Lu Zhe, and Wang Jun looked at each other and sneered. Soon, both teams headed towards the stadium. Lu Hao and the others had sneers on their faces and were full of fighting spirit. In contrast, Luo Chen's other 4 teammates were all dejected and helpless. All the boys followed, their faces filled with expressions of watching a show. Girls also love watching the game, and many of them came over. Su Chuyu looked at him with complicated eyes. Luo Chen's words in the cafeteria were still echoing in her mind. She thought about it for a long time. For 3 whole years, Luo Chen owed her nothing, but she owed Luo Chen too much. Wang Meiling excitedly pulled Su Chuyu's hand and said, "Chuyu, let's go watch the show. Luo Chen is going to be tortured. You can finally vent your anger." This. Su Chuyu clenched her fists. I don't know why. Thinking of how Luo Chen would be beaten to a pulp by Lu Hao and the others in a while, she felt a little bit of resistance. I don't want to go. What's there for me to vent my anger about? She shook her head and said. Wang Meiling was still excited and said, "Oh, go ahead. Luo Chen has been so arrogant these past 2 days. He dares to be mean to you. I rejected his confession, but he's still so arrogant? Let's see how he has the nerve to walk out of the stadium later. Come on, Chuyu, we have to see it." After he finished speaking, he pulled Su Chuyu towards the edge of the court. This. Su Chuyu didn't know what excuse to make, and in the end she couldn't persuade Wang Meiling anymore, so she was forced to follow. Su Yuner saw Luo Chen in the middle of the court at a glance. She stopped, a little curious. Just then, Luo Chen looked over. Su Yuner quickly lowered her head, and a blush quickly appeared on her fair face. A smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. Although I don't want to be in the spotlight, I'm still willing to show off in front of Su Yuner. Soon, everyone arrived. The teacher stood at the dividing line with one hand in his pocket, holding a basketball, and both sides quickly got into position. The students around him couldn't help shaking their heads. The other 3, Lu Hao, are all tall. The shortest, Lu Hao, is about 1.8 meters tall. The remaining 2, although not tall, are strong. On the other hand, Luo Chen. Luo Chen's height was acceptable, about 1.78 meters, but the other 4 were short and small, and they all looked dejected. Is it still necessary to play this game? Start by fighting for the ball. Luo Chen and the tallest Lu Zhe on the opposite side were standing in the middle and long position. The tallest Lu Zhe, with a height of 1.85 meters, was almost higher than Luo Chen. Lu Hao had a sneer on his face and a fierce look in his eyes. Luo Chen. Now. I will return all the humiliation I incurred yesterday and at noon to you. Wang Meiling watched with excitement and also couldn't wait to see Luo Chen being completely defeated. Su Chuyu lowered her head and clenched her fists. Meiling, why don't we go? But before she could finish her words, Wang Meiling grabbed her hand and said excitedly, "The first language will start soon. Hurry up and watch, don't miss the wonderful scene. Luo Chen is going to be embarrassed." After hearing this, Su Chuyu felt even more resistant. I don't know why. At this moment, she had no interest in seeing Luo Chen make a fool of himself. The teacher glanced around and said, "We don't have that much time. 10 balls, the game is over, 3 points count as 2. Do you understand the rules?" Lu Hao and his friends shouted loudly, "I understand, teacher." The momentum was huge. On the other hand, no one responded to Luo Chen's question. Luo Chen looked at Lu Zhe in front of him, with a sneer on his face. "You are still you. But I am no longer the same person I was in my previous life." In his previous life, he was not good at basketball and had no interest in it at all. However, after practicing Sanda, my abilities in all aspects have been significantly improved. After several attempts, I fell in love with the sport of basketball. This is also the only sport he loves. The teacher put the whistle in his mouth and blew the whistle the moment he threw the basketball into the air. Luo Chen and Lu Zhe quickly stepped forward and jumped. Wang Meiling looked disdainful and said, "Fighting for the ball with Lu Zhe? How dare Luo Chen? He overestimates his own abilities." Su Chuyu clenched her fists, somewhat afraid to look. The students around him also looked at him with mockery on their faces after hearing this. Lu Zhe jumped first and stretched out his hand to hit the basketball, preparing to hit it into the hands of his teammates. It's just that he didn't control the timing of his jump well, it was a little bit early. Fortunately, the basketball also fell into his hands. He didn't take Luo Chen seriously at all. Just when he was about to hit the ball, a hand appeared in front of him without warning. Bang! Luo Chen slapped the basketball and knocked it away. The basketball fell into the hands of Luo Chen's team. This. Lu Zhe was stunned when he saw this. Are you kidding? The mocking smiles on the faces of Wang Meiling and others froze slightly. How could it be? Did Lu Zhe never snatch Luo Chen? Chapter 25 Luo Chen blocks the shot. Everyone is stunned. Her face was full of confusion. When Su Chuyu heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes and he couldn't help but raise his head. Unfortunately, I didn't see it. She didn't know why she had this reaction, it was like an instinct that she couldn't control. Lu Hao shouted in a low voice, "Lu Zhe, what are you doing?" He quickly stepped forward to defend. Luo Chen didn't hesitate at all and rushed to the three-point line in the bottom corner. Although my physical fitness is not as good as in my previous life, I still have the experience after all. Lu Zhe and his men ignored Luo Chen at all, and there was no one defending at all. Luo Chen stood in the bottom corner and shouted, "Ball." Pity. The student with the ball was like a crab, staring at his basketball and moving with difficulty, and it seemed like he couldn't even shoot the ball well. Luo Chen felt helpless when he saw this. He stood there silently. Whispering sound. Luo Chen is still asking for the ball? He wants to shoot a three-pointer? Can he reach the basket? Wang Meili muttered angrily. The classmates around him nodded in agreement. Su Chuyu felt inexplicably annoyed when hearing this, but she ignored it and her eyes couldn't help but fall on Luo Chen. Even though I will be abused, but Luo Chen has already grabbed the ball, so it wouldn't be too embarrassing even if he lost, right? She didn't know why she was thinking these things. Lu Hao seized the opportunity and quickly went around to the position of the student with the ball from behind. Seeing this, Luo Chen shook his head slightly, and without hesitation, ran directly to his own backboard. Lu Hao quickly made a sneak attack and stole the ball. Wow! Wang Meiling instantly let out an excited shout, and the crowd had the same reaction. Many girls stared with shining eyes. Lu Hao is good looking to begin with, and as a sports student, he is strong and healthy, so he is naturally popular with girls. Pity. He only had Su Chuyu in his eyes, so naturally no one else had a chance. However, this does not stop them from appreciating Lu Hao. Lu Hao sneered, dribbled the ball faster, and rushed to the opposite side quickly. The others quickly started chasing, but Lu Hao had already left them behind. All the students were watching with great anticipation. Especially the group of girls, they were ready to scream. Lu Hao was also preparing for this highlight moment. Soon, it was halftime. I thought I could make a cool layup with no one around, but I found that Luo Chen was already standing under the backboard. When did it pass? Lu Hao frowned slightly. But soon, a cold smile appeared on his face again. What a godsend! He has already started fantasizing in his mind. Judging from Luo Chen's posture, he would definitely jump to block the shot. If he did a three-step slam dunk and used his body to knock Luo Chen away in the process, wouldn't that be so cool? After he lands, he will show off his muscles to Su Chuyu. So cool! His excited heart began to beat wildly, as if he could already hear the screams outside the stadium. He quickly increased his speed to the extreme and took the first step at the free throw line. Wang Meiling grabbed Su Chuyu's hand excitedly and started to use force. The other students are full of expectations. Only Su Chuyu clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with nervousness. She has already felt Lu Hao's momentum. At the same time, Lu Hao had already taken the second step and jumped. His whole body was tense, ready to crash into Luo Chen the moment he jumped up to block the shot. His blood was boiling. The other two team members stopped and looked at the scene before them. Lu Zhe and Wang Jun were extremely excited. The emotions of all the students outside the venue instantly reached an extreme level. Lu Hao jumped. He caught the ball with one hand and smashed it directly towards the basket. However, Luo Chen did not defend directly as he expected, but dodged sideways. Avoided? Grass. Coward. Lu Hao was immediately disappointed and could only slam the ball into the basket with all his strength. Although he failed to slam dunk, he showed his momentum. However, just when the basketball was about to slip out of his hand, suddenly, a hand rose in front of Lu Hao and went straight to the basketball. Lu Hao was stunned when he saw this. He hasn't even reacted yet. Bang! The sound of the palm hitting the basketball was heard. Lu Hao was stunned. He was blocked. Wang Meiling's excited scream was ready to go. Okay, huh? The shout that just came out suddenly stopped. After seeing it clearly, her eyes almost popped out. Luo Chen did not confront him head-on, but dodged and blocked the shot from the side. There was a confused expression on her face. Lu Hao was blocked by Luo Chen. Or was it blocked? The expressions on the other students' faces also froze as they looked at the scene in disbelief. The same is true for Su Chuyu. Her mouth was slightly open, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. No. In the last physical education class, Luo Chen didn't even know how to dribble the ball, so how come he blocked Lu Hao's shot? Lu Hao was completely confused and forgot that he had rushed out with all his strength. His body uncontrollably crashed into the basketball hoop. Bang! He hit the basketball hoop hard and fell to the ground, his face instantly filled with pain. Everyone was silent. Teammates from both teams stood there in a daze, looking on in confusion. The teacher's originally listless eyes suddenly sparkled with joy and surprise. Luo Chen didn't even look at it, he quickly grabbed the ball and rushed towards the opponent's backboard. The dribbling speed is incredibly fast. Lu Zhe and others came to their senses and quickly deployed their formation to prepare for defense. But Luo Chen is too fast. In an instant, he had entered the three-point line, and with a flexible movement, he easily shook Lu Zhe off. He flew up and hooked his hand lightly. Swish! The basketball goes into the net. The whole audience was silent. After Luo Chen stood firm, he ran towards his own backboard with a calm look on his face. The only sound on the entire basketball court was the sound of the basketball bouncing on the ground. Lu Zhe and Wang Jun were dumbfounded. Lu Hao opposite was sitting on the ground in a daze, with a blank expression on his face. The classmates around were also shocked. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 26, The handsome Luo Chen shows his charm. No. How did he get in? This is too smooth, isn't it? Is this Luo Chen? He shook off Lu Zhe and blocked Lu Hao. Can you tell me this is Luo Chen? What? What the hell is this? How do I get in? After a long time, those confused voices sounded. Everyone has a question mark face. Wang Miling's mouth twitched and she was stunned. Su Chuyu was also covering her mouth, with an expression of surprise on her pretty face. Everyone on the court was still, except Luo Chen, who was running towards his own backboard. This moment. Luo Chen is the most dazzling person in the whole venue. Wipe. What are you doing? Don't make any mistakes this time, play well. Lu Hao stood up and growled, suppressing his anger. His voice brought everyone back to reality. The expressions of Lu Zhe and others also became serious and earnest. A sneer appeared on Luo Chen's lips. When Su Chuyu saw that smile, some nerve in her heart was touched slightly. Why does this expression look a little bit handsome? Pooh. Su Chuyu, what are you thinking about? She shook her head and quickly threw the thought out of her mind. Soon, the opponent served the ball. Lu Zhe returned to the backboard, and Wang Jun passed the basketball to Lu Hao outside the three-point line. Luo Chen took the initiative to step forward to defend, with a sneer on his face all the time. Lu Hao smiled contemptuously and asked, "You come to defend me? How dare you?" He kept dribbling the ball between his legs and doing all kinds of fancy moves. Luo Chen was speechless for a while. This posture. It seems like I'm missing a pair of overalls. However, many girls around were fascinated and their eyes were shining. Luo Chen said calmly, "Speak less, it's 24 seconds. Oh. Lu Hao sneered and said mockingly, "It will only take 3 seconds to pass you." As soon as he finished speaking, he made a fake move and changed direction to the right, trying to pass Luo Chen. Who would have thought? Luo Chen had seen through it long ago, and he stretched out his hand steadily and accurately and hit the basketball. Lu Haoren passed by and the ball was gone. He was stupid. As soon as I turned around, I found that Luo Chen had dribbled the ball towards the opposite backboard. No one guarded. His pupils have begun to tremble. Was it intercepted by Luo Chen? The fangirls around were all stunned for a moment, and their confused eyes followed Luo Chen's elegant and graceful figure. Bang! Bang! With 2 brisk steps, Luo Chen scored steadily with a 3-step shot. There was no showmanship, just normal movement. After landing, he slowly walked towards his own backboard. However, this scene made Luo Chen exude a different kind of charm. The students looked at each other in confusion. Su Chuyu pursed her lips, not knowing what to think. Su Yun'er originally wanted to stand there and watch, but the footsteps unknowingly began to approach the edge of the court, and her eyes were attracted by Luo Chen's handsome figure. Lu Zhe asked in confusion, "How's he? What happened to you? Was he intercepted?" Others' eyes also turned to Lu Hao. Lu Hao clenched his fists and felt like his face was on fire. I made a mistake. I took a wrong step. Small problem. I need to start getting serious. His expression turned serious. Soon, the ball kicked off again, and defender Lu Hao was still dribbling the ball. Just after halftime, Luo Chen appeared in front of him again. Lu Hao's expression turned fierce. Luo Chen had a smile on his face and asked, "Are you still going to say something harsh?" Lu Hao narrowed his eyes and said ruthlessly, "If you steal my ball again, I will stand upside down and eat shit." You. Before he could finish his words, Luo Chen suddenly took action. This. Lu Hao was totally unprepared and suddenly felt his hand lighten. The ball is gone. Everyone around was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. You sneak attack. Shameless. Lu Hao was furious and chased after him. Luo Chen intercepted the ball and made a fake shot, immediately shaking Lu Hao away. He held the ball with one hand and threw it casually. The ball goes in. Gulp. There was a sound of swallowing saliva all around. 3-0. Luo Chen asked doubtfully, "What do you eat when you stand upside down?" After he finished speaking, he walked calmly to the other side. Lu Hao was about to explode on the spot. But no one was looking at him at this moment. All the students' eyes were fixed on Luo Chen. This moment, they suddenly felt the charm of Luo Chen. Su Chuyu felt it the most deeply. Because the contrast that Luo Chen brought to her was the biggest. Lu Hao took a deep breath, calmed himself, and shouted at one of his teammates, "Serve." "What are you looking at?" The student didn't dare to refute and served the ball obediently. Lu Hao was still immersed in anger and casually reached out to catch the ball. Careful. Suddenly, Lu Zhe's anxious cry rang out. Lu Hao's heart trembled. Unfortunately, it's too late. Luo Chen came back without knowing when and intercepted the ball directly. With a fake move, he easily got past the classmate who served the ball and scored a layup. 4-0. Everyone around has become numb. Luo Chen still walked leisurely, neither hurried nor slow, neither arrogant nor impatient. The physical education teacher's eyes are shining. All the female classmates were staring at Luo Chen, as if they were inexplicably attracted to him and couldn't move their eyes away. The same goes for Su Chuyu and Su Yuner. Lu Hao shouted angrily, "What else can you do besides sneak attack?" Luo Chen did not answer. The teacher's dissatisfied voice rang out from outside the court, "What do you mean by sneak attack when playing basketball?" Luo Chen was able to react quickly, but who can you blame for not being able to react? Lu Hao lowered his head, almost furious. The corner of Luo Chen's mouth once again showed that smile. Su Chuyu watched quietly. I don't know why. This smile looked particularly charming in her eyes at this moment. Lu Hao dribbled the ball again, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. The next moment, Luo Chen rushed in front of him again. "Howsy, if it doesn't work, just pass the ball. Don't pass it to him." Lu Zhe's anxious voice sounded. These words completely shattered Lu Hao's face. He also understood that being intercepted again would only be more embarrassing. He reluctantly passed the ball to a classmate. That classmate was unguarded and shot quickly. Unfortunately, didn't he get in? Seeing this, Lu Zhe's eyes flashed and he jumped quickly to grab the rebound. But just as he was about to touch the ball, a hand appeared out of thin air. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the basketball was firmly grasped by a pair of big hands. Look closely. Luo Chen. Hiss. There was another sound of people gasping for air all around. Lu Zhe never snatched away. Luo Chen. Chapter 27, Attitude Change? Luo Chen is so handsome. Lu Zhe stood there, watching in disbelief. He doesn't understand. Defense. Lu Hao shouted angrily and rushed quickly to his own backboard. At the same time, Luo Chen approached quickly. There was a cold light flashing in Lu Hao's eyes, and his expression became more determined. If I don't steal the ball from you, where would I put my face? He tried his best and finally rushed to Luo Chen in front of the three-point line and quickly took up a defensive posture. That look is particularly sharp. Everyone's eyes were involuntarily focused on Luo Chen. Luo Chen dodged and prepared to break through to the right. Lu Hao sneered, followed quickly, and stretched out his hand to steal the ball. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, suddenly, Luo Chen took a step back to the three-point line and quickly made a fadeaway jump shot. This. Lu Hao was confused. Everyone's eyes followed the parabola of the basketball. Swish. The basketball goes into the net. 3 points. Lu Hao was petrified on the spot, while Lu Zhe, Wang Jun and others looked as if they had seen a ghost. Su Yun'er has already approached the edge of the court, and her beautiful eyes are shining brightly. She didn't expect that Luo Chen was not only good at studying, but also good at basketball. Luo Chen's image was changing little by little in her heart, becoming more and more charming. At the moment the goal was scored, Su Chuyu instinctively raised her hand slightly, but she forcibly held back the action of clapping. But that expression was already stunned. Good. Suddenly, an excited shout came from the crowd. Su Chuyu held back, but someone else couldn't. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and took a glance, only to find that it was his former deskmate Wang Lingling. He smiled and waved to Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling put her hands to her mouth and shouted, "Luo Chen, you are so handsome." Luo Chen shook his head and smiled. The other students also had complicated expressions on their faces. I have to say, it's really handsome. But they were still immersed in their previous impressions of Luo Chen, so they really couldn't cheer and applaud. Su Chuyu couldn't help but glance at Wang Lingling. I don't know why. She actually felt a little envious. She didn't know what to envy. The physical education teacher had an excited smile on his face and said, 6-0. Lu Hao felt his face being rubbed hard under Luo Chen's feet. Luo Chen, you made me completely serious. He growled unwillingly. As soon as the words fell, Wang Lingling mocked him without hesitation. Lu Hao, you have been serious several times, which one was the real one? Lu Hao's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. The female classmates who were fascinated by it couldn't help but curl their lips. So disappointed. Lu Hao cast a vicious gaze on Luo Chen and quickly passed the ball. The ball fell into Wang Jun's hands. Luo Chen guessed that Lu Hao was going to pass the ball, and the moment he shot, he quickly rushed towards Wang Jun's position. Wang Jun was in an open position, standing outside the three-point line. The moment he caught the ball, he shot quickly. But just after taking off, suddenly, Luo Chen's face appeared in front of him. Wang Jun's pupils suddenly contracted, he panicked, lost his composure, and acted rashly. Bang! Luo Chen slapped the ball and blocked it again. Lu Hao's eyes were filled with hatred as if they were about to spit fire. He quickly rushed over to grab the ball, but was still one step ahead of him by Luo Chen. Luo Chen rushed to the opposite side quickly. Lu Hao followed closely. He thought Luo Chen would definitely go for a three-step shot, but he didn't expect Luo Chen to make a quick-stop jump shot at the three-point line. Lu Hao didn't have time to react. Everyone's eyes followed the parabola of the basketball again, following it closely. Swish! The basketball went into the net again. Wow! Wang Lingling instantly let out a cry of surprise. Several female classmates couldn't help but shout out as well, their eyes shining. Su Chuyu felt as if an electric shock was passing through her body. She looked at Luo Chen with a complicated gaze, and felt that Luo Chen exuded a strange charm. Her heartbeat couldn't help but start to speed up. She doesn't know what's wrong with her. Lu Hao was almost crying. Is this a cheat? 100% accuracy. Professional players can't be this accurate, right? Luo Chen was also surprised. Today's feel is surprisingly good. The teacher gestured excitedly and said, 8-0. Lu Hao held the ball again. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were on Luo Chen. Can't move at all. Luo Chen smiled and asked, why are you silent? You have to be serious and not let me off. Lu Hao's back teeth were almost broken. Stop talking nonsense. You haven't won yet. He quickly passed the ball to Wang Jun and rushed inside. Give me the ball, he roared. Wang Jun instinctively wanted to pass the ball, but Luo Chen appeared in front of him again. He panicked. He suddenly felt a little scared. Soon, he dribbled the ball and prepared to find a suitable opportunity, but just as he shot, Luo Chen seized the opportunity, stepped forward quickly, and reached out to steal the ball. Bang! Luo Chen rushed to the opposite side with the ball. Wang Jun stood there in a daze. The expressions on Lu Zhe and Lu Hao's faces froze, and they forgot about chasing. This moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Luo Chen. He just stopped leisurely outside the three-point line, lifted his heels slightly, and shot. The basketball hit the hoop. Bang! Bang! The basketball was still bouncing on the rim and everyone held their breath. The next moment, the bouncing basketball finally went into the net. 3 points, scored again. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. He was a little surprised by the accuracy. The whole audience fell silent. Everyone's shocked gazes were fixed on Luo Chen. Su Chuyu was also staring at him intently. She felt the electric current stirring wildly inside her delicate body, a shock she could not understand at all. The whistle sounded. The physical education teacher shouted excitedly, 10-0, the game is over. Luo Chen's side wins. The whistle brought everyone back to reality. They are going crazy. The three basketball giants in their class were together. It was a situation that they would be defeated instantly. Luo Chen turned the tables on his own. 10-0. Luo Chen got 10 points. This fact is right before our eyes, but no one can accept it. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly, the feeling of regret deep in her heart became stronger at this moment. Luo Chen walked out of the venue casually. The eyes of the entire class were still following him, and they were still in shock. Lu Hao and the other two clenched their fists and their bodies were shaking violently. That look could kill people. There was a gleam of light in Su Yuner's beautiful eyes. But before I could think about it anymore, suddenly, a figure rushed towards Luo Chen's position. Chapter 28. Miling is slapped in the face and Chuyu is disappointed. Student Luo Chen, wait. Luo Chen stopped. When I turned my head, I realized it was the physical education teacher running towards me. The teacher had a smile on his face and put his arm around Luo Chen's shoulders in a very familiar manner. I didn't expect that there was such a great man hidden in class 5 of grade 3. You hit it well enough. The teacher laughed heartily. This scene made Lu Hao's jealousy reach its peak. Luo Chen smiled politely and said, "Thank you for the compliment, teacher." The teacher looked expectant and said with a smile, "We have a basketball game with number 2 high school next week. Luo Chen, are you interested?" The two walked away. All the students in class 5 of grade 3 were still standing at the edge of the playground, looking at each other in silence. This moment, Luo Chen's image in everyone's mind has undergone a drastic change. From math to English, and now basketball. They simply couldn't understand how Luo Chen did it. In the blink of an eye, school was over. Su Chuyu and Wang Miling walked out of the teaching building together. "Chuyu, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem absent-minded today?" Wang Miling asked doubtfully. Su Chuyu raised her hand and gently fiddled with her bangs, and responded unnaturally, Is there? Ever since the physical education class, Luo Chen's handsome figure has been lingering in her mind. She had mixed feelings. That feeling. It's hard to explain and it's a tangled mess. Wang Miling looked at him suspiciously, then suddenly realized something and asked excitedly, "Chuyu, you're not going to fall in love, are you? Tell me quickly. Who is this handsome guy? Is he our school idol Wang Binghui? Or..." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted anxiously by Su Chuyu. "Oops. What kind of love is this? What does it have to do with that king? I don't even know him. I'm thinking about my own things, don't disturb me." After saying that, the little face quickly turned cold. Only. The confusion in her heart became even stronger. Wang Miling looked at it in surprise. No? Then who else could it be? What else could it be? Su Chuyu's face turned cold and she didn't dare to say anything more. Soon, the two crossed the playground and came to the road leading out of the school. Su Chuyu was immersed in thoughts. Snort! What a narrow road for enemies. Why do I keep running into him everywhere? It's such bad luck. Wang Miling's disgusted voice rang out. Su Chuyu's little heart beat rapidly twice. Who else could be so annoying to Wang Miling? Luo Chen. She looked up quickly and saw Luo Chen riding a 28-inch bicycle coming towards her from the bicycle shed. She stopped instinctively. Wang Miling urged, "Chuyu, hurry up and leave. Otherwise he will come back to haunt you again." This sentence made Su Chuyu feel a little dazed. Get entangled? She thought of how Luo Chen would come to help her carry her school bag every day after school. No matter how much she refused, he would snatch her school bag and hold it in his arms, then walk her all the way to the car. But he hasn't been here for several days. Thinking of the tone and annoyance she used every time when scolding Luo Chen, she felt a little heartbroken again. The complex feeling was extremely strong. Wait me a moment. Suddenly, Luo Chen's happy shout was heard. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes brightened a little. He is here again? Wang Miling's disgusted voice followed. See. I told you this guy is shameless and won't be able to keep pretending for a few days. So disgusting. Chuyu, get in the car quickly and don't let him get to you. She pushed Su Chuyu and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz outside the school. Seeing this, Su Chuyu quickly became anxious and said, Miling, what are you doing? Let me go. Wang Miling ignored him and said hurriedly, when that idiot comes later, you won't be able to leave. What are you thinking about? You are. But before she could finish her words, Wang Miling heard the sound of a bicycle passing by. She was stunned. Su Chuyu was also stunned. Because Luo Chen rode his bicycle straight past them towards the school gate without even looking at them. The movements of both of them froze. Su Chuyu maintained a posture of slight resistance, while Wang Miling was pushing hard. Their eyes were all fixed on Luo Chen. Didn't he stop? Then, aren't you calling them? At this time, they discovered that there was a thin figure standing at the school gate, facing Luo Chen. It's Su Yuner. The corners of Wang Miling's mouth twitched, and she felt her face was starting to burn. But Su Chuyu no longer had the heart to think about it. She stared. Luo Chen got off the bicycle and walked out of the school with Su Yuner. She bit her teeth lightly, her chest felt extremely stuffy, making her feel like she couldn't breathe. It's her again. She withdrew her gaze in disappointment, and walked quickly towards the Mercedes-Benz. She wanted to cry. I don't know why, I just want to cry. Shu Chuyu. Wang Miling shouted awkwardly. Su Chuyu ignored him, quickly got into the car and closed the door forcefully. The Mercedes was driving slowly and just passed by Luo Chen. Su Chuyu couldn't control the impulse, so she looked up and saw the slight smile on Luo Chen's face. Her eyes were instantly filled with moisture and she lay on those beautiful legs. Luo Chen. I hate you. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz drove away. Luo Chen glanced in the direction where the Mercedes disappeared, then looked away. This luxury car is unique in the entire school. He couldn't help but pay attention. However, he no longer had any thoughts about Su Chuyu. Are you okay? Su Yuner lowered her head slightly and walked forward silently, her words still sounding a little unnatural. Luo Chen glanced at him and said slowly, we've been sitting at the same table for a week, can't we walk together? Su Yuner quickly waved her hands and said, No. I just want to ask you if there's anything else. Luo Chen smiled. He naturally understood what Su Yuner meant, he just wanted to tease her. Nothing else. It's just on our way, let's chat together. It's boring to walk alone anyway. He held the bicycle with one hand and looked ahead silently. Su Yuner nodded. Oh. Luo Chen was in no hurry to speak, silently enjoying the beauty of the moment. Not talking is already a kind of enjoyment. But, the most important thing now is to quickly close the distance between them. Just wanted to speak. You're really good at basketball, too. Suddenly, Su Yuner's soft and sticky voice sounded. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. This girl actually started to actively find topics to talk about? Chapter 29 Domineering Luo Chen, full of aura. Luo Chen kept the smile on his face and said, It's just that I feel good today. Luck does play a big role. Even in my previous life, I had never felt so smooth. Su Yuner looked up secretly and glanced. He is quite humble. Then the teacher came to you and said what? She asked curiously. Luo Chen responded truthfully, they told me to participate in the basketball game with number 2 high school next week. I refused. Su Yuner couldn't help but raise her little face and asked, why? Luo Chen said slowly, I don't like to be in the spotlight. Su Yuner was a little surprised when she heard this. Don't like the limelight? She had only been here for 2 days, and she had already seen Luo Chen's 3 highlights. But after thinking about it, I felt relieved. Although he is in the limelight, it seems that Luo Chen is always passive. This boy is so special. She stared at Luo Chen's handsome profile, and this thought inexplicably came to her mind. She lowered her head. My little heart started beating wildly, but I didn't notice that I had stepped onto the crosswalk. Suddenly, there was a roar of an engine, accompanied by a harsh friction sound. Careful! Luo Chen shouted anxiously. Su Yun'er's heart trembled, and then she realized that a speeding motorcycle was heading towards her. Her mind went blank in an instant. Before she could think about it, an arm wrapped around her shoulders from the right side. As the distance approached, Su Yun'er suddenly felt dizzy. There was a sound of a motorcycle rubbing against the ground ahead. Su Yun'er opened her eyes in shock, only to find that Luo Chen had fallen to the ground, and she was being held tightly in Luo Chen's arms. No pain, no injuries. She had no intention of being shy and quickly struggled to get up. Luo Chen! Luo Chen, how are you? She waved her two little hands back and forth in front of Luo Chen, her delicate face full of worry and helplessness. Those clear eyes were instantly filled with moisture. From childhood to adulthood, I grew up in ridicule and humiliation. No one has ever cared about her or taken care of her, let alone done such a dangerous thing for her. She was messy and anxious. She didn't know where to put her hands. Her anxious eyes scanned all over Luo Chen, and tears rolled down her eyes unknowingly. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's okay, I just fell down. Why are you crying?" Seeing this, Su Yun'er felt much more relieved. She pursed her lips, tears flowing faster, but before she could say anything. Fuck! You two little bastards, don't you have eyes to look at when you walk? Suddenly, an angry growl was heard. Su Yun'er's delicate body trembled. I saw the motorcycle lying on the side of the road with its wheels still turning. A dusty young man in front of them was staring at them angrily, with scratches on his face. Su Yun'er instinctively lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. She was already timid, and faced with this situation, she completely lost the ability to organize her language. Her mind went blank. Sorry? Look at what you've done to me. And my motorcycle. Do you know how much it cost? 8,000. Are you sorry? What's the use of you being sorry? Pay me money. The young man pointed at Su Yun'er and roared madly. 8,000. Su Yun'er was suddenly struck by lightning, and tears flowed quickly from the corners of her eyes. She was completely numb. Panic, helplessness. All the negative emotions made her lose the ability to speak, and her mind went blank. Suddenly, a hand patted her shoulders twice. The soft voice said, "Go sit for a while, I'll take care of it." Su Yun'er raised her head. Her delicate face was already tearful from crying. She pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth were trembling. That helpless little look was on Luo Chen's face. Luo Chen, She didn't know what to say, she was terrified. Luo Chen felt a sharp pain in his heart when he saw this. He smiled softly and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Come, sit here. Leave it to me. Don't worry, I can handle it." Su Yun'er looked at the young man in front of her. These two sentences gave her the warmth that she had never experienced since she was a child. A sense of security I've never experienced before. She was a little dazed. Luo Chen stood up straight, and the smile on his face disappeared the moment he turned around. Instead, there is endless coldness. The young man frowned and said in a low voice, "Boy, you came out here to act like a hero? Have you grown all your hair yet? Are you trying to imitate others in saving the damsel in distress? You must have watched too many TV dramas. What the hell are you dealing with? In a word, pay the money. Otherwise, quickly find your parents." That attitude was extremely arrogant. Su Yun'er also woke up from the sense of security just now, bit her teeth lightly, and her heart became panicked again. Yes. How can he deal with it? Without waiting to think about it. Luo Chen's cold voice has already sounded, "Have you never heard or learned to give way to pedestrians at the crosswalk we are walking on? Don't you know how fast you are riding? Do you need to find a surveillance camera if you are speeding or not?" As he finished speaking, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The young man's arrogant attitude froze slightly, and he looked a little confused. This little brat knows so much? Just wanted to refute. Luo Chen's cold voice sounded again, "Now you bumped into us, we haven't spoken yet, what are you beeping about? Clean up your stinky mouth." If I hear you say a single curse word again, we'll have to find another way to solve this problem. Do you understand? As soon as the words fell, a cold aura instantly spread. Everyone around looked on in surprise. Su Yuner was also shocked by Luo Chen's temperament at the moment. Is this still him? At this moment, Luo Chen seemed like a different person. Chapter 30. Such temperament, is this Luo Chen? The young man was confused. That breath actually made him feel a little nervous. Aye. You were the ones who didn't look at the cars when crossing the road. Do you want to put the blame on me? Is that what your teacher taught you? He calmed his thoughts, argued with reason, and said in a low voice. Luo Chen asked back, does your family own this road? Motorcycles don't have eyes, and neither do you? Bumping into my friend, where do you get all that bullshit from? The young man's face flushed, and he shouted angrily, stop talking nonsense. She herself said that she was distracted. What are you still explaining? Hurry up. Either pay me money or call your parents over. After all, they were just two little kids, he had no reason to be afraid. Pity. The person he met was Luo Chen. Luo Chen asked doubtfully, excuse me, who do you think you are? If you ask me to call my parents, I will call them? The young man couldn't help but clench his fists. Without waiting to think about it, Luo Chen then said coldly again, I'll give you two choices. The first choice is to apologize to my friend first, and then compensate her for her medical expenses and mental damage. The second option is that I call the police and solve the problem however I can. Choose. Su Yuner's little face was full of disbelief. Isn't it asking her to pay the money? How come, now the young man is being asked to pay? The young man laughed angrily and asked doubtfully, little bastard, are you crazy? You want me to pay her money? Are you okay? Luo Chen smiled indifferently, it's just a choice, you don't have to choose. In that case, we can only choose the second one. Let's call the police. The young man frowned slightly when he heard this. He didn't expect Luo Chen to be so calm. This little brat can't be scared? Wipe. Who the hell are you trying to scare? Call the police if you want. I don't have to go to school anyway, so let's see whose time you're wasting. If the police are called and you still can't pay, you'll just have to stay there. Do you know? This. Su Yuner clenched her fists and became more and more flustered. She was scared. But Luo Chen is not afraid. He said slowly, you are quite good at pretending. You must have scared others like this before, right? The young man frowned. You, what are you talking about? Luo Chen ignored him and continued, first, you didn't give way to pedestrians, and you exceeded the speed limit, hit us, and asked us to pay for it. What do you think? The young man looked a little grim. Second, your motorcycle doesn't even have a license plate. Are you sure you dare to call the police? A sneer appeared on Luo Chen's lips. This. Everyone around was stunned and looked carefully, only to find that the motorcycle really did not have a license plate. The young man widened his eyes and panicked in an instant. He never thought that Luo Chen could actually observe these things. Is this the calmness that students should have? Luo Chen raised his head slightly and said with a smile, oh, yes, there is a third one, but the third one is just one of my problems. Do you have proof? As soon as these words came out, the young man's eyes suddenly widened. He was panicking. Luo Chen was not sure at first, but after seeing this scene, he was sure. This is even more interesting. Gulp. The young man swallowed hard, unable to remain calm. What are you talking about? How dare I go on the road without a license? Forget it. It's just my bad luck. Meeting you guys is the worst bad luck of my life. Go. You don't have to pay for it. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the motorcycle. This. When Su Yuner saw this, her clear and beautiful eyes were filled with incredible light. She was stunned. Just 2 sentences solved the problem? Suddenly, Luo Chen's cold voice sounded again, I let you go? The young man paused, turned around and said in a low voice, I won't ask you to pay for it, but you're still not done? What do you want? Luo Chen sneered and said, I just said, compensate my friend for the medical expenses and mental damages. Do you understand this sentence? This. After Su Yuner heard this, she had no idea what to feel. She gently tugged at Luo Chen's sleeve. Or, forget it. She was already shocked that she didn't have to pay compensation, and she didn't ask for anything else. The key is, this young man was too fierce, and she was a little worried. Luo Chen glanced at her sideways and said, "He scolded you, you can't forgive him. Go sit over there, I'll take care of it." The tone is gentle, but it gives people an unquestionable feeling. Those words of protection made Su Yuner feel warm in her heart, but she was still very worried. She stood there, at a loss. The young man shouted coldly, "Boy, don't go too far. My motorcycle broke down and I didn't say anything, but you're asking me to pay for it? I'm leaving now, what can you do to me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Luo Chen sneered. "Walk? Wait," he said calmly, pulling out his cell phone from his pocket. The young man turned around impatiently and asked coldly, "What the hell are you doing again?" Click. Suddenly, a crisp sound of taking a photo was heard. The young man frowned. "What are you doing? Did I ask you to take a picture?" He pointed at Luo Chen and shouted coldly. Luo Chen glanced at the photo on his phone and murmured, "I advise you not to leave." The young man showed a mocking smile on his face and said sarcastically, "Do I need your advice? Boy, you are really sick. I've accepted my bad luck today, so I'll quit while I'm ahead. Do you know? If you have the guts, stop me." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression was full of contempt, and he turned around and walked towards the motorcycle. Luo Chen slowly put away his phone and said, "Let's go, hurry up. You hit someone, and if you run away now, that would be a hit and run. I have your photo here, and when the police find you, it won't be as simple as paying money and apologizing. If you hit and run, you will be held criminally liable, do you understand?" Su Yuner was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She didn't understand what was being said, but she could feel the strong aura emanating from Luo Chen. Luo Chen at this moment is very different. Chapter 31 Inadvertently, a slight contact. As the words fell, a smile appeared on that handsome face. The young man's footsteps paused instantly, his eyes widened, and he stared at Luo Chen with a confused look. He was confused. Luo Chen is so young, how on earth does he know these things? The key is, he doesn't understand. He didn't know what Luo Chen meant, but he was frightened by the words criminal responsibility. He stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Luo Chen urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave. I'm waiting to call the police." Everyone around looked at each other in shock. They also couldn't imagine that Luo Chen knew so many things at such a young age. Gulp. The young man swallowed hard, he was dumbfounded, his mind went blank. He was indeed a little scared. Luo Chen said impatiently, "Why are you in a daze, brother? Let's go. You are so arrogant, what are you afraid of? Right? This." The young man clenched his fists, completely at a loss. "You. How much do you want?" After a long while, he asked tentatively, his tone instantly weaker than before. "That's how guilty I feel." Su Yuner was even more shocked when she saw this. "Really, I'm going to lose money." Luo Chen said calmly, "My friend fell, but it's not a big deal." "But he was scared and you scolded him. This is serious." He pinched his chin and began to think. The key point is that he has somewhat forgotten the consumption level of this era and doesn't know how much is appropriate. After recalling for a long time, it finally became clear. "Just pay $500. He said casually. This. Su Yuner's pretty face was full of shock. 500? This is a huge sum of money for her. The young man suddenly widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? 500. This is my monthly salary. You." Luo Chen waved his hand impatiently to interrupt, and said, "I didn't ask for your opinion, either pay the money or leave. Why are you wasting so much time?" This. The young man was confused. Luo Chen's calmness made him feel extremely uneasy. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, Little brother, I don't have that much money. Can you have less?" Luo Chen waved his hand gently and said, "Then you can go, or you can call the police. I don't mind. I can wait." As he finished speaking, a harmless smile appeared on his face. This. The young man was so angry that his teeth were itching. But he didn't dare to call the police. Without taking photos, his car would be confiscated. He fumbled in his pocket, found a pile of crumpled bills, smiled bitterly and said, "Little brother, I only have 400 here. Look. I really don't have any other money, this is all I have." Luo Chen frowned slightly. It is indeed inconvenient without online payment. Well, since you are relatively obedient, I will give you a chance. Apologize to my friend and tell her that I was wrong, it was my dog's paw that didn't control the accelerator well, and then try your best. 400 is 400. He said casually. The young man's eyes almost popped out. You. Luo Chen didn't give him a chance and asked, "Are you not satisfied? Then forget it." This. The young man clenched his fists. But what else can we do? He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. The young man said in great humiliation, "Beautiful lady, I am wrong. It was, my dog paws didn't control the accelerator well. I drove too fast. I'm sorry." This. Su Yuner couldn't help but stand up and moved closer to Luo Chen. She stared at Luo Chen with her big watery eyes, completely at a loss as to what to do. Luo Chen took the money in his hand. "Okay. You can go now." He nodded lightly and then spoke casually. The young man lowered his head, turned around and walked quickly towards the motorcycle. Luo Chen raised his head and glanced, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. He said calmly, "Remember to ride slowly next time. Not everyone you meet is as easy to talk to as me, understand?" Everyone around was speechless. "Are you easy to talk to?" The young man clenched his fists tightly and did not respond, with a gloomy look in his eyes. Soon, the motorcycle was lifted up. He kicked it several times but there was no response, so he could only push it away. Luo Chen sneered and looked away. He turned his gaze to Su Yuner and said, "Here, take it." As soon as he finished speaking, he handed over the money in his hand. This. Su Yuner was so shocked that her thoughts were in a mess. "Give me? No need, it's you who asked to come here, what are you doing for me?" You keep it." She waved her hands quickly and could not speak clearly. $400. Her mother probably only earns this much after working hard for a month. Luo Chen rolled his eyes at her and said, "You are the one who is frightened. This money is for you. Of course it is yours. Keep it." Su Yuner shook her head vigorously and said, "I don't want it." "That's the money you wanted." Luo Chen couldn't help but smile when he heard that. This girl was so kind when she was little. Even though he was so short of money, he still refused to accept the 400 yuan. He didn't waste any words and stepped forward. At the same time, slowly reach out your hand. This. Seeing this, Su Yuner's body tensed up and she instinctively wanted to step back. Because Luo Chen's hand was reaching for her trouser pocket, she was very flustered. But thinking that this was Luo Chen, she held back. The next moment, Luo Chen opened her trouser pocket with his right hand and stuffed 400 yuan directly into it with his left hand. His gentleman hands were very careful and there were no unnecessary movements. However, despite this, the moment he put the money in it, Luo Chen felt a warm and soft touch on his fingertips. Chapter 32. Are we friends? Yuna is shy. His heart was shocked. Su Yuner's delicate body felt as if it were electrified, and two intoxicating blushes quickly appeared on her delicate face. Luo Chen pretended nothing had happened and patted his pockets twice. "Okay. Let's go home." After he finished speaking, he turned around and picked up the bicycle. Although Su Yuner was shy, she didn't want to think too much. She felt the 400 yuan in her pocket and cast her complicated gaze on Luo Chen's back. She didn't know what to say anymore. This is 400 yuan. Luo Chen just gave it to her like that? He could have kept it for himself. Money is too important to Su Yuner. Because of this, she completely couldn't understand why Luo Chen did this. Luo Chen came over pushing his bicycle, with a smile on his face, and said, "Let's go." Su Yuner was shocked by the scene before her. The handsome boy, with a clean smile, walked towards her against the light. Combined with the strong sense of security she had just felt, her little heart began to beat faster and faster, completely out of control. Luo Chen stopped in front of her and waved his hand. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. Su Yuner woke up as if from a dream and lowered her head shyly. "No. I didn't think about anything." Luo Chen pushed the cart forward and said, "Let's go." Su Yuner followed silently behind. Watch the road. Be careful when you cross the road next time, don't be distracted, okay? Luo Chen's voice of instruction rang out. Su Yuner pursed her lips and said, I know. After crossing the road, the two walked forward in silence. Luo Chen really wanted Su Yuner to sit on his bicycle, but he couldn't say it now. He could only hope. Su Yuner's two little hands hung in front of her, slightly tangled. After thinking about it, I still feel uneasy. Just now, thank you, classmate Luo Chen. If it weren't for you, she said shyly, hesitating. From childhood to adulthood, I had almost no opportunities to thank others. She is not very good at expressing herself. Luo Chen smiled and said, Why are you being so polite to me? We are friends. Friend? These two words made Su Yuner feel a little complicated. For her, these two words are too luxurious. Does she deserve friends? If another boy said this to her, she would refuse without hesitation. Whether it is out of inferiority complex or resistance to the opposite sex. However, when these words came out of Luo Chen's mouth, she didn't even have any thought of resisting, and even felt a little nervous. If Luo Chen knew her family situation, then, would he still be friends with her? Before it even started, she was already worried about the ending of this relationship. She didn't know how to respond and was still in deep thought, but she didn't notice that Luo Chen in front of her had stopped. Luo Chen turned and looked at her. Bang! He watched Su Yuner's little head hit his chest, bouncing her back. Ah! Su Yuner quickly stepped back, her fair face becoming even redder. Sorry. She said shyly, and the two entangled little hands became more forceful. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Luo Chen suppressed his laughter and asked in confusion, Why didn't you answer me? Do you think I'm not qualified to be your friend? His face was full of seriousness. This. Su Yuner couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She looked up quickly and waved her hands. No. No, I am qualified. She responded hurriedly, fearing that Luo Chen would misunderstand. Luo Chen's mouth curved into an arc and asked, So we are friends now? Su Yuner lowered her head instinctively. Her little heart was beating wildly and her face felt hot. She pondered for a long time before finally nodding. Luo Chen's heartbeat quickened when he saw this. First step, success. He smiled and said, Okay, since we are friends, please don't say thank you or sorry to me too much in the future. We are friends, right? Su Yuner bit it lightly with her pearly teeth. Although they are friends, but Luo Chen saved her. There are still $400. No matter which one it is a very important thing to her. She hesitated for a moment and nodded. Luo Chen showed a satisfied smile and said, Okay, let's go. Su Yuner followed. She looked up at Luo Chen's back, and the complicated thoughts in her heart began to flow out uncontrollably. This boy is so different. Time passes. The two of them just walked on the side of the road, one after the other, without communicating. Soon, we arrived at a crossroads. Luo Chen, I'm going this way. Su Yuner called out to Luo Chen and spoke in a low voice. Luo Chen looked up and silently memorized the location. He turned away. The moment their eyes met, Su Yuner quickly lowered her head. Do you really consider me a friend? Luo Chen asked. Su Yuner didn't understand why Luo Chen asked this and nodded vigorously. Luo Chen continued, Have you ever seen anyone add the word classmate after calling their friend? This. Su Yuner's face turned red again. Luo Chen. She said this very unnaturally, and her face became even redder. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. Unfortunately, it's still not friendly enough. He suddenly felt a little annoyed why his name was not 3 characters long. However, she is 3 words. Luo Chen suppressed his laughter and said, Then I can call you Yuner, okay? Ah. Su Yuner's neck had turned red from nervousness. She didn't know how to answer. From childhood to adulthood, only her mother and uncle called her like this. Luo Chen pretended to be disappointed and said, It doesn't matter, forget it if it doesn't work, classmate Su Yuner. That tone made Su Yuner feel a dull pain in her heart. She didn't hesitate and said quickly, Okay, I didn't say no. Luo Chen could no longer resist the urge to laugh. He tried his best to endure it. Okay, I'm this way. I'll leave too, Yuna. He said it very naturally. This. When Su Yuner heard this, her face turned so red that blood almost came out of it, like a ripe tomato. She nodded again. Luo Chen's eyes rolled and an idea flashed in his mind. Chapter 33. Let us make an appointment and meet tomorrow. He continued, well, I'll wait for you at this intersection tomorrow morning. Let's go to school together. Su Yuner's head was buried deeply in her neck. I don't know why. This sentence gave her the illusion that she was on a date. But she didn't know how to refuse. The most important thing is that she didn't seem to have any intention of refusing. A sound came out of her mouth. There was a gleam in Luo Chen's eyes. He smiled and said, okay, see you tomorrow. Su Yuner's thoughts were completely confused. So much happened in less than 20 minutes. She lowered her head and walked to the other side. Luo Chen's dissatisfied voice sounded, raise your head and look at the road carefully. Su Yuner secretly curled her lips. Oh. Only then did she look up. Luo Chen was in no hurry to leave. He sat on the bicycle, silently gazing at the pretty figure. The smile on the corner of his mouth could no longer be suppressed and revealed itself. The figure was getting farther and farther away. Only after the figure disappeared did Luo Chen ride away on his bicycle. He is going to buy materials. Make money. Taking care of Su Yuner still requires money, and he naturally cannot ask his family for this money. For him, making money comes easily after he has been reborn. The only difficulty for him is that he has no capital. The few hundred yuan of New Year's money he has saved can't be used for anything, so he needs something low cost. He had already thought about it last night. In this era, there is nothing that is competitive, has a market, and has low cost. The first thing that comes to his mind is cold drinks. In his previous life, when he had just graduated, he worked odd jobs in some milk tea shops, and he already knew how to make these things. He had already identified his target last night. Lemonade. This thing is simple, crude, healthy, and has a market. For him, that was enough. He bought all the necessary materials and packaging and returned home. However, he has not found a good sales method yet, so he simply made a few bottles of samples. After finishing it, I devoted my attention to studying again. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Su family villa. Su Chuyu was still lying on the bed in the same position, her two little feet swaying gently in the air. The pajamas she was wearing were still in a very cute style. Her little mouth was slightly pouted, and there was a hint of sadness on her beautiful face. The difference from before is that this time, there was not even a book on the bed, only a cell phone placed next to it. She had been in this position all night. She didn't know what she was thinking, her eyes were a little dull, and everything that happened to Luo Chen today kept echoing in her mind. What he said in the cafeteria, his heroic performance on the court. She covered her head and shook it vigorously, trying to get rid of these images from her mind. But she couldn't do it. It's 22:58. Su Chuyu turned her eyes to the phone, pursed her lips, and said faintly, Luo Chen, are you really not going to talk to me anymore? She thought of the scene of their separation in the hotel that day. Luo Chen said that he would not bother her again, but she didn't take it seriously at that time. She thought he would continue to bother her that night. Unexpectedly. Now 3 days have passed, and Luo Chen still has no intention of contacting her. So stingy. I just rejected you, you won't continue to pursue me. Su Chuyu pursed her lips, her little face full of resentment. As soon as she finished speaking, the expression on her face suddenly froze. What did I say? She covered her face, trying to calm herself down. But her heart was like being possessed by a demon, and she couldn't calm down at all. The second hand was ticking. Finally. It's 2300 hours. There was still no movement from the phone. Su Chuyu put her little hands on the big bear's body and rubbed it, with her mouth slightly pouting. Destroy Luo Chen. I will never talk to you again. Click. Su Chuyu turned off the lights in the room and covered herself with a quilt. She closed her eyes and breathed heavily. But the figure of Luo Chen in my mind just can't be erased. The determination to ignore Luo Chen was also being destroyed bit by time. Su Chuyu couldn't help it. She sat up straight and started pressing the keys angrily. First sunny then rainy, what are you doing? The phone remained extremely quiet, with no response. Su Chuyu's already proud chest began to rise and fall violently again, and the feeling of stuffiness in her chest became more intense. First sunny, then rainy, where are the people? Unfortunately, this news fell on deaf ears and there was no response at all. 10 minutes passed. Su Chuyu clenched her little pink fists tightly, and a mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. She knew that she owed Luo Chen too much, but she still felt aggrieved. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Su Chuyu was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic and quickly rushed to the phone. Xiao Xiao Luoyu, I just want to take a shower, is there anything wrong? Although the attitude was very cold, it still made Su Chuyu excited. Snort. I knew you weren't ignoring me on purpose. First sunny then rainy, will you go camping this weekend? Luo Chen dried his hair, lay down on the bed, picked up the phone and saw the message. His brows furrowed slightly. Xiao Xiao Luoyu, didn't I say last night that I wouldn't go? Su Chuyu was not surprised to see this answer. She clenched her fists and a determined light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Give it a go. She blushed, edited a message and sent it. Beep beep beep. Luo Chen opened his phone and couldn't help but widen his eyes after seeing the message. First sunny then rainy, I want you to go. Luo Chen was confused. What on earth had provoked Su Chuyu? Why did he want him to go so much? Is there a conspiracy? He really didn't understand. Chapter 34 Start making money and selling products. Xiao Xiao Luoyu, no, I want to go. Although he didn't know what Su Chuyu wanted to do, he no longer had any interest in it. He put down his phone and turned off the lights. Beep beep beep. The phone beeped. Su Chuyu quickly opened her cell phone with an expectant smile on her face. Only. Soon, the smile froze. She pursed her lips, her heart plummeting. She had already said so, but Luo Chen still. The mist that had just dissipated gathered again in those beautiful eyes, looking aggrieved and pitiful. Stinky Luo Chen. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I will never talk to you again. Must. Su Chuyu threw his phone onto the bed and pulled the quilt over himself. Only. The thick quilt couldn't hide the angry breathing. Hate you. I hate you forever. Early the next morning, Su Chuyu changed into her school uniform and finished dressing up. But that expression, very tired. Last night, I suffered from insomnia again because of Luo Chen. I don't know how long it took me to fall asleep. Luo Chen was in my dreams. In the living room, an elegant middle-aged couple were sitting at the dining table. Good morning, Dad and Mom. Su Chuyu said weakly. The woman looked at him puzzledly and asked, Chuyu, who is Luo Chen? After these words were spoken, Su Chuyu's expression paused. The woman continued, why do you hate him? What did he do to you? I heard you shouting this name for a long time last night. The man's eyes became sharper as he waited for an answer. This. A blush quickly appeared on Su Chuyu's beautiful face, and she was very embarrassed. No. Nothing happened to me. I had a dream. I dreamed that he tore up my test paper. She smiled awkwardly and responded. The woman frowned and asked doubtfully, are you dreaming? Su Chuyu nodded vigorously. Right. Dream. The woman pondered for a while before her frown relaxed. Come and eat, then go to school quickly. The driver is waiting for you outside. At the same time, Luo Chen had already arrived at the intersection on his bicycle. He sat on the seat, one leg supporting the ground, his upper body leaning on the handlebars, the smile on his lips completely unsuppressible. For him, this moment was beautiful. Not far away, a graceful figure in school uniform was walking towards the intersection. She was carrying her school bag and lowering her head slightly, but her face was full of an unnatural expression. I was clearly at school, but for some reason, I felt like I was on a date. Soon, we arrived near the intersection. Her heart was still beating like a deer. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, you are here. Quite on time. This. Su Yuner stopped as if by reflex. When I looked up, I saw Luo Chen standing in front of me. But, this isn't the crossroads yet. Why are you here? She quickly lowered her head and said somewhat unnaturally. Before I was mentally prepared, Luo Chen suddenly appeared. Luo Chen felt Su Yuner's shyness. He smiled and said, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to find me, so I walked a little over here and came to pick you up. Su Yuner raised her hand and fiddled with her bangs. Ah. She responded, not knowing what to say, and didn't dare to look up and look at Luo Chen. The feeling of dating is getting stronger. Luo Chen knew that the girl had a small face, so he didn't say much. Let's go, it's time to go to school. He pushed his bicycle slowly forward. Su Yuner lowered her head and followed behind, the same way she did last night after school. Cough cough. Luo Chen coughed lightly and said, "Do you really consider me a friend?" This. Su Yuner couldn't help but feel a little anxious when she heard this, and said quickly, "Yes, yes." Luo Chen shook his head and asked, "Have you ever seen a friend so far away? Why don't you come and chat with me? I'm bored." This. Su Yuner bit it lightly with her pearly teeth. After what happened after school yesterday, she naturally didn't have any aversion to Luo Chen anymore. Only. She was still immersed in the dating thing. Oh, okay. She then quickened her pace and walked side by side with Luo Chen, but she still kept her head down, with her two little hands hanging in front of her, slightly tangled. He looked very reserved. "Is your mother also at work?" Luo Chen asked casually, trying to find a topic to talk about. Su Yuner also responded shyly. Time passes. In 15 minutes, the two arrived at the school gate. The two chatted all the way. Halfway through the walk, Su Yuner had already woken up from the awkward feeling. The two had a good chat during the second half of the journey. This also successfully narrowed the distance between them. "Oh, I have something to do. You go back first." Outside the school gate, Luo Chen stopped. Su Yuner looked at him puzzledly. "After all, it's almost time for morning self-study, what else is there to do?" She nodded and walked into the school. Luo Chen watched her leave. Soon, Su Yuner's figure disappeared from sight. Luo Chen then slowly turned his gaze to a nearby store, touched the bottle of mineral water in his school bag, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. He is looking forward to it. "Sister Wang, is Sister Wang here?" He entered the store and began shouting. Soon, footsteps were heard from inside. Luo Chen looked up and saw his boss Wang Wan walking out of the room. "Yeah, it's Xiaochen. What are you buying?" she said enthusiastically with a smile on her face. Wang Wan is just 28 years old this year. She is pretty, slim and kind-hearted. Luo Chen had a good impression of her. He smiled and said, "Sister Wang, I'm not here to buy anything, I'm here to discuss business with you. I have a product I want to recommend to you, are you interested?" Chapter 35, 2 Days of Separation, Full of Reluctance. Ha! When Wang Wan heard this, her face was instantly filled with confusion and she looked at him in bewilderment. "Product? Xiaochen, what do you want to do?" she asked puzzledly. Luo Chen didn't say anything more and took out the mineral water bottle from his school bag. "Sister Wang, this is it. I made this myself. It's called handmade lemonade. I want to supply you with goods and sell them here. Do you think you are interested?" He handed over the bottle of mineral water and said with a smile. Wang Wan took the mineral water bottle and looked at it carefully, becoming more and more confused. "Handmade lemon water? Is this for drinking?" She looked at Luo Chen and asked seriously. Luo Chen felt helpless again when he heard this. "Otherwise?" "Yes. Sister Wang, you can have a taste. It is absolutely safe and hygienic," he said with a smile. After all, Wang Wan didn't refuse right away, so he felt there was still some hope. Wang Wan frowned slightly and seemed a little hesitant. She no longer hesitated whether this thing was good or not, but was hesitating about how to reject Luo Chen. Cough. Wang Wan coughed lightly and said with a smile, "Xiaochen, this matter. I have no say in it. And this thing, is it?" Her tone was already very tactful. After all, a high school student came in with a bottle of water and asked her to supply it. "Isn't this too unreliable?" Luo Chen naturally understood and said with a smile, "It's okay, I just came to ask. The ingredients of this bottle of water are only lemon, honey, and rock sugar. It tastes very good. Since Sister Wang is not interested, I'll go to another store to have a look." This. After hearing this, Wang Wan was stunned. Going to someone else's house? That. "Xiaochen, this material is quite clean. Are you sure it will taste good?" She was a little worried and asked hurriedly. A smile flashed across Luo Chen's eyes imperceptibly. He felt that the problem was not serious. If he just keeps selling it, there will definitely be no good results. After all, the lemonade may not be accepted. But if he said to visit someone else's house, that would be different. There are 3 or 4 shops outside the school, and they are naturally in competition with each other. This is what Wang Wan cares about most. Of course, it tastes good. Sister Wang, you definitely don't have to worry about safety. If you're interested, you can try it. I made it last night and have been storing it in the refrigerator. He handed over the mineral water in his hand and said with a smile. Wang Wan was a little hesitant. She was a little resistant, but when she saw Luo Chen's sunny smile, she let down her guard. She opened the bottle and tasted it. Luo Chen kept smiling and waited for a reaction. Soon, Wang Wan's eyes lit up. This tastes pretty good, Xiao Chen, where did you learn this? Wang Wan said in surprise. Luo Chen smiled and responded, I figured it out myself, Sister Wang, don't worry, as long as this lemonade becomes popular in school, it will definitely boost the sales of your store. These words touched Wang Wan's heart. She is very excited. But, Xiao Chen, are you sure this thing is safe? She said hesitantly. Luo Chen responded with a smile, don't worry, Sister Wang, as long as you are willing to cooperate, I will come to the store to make it on site starting tomorrow. Does this make you feel relieved? Wang Wan's eyes brightened again. Good. So how are you going to sell it? A smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. Done. He quickly discussed the price with Wang Wan and completed the pricing and profit distribution smoothly. He had already calculated these things last night. The materials needed for the lemonade plus the packaging, the total cost was about 40 cents. The selling price was set at $1.50. He was responsible for the production and delivery, and gave Wang Wan a commission of 30 cents for each bottle of lemonade sold. Wang Wan agreed readily. After all, she is only responsible for sales, and the profit is already much higher than other products. When Luo Chen returned to the classroom, the first bell rang. Just entered. He felt an angry gaze fixed on him. Luo Chen looked up and saw Su Chuyu sitting in his seat with a slightly cold face and sharp eyes. He didn't take it seriously and walked towards his seat. Snort! Su Chuyu gritted her teeth and looked away. Thinking about what happened last night, the uncomfortable feeling in her heart began to spread uncontrollably. Broken Luo Chen. Stinky Luo Chen. I will never forgive you in my life. Time passes. On this day, Luo Chen and Su Yuner had a lot of communication. The awkward feeling between them gradually faded away and they became more familiar with each other. We eat together at noon and go home together after school. Luo Chen enjoyed it. Su Yuner also gradually adapted to this new friend and talked a lot more than before. Every morning, Luo Chen would go to Wang Wan to make lemonade. But sales are somewhat dismal. These days, we only sell about 10 bottles every day. Luo Chen was not in a hurry. After all, a new thing must take time for people to accept it. In the blink of an eye, it's Friday. It's a bit cloudy today and the air is cold. Luo Chen had lunch with Su Yuner as usual. After a few days of contact, their relationship became much closer. After lunch, I returned to the classroom. Su Yuner was immersed in the knowledge in the textbook. Luo Chen felt a little melancholy. It's almost the weekend. After this week, he has completely adapted to the feeling of being with Su Yuner day and night. But I won't see you for 2 days. Cough cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound was heard in the classroom. This immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Luo Chen glanced at it. It was the student council member Li Yuan, standing at the podium. What is she going to do? Chapter 36 Camping Together? See you again. The students looked on in confusion. Li Yuan said slowly, the college entrance examination is coming soon. In order to ease our tense study atmosphere, our class teacher has agreed to hold a camping activity tomorrow. The location is just outside the western suburbs. If any students want to go, please remember to gather at school tomorrow morning. We will set off together, and our class teacher will also go with us. Voluntary participation, self-funded activity. After saying that, Li Yuan walked towards her seat. A burst of discussion quickly broke out in the class. Su Chuyu subconsciously turned her gaze to Luo Chen, and her little mouth pouted uncontrollably. 3 days. She has ignored Luo Chen for 3 days, but Luo Chen still has no intention of looking for her. Thinking about how he had invited Luo Chen to go camping but was rejected, he became even more furious. Stinky Luo Chen. Su Chuyu clenched her fists and looked away angrily. She had clearly decided that she would never forgive Luo Chen in this life, but she didn't know why she was unhappy. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He turned his head to look at Su Yuner and asked, "Camping, are you interested?" Su Yuner turned her head and looked at Luo Chen. After a few days of contact, she now dares to have some normal communication with Luo Chen. But others still can't do it. No. She shook her head and responded bluntly. Luo Chen's heart was instantly filled with helplessness. But it can be guessed. All right. He nodded slightly and said something. If you don't even go camping, then there's absolutely nothing you can do. Su Yuner was a little confused when she saw this. She vaguely felt that Luo Chen seemed a little disappointed. You want to go?" she asked puzzledly. Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he said, "If you go, I want to go and have fun too. If you don't want to go, forget it. Although I want to go out and relax, you are my only friend in the class, and I can't play with them." The words fell, pretending to be casual. Su Yuner felt a complicated feeling in her heart when she heard this. For some reason, she suddenly had the thought of not wanting to disappoint Luo Chen. But camping requires money. Even though I got 400 yuan for free in the past 2 days, I still have to live frugally. Luo Chen noticed her dilemma. He continued, "It just so happens that I have everything there. If the two of us want to go, we don't need to buy anything. What a pity, you don't want to go." He shook his head, his face full of regret. This action stimulated Su Yuner again. Seeing Luo Chen's disappointment, she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Then, go? An impulsive feeling emerged in her heart. Luo Chen became excited instantly. "You want to go? Don't be embarrassed. Don't go just for me. I'm fine." He suppressed the excitement and said lightly. Su Yuner withdrew her gaze, and a hint of warmth appeared on her face. "For you." She felt a little strange in her heart and said, No, I want to go and relax, too." Her little expression was very unnatural. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile when he heard that, and said, "Okay, let's meet at the old place tomorrow." Su Yuner turned her head and nodded, her face beginning to turn red. The old place is the intersection. These 3 words were the first ones Luo Chen said, and they made her feel like going on a date even stronger. But she didn't realize that when she saw Luo Chen's disappointment just now, she had already decided to go, and didn't even consider whether it would cost money. Class is starting. It's cloudy outside. Not long after, it began to rain heavily. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go home from school, but the rain outside showed no sign of stopping. The students began to pack their bags. Su Yuner slowly turned her gaze to Luo Chen and said hesitantly, Luo Chen, I can't go back with you tonight." Luo Chen looked at her puzzledly and asked, "Why?" Su Yuner couldn't help but look away, feeling a little guilty, and said, I made an appointment with my mother this morning. If it rains, she will come to pick me up. I'll go back with her." Luo Chen suddenly realized. "That's fine. See you tomorrow morning then," he said with a smile, and there was nothing to worry about. Su Yuner nodded slightly. Only. The feeling of being on a date became even stronger, so strong that she couldn't control her heartbeat. She left quickly. Luo Chen looked at Su Yuner's back and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. "Good. We'll see you again tomorrow." He was in a good mood and did not rush to pack his school bag. Instead, he wrote down in his notebook what he wanted to buy later. It's time to restock the lemonade. Before long, most of the classmates had left. Su Chuyu had also packed her things. She carried her school bag, looked at Luo Chen angrily again, then turned and walked out of the classroom. Luo Chen didn't pay any attention at all. Not long after, Su Chuyu arrived outside the teaching building. It was raining heavily and the wind was blowing hard outside. Many students were still taking shelter from the rain inside the building. They didn't bring umbrellas and couldn't get out. Su Chuyu took out her umbrella from her school bag and curled her lips slightly. In the past, Luo Chen would definitely escort her out at this time, but today, she is left alone. Wang Miling was also picked up by her parents, but she had already run out. Well. Su Chuyu sighed softly in his heart, and after getting ready, he opened his umbrella and walked outside. The rain outside is getting heavier. By the time Su Chuyu reached the middle of the playground, his trouser legs were already wet by the rain. She walked quickly. Call. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Chapter 37, Sundara Chuyu, are you in trouble? Ah! Su Chuyu suddenly let out a scream, and her slender body was staggered by the strong wind, and the umbrella in her hand was blown over. She didn't catch it and let it go. The umbrella was blown away by the strong wind in an instant. A trace of anxiety suddenly emerged in Su Chuyu's heart, and he hurriedly took a step forward to chase after him. However, my foot slipped. Ouch! Su Chuyu let out a cry and fell to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in her ankle. Hiss! She gasped in pain. The wind was howling. The heavy rain fell madly on Su Chuyu, making her surrounded by a cold chill in an instant. So cold! When she looked up, she found that the umbrella had been blown away. Su Chuyu clenched her fists and tried to stand up, but she felt pain in her ankle again. Ah! An alluring sound came out of her mouth and she fell to the ground again. The wind was blowing hard and the rain was falling heavily. Su Chuyu was completely surrounded by the chill. She pursed her lips, and a feeling of grievance quickly emerged in her heart. Take a look around. Many of her classmates used umbrellas to cover their bodies and walked quickly, so no one noticed her at all. Luo Chen's figure involuntarily emerged in her mind. Luo Chen! Why haven't you come yet? The feeling of grievance in her heart became stronger and stronger, and under the stimulation of the cold, a hint of moisture appeared in her beautiful eyes. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of feet stepping on rainwater could be heard. A hint of surprise instantly emerged in Su Chuyu's heart, and he quickly turned his gaze to the place where the sound came from. It's a boy. But not Luo Chen. The surprised expression on Su Chuyu's face quickly disappeared. Chuyu! Are you okay? I'm here, don't be afraid. I'll help you up. The boy quickly approached and extended his hand to Su Chuyu. This boy was none other than their class's physical education committee member, Lu Hao. Su Chuyu looked at the excited smile on Lu Hao's face, and a trace of resistance instantly emerged in her heart. She said calmly, "No, I can get up by myself." She felt indescribable disgust in her heart. She thought of the former Luo Chen, whose face was always filled with worry every time he picked her up. But this Lu Hao, his face was full of excitement. It seemed as if he was about to grab her hand in excitement, which disgusted her. Lu Hao frowned and said quickly, "Chuyu. It's raining so hard, what are you doing alone? Come, I'll take you out. Why don't you bring an umbrella? Can you walk? Or, should I carry you out?" As soon as he finished speaking, an expression of excitement appeared on his face again. Pity. But Su Chuyu still noticed it. The feeling of disgust in her heart instantly reached its peak. I said, "No need. Do you understand? Take away your broken umbrella. I don't need you to help me," she said coldly. Although she was covered by Lu Hao's umbrella at the moment, the feeling of disgust in her heart made her particularly repulsive. Lu Hao frowned and said, "Chuyu, I'm here to help you, okay? I saw you were getting wet in the rain, so I came over with good intentions to hold an umbrella for you and take you out." Why are you talking to me like that?" There was already a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Su Chuyu's pretty face was slightly cold, and she asked coldly, "Did I ask you to help me? Also, did you call Chuyu? You can go now. I don't need it." That look was so cold that it kept people at a distance. Lu Hao clenched his fists. Su Chuyu's coldness and disgust made him feel particularly uncomfortable. He didn't understand why he was so despised for coming to help with good intentions. "Su Chuyu, I like you, but you can't just take advantage of my love for you and do something wrong. I am also a human being. I have dignity too. I'm here to hold an umbrella for you because I feel sorry for you. Why do you talk to me like that?" He couldn't bear the humiliation in his dignity and said in a low voice. These words made Su Chuyu a little dazed. However, the reason for this trance was not Lu Hao, but Luo Chen. I said, "No need. Do you understand? How I talk to you is my business. What does it have to do with you? If you don't like listening to me, don't talk to me." She responded coldly. It was normal for classmates to help each other, but Lu Hao's eager and excited eyes made her feel disgusted from the bottom of her heart, an unbearable disgust. She knew why Lu Hao was so excited, so she felt even more disgusted. Lu Hao gritted his teeth. Su Chuyu's attitude towards him these days made him completely lose his patience. He stared at Su Chuyu angrily and shouted angrily, "Su Chuyu, you are just relying on your own excellence and the love of others to do whatever you want here. I am also a human being. I like you. Is it wrong to like you? I can't bear to see you get wet in the rain because I like you. Don't take my kindness to you for granted. You have no right to despise me." These words echoed in Su Chuyu's mind, and she didn't know which nerve they touched. She felt very uncomfortable. But this discomfort has nothing to do with Lu Hao in front of him. She looked up and stared at him, then asked in a cold voice, "If you like me, you should know my temperament. If you really like me so much, would you yell here just because of a few words from me? Do you like my face or my body?" These words froze the angry expression on Lu Hao's face. He opened his mouth, but had no words to refute. Su Chuyu continued to ask, "Since you like me, should I cooperate with you?" That look was extremely cold. The corners of Lu Hao's mouth twitched violently and his eyes were evasive, but he had no idea how to fight back. Seeing this, Su Chuyu felt even more disgusted. "Are you ready to go? I find it disgusting to hit your umbrella," she said coldly. These words made Lu Hao feel that his dignity was being trampled under Su Chuyu's feet. He was completely furious. Chapter 38, Chuyu wakes up and cries. "Su Chuyu, you will regret this. Let me tell you, there are many people pursuing me. If you don't cherish me, there will always be someone who will. You don't know how good I am, but someone else knows. I will definitely make you regret it." He clenched his fists and his eyes were extremely determined. Su Chuyu withdrew his gaze, showing no interest in paying any attention. Crunch! A harsh sound came out of Lu Hao's mouth, and he felt more and more aggrieved. He took a deep breath and said with a firm look, "Remember. I will make you regret it." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. After just 2 steps, he turned around again and said with a fake smile, "By the way, people like you deserve to get wet in the rain." Snort! He turned and left. The strong wind stopped and the cold rain poured down on Su Chuyu's head. She was completely surrounded by the cold. But she didn't get up. Lu Hao's words kept echoing in her ears. "I am also a human being. I also have dignity. Su Chuyu, you are just relying on your own excellence and the love of others to do whatever you want here. Don't take my kindness to you for granted." Luo Chen's figure involuntarily emerged in her mind. Lu Hao has no right to say these words. But Luo Chen does. She suddenly realized that not every suitor was so tolerant of her. In her mind, Lu Hao and Luo Chen formed a sharp contrast at this moment. She only spoke to Lu Hao once with a disdainful tone today, but Lu Hao couldn't bear it anymore. But Luo Chen endured it for 3 years and never treated her coldly. She showed disdain once, and Lu Hao made harsh remarks to her. However, in her memory, the cruelest thing Luo Chen said to her was, "I will never send you an umbrella again." She still clearly remembers Luo Chen's aggrieved expression at that time. Result: later, when it rained again, Luo Chen still obediently gave her an umbrella. The most important thing is that Luo Chen knew that she disliked it, so every time he would come to give her an umbrella in the rain, and after handing the umbrella to her, he would leave in the rain again. She bit her teeth lightly, and her nose began to feel sore. The cold rain no longer mattered. Lu Hao represents other suitors, but Luo Chen, no one can replace him. She thought of the happy expression on Lu Hao's face when he rushed over just now. He was happy to help her, and when he said he wanted to carry her out, he was visibly excited. However, every time Luo Chen felt distressed and anxious, he never asked her to hold an umbrella with him, let alone hug her. When she returned the umbrella to Luo Chen the next day, Luo Chen treated it as a treasure. She knew that Luo Chen only had that one umbrella. The key point is, in order for her not to dislike the umbrella, Luo Chen has never used it. Su Chuyu suddenly came to his senses. It was not until this moment that she realized how rare and precious Luo Chen's sincerity and true heart were. She also realized how much she had gone too far in the past. Relying on other people's likes to act recklessly. Lu Hao was right in saying this, but the target of her reckless behavior was not Lu Hao, but Luo Chen. She clenched her fists, and the feeling of regret in her heart couldn't be suppressed and burst out. Her beautiful eyes were filled with moisture, flowing down with the rain. She regretted it. Su Chuyu sat on the playground, leaning on her knees, crying. The cold doesn't matter. The appearance of Lu Hao made her realize the truth, and made her understand how rare Luo Chen's persistence was. It also made her see how sincere Luo Chen was and how much he loved her. Only. She lost Luo Chen. Now no one carries her school bag, no one saves a seat for her, and no one holds an umbrella for her. She cried uncontrollably. At the same time, Luo Chen also walked out of the teaching building. From a distance, I could see the beautiful figure curled up and crying in the middle of the playground. He recognized it at once. It's Su Chuyu. This figure left a very deep impression on him during his 3 years of high school. It couldn't be more familiar. What he looked at the most was the back. What's wrong with her? Luo Chen walked towards the school gate, his puzzled eyes fixed on the beautiful figure. As he got closer, he could see it clearly. Crying? Luo Chen stopped, feeling confused. He knows Su Chuyu very well. This little girl is very strong, why is she sitting here crying? He hesitated a little. Although Su Chuyu no longer had any relationship with him in his heart, the scene was a bit dazzling. It was pouring rain, and a little girl was sitting on the playground crying. Not to mention being a classmate, even if it was someone he didn't know, Luo Chen couldn't just watch it. The key is, this person is Su Chuyu. Luo Chen pondered for a moment and shook his head helplessly. Although I didn't want to care, I couldn't bear the humanitarian condemnation in my heart. He walked towards Su Chuyu's position. Su Chuyu, however, was completely unaware of anything and was still lying on her knees, crying madly. Her heart was full of complexity. The key is that Luo Chen's figure can't be erased from my mind at all. There is remorse, regret, and Su Chuyu himself had not yet figured out that faint thought. She was completely immersed in it and didn't notice anyone approaching. For a long time. Only then did Su Chuyu realize that there was a special sound in his ears, which was the sound of rain falling on the umbrella. She no longer felt the impact of the rain. She was slightly stunned, then quickly calmed herself down and quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. I said, I don't need it. She thought Lu Hao had come back and said coldly. She didn't dare look up, not wanting Lu Hao to see her so vulnerable. Just as the words fell, Luo Chen's cold voice sounded, when did you say that? Su Chuyu's eyes were red, and her pretty face was full of coldness. She was about to refute. But before he could finish his words, he realized that the voice was not Lu Hao's. But Su Chuyu suddenly felt a current running through his body. She instinctively raised her head quickly, just in time to meet Luo Chen's cold gaze and expressionless face. Luo Chen. Chapter 39. Luo Chen is here. Chuyu is surprised. Su Chuyu instantly felt the chaos in his heart calm down, but he also felt a bit overwhelmed. She was a little confused. I just thought about it for a long time, but I didn't expect Luo Chen would appear. You. She opened her red lips and opened her mouth, but she had no idea what to say. Another complex thought instantly began to spread in my mind. There are surprises in guilt. She was speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Luo Chen was also filled with doubts. He had never seen Su Chuyu cry before, especially now that her body was soaked by the rain, her black hair stuck to her neck, and her beautiful eyes were red, which made people involuntarily want to protect her. He steadied his thoughts. Although he didn't know what the situation was, he didn't want to talk too much. Just a favor. I've used this umbrella before. Would you like to use it? He asked puzzledly. After these words were spoken, Su Chuyu could no longer control the sour feeling in his heart. At this moment, the contrast between Luo Chen and Lu Hao has reached its extreme. She nodded vigorously without hesitation. At the same time, tears were rolling down the corners of his eyes uncontrollably. This sentence really stimulated her. Seeing this, Luo Chen became even more confused. He really had no idea why this girl was crying. Moreover, in the past, I would rather get wet in the rain than use the umbrella he had used. He was too lazy to think about it. Now, he doesn't want to have anything to do with this girl. Okay. Then I'll give it to you. I'm leaving. Luo Chen casually placed the umbrella in his hand next to Su Chuyu, then turned around and walked towards the school gate. This. Su Chuyu tightly grasped the umbrella, and her beautiful eyes could not leave Luo Chen's back. At the same time, the feeling of guilt has reached its extreme. Turn out to be. It's so cold when it's wet in the rain. Without any hesitation, she called out, Luo Chen. Luo Chen turned around in the rain. Anything else? He asked coldly. This attitude made Su Chuyu feel even more regretful. She suppressed her emotions and said, Let's do it together. Come back soon. Let's go out together. She waved to Luo Chen. Luo Chen frowned slightly, and the feeling of doubt in his heart became stronger. He said calmly, Don't you dislike me? Why do you let me be with you? He really didn't understand why Su Chuyu was acting weird today. Although it was raining, Luo Chen had long been accustomed to it and didn't take it seriously at all. Sometimes, I like the feeling of being wet by the rain. Su Chuyu clenched her fists. Luo Chen's words made her feel even more guilty. She said hurriedly, No. No. I don't mind it anymore. Let's go out together. The rain, it's raining too hard. She was very unnatural. Luo Chen looked at him strangely, shook his head gently, and said, No need, I'll give you the umbrella. I'm leaving first. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the school. That figure didn't show any hesitation at all. Seeing this, Su Chuyu felt a little anxious again. Luo Chen is too determined. She vaguely felt that if she let Luo Chen go like this, then Luo Chen would be completely lost. Luo Chen! Wait for me! Su Chuyu shouted again and made a move to stand up and chase after him. Just got up. Ah! There was a sharp pain in her ankle and she cried out. Soon, the delicate body fell to the ground again. There was a painful expression on that face. Luo Chen was a little impatient at first, but he stopped when he heard the scream. Turning around to look, Su Chuyu covered her ankle, her beautiful face full of pain. Are you hurt? Luo Chen felt more helpless when he saw this. I originally wanted to stay away, but this doesn't even give me a chance. He felt a little hesitant again. Su Chuyu was also filled with anxiety, fearing that Luo Chen would insist on leaving. She rolled her eyes. Ouch, Luo Chen, I just sprained my ankle. It hurts so much. Can you help me? She quickly turned her gaze to Luo Chen and said pitifully. Luo Chen felt even more helpless when he saw this. That beautiful face was filled with a pitiful look, her beautiful eyes were moist, and her mouth was slightly pouting. The impact was truly shocking. The feeling of pity is fully displayed on her. Luo Chen didn't know what to do. Although I want to stay away from this girl, but I can't just ignore the situation. He pondered for a moment, then walked over. When Su Chuyu saw this, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. He is here. At this moment, Su Chuyu felt an unprecedented surprise in his heart. All the loss just now has been swept away by her at this moment. She didn't know what that felt like. She only knew that if she let Luo Chen go again this time, she would really lose Luo Chen completely. Luo Chen came to Su Chuyu. Sprained your ankle? Su Chuyu pursed her lips and nodded vigorously, that charming feeling radiating wildly. Luo Chen glanced at it. Can you get up by yourself? Should I hold an umbrella for you or something? He said lightly. That cold attitude made Su Chuyu feel a little pain in her heart. I don't know why. She suddenly began to miss the old Luo Chen. Can you help me up? I can't get up. She said somewhat unnaturally. Seeing this, Luo Chen felt a little surprised. Help? During the 3 years of high school in his previous life, he even felt disgusted with sharing an umbrella, let alone touching Su Chuyu. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Me, help me with my hands? Chapter 40, Heavy rain is pouring, Chuyu feels distressed? This sentence made Su Chuyu confused. What else? She wanted to ask, but quickly responded. During a physical education class some time ago, she was tired and a little hot, so she took off her school uniform and put it on the playground. In the end, she forgot about it when the get out of class was over, and it was Luo Chen who brought it to her. She was not feeling well those days and was in a bad mood. She scolded and disliked Luo Chen madly and asked him not to touch her clothes in the future. The feeling of guilt in her heart became stronger. I didn't think much of it at the time and even felt that I was justified. But now I think about it, why did I do such an inhuman thing back then? Can you help me up? Su Chuyu tried hard to force a smile, then raised her fair little hand. Luo Chen became more and more surprised when he saw this. He really doesn't understand. In her previous life, Su Chuyu would rather go back in the rain alone than share an umbrella with him. Now, help her? He looked at the white little hand, feeling a little dazed. In his previous life, he dreamed of holding that little hand. Now that little hand is right before his eyes, but he no longer has the heart to think about it as in his previous life. Without thinking too much, he reached out his hand. Even though Su Chuyu opened her little hand, Luo Chen did not touch it, but grabbed Su Chuyu's wrist through her school uniform. Su Chuyu observed this detail. A sour feeling emerged in her heart, which was very complicated. The contrast between Luo Chen and Lu Hao was too strong. You used force. Luo Chen said this and then pulled gently, and Su Chuyu stood up, but he didn't dare to put his right foot on the ground. Give me the umbrella. Can you go? Luo Chen let go of Su Chuyu's wrist, took the umbrella in his hand, and held it above their heads. Su Chuyu no longer had that tight feeling on her wrist, and she felt inexplicably empty. Although I felt very guilty, but I still felt a little aggrieved. Doesn't he want to help? Wrong. He was just worried that she would dislike it. Thinking of this, the grievance in her heart was quickly swallowed up by the deep guilt. Her face was slightly red, and she said, Can you help me out? As soon as the words fell, a look with a hint of expectation was cast on Luo Chen's face. Her heartbeat quickened. This is the first time since I was a child that a person of the opposite sex has supported me. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded. He went around to Su Chuyu's right side and raised his arm. Please hold my arm, he said lightly. Although Su Chuyu was very charming, he had no intention of taking advantage of her. He just wanted to completely sever their relationship. There's nothing I can do to help. Su Chuyu pursed her lips when she saw this. Don't take advantage of any bargain. At this moment, she didn't know what to feel in her heart. She raised her hand and pressed Luo Chen's arm to support the weight of her body. She hung her right foot in the air and hopped forward. Luo Chen held an umbrella in his right hand and followed slowly. The rain was still heavy, but fortunately the wind was not as strong. Walking and walking. Luo Chen suddenly felt Su Chuyu's grip on his arm tightened a bit. He glanced sideways. I saw Su Chuyu's delicate body was trembling. Su Chuyu was so troubled by his worries just now that he had no time to think about the cold. Now when he walked, the cold wind blew and the chill was uncontrollable. She was soaked all over. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. He even began to doubt whether he owed this girl in his previous life. Wait. He stopped. Su Chuyu looked at her in confusion. Her beautiful face was completely pale, and her lips were a little white. Luo Chen ignored him and took off his school uniform. Seeing this, Su Chuyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of expectation emerged in his heart. Is he for me? Before she could think about it, Luo Chen had already put the school uniform on her. Su Chuyu felt his heartbeat speed up slightly. Luo Chen said calmly, Let's go. He continued to move forward. Su Chuyu followed, but his thoughts were a little dazed. After all, Luo Chen only has a white sweatshirt left on his body, so he must be cold too, right? Without waiting to think about it. Call. Suddenly, there was another crazy downpour, the rain got heavier, and the big trees beside the school wall were swaying wildly in the wind. The whole campus became foggy because of the heavy rain. The umbrella is about to be deformed. Fortunately, Luo Chen had enough strength to adjust the direction of the umbrella to withstand the strong wind and heavy rain. It's still 200 or 300 meters away from the school gate. If we keep taking this long, how long will it take to get there? He is cold too. Another gust of wind blew, and Su Chuyu lost his balance. With a scream, his body fell towards Luo Chen's position. She pressed her hands on Luo Chen's shoulders and threw her delicate body on him, only then did she stabilize herself. Luo Chen raised his arms hard to give Su Chuyu enough support. He said helplessly, Why did you come out? Why don't you just wait until the rain stops? Su Chuyu leaned on Luo Chen's shoulder, her face slightly flushed. She said faintly, I wasn't this big when I came out. That little expression looks very aggrieved. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. Now the two of them are in the middle of the playground and there is no one around. I could only go out. But with this strong wind, Su Chuyu can't leave at all. He sighed silently. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly, also feeling a little anxious. After all, Luo Chen only had a white sweatshirt on him, so he must be very cold. She clenched her fists and struggled with her thoughts. Those beautiful eyes also fell on Luo Chen's profile, and the complicated feeling in her heart became even stronger. Soon, a determined light flashed in those beautiful eyes. Luo Chen, how about? Or, well, why don't you carry me out? Chapter 41. The wind and rain are gone, and so is he. After he finished speaking, Su Chuyu couldn't help but lower his head. That beautiful face was already filled with an intoxicating redness, and even though it was extremely cold, there was still a warm feeling on her face. Luo Chen was a little confused. He naturally knew that this method was the best, but this was Su Chuyu. He thought Su Chuyu would never agree, so he didn't even mention it. Unexpectedly, Su Chuyu brought it up on her own initiative? Is this still the Su Chuyu he knows? Luo Chen looked at him with confusion, and felt that Su Chuyu was a little weird. Okay. Then come up. He didn't refuse either, because he really didn't want to waste time here. It's too cold. Su Chuyu's face became even redder, and she held Luo Chen's shoulders and walked behind him. Luo Chen also bent down. Su Chuyu blushed, jumped hard, and fell directly on Luo Chen's back. Her legs naturally clamped around Luo Chen's waist. This moment, Su Chuyu's little face was already so red that it looked like blood could be squeezed out of it. She was so shy that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Luo Chen's heartbeat was also accelerating. Although Su Chuyu has been dug out of my heart now, but this does not affect the fact that Su Chuyu is a stunning beauty. What's more, she has such a good figure. The moment Su Chuyu rushed up, the squeezing feeling on his back made his heart almost jump out. That kind of beauty is indescribable. His body was a little stiff, and he stood there, his mind blank. Su Chuyu rested her head on Luo Chen's shoulder. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't react, the feeling of shyness and nervousness had reached its extreme. The intoxicating redness has spread from the face to the neck. She muttered softly, why don't you leave? Luo Chen woke up as if from a dream. He quickly calmed himself down and was also a little embarrassed. Walk. The umbrella is for you. He pretended to be calm and spoke lightly. Su Chuyu took the umbrella in her hand, and Luo Chen also put his hands on Su Chuyu's beautiful legs. The moment of contact. The two of them trembled at the same time, as if an electric current ran through them. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly, feeling full of shyness. Luo Chen wasn't feeling well either. It was so cold, but it couldn't suppress the restlessness in my heart. Although he was already in his 30s in his previous life, he had only 2 romantic relationships. One is about having a secret crush on Su Chuyu. The other period is the ambiguous period with Su Yuner. Unfortunately, before the window paper between the two of them could be broken, Su Yuner had already passed away. After all, he had never had any contact with girls. Call. He adjusted his breathing, diverted his attention, and then strode towards the school gate. It's just this bumping and the feeling on my back. Luo Chen is no longer cold. His whole body was filled with a burning sensation. Su Chuyu was also extremely shy. She tried her best to straighten her body, but she couldn't avoid the contact again and again. She wasn't cold anymore. It's not that my body is hot, but I'm too shy to even think about the cold. Time passes. The two people rushed towards the school gate in the heavy rain. It was only 200 or 300 meters, but to Luo Chen and Su Chuyu, it seemed as long as a century. Finally, we arrived at the school gate. Luo Chen saw a black Mercedes parked outside the school, and also saw a sturdy man in a suit waiting outside with an umbrella. That was Su Chuyu's driver, and he couldn't enter the school. Under the surprised gaze of the security guard, Luo Chen rushed out through the small door. Miss. You are. The driver quickly stepped forward and cast an unfriendly look at Luo Chen. Su Chuyu suppressed the shyness in her heart. Open the car door. She urged without responding. The driver quickly opened the door. Luo Chen turned around and let Su Chuyu slowly sit on the seat before he let go of his hands. Call. He took a deep breath. I'm quite tired after running all the way. He turned his gaze to the driver and said calmly, Your young lady sprained her ankle, and I just carried her out on my back. The driver was stunned for a moment and then smiled. I see. Thank you, young man. I can't get in, so I can only worry. He smiled politely. Su Chuyu couldn't help but pursed her lips when she heard that. I haven't explained anything yet, why are you in such a hurry to explain? Snort. She moved a little further inside and patted the spot next to her. Luo Chen, get in the car quickly. I'll take you back. She waited. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, becoming more and more surprised. This attitude is not bad. At least compared to before, this was the kindest thing I had done to him. He smiled and said, It's not easy to hear these words from you. It's not in vain that I helped you. I appreciate your kindness, but I won't take the car. I'm leaving. These words made Su Chuyu feel guilty again. She didn't want to think too much, and said anxiously, It's raining so hard, why are you riding a bicycle back? Hurry up and get on the bike. It's on the way, I'll take you back. Luo Chen picked up the umbrella on the ground, glanced at the luxurious interior of the car, and a self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No, I'm dirty. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. As soon as these words came out, Su Chuyu felt his heart tremble violently. The body is dirty. That's right, this is what she once said to Luo Chen. Luo Chen. Come back and get in the car. Luo Chen. She quickly leaned on the car door and shouted at Luo Chen's back. Unfortunately, there was no response. She stared at Luo Chen's back, her beautiful eyes already filled with moisture. She is in so much pain. She suddenly had the urge to slap herself. Why did she say such words to Luo Chen in the first place? But the driver is here. She tried hard to hold back the tears in her eyes, but her heart ached so much. The driver came over. Miss, please sit back down quickly. It's too cold. You'll catch a cold if you keep going like this. He pressed the car door and said worriedly. Su Chuyu clenched her fists and suddenly felt the urge to get out of the car and chase Luo Chen. But when she stuck her head out again, she found that Luo Chen was no longer around. She turned around and got into the car. His eyes were slightly dull, his thoughts were confused and he didn't know what to do. Bang! The car door is closed. The noisy sounds of wind and rain outside disappeared instantly, and the place became warmer. She felt empty inside. The cold wind and rain are gone, and Luo Chen, who loved her, is gone too. This moment. She felt indescribable sadness in her heart. Chapter 42, No reply? Shuyu is worried. The Mercedes drove away. The wind and rain were still strong, and Luo Chen certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to ride his bike back in the rain. Sister Wan, I'm here to take shelter from the rain. Just in time to make tomorrow's lemonade. He entered Wang Wan's supermarket, put the umbrella aside, and shouted inside. Xiaochen is here. Good. Just keep busy. Call me if you need anything. Wang Wan's shouting voice rang out. After a few days of contact, the two became much more familiar with each other. Luo Chen also started to get busy. He had already stockpiled a lot of raw materials here, which was enough to sustain for a while. In a blink of an eye, Luo Chen finished his work. It has turned into a drizzle outside. Luo Chen followed the sound to the kitchen and found Wang Wan busying herself in an apron. He leaned against the doorframe and said with a smile, Sister Wan, you are such a big boss, why do you still do all these jobs yourself? This supermarket also sells some baked goods, which Wang Wan is currently making. She shook her head and smiled bitterly, saying, Xiaochen, please don't make fun of your sister Wan. It's just a small supermarket. What's the point of being a boss? I thought about hiring someone before. But the profit is not much to begin with. If I spend too much, it won't be worth it. If I spend less, people won't want to come. It's not that easy to balance. Luo Chen nodded slightly. That's true. After all, there isn't much work to begin with, so hiring people isn't really cost-effective. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. That's right. Su Yuner's mother. A hint of surprise appeared in his heart. If this job is given to Su Yuner's mother, wouldn't it be just right? It's safe and not tiring, the only drawback is that the income is a little less. But money is nothing now. Sister 1, if you want to hire someone, don't look for someone yet. I have a suitable candidate. I'll ask some other day. He said with a smile. Wang Wan raised her head and said with a smile, okay. Then I'll wait for your news. When Luo Chen returned home, it was already dark. Luo Shubua and Bai Jing were not worried. Luo Chen had been independent-minded since he was young and often came back very late after playing. They had long been accustomed to it. At the dinner table, Luo Chen ate voraciously. These past few days, he had asked Bai Jing to make different specialties of hers. Luo Chen had been craving for this in his previous life. Bai Jing looked at Luo Chen's eating and couldn't help but said, "Slow down, no one is trying to snatch it from you. Why are you in such a hurry?" Luo Chen shoveled the last mouthful of rice in the bowl into his mouth and said vaguely, "I'll go study after eating." Bai Jing widened her eyes. What? Study? You? Are you in a hurry to study? That expression was as if he had seen an alien. Their family has always adopted a free-range model. These past few nights, they only knew that Luo Chen locked himself in the bedroom, but they didn't know what he was doing. The chopsticks in Luo Shubua's hand also paused. Luo Chen wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "I'm done eating. I'm going to study." He walked towards his bedroom. "Oh, by the way, Mom and Dad, I have to go out tomorrow. Our class is organizing a camping trip. Help me make something to eat tomorrow morning." After saying that, he went into his bedroom. Bai Jing and Luo Shubua looked at them in astonishment, not thinking about camping at all. What stimulated your son? The college entrance exam is coming up soon, why are you suddenly working so hard to get into it? Bai Jing asked doubtfully. Luo Shubua continued to eat and said with a smile, "No matter what the reason is, learning is a good thing." Whispering sound. Bai Jing pouted and said, "What's the point of cramming at the last minute? How can you jump up from the second to last in the whole year group?" Luo Shubua smiled indifferently and said, "You have to believe in your son. What if he gets admitted to a university?" Snort. Bai Jing rolled her eyes at him and said accusingly, "It's all your fault. You let him roam free and ended up with him being the last in the group. With grades like this, do you still expect him to get into college? This university is owned by your family." Luo Shubua shook his head and chuckled, without responding. However, the two did not notice that Luo Chen's bedroom door was not closed tightly. Although the conversation was not loud, Luo Chen still heard it. A smile appeared on his lips, and he murmured, "I disappointed you in my previous life. This time, don't worry. I will definitely make you proud." His face was full of determination. Soon, I devoted myself to studying again. In the blink of an eye, it was 11 o'clock. Luo Chen yawned, rubbed his swollen temples, and then put the book away. I was already very sleepy, but when I thought about going camping with Su Yuner tomorrow, the sleepiness disappeared instantly. He opened the cabinet of the desk and took out a small iron box. Inside this is the New Year's money he has saved since he was a child. He counted the money and found it was a total of more than 450 yuan, which was a huge sum of money for him now. He took out a $100 bill, put it in his pocket, and then lay down on the bed. Beep beep beep. A faint reminder sound was heard. Luo Chen then remembered that he had put his cell phone under his pillow in the morning. He took out his cell phone and opened QQ. The first thing that catches your eye is the contact at the top, which is sunny at first and then rainy. Luo Chen couldn't help but sit up straight, feeling a little dazzled. "How many messages have you sent him?" Luo Chen quickly clicked in. Sunny at first, then rainy, where are the people? Speak. Sunny then rainy, Luo Chen. Have you arrived home? Where are you? Sunny at first, then rainy, if you don't say anything, I'll call the police. Seeing this, Luo Chen's mouth twitched violently. What is this girl doing crazy again? He tapped his fingertips on his phone and replied to the message. Inside the villa, Su Chuyu was wearing cute pajamas, with her fair little feet wrapped in several bandages, resting on the edge of the bed. She held the phone tightly, her beautiful face full of worry. Why is there no news yet? She regretted very much why she didn't have Luo Chen's mobile phone number and could only send messages on QQ. She clenched her fists. She started asking about Luo Chen since she got home. At first she thought Luo Chen had not come home yet, but the longer time went by, the more she felt something was wrong. At this moment, she felt her heart was in her throat. In just a few hours, she had already imagined hundreds of ways that Luo Chen could get into an accident. She gritted her teeth. No. Can't wait any longer. The dial-up interface just appeared. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang. An excited smile instantly appeared on Su Chuyu's face, and she quickly returned to the QQ page. Xiao Luoyu, I'm home and I didn't check my phone. What happened? Call. Su Chuyu took a deep breath and his tense heartstrings finally relaxed. She looked at Luo Chen's online name and pouted. If you don't know, tell me. Do you know how long I have been worried? Chapter 43 Luo Chen is disappointed? Yuna is here. Although she felt resentful, she couldn't send these words of blame to Luo Chen now. She pulled the big bear next to the bed and rubbed its face hard. I feel relieved. She picked up the phone again, and a smile quickly appeared on her beautiful face. She began to reply. First sunny then rainy, it's okay, I'll be home. Luo Chen looked at his phone, feeling confused. What does this mean? I sent so many messages just to know whether he has arrived home or not. Analyzing from the surface, Luo Chen might think that the other party was just worried about his safety, but unfortunately, the other party was Su Chuyu, so Luo Chen naturally would not be narcissistic enough to think that Su Chuyu was worried about him. He didn't respond. Su Chuyu's little hands on the other side kept typing on the phone, typing and deleting, deleting and typing again. I wanted to find a topic, but I had no idea what to talk about. Even though she has now gained enlightenment, she still feels a little reluctant to let go when facing Luo Chen. For a long time. Su Chuyu finally pressed the send button. First sunny, then rainy, thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to stay in the playground in the rain for so long. Luo Chen looked at his phone with surprise on his face. Thank you to me? This is completely different from the impression he had of Su Chuyu. He didn't take it seriously. Beep beep beep. Su Chuyu quickly picked up his mobile phone and looked at the screen with a smile on his face. This moment. She was already filled with anticipation. It was the first time in her life that she showed such an expression in front of her mobile phone. Xiao Luoyu, you're welcome. Su Chuyu has so many suitors. Even if I'm not there, there will definitely be someone else to help. There is something sarcastic about this statement. But not much. Su Chuyu looked at the message in a daze, and the scene of Lu Hao wanting to help her emerged involuntarily in her mind. Even now, when she thought of Lu Hao's excited expression, she still felt a deep disgust in her heart. Just in time. Luo Chen formed a sharp contrast with Lu Hao. It was not until now that she realized that what she had previously thought to be Luo Chen's flattering smile was actually so sincere. That smile was so pure and came from the heart. Just happiness, without any desires. Only. Su Chuyu hadn't seen this smile for several days. She pursed her lips. She originally wanted to have a good chat with Luo Chen, but when faced with this topic, she didn't know how to respond. It's late, time to go to bed. Luo Chen set an alarm, stuffed his phone under his pillow, closed his eyes and fell asleep. This sleep was especially sweet. Thinking of seeing Su Yuner again tomorrow morning, a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Only. Su Chuyu in the villa couldn't laugh at all. She sat on the bed, her lips slightly pouting, her beautiful face filled with resentment. Snort. Stinky Luo Chen, I sent you more than 40 messages. Just reply to me with these 2 sentences. Do you take me seriously? She deleted the words good night she had typed, threw her phone aside, and lay down on the bed. I have taken the initiative to find you, and you. Snort. Not understanding romance. Pooh. No, that's not right. What do you mean by unromantic? It's impolite. Yes, that's rude. Su Chuyu lay on the bed, muttering to herself, with an angry expression on her face. She mumbled for a long time before closing her eyes. But whenever the eyes fell into darkness, Luo Chen's figure would involuntarily appear in my mind. The figure of Luo Chen answering questions, the figure of Luo Chen on the court. And the scene where Luo Chen carried her on his back and walked out of the school today. Su Chuyu's face began to warm up unconsciously. The memory of that touch was still fresh in her mind, and she couldn't help but feel a little shy in her heart. Oops. Su Chuyu shook his head vigorously. What are you thinking about, Su Chuyu? What's wrong with you? Sleep. She said to herself angrily, but her thoughts were still out of control. Suddenly, she sat up straight in bed, her pretty face full of anxiety. Broken. Forgot to ask him to go camping tomorrow. She pondered for a long time before lying down on the bed again, pursing her lips. Luo Chen. In the past, you always took the initiative to find me and wanted to go with me. This time, are you really not going? She sighed softly. Before she knew it, her heart was already filled with a feeling of loss. The next morning, after having breakfast, Luo Chen rode his bike to the intersection. There was no school today, so he wore his own clothes. After all, it was camping, so he still carried his backpack, which was filled with various things needed for camping. Along the way, Luo Chen drove at lightning speed. Although they hadn't seen each other for just one night, Luo Chen could no longer control the feeling of missing her. I didn't cherish it in my previous life, but in this life, Luo Chen doesn't want to miss any opportunity. Not long after, Luo Chen arrived at the place where he was waiting for her yesterday. Today he was wearing a pair of jeans, a pure white t-shirt, and a black jacket. His family is at a stage where they are not as good as the rich but better than the poor. Luo Shubo works within the system, and Bai Jing rents a small stall in a shopping mall, selling cosmetics, toiletries, and other items. His family's income is considered decent. Luo Chen had no requirements for clothes, whether in his past life or this life. As long as it is clean and wearable, it's fine. Time passes. But there was no sign of Su Yuner in the distance. Luo Chen frowned slightly. He glanced at the cheap watch on his wrist. It was already 8:20, and a full 20 minutes had passed since the time they had agreed to meet. Why haven't you come yet? You won't not come, will you? A faint feeling of loss emerged in Luo Chen's heart. After all, it's been a long time since the deadline. He continued to wait, looking towards the direction where Su Yuner appeared. In the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed. Well. Luo Chen sighed silently in his heart, feeling very disappointed. He probably won't come, right? Su Yuner didn't have a cell phone, and he didn't know Su Yuner's mother's phone number, so there was no way to contact her. He shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. Bai was excited. Just about to leave on my bike. Luo Chen. Suddenly, a panting voice was heard. Luo Chen's movements paused instantly, and a glimmer of surprise appeared in his eyes. This voice, Su Yuner. Coming? He quickly turned his eyes to the location where the sound came from, and just saw Su Yuner running towards him from a distance. It's just that it's in another direction. Chapter 44. Is Yuna shy? Has a stomachache? Luo Chen rode his bicycle to meet him. Su Yuner was leaning against a roadside electric pole, breathing rapidly, her face flushed. Yes. I'm sorry, I'm late. You've been waiting for a long time, right? She said while panting. I thought I was definitely late, but I didn't expect. Luo Chen was still waiting here. She was also surprised the moment she saw Luo Chen. Luo Chen looked at her gently and said, "What's there to be sorry about? Just catch your breath first. There's no rush. I didn't wait long." Su Yuner looked at him with some guilt. Luo Chen has always been punctual, how could it be that he hasn't been here for long? But besides feeling guilty, she was also a little touched. Luo Chen asked in confusion, "How did you get from there?" Su Yuner lowered her head slightly and said, Today is too cold, I gave my mother a piece of clothing." Delayed. She didn't dare to look Luo Chen in the eye, feeling very guilty. She also didn't tell Luo Chen that she lied to get out. If it was voluntary, her mother would not let her go, so she said that the teacher required her to attend. This was the first time she told a lie in her life. She had no interest in this kind of activity, but she didn't want to disappoint Luo Chen. Only then did Luo Chen realize that Su Yuner was still wearing her school uniform. She was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes, which were very clean, but her school uniform pants were obviously worn out, and the edges of the shoes were a little yellowed. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel heartbroken. This girl's childhood was so miserable. Then let's go. We still have time. It's just camping. There's no set time limit, he said with a faint smile. Su Yuner nodded slightly. Luo Chen pushed his bicycle towards the agreed location, and Su Yuner walked side by side with him. The two were chatting. This kind of chat is already a pleasure for Luo Chen. As for camping, he didn't care at all. Time passes. In more than half an hour, the two arrived at the camping site. This place is not far from the school. It is a willow forest next to the river and the scenery here is very nice. Luo Chen raised his hand and pointed, saying, "That's where we're going to camp today." It seems like most of the students have arrived. There weren't many people who volunteered to participate. There were only about 13 or 14 people there, including the class teacher Lu Yun. Su Yuner looked up and nodded slightly. It's just that expression somewhat unnatural. Luo Chen noticed it and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Su Yuner was a little nervous. "No, nothing happened. I'm fine." She shook her head and quickly looked away. Luo Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This little girl's lies are not just a simple matter of showing them on her face, this is too obvious. He said calmly, "Are you not considering me a friend again? Don't tell me something sad." Su Yuna's face turned slightly red, and she said anxiously, I'm really fine, nothing happened, I didn't tell you." Luo Chen frowned slightly when he saw this. This reaction. Cough cough. He coughed lightly and asked, "You have a stomachache? If you have a stomachache, let's not participate. Don't catch a cold again." Su Yuner paused and looked at Luo Chen in surprise. The next moment, that delicate face instantly turned rosy like a ripe apple, so beautiful and tempting. She quickly turned her head away and whispered, "No. No, no. I didn't. I just want to go to the bathroom." Her two little hands were tangled together, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She was just shy and didn't want to tell a boy about going to the toilet, but she didn't expect Luo Chen would misunderstand her about that kind of thing. Luo Chen suddenly realized and felt a little embarrassed. He said unhappily, "What's there to be embarrassed about when you go to the toilet? That's the public toilet over there. Do you dare to go by yourself? If not, I will accompany you." Su Yuner became even more shy after hearing this. "Dare?" she said weakly, You go first, I'll be back after I go to the toilet." As soon as he finished speaking, he trotted away quickly. Luo Chen sat in the car seat, looking at Su Yuner's quickly receding figure, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. Youth is so great. That kind of ignorant feeling is irreplaceable after growing up. Su Yuner ran far away, and then he slowed down. She secretly turned her head and found that Luo Chen was still looking at her. She quickly withdrew her gaze and her heart beat faster. How come he even understands this? That's quite thoughtful. She couldn't help but mumble out loud, but soon her little heart beat faster and faster. Luo Chen also rode his bicycle towards the crowd in front. There were already several bicycles parked on the side of the road, and a black Mercedes was parked in the distance. No need to think, it must be Su Chuyu's family. Only then did he remember that Su Chuyu had also come to participate in this camping trip and had called him several times. Luo Chen ignored him, stopped his bike and walked towards the crowd. He took a glance. The most eye-catching person among the crowd was naturally Su Chuyu. Even though he had watched it for 3 years, Luo Chen still felt amazed today. She was wearing a dark gray long skirt which was very stylish and looked very valuable. She was also wearing an exquisite black outer garment and Martin boots. She still has her hair tied in a ponytail today, and her beautiful face is full of coolness. The whole person exudes a sense of cool beauty. Cool girl. Luo Chen couldn't help but look at her a few more times. It seemed like a physiological reaction and he couldn't take his eyes off her. He shook his head and chuckled. Su Chuyu is really beautiful, both pretty and elegant. Unfortunately, I'm not destined to be with her. Su Chuyu was chatting with Wang Meiling and Li Yuan by the river. Other students also gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Luo Chen also saw Lu Hao in the crowd. He is here too? Luo Chen ignored it. The head teacher Lu Yun was sitting on the blanket in the middle, looking at the students with a smile on her face. Luo Chen walked over and said, "Teacher, I'm here." Lu Yun looked at it with some surprise. But soon, her eyes fell on Su Chuyu by the river. It has been like this in the past few years. Wherever Su Chuyu is, Luo Chen will definitely be there. She nodded and responded, showing no interest in paying attention. She was very pessimistic about Luo Chen. Luo Chen naturally didn't want to bother himself, so he found a place and started packing his things. At the same time, Wang Meiling also discovered him. Whispering sound. Here comes the follower again. I'm so annoyed. I thought he had made it big, but I didn't expect. It's still the same behavior. Chapter 45, Careful Analysis, Chuyu breaks the defense. After saying that, he picked up a stone with a look of disgust and threw it into the water with force. Su Chuyu's cold expression froze slightly. A follower? He is the only one in Class 5, Grade 3 who can be described like this by Wang Miling. He is coming? Su Chuyu's heart, which had been somewhat lost, suddenly showed a hint of excitement, and he looked back. Soon, she found Luo Chen squatting there organizing his school bag. A faint smile appeared on that cold face involuntarily. Snort! Didn't you say you couldn't come? If you have the guts, don't come. She thought proudly. Although I thought so, the feeling of loss just now was swept away instantly. Li Yuan asked in confusion, a follower? Luo Chen? Snort. Wang Miling snorted coldly and said, who else could it be but him? He pretends to be so serious every day and ignores us Chuyu. Look, it's coming again. I've seen through him a long time ago. I know Chuyu would never agree to his pursuit and play hard to get. Childish. There was unspeakable disgust between his brows. The smile on Su Chuyu's lips disappeared and he looked at Wang Miling with dissatisfaction. It's none of your business whether he comes or not. What are you worried about? Hearing Wang Miling's words, she couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Wang Miling's action of throwing the stone froze instantly. She looked at Su Chuyu in disbelief and said, Chuyu, I am annoying him for you. Now that she is here, you must be unhappy again. Su Chuyu suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. If it were in the past, what Wang Miling said was indeed right, but now, it is not the same as before. She didn't say much, and her mind was no longer here. She suddenly had an urge to go to Luo Chen, but what reason should she use? Li Yuan glanced at Luo Chen and said, Miling, Luo Chen is not as bad as you say. I think he's fine. She only began to change her mind after Luo Chen asked her for photos. Su Chuyu raised her eyebrows slightly. Good. She couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. Wang Miling's eyes widened. Good? You said Luo Chen is good? What's good about him? Yuan, are you crazy? You actually said he is good. She asked in disbelief. Li Yuan said slowly, what's wrong with him? She used to be a poor student, but now she's studying hard. She solved that math problem. Do you know how proud she is of our class? Our math teacher always praises our class first when he goes to any class. We have become a positive example. He speaks English so well, and he plays basketball. You saw him the other day, too. He's so handsome. Su Chuyu listened silently and felt his heartbeat begin to speed up. She had thought about these things too. I don't know why, but she loves hearing these words from other people. Wang Miling looked at her in disbelief. Crazy. Yuan, you are absolutely crazy. Yes, he studied and he can play basketball, but so what? Chuyu just doesn't like him, and he has the shamelessness to pester Chuyu every day. How annoying is it that such a person has no bottom line? She continued in disgust. The smile on Su Chuyu's lips disappeared. Li Yuan disagreed and shook her head, saying, I don't think so. He does like Chuyu. Chuyu is so outstanding, it's normal for her to be liked by others. Who in the class doesn't know that Luo Chen likes Chuyu? What's wrong with him liking Chuyu? If I were a boy, I would also like Chuyu and pursue her madly. Su Chuyu's heart moved when he heard this. What's wrong with liking her? Yeah, what's wrong? She thought of what she said to Luo Chen when she came out of the hotel that day. I don't like you, what's wrong with me? I don't know why. Su Chuyu felt a slight pain in his heart. Wang Miling still had an expression of disbelief on her face, and said, it's true that he likes me, but he has no limits. Chuyu is so annoyed with him, but he still keeps pestering me. Li Yuan curled her lips slightly. She hugged her shoulders and said, if I remember correctly. Luo Chen never pestered Chuyu, right? I saw it too. He only appears when Chuyu needs him. Carrying school bags, reserving seats, and bringing umbrellas, etc., when Chuyu didn't need them, Luo Chen never pestered her. When did you see Luo Chen pestering Chuyu after class? No, did you? He was just lying on his seat and looking at Chuyu silently. What a passionate boy, How could he be so unbearable in your words? Su Chuyu couldn't help but clench her fists. The more Li Yuanyuan talked, the more her heart ached. Wang Miling widened her eyes, looked at him in confusion, and wanted to refute, but found that she couldn't refute at all. What Li Yuanyuan said is right. And there is one more important point. Li Yuanyuan's voice sounded again. Wang Miling watched quietly. Su Chuyu couldn't help but prick up his ears and listen carefully. Li Yuanyuan glanced at Luo Chen and said, "Since being rejected by Chuyu last time, when have you seen Luo Chen pestering Chuyu again?" Not even once. Although Chuyu disliked him in the past, she never explicitly said that she would never be with him. He held on to hope and longed for Chuyu to agree one day. It's normal for him to always take care of Chuyu. But after being rejected, he knew it was impossible, and the other party also gave up. Why is there no limit? This. The corners of Wang Miling's mouth twitched. She wanted to speak, but found that she couldn't refute a word. Su Chuyu clenched her teeth. Li Yuanyuan's words made her feel particularly depressed and she felt like she couldn't breathe. Yes. What did Luo Chen do wrong? He did not do anything wrong from beginning to end. On the contrary? Her rejection dealt a heavy blow to Luo Chen. Li Yuanyuan turned her gaze to Luo Chen, sighed, and said, "What a passionate boy. If a boy pursues me like this in the future, I will definitely agree. If you miss this kind of boy, I'm afraid he will never appear again in your life." This sentence dealt a critical blow to Su Chuyu. If you miss it, it will never come back. Her nose felt sore and her beautiful eyes became moist. She quickly shifted her gaze elsewhere and suppressed the tears that were about to flow out. Soon, that little look began to become firm. She was still thinking of a reason to go find Luo Chen, but now, she doesn't need a reason anymore. She wants to go over. She wants to find Luo Chen. Chapter 46 Camping and Cooking? Can Luo Chen do it? Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly, turned around, and walked towards Luo Chen's position. Just taking a step. Her gaze froze slightly. Because there was another figure beside Luo Chen, it was Su Yuner. The two were packing their school bags together, talking and laughing. Su Chuyu stood there in a daze, looking at the gentle smile on Luo Chen's face. She felt her heart ached again. An indescribable emotion quickly rose in my heart. She couldn't help it. The tears that had been lingering for a long time finally flowed down the corners of her eyes. She didn't know what was wrong with her, she just knew that she felt very uncomfortable and her heart was particularly depressed. She wiped away her tears, at a loss. Luo Chen naturally didn't notice it. After spreading out the mat, he placed the prepared fruits on it. Luo Chen bought a lot of things for this camping trip. Naturally, he couldn't miss such a good opportunity to provide Su Yuner with nutrition. The two of them chatted intermittently. None of them felt embarrassed, but instead felt extremely relaxed. Luo Chen glanced to the right and saw two groups of people over there. One of them was Lu Hao. Two female classmates were sitting next to him, talking and laughing. Laughing very loudly. The key point is that every time Lu Hao finished laughing, he would look towards Su Chuyu's position. Pity. Su Chuyu didn't notice him at all. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Lu Yin put down the book in her hand, stood up, and said with a smile, "In order to make our camping trip more interesting, I decided to hold a group competition. We have a total of 14 students this time, so let's divide them into 3 groups. I have prepared some ingredients for your lunch in the car. After we are divided into groups, you can choose and make your own lunch. I'll give you all the scores then, and we'll see which group has the highest score, okay?" She was in high spirits and smiling. The students responded positively. Good. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Grouping. He originally just wanted to be with Su Yuner, and he had prepared a lot of things, but he didn't expect that he would have to squeeze in other people. Some students are happy while others are sad. Many of those who can cook have already revealed a triumphant smile, while those who can't cook are looking at each other in confusion. Lu Yin continued, "Okay, is there any student who is confident? Let's find 3 students to be group leaders. Then the other students will choose their own team leaders to enter." Is there? Her eyes scanned the crowd. Teacher, I. As soon as the words fell, an excited voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Hao in the crowd standing up, holding his hand with a smug expression on his face. Lu Hao. I remember he said he has been cooking since he was a child. Is he a chef? I've eaten it. Lu Hao is an amazing cook. Oh my god, I have to hold on to this thigh. I want to be in a group with him. In an instant, several students started discussing. Lu Hao became even more proud after hearing this. His gaze also fell on Su Chuyu's position, with a gleam in his eyes. The embarrassing thing is, Su Chuyu was still sitting there with her knees hugged, in a daze, not even bothering to look at him. Snort! Lu Hao snorted coldly. Wait. Today, let you feel what regret is. Lu Yan smiled and said, okay, Lu Hao counts as one, are there any others? She glanced at everyone. Li Yuan and Wang Miling looked at each other and curled their lips. None of them can cook. Teacher, I can do that too. Suddenly, another slightly guilty voice sounded. Luo Chen took a look. It was a girl wearing glasses, very gentle and well-mannered. He had some impression of her. She was not competitive and had a very good personality. Lu Yan smiled and said, okay, then Wang Nan is one of them. Anything else? Her eyes continued to scan. But the other students didn't have the courage to stand up. They can't cook. The key point is, there is no open flame here, so what can we use to cook? They just don't understand. Su Yuner couldn't help but look at Luo Chen's profile. Can you cook? She asked puzzledly. Luo Chen smiled and said, you can cook, why don't you raise your hand? Su Yuner's face turned slightly red. She shook her head vigorously and said, I don't. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. He knew that Su Yuner cooked delicious food, but Su Yuner's personality would definitely not allow her to do such a thing. Su Yuner frowned slightly, feeling vaguely that something was wrong. Soon, a gleam of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. That's right. How did he know I could cook? Did I tell him? Without waiting to think about it. Teacher, if there is no one here, then I will do it. Luo Chen's voice has already sounded beside my ears. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed expressions of astonishment. All eyes were focused on Luo Chen, looking very confused. No. How dare you confess? He can cook? For people to eat? Is this edible? Oh my god, he dares to be the team leader? Who would go? I won't go. I'd rather starve to death. Soon, the sound of discussion was heard again around. Luo Chen heard it but didn't take it seriously. Su Yuner pursed her lips. She looked up at the people who were talking about Luo Chen, and a fierce expression appeared on her little face. So annoying. Of course, no one can see this little expression. When Su Chuyu heard Luo Chen's voice, she raised her head unconsciously. Lu Yan also frowned and said, Luo Chen, think about it carefully. As a team leader, you have to be responsible for the lunch of the team members. Can you do this? Just a simple sentence made Luo Chen the object of everyone's ridicule in an instant. A sneer appeared on Lu Hao's lips. Luo Chen. Today I will return the shame I incurred from the past 2 days. The people around looked on in mockery. Luo Chen felt Lu Yan's contempt and was too lazy to pay attention to her. If it wasn't for the opportunity to cook a delicious meal for Su Yuner personally, he wouldn't be willing to take the initiative. He smiled and replied, I can do it. Lu Yan's brows were still frowning. She glanced around, intending to wait for another person to come forward. Pity. No one else knew how to cook, so no one stood up. She felt a little melancholy. Lu Hao sensed Lu Yan's emotions and sneered. He stepped forward and said, Teacher, since we are dividing into groups, then, if no student chooses him, then this group will not exist? The other students looked at each other and sneered. Who will choose him? I don't choose anyway. Chapter 47 Team Leader Luo Chen? Will anyone choose him? Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and she said slowly, Okay, then let's see if there are any students willing to be in a group with Luo Chen. Everyone showed mocking smiles on their faces. Lu Hao asked with a sarcastic look on his face, Luo Chen, don't you know what kind of person you are in our class? Why are you the team leader? I'm really worried about you. How could that fake smile on his face indicate that he cares at all? Su Yuner clenched her fists, pouted her lips slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. This person is so annoying. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously and responded casually, I haven't chosen yet. What if someone chooses me? Then you're worrying for nothing? Chi. There was a burst of sneering sounds all around. Lu Hao did not hide the sarcasm on his face at all. He smiled and said, "What if? That's too much of a what if. Who do you think will choose you? Oh, by the way, you are a real fan of our school beauty. Do you think our school beauty will choose you?" When he said this, he couldn't help wanting to laugh. Puff. The other students couldn't help themselves and burst into laughter. There was a playful gleam in their eyes, and they kept laughing. Su Chuyu's heart moved slightly. True love fans. These 3 words brought together all the complicated emotions she had felt over the past few days. There were so many things she had done to let Luo Chen down. True love. These 2 words touched her deeply, and the light in her beautiful eyes became more determined. Okay. Lu Yun waved her hand and said, "Then the students please express your opinions first. If someone chooses Luo Chen, then he will be the team leader. If no one chooses, then someone else will be chosen. Did anyone choose him?" Lu Hao hugged his shoulders, the mocking expression on his face reaching its peak. The others also sneered. Who will choose? The other students were also looking around, but no one stood up. Lu Hao laughed unabashedly. "Luo Chen, your chance of success didn't show up. Why didn't anyone choose you?" Ah. The other students' sarcastic smiles also became more intense. Luo Chen glanced at him calmly and was about to speak. Suddenly, a soft and sticky voice sounded beside my ear. "Who said there is no one to choose? I choose him." When Luo Chen heard this, he suddenly felt a little surprised. At this moment, Su Yuner was very confident. Her voice has increased a lot, and her delicate face has also been completely lifted up. The mocking smiles on the other students' faces froze. Is there really a candidate? However, the moment they saw Su Yuner's face clearly, their eyes widened. After so many days, it was the first time for the classmates to see Su Yuner's face clearly. That face is incredibly delicate. Although she is not as glamorous as Su Chuyu, but in terms of appearance, her delicate face is not much worse than Su Chuyu. Is Su Yuner so pretty? But soon, they began to feel unhappy. Such a pretty girl chose Luo Chen? Lu Hao looked gloomy and felt his face burning. New classmate, think carefully. If you choose him, I'm afraid you will starve, he said in a heavy tone. Su Yuner raised her little face and responded coldly, "My hunger has nothing to do with you, I just want to choose him." She didn't know what was wrong with her. If it were any other time, I wouldn't even dare to raise my head when there are so many people around. But just now. For some reason, when she saw others ridiculing Luo Chen, a stubborn thought suddenly emerged in her heart. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile when he heard that. The old feeling is back. In his previous life, no matter what decision he made, Su Yuner would always support him unconditionally. Now, it has that flavor. The corners of Lu Hao's mouth twitched violently, and his expression became even more gloomy. The other students were equally unhappy. Luo Chen said with a smile, "Look, you've been worrying for nothing, haven't you?" His tone was very calm. However, to Lu Hao, this was a naked provocation. He took a deep breath and said, "Teacher, this new student has just arrived and doesn't know much about the character of our classmates yet. I think she doesn't count, right?" Lu Yun hesitated. "Although I look down on Luo Chen, isn't it a bit too unfair?" She glanced around and asked, "Are there any other students who want to join Luo Chen's group?" Snort. Lu Hao snorted coldly and showed his arrogant expression again. He cast a mocking look at Luo Chen. "Luo Chen, you can only deceive the new students. Who among our old classmates would choose you? How did you get by in the past 3 years?" His words were sharp and his eyes were mocking. The other students also resumed their sarcastic expressions, even more fiercely than before. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously. In his heart, having Su Yuner is enough. Lu Hao showed a playful expression on his face and said, "Luo Chen, you are a true fan of our school beauty, why don't you invite her? What if the school beauty agrees? Give it a try?" The expressions on the faces of the others were even more amused. Whispering sound. Wang Miling also uttered a disdainful sound. Everyone's extremely mocking gazes were focused on Luo Chen. Su Yuner clenched her fists and her face was puffed up with anger. That's too much. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled, just about to speak. Suddenly, a cold and pleasant voice sounded, "Don't try." Such a nice and recognizable voice, it's Su Chuyu. Puff. Lu Hao immediately burst out laughing, holding his stomach while laughing. This is the effect he wanted. Just wanted to mock. Su Chuyu's cold voice continued to ring out, I choose Luo Chen. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved her charming long legs and walked directly towards Luo Chen's position. This. Lu Hao's sarcastic laughter stopped abruptly, and he was stunned. The expressions on the other students' faces also froze, and they looked at the scene in front of them in great confusion. No. What's going on? Are you crazy? Go to Luo Chen's group? Chapter 48 I'm cold? He doesn't like it? Wang Miling widened her eyes and looked at it in disbelief. Luo Chen was also a little surprised. He felt more and more that something was wrong with Su Chuyu these past 2 days. Should he choose him? Lu Hao came to his senses. No. Student Su Chuyu, you don't have to feel so sorry for him, right? We can't go back until the evening. You don't want to eat? He said it without hesitation. Su Chuyu stood beside Luo Chen and responded coldly, does it have anything to do with you? With just one sentence, Lu Hao's face instantly turned red. He clenched his fists instantly. He doesn't understand. I originally wanted to humiliate Luo Chen, but I didn't expect Su Chuyu actually chose him. The other students were equally confused. The key point is the current situation, 2 school beauties are on Luo Chen's side. Why did you confess this? Then I choose Luo Chen too. Suddenly, another figure walked towards Luo Chen's position. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. It's Li Yuan. Lu Hao clenched his back teeth, the anger in his heart could no longer be described in words. He hates it. Soon, we were divided into groups. Wang Miling didn't understand Li Yuan and Su Chuyu's behavior, so she joined Wang Nan's group. Both Wang Nan and Lu Hao's groups had 5 people. Now that we've been divided into groups, let the team leaders pick out the food. It's all in the car. I've divided it among you. Each person can only choose 3. Do your best, everyone. I'm supervising you, and I'll give you grades later. Lu Yun waved and pointed to the location of her car. Snort. Lu Hao snorted coldly and said with a gloomy smile, no problem, it's time for me to show my skills. Some people just wait and regret it. He walked directly to the car. Luo Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lu Yun to prepare something for him. Wouldn't all his preparations be in vain? Teacher, can I use the things I brought with me? He stood up and asked. The others looked at Luo Chen in confusion. Lu Yun was also stunned for a moment and said, yes. He didn't understand what Luo Chen meant either. Luo Chen didn't think much about it and walked towards the car with Wang Nan. Soon, I saw the various ingredients and props prepared by Lu Yun. Quite comprehensive. There is a basketball-sized gas tank with a small frying pan, which also contains various bottles and jars of oil, salt and seasonings, 3 sets in total. Obviously, this is a group. There was also rice and steamed buns, with the words free to choose labeled on them, obviously indicating that they were supplied to everyone. The rest are various meats and vegetables. Soon, the 3 of them brought the things they had chosen to their respective groups' locations. Things are laid out. Those speechless gazes also gathered on Luo Chen. Wang Nan and Lu Hao both chose cookware, but Luo Chen chose a lot of meat and vegetables but didn't choose a gas tank. The word disdain was already printed on everyone's face. Lu Hao kept laughing. Cough. Lu Yun coughed lightly and said, Luo Chen, what do you used to cook? You don't want to choose a gas tank? Luo Chen smiled and responded, no choice. The corners of the people's mouths twitched violently again. A genius, a rare genius in a century. Fortunately, I'm not in the same group with him. I am dying of laughter. Is he out of his mind? I feel so sorry for our school beauty. Why is she in the same group with him? There were bursts of discussion all around. Li Yuan's expression froze slightly. No. Don't choose? Su Chuyu was originally a little curious, but was speechless when he saw this operation. Never mind. Anyway, I just want to be in a group with him and consider it as a way to lose weight. Only Su Yuner looked on with anticipation. Lu Yun took a deep breath and said, okay, let's start cooking. Be careful. As soon as the words fell, everyone started to get busy. Lu Hao began to show off with a proud look on his face. Every group was busy and having fun, and they would occasionally take the time to look at Luo Chen in a mocking manner. Luo Chen began to pack the ingredients. Su Yuner came over and asked, "How can I help you?" Luo Chen raised his chin and pointed, saying, "Help me wash the lettuce." Su Yuner nodded obediently. "Oh, okay." She also started to get busy. Li Yuanyuan and Su Chuyu sat on the mat and looked at each other with helplessness on their faces. "Are you hungry?" Li Yuanyuan asked. Su Chuyu curled her lips and said, "Not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach began to growl. She was a little embarrassed. Li Yuanyuan said helplessly, "I was careless. I thought Luo Chen was different after seeing his performances in class twice before." There was no expression on Su Chuyu's pretty face. "I've already made my choice, so I'll just consider it as losing weight." She slowly shifted her gaze to Luo Chen and Su Yuner, who were busy together. For some reason, her mind was no longer on the meal. She felt sour in her heart. Soon, Su Chuyu stood up, walked to Luo Chen's side and squatted down. "What can I do for you?" she said somewhat unnaturally. Taking the initiative to talk to Luo Chen would have been impossible in the past. Luo Chen looked at it in surprise. He glanced around and said slowly, "Nothing else, just wait and eat." Su Chuyu glanced at Su Yuner, who was busy, and the uncomfortable feeling became stronger. The key is Luo Chen's attitude, which is too cold. Although she wanted to communicate with Luo Chen, it was obvious that she couldn't continue the topic. She turned her gaze to Su Yuner. "Hello, your name is Su Yuner, right? Let me help you." She squatted beside Su Yuner and said coldly. Su Yuner clenched her small hand holding the greens and responded, No need, I can do it myself." Every time in front of Su Chuyu, the feeling of inferiority in her heart would reach its peak. The key is that Su Chuyu's cold appearance made her even more nervous. Luo Chen felt it. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, that's just her personality. She's cold to everyone, but it's not directed at you. If she can, let her help you." Su Yuner then nodded weakly. "Okay, then, let's go together." She still felt a little unnatural. Su Chuyu pursed her lips secretly, and the sour feeling became even stronger. Luo Chen's attitude towards her and Su Yuner is completely different. Am I cold? Doesn't he like me being cold? Chapter 49, Backing Off Despite the Difficulties? Chuyu is unwilling to do so. This thought made Su Chuyu fall into deep thought. Before long, the whole forest was filled with the aroma of food. The other two groups have already started eating. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd from time to time, and many people looked at Luo Chen with mocking eyes from time to time. Especially Lu Hao. He felt extremely inflated after listening to the compliments from his teammates. Su Chuyu, just go and regret it. He wanted to show off, but found that Su Chuyu never looked at him from beginning to end. Li Yuanyuan couldn't help but complain, "I say, Luo Chen, is it possible? I trust you so much, please don't embarrass me like this." She could hardly bear the sarcastic looks. Luo Chen said calmly, "I didn't ask you to choose me." Li Yuanyuan widened her eyes and said, "Luo Chen, can you please have a little sense of responsibility?" What are you talking about?" Su Chuyu also frowned slightly. Luo Chen smiled faintly and said, "I haven't finished yet. I didn't ask you to choose me, but since I chose me, how could I embarrass you?" It's just a simple sentence, but it reveals strong confidence. Su Chuyu couldn't help but look up. There was a faint smile on that handsome face, his eyes were calm and indifferent, but his confidence was exceptionally strong. This is so crazy. But for some reason, it doesn't sound offensive when it comes out of Luo Chen's mouth. He is really different now. Luo Chen stood up. "Okay, let's get ready to eat." He took out a lot of things from his school bag. A hint of surprise appeared on Su Chuyu's pretty face. "Is that charcoal?" Soon, Luo Chen took out the baking tray and rack one after another, and then put the charcoal in them. The other students stopped using their chopsticks. "This is?" They all looked at it in confusion. There was a gleam of light in Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes. She asked in surprise, "Are you going to barbecue?" Luo Chen nodded slightly. Right. Although barbecue still existed in this era, it was far less popular. Originally, he also wanted to make barbecue for Su Yuner. This was his specialty and it was an indispensable project in the company's team building. What's more, the taste of barbecue 20 years later is far from that of this era. This was something he prepared specially for Su Yuner. Although it is necessary to supplement nutrition, taste still comes first. He brushed the baking tray with the oil he had prepared, then took out the various ingredients. The small ingredients are ready. He put the slices of meat on the baking tray. Sizzle. Accompanied by the sound of oil boiling, the marinated meat slices immediately gave off a fragrant aroma. Gurgle. Su Yuner and Su Chuyu's stomachs began to protest at the same time. Li Yuanyuan widened her eyes with disbelief. She never thought that Luo Chen would actually do this. Luo Chen raised his head and said, "It's time for dinner." A smile appeared on Su Yuner's face and she came closer. She looked at the surprised expressions of other classmates and felt very happy in her heart, even prouder than if she had made it herself. Su Chuyu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. She picked up a piece of meat with great anticipation, dipped it in the condiments, slightly opened her cherry lips, and chewed gently. The aroma gave her taste buds great satisfaction. Her eyes lit up. "It's delicious," she said in amazement, and the expression on her face became more interesting. Luo Chen didn't look up and responded, "If it tastes good, eat more." Li Yuanyuan couldn't wait to start eating. "Wow! Luo Chen, this is so delicious, isn't it? How did you make it? Where did you learn it from? Can you teach me?" She took a bite and exclaimed in amazement as well. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Okay." The other students stared closely, and the ridicule from before disappeared. The point is, after smelling that fragrance, the food in their hands suddenly lost its fragrance. They all watched eagerly. Gulp. Wang Miling swallowed hard, and suddenly felt a little regretful. If I had known, she would have gone too. Lu Hao clenched his fists. He didn't expect that he would be overshadowed by Luo Chen in something he was good at. Luo Chen ignored the reactions of the people around him. He rolled the meat and other things in lettuce leaves and handed it to Su Yuner. "Try this, it's delicious," he said with a smile. Su Chuyu's expression slightly froze when he saw this. She looked at the gentle smile on Luo Chen's face, and felt the depressed feeling in her heart reappear. Her lips were slightly pouted and her eyes were sour. Su Yuner took it in her hand and quickly put it into her mouth. Those beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Luo Chen asked, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Su Yuner nodded vigorously. "Tasty." Luo Chen withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, with a smile on his lips all the time. Su Chuyu looked at the smile on Luo Chen's face, and the feeling of regret and pain from last night came back to her mind. Her intuition told her that she could not let go of her own face. Otherwise, she calmed herself down and asked softly, "Luo Chen, I want to eat too. Can you make one for me?" The cold voice softened a little. Lu Hao heard it. The look in his eyes when he looked at Luo Chen was almost spitting out flames. "This kid, why?" Su Yuner looked up slightly, then continued eating. Luo Chen looked at him in confusion. He really couldn't understand Su Chuyu now. He said calmly, "Just put the meat and other small ingredients into the lettuce leaves. It's very simple." Su Chuyu suddenly felt a sore nose. "Really?" She tried to calm herself down and nodded. "Good." She rolled one for herself and ate it with an expressionless face. It was originally delicious, but at this moment her heart was filled with bitterness. Luo Chen and Su Yuner were talking in a low voice. She looked at the gentle smile on Luo Chen's face and felt a pang in her heart. She didn't know what to do. In the past, Luo Chen only had eyes for her, but now, it has become Su Yuner. Even though it was bitter, he knew it was all her fault. Should we give up when we encountered difficulties? As soon as this thought came to her mind, a feeling of unwillingness quickly surged in her heart. She didn't know how she felt about Luo Chen. She only knew that Luo Chen once belonged to her, but she lost him. Now she wanted to get Luo Chen back. Snort! Her beautiful eyes fell on Su Yuner. It's really beautiful and pure. But, apart from her face, how else can I compare to her? Why is Luo Chen so gentle to her? The idea sprouted in her mind. Chapter 50, Hugging Each Other? Yuna is shy. Soon, she became determined. Time passes. After Lu Yun tasted the food from Wang Nan's group and Lu Hao's group, she started eating from Luo Chen's group and couldn't stop. The highest score naturally belongs to the Luo Chen group. Not to mention anything else, the smell alone was enough to overwhelm Lu Hao and Wang Nan. In the blink of an eye, it was dusk and the camping was over. After the teacher gave some instructions, the students dispersed on their own. Su Chuyu fixed her beautiful eyes on Luo Chen. The light in her eyes was exceptionally firm. Just wanted to speak. But Luo Chen had already picked up his school bag and said, let's go back too. Su Chuyu was choked by his words. Luo Chen was talking to Su Yuner. She pursed her lips, and the sour light in her eyes was particularly strong. At this moment, she really hoped that Luo Chen was saying this to her, but after thinking about it, it seemed that she had never given Luo Chen the opportunity to say such words before. In the past, would she go with Luo Chen? Won't. She felt sad and regretful again. Su Yuner nodded obediently. Okay. Luo Chen didn't even look at Su Chuyu, and turned to walk towards the bicycle. Su Yuner followed beside him. Su Chuyu looked at him with envy, and his eyes became more determined. She doesn't like this feeling. I'm leaving. After she said this in a cold voice, she walked towards the location of the black Mercedes-Benz. Li Yuan waved her hand and stared at Su Chuyu's back in confusion. Why is Chuyu acting so weird today? At the same time, Luo Chen had already taken Su Yuner out of the campsite and walked along the road towards the intersection. The sky is still overcast and the sun hasn't been seen all day. How was it? Did you have fun today? Luo Chen asked while pushing his bicycle. Su Yuner nodded vigorously. Happy. I enjoyed the food. The voice was already at the volume of normal communication, and there was a smile in the words. Luo Chen enjoyed this very much. If you like it, I'll make it for you sometime later. Although barbecue is not that healthy, it tastes good and contains balanced nutrients. Su Yuner nodded vigorously. Okay. It's just, I probably won't go camping anymore. There won't be much chance. She pursed her lips and felt a sense of loss in her heart. I finally have this friend, but unfortunately, we are about to part ways. Luo Chen smiled and said, it's not like you have to go camping to eat. There are plenty of opportunities. Su Yuner hesitated for a moment and did not respond. Any chance? Luo Chen sensed her emotions and didn't say much. Opportunities are created. The two walked side by side, neither of them spoke. Luo Chen enjoyed it very much. However, he did not notice that a black Mercedes was following him silently not far behind. Su Chuyu sat in the back row, her beautiful eyes fixed on Luo Chen's back. That look was still sour. She pouted her lips slightly and muttered to herself, what a great conversation. There are so many topics to talk about. Snort. She really didn't want to watch the scene, but she was worried that she would lose Luo Chen. The sky grew darker. Su Yuner looked up, feeling a little worried. It's still far from home. Luo Chen suddenly had an idea and said, it's going to rain. Get in the car so we can get back faster. I was unfamiliar with it before and was too embarrassed to speak up. Now, there is a reason. Su Yuner raised her head, and a charming blush appeared on her pretty face. Ah. This you. She didn't know what to say and was very shy. Luo Chen felt helpless. This little girl is quite conservative. He deliberately asked, why, are you afraid that others will see you riding my bike? Do you dislike me so much? Su Yuner's beautiful eyes widened a little. She quickly shook her head and waved her hands, saying, no, that's not what I meant. I just was afraid that you'd be tired. She made up an excuse, her heart beating faster. A smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. It's okay, come up. Not tired. He suddenly realized that Su Yuner was easier to deal with than he had imagined. After changing my mind, I felt relieved. After all, Su Yuner now is more immature and innocent than when he knew her in his previous life. In that case, Luo Chen couldn't help but let a wicked smile appear on his face. There's no need to be so subtle about taking care of her. He stretched out his legs and sat on the seat. Seeing this, Su Chuyu in the Mercedes-Benz's eyes narrowed slightly and her pink fists clenched involuntarily. What are they going to do? Su Yuner blushed and sat astride the back, putting a pair of worn-out white shoes on the stepping stone. Okay. She didn't know where to put her little hands and spoke shyly. This was the first time in her life that she had such close contact with a boy, and her face was filled with an intoxicating blush. Luo Chen said slowly, where are your hands? Hold on to me, what if I fall down? He has the right in righteousness. Su Yuner lowered her head slightly, her little heart already beating wildly. Oh. She responded weakly, then tucked her two little hands into the sleeves of her school uniform, and then placed her hands on Luo Chen's waist in a very unnatural manner. Seeing this, Su Chuyu widened her eyes, pouted her lips, and her breathing became faster. How could they do this? This is so ambiguous. She was already starting to get anxious, feeling completely out of control. Luo Chen was a little disappointed. But this progress is already very good. Hold on tight, let's go. Su Yuner nodded shyly and said him in a low voice. Luo Chen began to exert force and the bicycle moved forward quickly. The breeze is very cool. Luo Chen enjoyed this moment immensely and suddenly wished that this road could be longer. Su Yuner was immersed in her own little emotions. The rapid heartbeat never stopped. Her beautiful eyes fell on Luo Chen's broad back, and she felt surrounded by security again. She gradually adapted. Suddenly, the bicycle jolted violently. Su Yuner's delicate body shook. Ah! She screamed and instinctively pushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Luo Chen's waist, with her upper body completely lying on Luo Chen's back. That face fits so tightly. Chapter 51, Giving Shoes to a Girl? Yuna is sad. Luo Chen smiled with satisfaction. Okay, just hold on like this, the road here is uneven, he said slowly. Only then did Su Yuner realize the awkward posture of the two, and her face looked like a ripe apple. Only. The scent of Luo Chen penetrated into her nostrils, and the sense of security reached its peak at this moment. That fulfilling feeling. Su Yuner inexplicably felt a sense of enjoyment. She didn't respond, nor did she let go. But this scene made Su Chuyu in the Mercedes-Benz almost explode with anger. Her face was full of anger, her proud chest was heaving violently, and her silver teeth were almost broken. Shame on you. No, shameless. She gritted her teeth and shouted. This startled the driver, and he asked in confusion, Miss, what's wrong with me? Su Chuyu shouted angrily, I didn't say you. The driver looked away awkwardly. Su Chuyu stared at the pair of figures with angry eyes, and the determination in his heart had reached its peak at this moment. Snort! Luo Chen, just wait, I must get you back. She hugged her shoulders and looked away, with a very sad expression on her face. Luo Chen was completely immersed in the beauty of this moment and did not notice it. Time passes. Not long after, a breeze blew, and a little coolness fell on Su Yuner's head. It's raining? Su Yuner sat up straight, only to realize that she had only traveled halfway. She was a little anxious. Before I thought much, a drizzle began to fall. The cold wind made the rain especially cold. Luo Chen's voice rang out, it's raining heavily, lean towards me, I'll block it for you. Su Yuner tightened her clothes and leaned closer to Luo Chen's back again. Although it was cold, the face was very warm. Su Chuyu looked at the raindrops on the windshield and said angrily, Humph! Even God can't stand it. Shame on you. But the tone was still sour. The rain is getting heavier. Luo Chen was also blown by the wind and rain and could hardly open his eyes. Let's find a place to get out of the rain. He turned around and rode towards the commercial street on the right. Get out of the car and let's go in. Luo Chen's voice sounded again. Su Yuner hurriedly got out of the car. Before she could figure out where she was, she felt her wrist had been grabbed by Luo Chen. Her face became increasingly hot. But before he had time to think about it, Luo Chen pulled him forward. Soon, we entered the main gate. Su Yuner then broke free from her arms like a frightened little white rabbit, lowered her head slightly, and her pretty face was full of redness. Luo Chen noticed it and pretended nothing happened. Let's take shelter here and leave after the rain stops, he said slowly. Su Yuner blushed and nodded. Only then did she realize that she had entered a large shopping mall. There were quite a few people inside, and the first floor was a place selling all kinds of gold jewelry. Luo Chen raised a smile and said, since we are here, let's go shopping. Visit? Su Yuner became reserved. This was her first time in a shopping mall of this size. Well, she responded weakly. Luo Chen looked down at the yellowed little white shoes on her feet and walked towards the escalator. Su Yuner followed nervously behind. She lowered her head slightly, looking at Luo Chen's heels, not daring to raise her head. Luo Chen smiled and said, be more confident. You are so beautiful, why are you afraid of others seeing you? Su Yuner's heart trembled when she heard this. I look good? She looked down at her school uniform and worn-out shoes and just couldn't muster up any confidence. She shook her head. I'm not afraid. But the tone is still very hollow. Luo Chen looked at him with heartache. He also understood that these subconscious habits could not be changed overnight. He is not in a hurry. If he hadn't seen Su Yunner exchanging a few words with Lu Hao for him today, he wouldn't have had this idea. We have to make her confident. The two came to the third floor, where clothes, shoes, and hats were sold. Luo Chen glanced around and finally fixed his sight on a women's shoe store. He glanced at Su Yunner. Although he doesn't have to worry so much about taking care of her, he still has to consider the issue of dignity. He didn't want Su Yunner to think that he was giving her alms. A light bulb went off in his head. Got it. Let's go check this one out. He walked towards the women's shoe store. Su Yunner didn't look up and followed silently. There were people all around her, making her feel extremely awkward. She is very nervous. Welcome, feel free to pick any shoes you like and try them on. The waiter's mechanical voice sounded. Su Yunner then secretly raised her head, an expression of surprise appearing on her pretty face. Women's shoes? I didn't wait to think about it. I want to buy a pair of shoes for a girl, but I don't know what kind to buy. How about you help me pick a pair? Luo Chen's casual voice has already sounded. The expression on Su Yunner's face froze slightly, and her eyes became a little straight. Give it to a girl? Her little hands couldn't help but clench a little, not knowing what it felt like. The contact with Luo Chen these days made her feel a feeling she had never experienced before. At the same time, she also developed a special feeling for Luo Chen. She was sure that the feeling was not love, but it seemed a little different from friendship. What an old girl. She asked unnaturally. Luo Chen tried hard to suppress the smile in his heart. Much like you, he said casually. Su Yunner lowered her head, and the light in her eyes dimmed a little. What am I sad about? She hesitated for a moment, then whispered, I don't know how to choose, so you should choose it yourself. Luo Chen smiled and said, I believe in your vision. Please help me. That girl is very important to me. I have to pick one she likes. Very important. Su Yunner felt that her breathing was becoming slightly irregular. She is very sad. As for why, she herself didn't know. She lowered her head and adjusted her mentality. He just treats me as a friend. Isn't it normal for him to have someone he likes? Why should I be sad? She nodded slightly. Good. She raised her head and scanned the shelves. There are too many styles. These shoes look great on her and are her dream shoes. She turned around. Soon, my eyes were attracted by a pair of shoes in the middle of the shelf. It was also a pair of small white shoes with thick soles and some decorations on the laces. They were very cute. She looked at him quietly, her eyes brightening up. Such beautiful shoes. But after seeing the price, Su Yunner instinctively shifted her gaze elsewhere. So expensive. Although the action was subtle, Luo Chen still noticed it. He turned his eyes to the little white shoes, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Like it? Chapter 52, with such a change, Yuna cried. Luo Chen said to the waiter, Hello, please help me pack this, it's size 36. He remembered this code number very clearly. In her previous life, Su Yunner said that her shoe size has not changed since high school. Su Yunner pursed her lips. Such expensive shoes, but you bought them without even looking at them? You even remember the shoe size so clearly. That girl must be very important. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel envious. Soon, it was wrapped. Luo Chen paid the money, picked up the bag and walked out. Su Yunner followed silently behind. But at this moment her interest was not very high. Luo Chen took Su Yunner to the top floor again. This floor is the dining area, where various fast foods are sold. Luo Chen took a deliberate walk around and discovered that they only sold bottled drinks, and no freshly made cold drinks. He also determined the viability of his own lemonade. Soon, he bought a lot of snacks. I'm done shopping. Let's go out and see if the rain has stopped. Luo Chen said with a smile. Su Yunner nodded slightly without saying anything, feeling depressed. She thought Luo Chen was going to take her out for dinner, but she didn't expect that Luo Chen didn't ask her a single question from beginning to end and was about to leave after buying things. Well. She sighed silently in her heart. But she also understood that she had been spoiled by Luo Chen in the past few days. After all, there was no reason for Luo Chen to buy her food. She understood the truth, but there was still a little disappointment in her heart. The rain has stopped. Luo Chen walked towards the bicycle. Su Yuner pursed her lips, still immersed in the little feeling of loss. She wanted to be willful and not ride Luo Chen's bike. However, after Luo Chen hung the things on the handlebars, he immediately wiped the rain off the back seat with his sleeves. He stepped onto the bicycle. This action touched Su Yuner's heart again. Except for her mother, no one has ever taken her seriously. Luo Chen cares about her very much. Get in the car, it's getting dark, he urged. Su Yuner suppressed her willful thoughts. Good. She murmured in response and sat in the back seat. Luo Chen ignored him and rode forward. It had just rained and the air was still filled with a cold feeling. Luo Chen said slowly, if you feel cold, just lie on me. Su Yuner pouted and responded, okay. But this time she didn't lie down. Because she realized that this warmth did not belong to her, but to the important girl in Luo Chen's heart. Time passes. Su Yuner also remained silent. Before long, they arrived at the intersection where the two met every day. Luo Chen didn't stop and continued to move forward. Su Yuner asked in confusion, why doesn't it stop? Luo Chen said slowly, I'll take you home. This. Su Yuner quickly said, no need, I can go back by myself. Luo Chen still paused with a frown on his face. It's getting dark. I'm worried about you leaving by yourself, and if you go back late, your mother will scold you, right? He said slowly. These words made Su Yuner realize that it was already very late. He is so careful. Pity. Never mind. There's nothing to regret. Shouldn't I be happy to have such a good friend? She kept telling herself this in her heart. But the feeling of loss was still out of control. What qualifications does she have? Su Yuner lowered her head, a bitter smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. Time passes. Stop over there. I can go back by myself. Su Yuner pointed to a big tree not far away. Luo Chen glanced at it. This is already the northern edge of the city. There is a village ahead, which should be the Shibei New Village. He knew that Su Yuner must be worried about being seen by others. Good. Then be careful. Luo Chen nodded slightly and said. Su Yuner got out of the car and waved to Luo Chen. Then, see you the day after tomorrow. She forced a smile on her face. Luo Chen clearly felt the loss in her heart, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. He certainly did it on purpose. As he was about to graduate from high school, he felt it necessary to remind Su Yuner and let her know what position he should hold in her heart. Otherwise, according to this silly girl's personality, she doesn't have to wait until the end of time. The silence along the way is a good proof. He didn't respond. Su Yuner lowered her head, turned around, and was about to leave. Luo Chen smiled and said, why didn't you take your things? Su Yuner stopped. Her thoughts were already a little confused, so she instinctively went back and searched in the back seat for a long time. I didn't leave anything behind. She looked at Luo Chen with doubt. Without waiting to think about it, Luo Chen took the bag containing the shoebox from the handlebar and handed it over. These shoes are yours, you forgot to take them. There was a faint smile on his handsome face, very sunny and charming. These words made Su Yuner's delicate body tremble violently. Her mind went blank. Mine? She widened her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion. The little face was also completely lifted up and looked at Luo Chen. She was shocked. Luo Chen nodded gently and said, yes, I bought it for you. Otherwise, why would I ask you to help me choose? Take it. He grabbed Su Yuner's wrist and put the bag in her hand. It was not until this moment that Su Yuner finally came to her senses. Bought it for me? That important girl he was talking about, is it me? She suddenly felt her heart, which had been lost all the way, rise to heaven. But that's not right. She quickly returned the shoes and said, I don't want them. Why did you buy shoes for me? Luo Chen had anticipated this result long ago. Su Yuner is very inferior and sensitive, so she will definitely not accept this pair of shoes easily. He had already thought of a reason. The college entrance examination is coming soon. I won't be able to attend your birthday this year. This pair of shoes is your birthday gift. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to give it to you in the future. He kept smiling and spoke slowly. This sentence made Su Yuner completely stunned. Birthday, gift? You. How do you know my birthday is after the college entrance examination? She asked confusedly. She already felt a sour feeling in her nose. No one has ever cared about her so much. Luo Chen smiled casually and said, I guessed. Su Yuner sobered up a little. Her eyes were already slightly moist, but she was still trying hard to hold back the tears. No, I can't have it. This is too valuable, you should take it back. That voice already had a hint of crying in it. She herself was confused. Is this touching? Chapter 53, The relationship progresses, Yuna is moved. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled, saying, Why should I take it back? This is your shoe size, and I can't wear it. Why, you refuse all birthday presents? Do you consider me a friend? This sentence left Su Yuner speechless for a moment. Dang. Su Yuner's little hands kept waving in the air. She was at a loss and couldn't say anything. She was very anxious. The sudden surprise disrupted her thoughts. Luo Chen grabbed her wrist and put the bag in her hand again. I bought this for you. It's a birthday present. Either you accept it, or you secretly throw it away after I leave. Aren't you being too disrespectful to me by rejecting me directly? Luo Chen smiled and said. Su Yuner's beautiful eyes widened a little, and she said, I won't throw it away. Why would I throw it away? Luo Chen was very satisfied with the little boy's confused and flustered look. Birthday presents are just a random excuse. His main purpose was to instill this idea into Su Yuner. He didn't want to have to take such a detour every time he sent something in the future. Anyway, we are friends, you have to accept the gift I give you. As for whether you throw it away or not, that has nothing to do with me. Luo Chen said with a smile. This. Su Yuner's beautiful eyes were filled with moisture as she stared at Luo Chen eagerly. She was completely disheveled. She knew clearly that this was a gift from Luo Chen, but Luo Chen spoke of it as if it was legitimate. But she didn't know from which angle to refute Luo Chen. She hesitated to speak. Luo Chen waved his hand and said, Okay, go back. Your mother will be worried if you go back late. Su Yuner stared at Luo Chen quietly, feeling mixed emotions. She pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. Good. Thank you, Luo Chen. Although it's not my birthday yet, this is the best birthday present I have ever received. She said this very seriously and couldn't help but hold the bag in her arms. She really likes those shoes. Luo Chen nodded gently and smiled, as long as you like it. Don't be so shy when I give you something next time, okay? If you feel bad about it, just give it back to me later. Su Yuner lowered her head while holding the bag and said, I don't have any money. Luo Chen said nonchalantly, It doesn't matter, you just don't have money now. You study so well and work so hard, you will definitely get into a good university and find a good job. When you make more money, won't you give it to me if you want? Su Yuner's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. For the first time, someone praised her so directly and it touched her heart. She believes that the only thing that is good about her is hard work. The key was that Luo Chen's expression was so sincere that she couldn't even muster any emotion to refute. Luo Chen said jokingly, And if I can't afford to eat after I graduate from college, I might have to rely on you to support me. After hearing these words, Su Yuner's heart started beating fast. Who will support you? She lowered her head and said angrily. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously and said, That's your business. Anyway, don't be shy when I give you something in the future. Do you hear me? Otherwise I'll be unhappy. Su Yuner pursed her lips. What kind of logic is this? Although she didn't understand, she nodded obediently. Yes. Her voice was soft and sweet, and she sounded especially well behaved. Luo Chen instantly had the urge to rub her head twice, but it was a bit presumptuous. He also took the food hanging on the handlebars and handed it over. And this, I bought it for you. It's too late to take you to the mall to eat. You can take it home and eat it with your mother. He maintained a faint smile on his face, very gentle and sunny. This. Su Yuner's delicate body trembled again. It turns out, these things were also bought for her. She just. Su Yun'er bit her teeth lightly and suddenly felt ashamed to face Luo Chen. No need, you can keep it for yourself. She didn't dare to look Luo Chen in the eye, and kept shaking her head while speaking, but was interrupted by Luo Chen. You come again? Didn't you just take the gift I promised you? If you don't take it, how can I let you support me in the future? Luo Chen's smile faded and he said with dissatisfaction. The slightly reprimanding attitude made Su Yun'er nervous. Then I want it. She stretched out her little hand and took the full plastic bag of food. It was heavy and smelled fragrant. She didn't know what to feel in her heart. Maybe it was because of Luo Chen's sincerity, but she didn't feel any pity at all. On the contrary, she was very happy. Luo Chen was very satisfied with this reaction. This way, it will be more and more convenient to take care of her in the future. Okay, let's go back. See you the day after tomorrow. He waved his hand, a familiar smile appearing on his face. Su Yun'er gazed at that sunny face, felt the heavy gift in her hand, and recalled the emotion that had just risen from hell to heaven. For some reason, she suddenly felt an urge to throw herself into Luo Chen's arms. She held back. Then, goodbye. She raised her little hand holding the shoes and waved gently, suddenly feeling reluctant to leave. Luo Chen frowned and said, Don't say goodbye, change the words. Su Yun'er felt an inexplicable tightness in her heart. She quickly raised her hand that she had just put down and said in a hurried tone, after that. I'm leaving. Her face turned red and she quickly turned around and walked towards the entrance of the village. Luo Chen's brows relaxed and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. This feeling is so good. He leaned against his bicycle, staring quietly at the thin figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Su Yun'er was carrying 2 bags, unable to suppress her joy. Because she is very important in Luo Chen's heart. She didn't understand what that feeling was, but she was very happy. We're almost at the corner. She subconsciously looked back and found that Luo Chen was still looking at her. Su Yun'er's pretty face turned red. She raised the hand holding the shoebox and waved it gently twice before continuing to move forward. Only. How did he know I wore a size 36? A puzzled expression appeared on Su Yun'er's delicate face, and she was very confused. Luo Chen rode his bicycle towards home. He was very happy this Saturday. At this moment he was very curious, how would Su Yun'er explain to her mother when she returned home? After all, she never lies. However, Luo Chen didn't know that Su Yun'er had already lied to her mother for him this morning. It was completely dark. The sky was still gloomy and heavy rain could come at any time. Luo Chen also sped up. Soon, he returned to the crossroads where he and Su Yun'er had always agreed to meet. From a distance, Luo Chen spotted a pretty figure standing under the streetlight at the intersection. Looks familiar. Chapter 54. Can you take me home? Luo Chen frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubt. Why is she here? That pretty figure was none other than Su Chuyu. I saw Su Chuyu squatting under the streetlight, hugging his knees and leaning lightly against the lamp pole. Under the dim light of the street lamp, the figure looked particularly lonely. Su Chuyu seemed to have telepathy. He turned his head and saw a dark figure riding a bicycle coming from a distance. Her body trembled. His originally dim eyes suddenly brightened up, and he quickly stood up and stood in the middle of the road. That pair of beautiful eyes stared straight at Luo Chen. The shadow is approaching. She also saw Luo Chen's face clearly, and her heart was filled with joy. Waiting for him. Despite trying hard to restrain himself, a charming smile still appeared on that cold face. Luo Chen slowed down and stopped in front of Su Chuyu. He asked in confusion, Su Chuyu? Why are you here? This title made the smile disappear from Su Chuyu's face. She felt very uncomfortable. Thinking about the barbecue Luo Chen made for Su Yun'er today, thinking about the scene of Luo Chen riding a bicycle with Su Yun'er, thinking about the recent events. She became more determined. Luo Chen, I can't go home, can you help me? She looked up and stared at Luo Chen with burning eyes. Ha! Luo Chen was instantly stunned when he heard this. Can't go back home? He glanced around and asked, Where's your Mercedes-Benz? An embarrassed expression appeared on Su Chuyu's pretty face, and she raised her hand to fiddle with her bangs. It's broken. It's broken. The driver went to fix it. She responded unnaturally. She certainly didn't lie. When Luo Chen and Su Yuner entered the mall just now, she was sitting in the car the whole time. But when Luo Chen left, the car still couldn't start and would not ignite. The driver said the car was broken and needed to be repaired. She was furious and anxious. She ignored the driver's advice, got off the car and ran after Luo Chen's bicycle. But if we chase him here, we can't find Luo Chen. She guessed that Luo Chen must have gone to see Su Yuner off and would definitely go home from this road, so she waited here. I didn't expect that it would finally come true. Luo Chen looked at it in confusion, feeling vaguely that something was wrong. The car broke down halfway? The driver was fixing the car and didn't pay attention to you? You can take a taxi back or call your parents, he said incomprehensibly. Su Chuyu felt her little heart being hit again and again. If it was before. Forget it, let us not talk about the past. Now Luo Chen's doubtful attitude and puzzled expression made her feel that she no longer had any status in Luo Chen's heart. She calmed herself down and explained, I had something urgent to do, so I asked him to fix the car himself. I was in such a hurry to get off the car that I left my wallet and phone inside. I had no money to take a taxi. Urgent matter? Luo Chen shook his head helplessly and said, You are really in a hurry. You forgot everything. Su Chuyu secretly curled his lips. It's not just to chase you. Luo Chen took out his cell phone and said, Do you know your parents' phone number? Give them a call and ask them to pick you up. He held the phone tightly, waiting for Su Chuyu's response. Su Chuyu looked embarrassed and said, My parents are on a business trip, they are not at home. Ha? Luo Chen looked up in confusion. No, what a coincidence. He seriously doubted whether Su Chuyu did it on purpose, but it didn't seem to make sense. There was no way Su Chuyu knew he would appear here. Is this really a coincidence? He said helplessly, I really don't know if I owed you in my previous life. Why do I always catch up with you when you are in trouble? Su Chuyu pouted her lips. Others want to catch up but can't, only you, humph. She could only think about these words in her heart. That. Just as she was about to speak, she found that Luo Chen had taken out a $10 bill from his pocket and handed it to her. Take a taxi back, and remember to return it to me tomorrow, Luo Chen said casually. Su Chuyu paused. She hesitated for a moment before saying, No, I'll take a taxi, it's too dangerous. I'm so pretty, what if I get captured by bad guys? Luo Chen looked on speechlessly. Su Chuyu, are you suffering from paranoia? What's so dangerous about taking a taxi? He said helplessly. Su Chuyu felt a little guilty and retorted, What kind of paranoia? I've never heard of it. Recently, many young girls have been while riding in taxis late at night. I was kidnapped by bad guys, and so on. I don't want to take a taxi. My parents won't let me take a taxi either. It's too dangerous. After hearing this, Luo Chen felt extremely helpless. Rich people are just different. Ordinary students like them couldn't afford to take a taxi, and Su Chuyu's parents wouldn't let her. He put away the 10 yuan and asked, Why don't you call your driver and ask him to pick you up? Su Chuyu clenched her fists. Wasn't he Luo Chen very stupid before? How come he can think of all kinds of ideas now? She said faintly, The car hasn't been repaired yet, and I don't know the driver's phone number. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head feeling guilty. In the past, she would never have dared to think of using so many excuses to pester a boy. Although these reasons are true, but, after all, she was waiting here for Luo Chen on purpose. If she wanted to go home, she would have gone back long ago. Luo Chen sighed. He doesn't want to care, but he's just soft-hearted. He asked helplessly, Then what do you want to do? Su Chuyu's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. No other solution? Very good. She raised her head and asked nervously, Can you take me home? There was a hint of guilt on that beautiful face, and her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. I feel pity for him when I see that look. Luo Chen smiled bitterly and said, Su Chuyu, look up. The sky is so overcast. It's going to rain soon. Your home is still 5 or 6 kilometers away from here. I send you? We'll both be soaked to the skin. It's so cold, it's killing me. Su Chuyu was slightly stunned. She was only thinking about Luo Chen and ignored this question. Then, what should we do then? How about, you send me off first, and talk after it rains? She asked tentatively. Luo Chen looked at the nervous Su Chuyu in front of him and felt equally unfamiliar. He couldn't understand why Su Chuyu became like this. But he doesn't want to send it. If this goes on, when will things between me and Su Chuyu be over? Luo Chen fell into deep thought. Su Chuyu couldn't help but clench her fists and her heartbeat began to accelerate. She is very nervous. Chapter 55. Luo Chen confessed she was heartbroken? Soon, Luo Chen raised his head. Su Chuyu became more and more nervous, waiting for Luo Chen's words. Or, shall I call the police for you? Luo Chen pondered for a moment and asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on Su Chuyu's face suddenly froze. Call the police? She was confused. It's such a small matter, no. It's not necessary to trouble the police, right? Can't you just send me off? Su Chuyu said in astonishment. Luo Chen said, as a matter of course, if I send you off, we will both get wet. It's going to rain soon. This. Su Chuyu pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. She was rejected? You. If you really don't want to send me off, just say so. Why are you beating around the bush? She clenched her fists, feeling aggrieved. The tone was extremely resentful. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and he smiled and said, Then I don't want to send you off. You figure it out yourself. Su Chuyu was dumbfounded. She was just saying it out of anger, but she didn't expect Luo Chen really didn't want to send her off. This time it was confirmed that she was rejected. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes were already moist, and the feeling of grievance was extremely strong. She had already done so much just to spend some time alone with Luo Chen and have a good chat with him. But Luo Chen. Her already uncomfortable mood, coupled with the stimulation of grievance, made it impossible for her to suppress her emotions. If you don't want to send it, then don't send it. Do you think I can't live without you? Luo Chen. I hate you. She clenched her fists and gave a tender shout to Luo Chen. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Luo Chen's face was full of helplessness. This little girl is like a time bomb, she will explode at any time. But he was also curious, what was wrong with this little girl? Why did she take the initiative to look for him recently? He stared at the charming figure quietly, thinking silently. Su Chuyu walked forward angrily. But after taking a few steps, the raging emotions calmed down a lot. That's not right. I came here to talk to him. If this goes on, there will be no chance of getting Luo Chen back, right? But he rejected me. When have I ever been rejected? I gave him the opportunity, but he didn't cherish it. Why should I snatch it from him? She slowed down her pace, two thoughts struggling madly in her mind. Finally, she stopped where she was. Although Luo Chen's rejection made her very unhappy, she owed Luo Chen too much after all. What's more, she really didn't want to experience the pain of sleepless nights again. She calmed herself down and turned around. Luo Chen was still standing there looking at her, with no intention of stopping her. She was very sad. But she also understood that all this was caused by herself. Luo Chen looked at him in confusion. Why did it stop again? Su Chuyu's lips were slightly pouted, and her beautiful eyes were filled with intoxicating moisture. That little expression is so charming. Seeing this, Luo Chen felt helpless. Here we go again. Su Chuyu already possessed a peerless beauty, and now with this expression, no man, let alone Luo Chen, would be able to resist. You really don't care about me. What if I get captured? Would you be willing to do that? Su Chuyu pursed her lips and spoke weakly. That feeling of pity has reached its peak at this moment. Luo Chen felt that his vision and hearing were under a double impact. This woman is invincible. Cough cough. Luo Chen coughed lightly, trying hard to suppress the desire to protect that was about to burst out in his heart. He smiled indifferently, no. Besides, why should I be reluctant? Didn't you say that we have no relationship, just classmates? This. After these words were spoken, the uncomfortable feeling in Su Chuyu's heart subsided a little. She felt more and more guilty. If it were in the past, you would have given it to me. She lowered her head and murmured to herself. She really wanted to confess to Luo Chen and have a good talk with him, but she didn't have the courage. A bitter smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. Before. I was so stupid before. I stared at you, the white swan, and always thought I could eat swan meat. That's unrealistic. Thank you for your rejection that day, otherwise I would never wake up in my life. There was no resentment in his words, they came from the heart. Even if he put Su Yuner aside and lived his life over again, Luo Chen would not choose to continue pursuing this white swan. In his previous life, he was too naive. Later, he realized that even if he really succeeded in wooing Su Chuyu, what would it matter? Their family backgrounds were very different. In this conservative era, the hurdle that Su Chuyu's parents pose is an insurmountable obstacle. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly. These words made her heart hurt. Sure enough, it's because of this. For some reason, she suddenly felt a trace of regret. But if she could do it again, would she agree? She couldn't think of an answer. She only knew that when she heard Luo Chen's words, her nose felt sore and tears began to gather in her eyes. That look made her even more delicate and pitiful. She avoided the topic, lowered her head, and said aggrievedly, "But, you always send classmate Su Yuner back, why can't you send me back? You sent her off, and you got caught in the rain, too." Her voice became smaller and smaller, and she felt more and more guilty, but the sour feeling in her heart became stronger and stronger. Luo Chen frowned slightly and asked, "How do you know?" Su Chuyu still kept her head down, raised her hand to tidy up her bangs, and did not respond. Obviously, still waiting for the answer. Luo Chen looked at him strangely. He was increasingly confused about what this little girl was thinking. Regret it? It just doesn't make sense. He hesitated for a moment and said, "She is my friend. It is not normal to send her off." Su Chuyu's heart tightened. Friends? She's only been here a few days. Have you become friends? She asked, slightly confused. Luo Chen frowned slightly. This sentence touched a nerve in him, causing him to feel a little irritated. He said calmly, "Isn't that abnormal? That's how fate works. Some people hit it off right away and become close friends, while some people treat her well for her whole life, but in her eyes, they are just licking dogs. Right?" His cold gaze fell on Su Chuyu. As soon as these words came out, Su Chuyu's heart beat violently twice. She felt increasingly upset. Luo Chen took a serious look and said frankly, "Su Chuyu, I don't know why you have been looking for me these 2 days. If you feel guilty and want to apologize to me, then forget it. It's not your fault. I was just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You don't need to feel guilty. If you are sad because you lost a dog and want to get it back, then that's even better. That dog is dead." Chapter 56. Luo Chen is here. Chuyu is surprised? These two sentences made Su Chuyu's breathing quicken. She was messy. She didn't know why she was looking for Luo Chen. She only knew that if she didn't find Luo Chen, she would regret it for the rest of her life. She looked at Luo Chen anxiously, very anxiously, but had no idea what to say. The tears began to slide down the corners of his eyes. That look, so pitiful. Seeing this, Luo Chen's anger subsided a little. It seems like that was too harsh. In the final analysis, Su Chuyu did nothing wrong. It was he who was ignorant of the consequences and had to pester others. His tone calmed down a bit and he said, "Okay, it's going to rain soon. You can go back." This change in emotion made Su Chuyu completely collapse. She pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth trembling, trying hard not to sob, but her tears flowed like a dam bursting. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Luo Chen was very fierce, but the reason she cried was not because of Luo Chen's attitude, but because of Luo Chen's words. But at this moment, she can no longer tell the difference. Su Chuyu raised her little hand to wipe away her tears, her mind going blank. She looked at Luo Chen again, her expression a little dull, then turned around silently and walked across the street. Luo Chen felt a little uncomfortable when he saw this. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. They are not destined to be together. If you are not ruthless, you will end up dragging both of them down. Well. Luo Chen sighed silently. Su Chuyu was already crossing the road, and he was also preparing to ride his bike to take another route back. Squeak! Suddenly, there was a sound of sudden brakes. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Looking closely, she discovered that a car had suddenly stopped in front of Su Chuyu and almost hit her. The driver rolled down the window and shouted angrily, "Don't you have eyes when you drive? You ran a red light, don't you know that?" Su Chuyu looked at him blankly and continued walking. The driver cursed a few words and then continued driving. Luo Chen took a deep breath and was completely speechless. What is Su Chuyu doing? Why does it seem like she's in a bad mental state? Is there anything wrong with what he just said? He wanted to just leave, but Luo Chen was really worried about her condition. What if something happened to him? Well, what did I owe you in my previous life? Luo Chen finally softened his heart and followed Su Chuyu silently on his bike. Su Chuyu lowered his head and walked along the road aimlessly. Her heart was still in a mess. She didn't know what Luo Chen said that caused her to break down, but in short, she felt very depressed. Luo Chen's attitude towards her made her feel that Luo Chen was completely lost. The kind that can't be taken back. She was also thinking about the two sentences Luo Chen had just said and why she came to find Luo Chen. Do you want to apologize? She was sure it wasn't. So, do you want to bring Luo Chen back and continue to be his bootlicker? She really wanted to deny it out of hand, but if it wasn't this, what else could it be? She couldn't find a reason. Time passes. The sky became increasingly gloomy and the wind started to blow. It's going to rain. Luo Chen didn't bring an umbrella today. He happened to pass by a store, so he went in and bought an umbrella, and then rode his bike and followed silently behind. He became more and more confused. What happened to Su Chuyu? Why didn't she find a car to go home? This is going to get poured with water. The wind is getting stronger and stronger, and it is very cold at night. Su Chuyu was completely immersed in his own emotions, not paying any attention at all, and walking aimlessly. She only knew that her heart was aching, and Luo Chen's figure could not be erased from her mind. Finally, a drizzle of rain began to fall. The coolness on his face made Su Chuyu sober up a little. He looked up and saw an unfamiliar darkness in front of him. There were only dim street lights and the endless road. The rain left traces under the light, accompanied by gusts of cold wind. This moment, Su Chuyu was completely surrounded by a sad atmosphere. The rain is getting heavier. Only then did Su Chuyu realize the seriousness of the matter. She began to feel cold and panic. But she couldn't contact anyone anymore. Looking around, there was not even a place to hide from the rain. Wow. The rain got heavier and Su Chuyu felt colder. The physical coldness, mental pain and helplessness caused Su Chuyu to completely collapse emotionally. Woo. She squatted on the ground, hugged her knees, and cried loudly. She didn't understand why things turned out like this, nor did she understand why she became like this. That kind of confusion made her extremely painful. The rain was getting heavier and her crying was getting louder. This scene is very tragic. Well, Luo Chen, who was holding an umbrella in the distance, sighed silently when he saw this. He rushed over on his bicycle. Su Chuyu was surrounded by sadness and entangled in confusion. Her heart was depressed to the extreme. No matter how much I cry or scream, I can't vent. Suddenly, the impact of the rain disappeared, and the sound of raindrops falling on the umbrella came to my ears. Su Chuyu stopped crying. She was in a trance. How familiar is this scene? It just happened yesterday, but will the person holding an umbrella for her today be the same person from yesterday? She raised her head slowly. Jeans, black jacket. Su Chuyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Could it be that? She quickly turned her gaze to Luo Chen's face, and the moment she saw it clearly, her heart full of grief was instantly half-healed. It's Luo Chen. At this moment, she was extremely surprised. When Luo Chen saw this scene, he didn't know what to feel. His eyes were red from crying and his face was full of watermarks. It was hard to tell whether they were rain or tears. He squatted there, looking so pitiful. But what does she want? Su Chuyu came to her senses from her surprise, quickly wiped the water off her face and turned her head away. She pursed her lips and said resentfully, You don't care about me, so why, you come to help me? The voice was choked with sobs and full of tears. Luo Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then I'm leaving. He just wanted to scare her, but... Su Chuyu stood up like lightning and grabbed Luo Chen's wrist. Don't. Luo Chen looked at Su Chuyu's hand, feeling strange. Su Chuyu also quickly withdrew her hand, feeling a little embarrassed. But at this moment, I was filled with joy, and the confusion and pain that had lingered in my heart just now disappeared without a trace. She also woke up. The reason why she was so sad was that Luo Chen cared about Su Yuner but not her. But she hasn't found the answer to the question Luo Chen asked. Luo Chen looked on helplessly, really not understanding what Su Chuyu was trying to do. Okay. I left my bike here. Let's take a taxi to take you home. Is this okay? He said lightly. When Su Chuyu heard this, a light suddenly appeared in her ruddy eyes. She nodded vigorously. Okay. Chapter 57, No one is at home, want to come in and sit down? Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. You were crying so hard just now, but now, you're fine? Here. He handed over the umbrella. Su Chuyu instinctively took the umbrella in his hand. Luo Chen turned around and put the bicycle on the side of the road and locked it. Su Chuyu moved his body and stood next to Luo Chen, holding an umbrella. This made Luo Chen even more puzzled. Look closely. There were traces of tears on that beautiful face, her eyes were red, and her expression was complicated. He ignored it and turned his eyes to the road. It's just that this place is quite remote and there are very few cars on the road, let alone taxis. Luo Chen is looking at the car. Su Chuyu was looking at Luo Chen. For some reason, the moment Luo Chen appeared beside her, her extremely depressed mood seemed to be healed instantly. Time passes. The rain wasn't heavy, but the cold wind was still blowing. The rain just now had soaked Su Chuyu's clothes. Under the influence of the cold wind, her delicate body began to tremble slightly. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on Luo Chen. Luo Chen, I'm cold. Those little white teeth were trembling. Luo Chen glanced at her and frowned slightly. Waiting like this was not a solution. He was cold, let alone Su Chuyu who was soaked. Let's go back first and wait until we find a taxi. He said lightly. Su Chuyu nodded slightly, her body tensed, her delicate figure still trembling. Luo Chen identified the direction and pushed his bicycle forward. Su Chuyu followed beside. Because she was holding an umbrella for Luo Chen, she was very close to him, and Su Chuyu's shoulder kept hitting Luo Chen's arm. This also caused a strange chemical reaction in her heart, which was very weird. She looked at the back seat of the bicycle and couldn't help but think of the scene where Su Yuner was holding Luo Chen. She pursed her lips. Why, don't you ride? She asked in a low voice. Luo Chen didn't look back, and responded casually, what if I ride you? Can you keep up? Su Chuyu pouted slightly and said as a matter of course, I'll sit in the back. Why, you can only take friends in the back seat. The tone was sour and the expression was very subtle. Luo Chen didn't notice it. He looked at Su Chuyu in surprise and asked, bicycle, are you going to sit on it? In his impression, Su Chuyu is very pretentious. Su Chuyu said faintly, why can't I sit down? Luo Chen said helplessly, why didn't you say it earlier? Come up. He stretched out his legs and sat on the bicycle. Su Chuyu muttered softly, you didn't ask me. She did not sit astride it, but put her legs on the same side, holding the umbrella with her left hand, but her right hand was nowhere to be found. Her eyes fell on Luo Chen's waist. She wanted to put her hands on him, but felt shy. Hold on tight, I'm riding. Luo Chen's voice sounded. Su Chuyu clenched her fists, made up her mind, and placed her little hand directly on Luo Chen's waist to support him gently. The moment they touched, their bodies trembled at the same time. Luo Chen felt strange. Su Chuyu's fair little face quickly turned red, and she felt very shy. Luo Chen calmed himself down and started riding. Su Chuyu was immersed in the shy mood at first, but not long after, she began to shiver due to the biting cold wind. She is still holding an umbrella. Her little hand that was holding Luo Chen's waist began to exert force unconsciously. Luo Chen also felt the trembling of that little hand. Well. He sighed silently in his heart. In the past, Su Chuyu hoped that he would never appear in her sight, but now he found that it seemed quite difficult to completely cut off all ties with a woman. He slowly stopped. Su Chuyu raised her head in confusion and asked in a trembling voice, what happened? Luo Chen took off his coat and handed it over. Disgusted, he asked. This. Su Chuyu suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken, and the feeling of surprise emerged uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. This action made her vaguely see a glimpse of the shadow of the former Luo Chen. Luo Chen, who treated her well with all his heart. No. I don't mind. Still, you should wear it. You are in the wind in front and it's very cold. She calmed herself down and said. Luo Chen asked doubtfully, you really don't mind? Su Chuyu shook his head vigorously. I don't mind. Luo Chen's words made the feeling of guilt quietly emerge in her heart. Even in this situation, Luo Chen was still asking her if she disliked it or not. How many stupid things had she done in the past? How could such a good boy? She was a little annoyed. Luo Chen didn't say much. He just put his coat on her and turned away. There was no chance for Su Chuyu to refuse. Su Chuyu clutched the clothes she was wearing tightly, and the biting cold wind was instantly blocked out. She didn't know what to feel. Especially when she saw Luo Chen, who only had a sweatshirt left, she suddenly felt distressed. Her beautiful eyes just stared quietly at Luo Chen's back. Very cold, very cool. However, she inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Time passes. By the time they met a taxi, they were not far from Su Chuyu's home. Luo Chen was too lazy to spend that money. Soon, they entered the villa area and Luo Chen rode his bicycle to the outside of the compound with ease. But after it stopped, there was no movement behind it. Arrive. What are you looking at? Luo Chen asked doubtfully. Only then did Su Chuyu regain her consciousness from Luo Chen, her pretty face slightly reddened. Ah. We're here, then. She stood up, wanting to say something but stopping herself, her whole body exuding a sense of conflicted emotions. Luo Chen looked at her in confusion. These days, Su Chuyu seems like a different person. Go back and give me the umbrella. He stretched out his hand and said lightly. Su Chuyu pursed her lips. She mustered up her courage and said, well, my parents are not at home, can you come in and sit for a while? Luo Chen's heart beat wildly twice when he heard this. He knew that Su Chuyu emphasized that his parents were not at home just because she was afraid that he would be embarrassed, but this statement was too ambiguous. Cough. He coughed lightly and said, no, I'm going home. Give me the umbrella. This. Su Chuyu tasted the taste of rejection again. She didn't want to think about it anymore, and said anxiously, how are you going to get home like this? You should go inside quickly, it's too cold. You're soaking wet. Although I was holding an umbrella, the rain came from the front when I was riding my bike. His sweatshirt was already soaked. Luo Chen reluctantly snatched the umbrella from Su Chuyu's hand and said, okay, let's go back quickly. I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, he sat on the bicycle. Sending her back was already a helpless thing, he didn't want to have too much interaction with Su Chuyu. Su Chuyu clenched her teeth. She raised her head, and a stubborn light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Luo Chen held an umbrella in his right hand and was about to ride. Suddenly, a small white hand grabbed his left arm. No! You have to come in with me today. Chapter 58. This pajamas is so cute. Luo Chen was slightly stunned when he saw this. Looking sideways, Su Chuyu was looking at him with a firm gaze. Luo Chen became more and more helpless. Su Chuyu, what on earth do you want to do? I can't even go home? He really couldn't understand why Su Chuyu became so strange. Su Chuyu grabbed Luo Chen's arm and said, I don't want to do anything. I just want you to wait until the rain stops before going home. But facing Luo Chen's helpless expression, she felt a little guilty. She lowered her head. I don't care. You will definitely catch a cold if you go back like this. You have to come in with me. Or we'll just stay here. She no longer dared to look Luo Chen in the eye. Luo Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. A gust of cold wind blew, and Su Chuyu's delicate body trembled again. Luo Chen also shivered from the cold. He slowly turned his gaze towards the luxurious villa and said, okay, I'll wait until the rain stops before leaving. Su Chuyu was immediately delighted. Then let's go. Luo Chen got off the bicycle and walked into the villa with his school bag on his back. He had been to this place many times, but had never been inside. As soon as he entered, Luo Chen felt a warmth coming towards him, and the coldness suddenly subsided a lot. Luo Chen took a quick look around and found that the living room was decorated very luxuriously. I didn't have much contact with Su Chuyu's father in my previous life, but to be able to own such a luxurious villa in this era, there is no need to say much about his strength. Auntie Wang, I'm back. Please help me make 2 bowls of ginger soup. Su Chuyu shouted inside while changing her shoes. Okay. A woman's voice came from the kitchen. It was the nanny here. Luo Chen was not surprised. Su Chuyu put the slippers next to Luo Chen. Luo Chen changed it. Come on, follow me upstairs first. Su Chuyu moved her long legs and walked upstairs. Luo Chen was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Su Chuyu couldn't help but said angrily, "You are already here, why are you still hesitating? Let's go." Luo Chen nodded. This luxurious decoration was nothing to him, but when he thought that this was Su Chuyu's home, he felt indescribably uncomfortable. He felt a little regretful. But now that he was already here, he was too lazy to think about it. If I go back in the rain, I will definitely get seriously ill. He followed Su Chuyu upstairs. Aunt Wang, who was busy in the kitchen, did not notice that someone had come back with Su Chuyu. Soon, we reached the second floor. Su Chuyu pushed open the door of the last room and turned on the light. She turned around and said, "This is the guest room. Please sit for a while. I'll be there soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly trotted towards his room. Luo Chen felt inexplicably unnatural. He entered the room. His body was soaked, his pants were wet too, but he didn't sit down. He lay on the windowsill and quietly looked at the rainy night outside. He was also a little confused. Didn't he want to completely cut off all contact with Su Chuyu? Why did he come to her house for no apparent reason? Destiny. He shook his head and sighed silently. "Why don't you sit down?" Su Chuyu's voice sounded behind him. Luo Chen turned around and saw Su Chuyu holding a bag in her hand, staring at him in confusion. Her body was wet and her hair stuck to her face, which gave her a unique beauty. "No, I'm dirty." Luo Chen didn't think much about it and said casually. However, these words made Su Chuyu's heart ache slightly. She had said this to Luo Chen. She fiddled with her bangs a little unnaturally and said, You should go take a hot bath first. I'll find some dry clothes for you to change into later. There's a guest bathroom outside. You go now." Luo Chen glanced at the bag in his hand and nodded slightly. Good. The rain outside showed no signs of stopping, and he really couldn't leave for a while. He took the bag from Su Chuyu and walked to the bathroom outside. Su Chuyu curled up a charming smile at the corner of her mouth and turned back to her room. Luo Chen took a shower, and she also wanted to take a shower. Both of their clothes were soaked, so Luo Chen also rinsed his clothes with clean water, wrung them dry and hung them in the bathroom. Not long after, Luo Chen finished washing. Only then did he open the bag Su Chuyu gave him and take out the clothes inside. But the moment he held it in his hand, Luo Chen felt numb. He stared with wide eyes, almost popping out of his head, at the set of cute pink pajamas in his hands. What is this? The color is okay, but the key point is, it's small. No. He looked outside the bathroom, confused. But my clothes have already been washed, and I can't wear them even if I don't wash them because they are too wet. Now I want to ask Su Chuyu to change clothes, but there is no way. He had no choice but to put on his pajamas. Luo Chen walked out. Fortunately, there was no one in the corridor, and he quickly returned to the room. Before I could think about it, footsteps were heard outside. Luo Chen became inexplicably nervous and wanted to pull the quilt to cover his body, but unfortunately, it was too late. Have you finished your shower? You're still cold. Su Chuyu walked in from outside holding a big bowl. Before she could finish her words, she noticed the slightly embarrassed pink kawaii Luo Chen. Her words stopped abruptly. Puff. Soon, the silver bell-like laughter echoed in the room. Luo Chen was filled with helplessness. But don't say. Su Chuyu looks really beautiful when she smiles. She also took a shower and changed into a conservative pair of pajamas, which were also pink and very similar to the ones Luo Chen was wearing. Don't you have any other pajamas? These are too small to wear. Luo Chen asked doubtfully. Su Chuyu suppressed her smile, put the ginger soup on the bedside table, and said, "No more, this is my biggest pajamas." After the words were spoken, her face turned slightly red. That was her pajamas, but it was worn by Luo Chen. She also felt a strange feeling in her heart. Luo Chen looked at it in astonishment. Hers? This. Chapter 59, Back to the Past? Chuyu regrets? Luo Chen was confused. She thought of many possibilities, but she didn't expect that the pajamas actually belonged to Su Chuyu. She is such a cool girl, why is she wearing this kind of pajamas? Su Chuyu looked him up and down. Her originally loose clothes looked extra tight on Luo Chen. Soon, Su Chuyu's gaze moved to his pants. She didn't know what she saw, her face suddenly turned red, and she quickly looked away. Luo Chen also pulled the quilt over to cover his thighs unnaturally. That ginger soup, you should drink it, otherwise you will definitely catch a cold. She pointed to the location of the ginger soup, a little unnaturally. Luo Chen coughed and said, okay. He picked up the bowl and started drinking. It tasted good, but when he put the bowl down, he found that Su Chuyu was already sitting at the end of the bed. Do you have anything else to do? He asked puzzledly. These words froze the faint smile on Su Chuyu's lips. She lowered her head slightly. While taking a shower just now, she had sorted out her thoughts and figured out what to say. She mustered up her courage and became more resolute. Luo Chen. Su Chuyu raised her head and looked at Luo Chen and said, can we go back to the way we were before? As the words fell, those beautiful eyes were filled with sincerity. Back to the past? Luo Chen was slightly stunned and shocked when he heard this. He really didn't expect Su Chuyu to say such words. Is this still the Su Chuyu he remembered? But soon, he came to his senses. Back to the past. Luo Chen smiled bitterly and asked, will you let me continue to be your licking dog? And continue to be despised and humiliated by you? Su Chuyu, are you crazy or am I crazy? This. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chuyu's heart suddenly tightened. She hurriedly shook her head and said, no, Luo Chen, that's not what I meant. Luo Chen smiled and asked, what does that mean? What else was there besides these in the past? A trace of anxiety appeared on Su Chuyu's face. But she didn't know what to say. There was a very strong feeling in her heart supporting her idea and making her refute it. Only. She couldn't describe the feeling, nor could she find the reason that supported her to take Luo Chen back. She was very anxious, but she was at a loss as to what to do. She was so anxious that she almost cried. At this moment, she really wanted to tell Luo Chen the reason in her heart. But she couldn't find it. Luo Chen, I really didn't mean that. I just. She couldn't describe the reason that supported her. But, absolutely. She was anxious, but it didn't help. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled, saying, Su Chuyu, we are from two different worlds. Since the moment you rejected me, all the relations between us have been severed completely. To be honest, I shouldn't have cared about you these 2 times. I have lived for you for 3 years. Now, it's time for me to live for myself. I've been annoying you for 3 years. You should be glad that I made this decision. You can live your life in peace now. As for the things you miss, don't worry, when you go to college, you will have a new group of suitors. They will do the same things I did before. Su Chuyu's breathing began to quicken. She really wanted to tell Luo Chen that this was not what she wanted. But what did she want? She couldn't say it. Until now she still doesn't understand why she wants to get Luo Chen back. She only knows that if she doesn't do something, Luo Chen will be lost forever. As for why she was afraid of losing Luo Chen, she didn't know. Luo Chen, Su Chuyu was still speaking anxiously, but couldn't say anything. Luo Chen leaned against the head of the bed and said, okay, I want to rest for a while. You should go back and rest too. He didn't want to talk about it anymore. Mainly, he didn't want to face his old self anymore, he hated his old self. Su Chuyu lowered his head. Your beautiful eyes are filled with moisture again. She feels aggrieved and wronged, but she can never describe the reason. Then, you should rest early. She whispered, hiding her slightly choked state. Luo Chen nodded slightly. Su Chuyu looked at Luo Chen again, then stood up and walked outside. She doesn't want to leave. But she had no way to convince Luo Chen now. She wanted to sort out her thoughts and find out the reason that made her want to take Luo Chen back. Bang! The door opened. Luo Chen looked quietly at the direction where Su Chuyu left, shook his head and smiled bitterly. What's wrong with her? How did it become like this? Luo Chen didn't understand. It was still raining outside, and it was obviously impossible for him to go back today. He called his parents and told them he was staying at a classmate's house. He turned off the lights, closed his eyes, and prepared to go to sleep. Su Chuyu returned to her room and lay on the bed, with a look of deep sadness on her beautiful face. She thought hard but still couldn't dig out the reason. She was immersed in that sad mood. She didn't know how long it had been before she fell asleep in her thoughts. The next day. The dazzling sunlight woke Su Chuyu from her sleep, and she opened her eyes in a daze. Soon, she seemed to realize something and suddenly sat up from the bed. Look closely. It's 10 o'clock? Su Chuyu didn't care about her image, rushed out of the room and ran to the outside of Luo Chen's room. The door was ajar. Su Chuyu's heart tightened and she slowly pushed the door open. The room was empty. The quilt had been folded and placed neatly at the head of the bed, and the pink pajamas had also been folded and placed at the foot of the bed. She leaned against the doorframe as if she had lost all her strength. The little mouth pursed up. She was very upset, wondering why she had just woken up. "Miss, are you awake?" Aunt Wang's voice came from the corridor. Su Chuyu asked hurriedly, "Aunt Wang, where is Luo Chen?" Aunt Wang was slightly stunned. "Ah. You mean the young man who came last night? He's gone now." "Miss, is that your classmate? That handsome boy is really nice and very polite," she responded and said with a smile. "Gone? He left." Chapter 60, Results Announced? Luo Chen is looking forward to it. Su Chuyu nodded dejectedly. Aunt Wang noticed Su Chuyu's unusual mood and the smile on her face gradually faded. "Miss, breakfast is ready. Eat?" she asked. Su Chuyu nodded again. After Luo Chen left, she felt empty inside. She spent the whole night thinking about the reason but couldn't come up with it. Well. In the end, Su Chuyu could only sigh softly. At the same time, Luo Chen had already returned home and had breakfast. Today was Sunday and he had no time to spare. "I started working on the lemonade in the afternoon and prepared all the raw materials for a week and sent them all to Wang Wan." Due to poor sales, Luo Chen changed his strategy and made a small package. $1 a bottle, $1 and $5 for 2 bottles. In the evening, Luo Chen started studying as usual. Su Chuyu also sent a message to Luo Chen on time at 2300 hours. Luo Chen simply responded and went to sleep. Monday morning. Luo Chen arrived at the intersection early as usual. His gaze moved towards Su Yuner's house, and the smile on his lips could not be suppressed at all. It was just one day, but it felt especially long to Luo Chen. Not long after, a pretty figure in school uniform appeared in the field of vision. The smile on Luo Chen's face became even more radiant. Su Yuner also saw Luo Chen from a distance, and a charming smile also appeared on her delicate face. She couldn't help but quicken her pace. "Good morning." Su Yuner smiled and waved at Luo Chen. Luo Chen's eyes immediately fell on Su Yuner's feet. The pair of brand new white shoes was very dazzling. A blush also appeared on Su Yuner's face. She hesitated for a long time before she mustered up the courage to lift her feet and asked with a smile, "Does it look good?" Luo Chen nodded. "Nice." The smile on Su Yuner's face became more obvious, and she responded shyly, I like it too." This one sentence made Luo Chen's heart extremely satisfied. He smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. Let's go. We're going to be late." Su Yuner smiled and nodded. "Okay." Her eyes curved when she smiled, which was very contagious. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to move forward. Luo Chen patted his back seat and asked with a smile, "Are you coming up?" When Su Yuner heard this, a gleam of eagerness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Okay." She smiled sweetly and quickly sat on the back seat of the bicycle. The little hands hesitated for a moment, but still placed on Luo Chen's waist. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. He rode his bike to school and he enjoyed the journey very much. Unfortunately, happy times are always short. Time passes. Luo Chen and Su Yuner's relationship became closer and closer, and they became more and more familiar with each other. It seemed that having lunch together had become a habit for them. Although daily life is repetitive, Luo Chen enjoys it. Because there is Su Yuner. During this period, Su Chuyu also looked for him several times, but Luo Chen's attitude remained as cold as ever. This made Su Chuyu sad. She thought that after Luo Chen stayed at her house for one night, their relationship would definitely change. Unexpectedly, there was no change. She seemed to be possessed, and her thoughts were immersed in Luo Chen every day. When she sees Luo Chen performing well in class, she smiles happily. When she saw Luo Chen having lunch with Su Yuner, she would feel envious and jealous, and always felt sour in her heart. She has also been looking for reasons to get Luo Chen back. Only. The reason was so vague and elusive that she couldn't grasp it. In the blink of an eye, it is early April. It was Wednesday. The head teacher Lu Yun was standing on the podium, and all the students were watching in silence. Some are looking forward to it, some are nervous, and some are bowing their heads deeply. Because today is the day when the results of the second mock exam will be announced. Cough cough. Lu Yun coughed lightly and her face did not look very good. She raised her head and glanced at Luo Chen and Su Yuner, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Okay, let's announce the test results now, she said lightly. All the students fell silent and watched nervously. Su Chuyu was particularly nervous. After the exam, she already expected that her grades would not be very good. During this period of time, all my thoughts were on Luo Chen, and I didn't have the time to think about my grades at all. The results will be sent out later. Let me announce the top 10 in our class. 10th place, Li Yuan, 48th in the full year group. 9th place. The students in the audience were listening nervously, and occasionally exclaimed in surprise. Soon, the third person finished speaking. Lu Yun's expression became even more serious, and she said, 2nd place, Su Yuner, 8th in the whole year group. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sound of people gasping in shock in the class. Everyone's shocked gaze was on Su Yuner. No one expected that Su Yuner, who usually had no sense of existence, would have such good academic performance. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. He turned his head to look at Su Yuner and smiled, great. When Lu Yun said this, Su Yuner didn't react much, but when she heard Luo Chen's words, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth involuntarily. She shrugged her nose at Luo Chen and said nothing. That look is very cute. After a month of contact, the two have become very familiar with each other. Lu Yun continued, 1st place. Having said this, she hesitated for a moment, and her expression became even uglier. Everyone's attention quickly focused on Su Chuyu. Many people showed envious expressions. Su Chuyu is the best, no doubt about it. During the 3 years of high school, Su Chuyu had completely monopolized the top spot. Seeing this, Su Yuner couldn't help but look at Su Chuyu in surprise. She had a complicated feeling in her heart. She has a good family background, is so pretty, and is also good at studying. How could she not be envious? Only Su Chuyu frowned slightly, with a feeling of surprise in her heart. After the exam, she knew that her score would not be good. Can you still get 1st place even if you didn't do well in the exam? Chapter 61. The person who understands him is still Yuna. At this moment, she also began to doubt. But the results of other students who studied well have already come out, and she is the only one left. What is going on? Su Chuyu's puzzled gaze fell on Lu Yun. A smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. He was curious too. After all, this was his first serious exam after his rebirth, and he really wanted to know what level he was at now. Lu Yun didn't speak for a long time. The students in the class became puzzled and looked at them in confusion. Here, what's wrong? After a long time, Lu Yun finally raised her head, looking unhappy. She said calmly, I didn't want to announce this 1st place, but since some people dare to do these things, I think it's better to let all the students think about it together. When these words were spoken, all the students were stunned. What's the meaning? The feeling of doubt in Su Chuyu's heart became stronger. Lu Yun took a deep breath and said coldly, 1st place, Luo Chen, 5th in the whole year group. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class fell into deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. Their brains went blank. 1st place, Luo Chen. This. Is the word countdown missing? Are you kidding? Although Luo Chen did 2 math problems, but this is the comprehensive score. 1st in the class? What are you doing? The puzzled expression on Su Chuyu's face froze instantly. Luo Chen? In an instant, everyone's eyes shifted to Luo Chen. A smile also appeared on Luo Chen's lips. Unexpectedly, it's pretty good. Su Yuner covered her mouth and her incredulous gaze fell on Luo Chen. She was so surprised that she didn't know what to say. Although she knew that Luo Chen was good at math, but she never thought that Luo Chen was so good in all subjects. 1st in the class. She raised her little face and looked at Luo Chen, and a smile appeared involuntarily on the corner of her mouth. She is so happy. Gulp. Soon, the sound of swallowing saliva was heard. The students gradually woke up. No. Luo Chen is 1st, what about Su Chuyu? Lu Hao clenched his fists. The feeling of jealousy in his heart had reached its peak at this moment. He was extremely angry. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. He stood up and growled indignantly. This shout woke everyone up. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. He had long guessed that his classmates would have such thoughts, and it was normal. After all, he was the last in his group throughout the year. It is really incomprehensible that I suddenly became the first. He didn't care either. Lu Yun glanced at Luo Chen coldly, and naturally agreed with this point of view. Only. She has no evidence. Lu Hao said angrily, Teacher, did Luo Chen secretly switch his paper with that of classmate Su Chuyu? How can he be first? How could Su Chuyu not be in the top 10? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood. Yes. How is it possible that Su Chuyu didn't even make it into the top 10? What Lu Hao said makes sense. Soon, everyone's eyes looking at Luo Chen were filled with anger. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. He has a very rich imagination. Not to mention, when Luo Chen thought about his past life, he felt that this sentence was very reasonable. Su Chuyu came to his senses. She cast a complicated gaze on Luo Chen, with indescribable feelings in her heart. Although she didn't know what was going on, she was sure that Luo Chen didn't cheat. This month has made her firmly believe in one thing. Luo Chen, it's different now. The current Luo Chen makes her feel unpredictable. No matter what Luo Chen does now, she will think it is reasonable. This feeling is so wonderful, I don't know where it comes from. Lu Yun cast her cold gaze on Luo Chen and asked, Student Luo Chen, do you have anything to say? That expression was very unfriendly. After all, she teaches Chinese, and Luo Chen didn't perform well in Chinese class. So, he didn't know about Luo Chen's change. Even though I knew that Luo Chen answered the math problems, I couldn't believe that a student could go from last to first in the class. This is unprecedented. The other students continued to stare angrily. Luo Chen stood up and said with a smile, Thank you teacher for your training, I will continue to work hard. After he finished speaking, he sat down. No one in the class believed him except Su Yuner, and he was too lazy to say more. However, what he didn't know was that there was another person who believed in him. It's Su Chuyu. After hearing Luo Chen's words, the anger on the other students' faces became even more intense. Lu Hao raised his finger and pointed, shouting angrily, Do you think I asked you to give a speech to express your gratitude for the award? I asked you how you cheated. Luo Chen said calmly, Did you see me cheating? This. Lu Hao was choked and speechless for a moment. Lu Yun said coldly, Student Luo Chen, I hope you can be honest. What did you do? You can hide this simulation, but can you hide the college entrance examination? Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. He said calmly, I didn't do anything, I just studied hard. When the people around saw this, their eyes were instantly filled with anger. Too arrogant. Lu Hao shouted angrily, Luo Chen. Do you think we are fools? Luo Chen raised his head and glanced casually. What does it have to do with me whether you are stupid or not? He asked. Crunch. Lu Hao gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Ask our classmates, who believes you can get first place? Don't you think it's too outrageous? The other students nodded in agreement. This is outrageous. Just as the words fell, Su Yuner stood up and said angrily, I believe him. I don't think it's outrageous. He is a good student. Isn't it normal for him to get first place in the exam? She didn't look at Lu Hao, but at the blackboard in front of her. That delicate face was full of resentment. She didn't understand why so many people were targeting Luo Chen. She felt very uncomfortable. She had suffered a lot of grievances in the past, but she didn't have the courage to refute. Today, she stood up and refuted without thinking. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. It has to be Yuna. The person who understood him best in his previous life was Su Yuner, but he didn't expect that it would still be her in this life. Chapter 62, Chuyu is crazy? Protect Luo Chen? This. The other students felt angry again when they saw this. During this month, Su Yuner is the one who was closest to Luo Chen in the entire class. They all agreed that Su Yuner had been completely brainwashed by Luo Chen. This scene further confirmed their thoughts. Many boys clenched their fists, their eyes filled with naked jealousy. How could such a beautiful girl be fooled by him? Of course they are unhappy. Su Chuyu gave Su Yuner a complicated look and lowered his head silently. She felt very uncomfortable. During this month, every time Su Yuner wanted to find Luo Chen, he was always by his side. She always had a special feeling in her heart, a feeling that had never appeared since she was a child. Now, she knew what that feeling was. It's envy. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun also showed an expression of disappointment on her face. This is the second best student in the class. How come? Although she had a lot to say, she couldn't say it. Lu Hao clenched his fists and his face was extremely gloomy. He said in a low voice, Su Yuner, please don't let him brainwash you, okay? Do you know that before you came here, he was the last in the whole group? The other students nodded vigorously. That is. Su Yuner raised her face, looking very stubborn. What happened before I came here has nothing to do with me. I only know that after I came here, Luo Chen helped me with a lot of math problems. I don't understand what the teacher says, but I can understand what he says. This is his ability. I am not surprised that he ranked first in the whole year group. In my heart, he has this ability. Her voice became louder and louder, very firm. Luo Chen smiled dotingly. He really wanted to reach out and rub Su Yuner's slightly frizzy hair, he couldn't hold it back any longer. It's just there are too many people. The classmates around looked on in silence. It's over. The brainwashing is very thorough. Lu Hao clenched his fists and shouted in a low voice, so what? You are the only one who believes in him. Who else in the class believes in him? The top student in our class must be Su Chuyu. But this time Su Chuyu didn't even make it into the top 10, so Luo Chen, who was last, became first. How do you explain this? Who else would believe that he didn't cheat except you? The public has sharp eyes. He refuted vigorously, trying to save some face. The other students remained silent. Su Yuner clenched her fists and pretended to refute. But I haven't waited to speak yet. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, I believe him too. After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned again. The anger in Lu Hao's heart began to burn fiercely. Who the hell is this? He looked in the direction of the voice and was about to get angry, but when he saw the person who was speaking, the anger on his face froze instantly. The other students also showed incredible expressions on their faces. Luo Chen was a little surprised. The person who spoke was naturally Su Chuyu. She stood up expressionlessly and said, Teacher, I can prove that Luo Chen did not change my paper. I really didn't do well in the exam this time. I'll know it after the exam. This. The other students looked at each other, confused. Lu Hao didn't know what to say. Luo Chen looked at it in surprise. He found that Su Chuyu seemed a little different from before. The key is, the person who studied the hardest in the whole class didn't do well in the exam? Lu Yun was also a little surprised. Chuyu, why? Why didn't you do well in the exam? She asked in confusion. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly. She pondered for a long time before saying calmly, because of some things, I was delayed in my studies. Why the delay? Because of Luo Chen. During this period of time, she was like a possessed person. No matter whether it was day or night, the only thing in her mind was Luo Chen, the lingering Luo Chen. She kept digging for that reason and kept trying to get closer to Luo Chen. The more you are rejected, the more you desire. The expression on Lu Yun's face also became bitter. She seemed to want to say something but stopped herself, not knowing what to say. The other students were also silent. Su Chuyu gritted her teeth, a determined light flashing in her eyes. She cast her cold gaze on Lu Hao and said coldly, Also, Lu Hao, do you have evidence to prove that Luo Chen cheated? Did you catch him or did you see him? She couldn't help it. The words Lu Hao said to Luo Chen made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Especially after Su Yuner refuted on behalf of Luo Chen, she didn't know what nerve was touched in her heart. She couldn't bear it. Lu Hao was confused. He was a little stunned by these sudden cold words. I didn't see it, he said with some guilt. Su Chuyu said coldly, Since you didn't see it, where does your confidence come from? You don't know anything, but you are so sure that Luo Chen cheated. Do you think you are smart? He listens carefully in every class now, did you know that? He studies until after 11 o'clock every night, did you know that? You are so aggressive without knowing anything. Do you know what the word evidence means? This series of words left Lu Hao stunned. He felt his face burning. Lu Hao got scared and lowered his head. I I just opened my mouth, but nothing came out. Luo Chen was more and more surprised. What happened to Su Chuyu? She was actually defending him? Okay, everyone sit down. Lu Yun waved her hand gently, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the class. Snort. Su Chuyu snorted coldly and sat down. Lu Hao clenched his fists and felt as if his face was on fire. He gave Luo Chen a vicious look before sitting down. The other students still looked confused. They don't understand. Isn't Su Chuyu the one who annoys Luo Chen the most in the class? Why, is she speaking up for Luo Chen today? The key is, Luo Chen studies until 11 o'clock every night. How did Su Chuyu know that? Chapter 63 Luo Chen the Clown, waiting to be slapped in the face. These questions made them very confused. Lu Yun glanced at Luo Chen coldly and said, let's leave it at that for now. Chuyu is right. We can't talk nonsense without evidence. The other students all showed disappointed expressions on their faces. But, Lu Yun continued, with so many students doubting me, I must give other students a fair shake. There is no evidence this time, so let's leave it at that for now. We still have 3 mock tests to do. Next time, I will try to supervise the test myself. If Luo Chen's results are very different from this time, then I have the responsibility to seek justice for other students. As soon as the words fell, the sharp gaze fell on Luo Chen. The other students' eyes lit up. Soon, all those malicious eyes were cast on Luo Chen, and they sneered. A sinister smile also appeared on Lu Hao's face. Su Yuner clenched her fists and secretly glared at Lu Yun, her little face puffed up with anger. That's too much. Everyone's eyes were on Luo Chen. Luo Chen, however, was reading silently, showing no interest in paying any attention. This scene made Lu Hao grit his teeth in anger. Just pretend. See how long you can pretend. Class is starting. However, Su Chuyu still couldn't listen to anything the teacher said, and his mind was filled with Luo Chen's affairs. He got first place in the exam? Su Chuyu was also shocked by this result, but she did not have any doubts. She thought that whatever Luo Chen did now was natural. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly. It was only now that she discovered a problem. Luo Chen is not just different from before. Luo Chen now is so outstanding. Luo Chen was originally very handsome, with the feeling of a pure and sunny big boy. He was focused and careful, and his care for her in the past could be described as meticulous. He is so good at playing basketball, and the key is, he is also good at studying. This discovery seemed to open the door to a new world for Su Chuyu. Pity. She hadn't discovered Luo Chen's excellence before. That indescribable feeling emerged from her heart again, and she couldn't tell what it was. All in all, she was comfortable. Well. In the end, Su Chuyu could only sigh softly. It's lunch break, time to eat. Luo Chen and Su Yuner went downstairs together and walked towards the cafeteria. Su Yuner lowered her head and pursed her lips slightly. Luo Chen discovered something unusual. He asked puzzledly, what's wrong? What's up? Su Yuner was slightly stunned. She had hidden so well, how come she was still discovered by Luo Chen? No. She shook her little head and responded. Luo Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, you're hiding something from me again, right? Su Yuner became anxious. No, it's just some small things, nothing serious. She explained quickly. Luo Chen knew that Su Yuner didn't want to say it, so he didn't ask any further questions. Su Yuner relaxed a lot. She wasn't unhappy, she just felt a little weird. She didn't understand why Su Chuyu knew that Luo Chen studied until 11 o'clock every night, but even she didn't know about this. Naturally, there is no way to tell Luo Chen about this problem. Soon, we arrived at the cafeteria. After Luo Chen prepared the food, he brought it to the table where Su Yuner was sitting. As soon as he sat down, he felt several sharp gazes. Luo Chen looked up in confusion, only to find that Lu Hao and the others were sitting at the table next to him, staring at him coldly. What a coincidence! Luo Chen didn't take it seriously and pushed the food in front of Su Yuner. Eat it, he said slowly. Su Yuner nodded obediently and said, okay. During this month, she didn't even bring her own lunch and always ate with Luo Chen. I was quite embarrassed at first. But after being scolded by Luo Chen, he became completely obedient and ate his food obediently. She didn't understand why Luo Chen took her to eat together, but she knew that the more she ate, the happier Luo Chen would be. Luo Chen's efforts were not in vain. Compared with a month ago, Su Yuner now looks much less thin. The skin is getting better and better, the fair face has become a little rosy and tender, and the hair is not so dull anymore. Luo Chen took out a bottle from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is the lemonade he made himself. Ever since he changed to a smaller package, the sales of lemonade have been increasing day by day. Word of this lemonade spread quickly throughout the campus and it received widespread acclaim and became a total hit. The sales volume is several hundred bottles every day, and even thousands when the market is good. Luo Chen naturally made a lot of money. Although he didn't make a huge fortune, it was more than enough to take care of Su Yuner. He also had no intention of continuing to develop the lemonade project. After all, I'm leaving this city soon, so I should leave these things to college. In addition to taking care of Su Yuner, the money I earn now can also be saved as startup capital. Su Yuner took a glance and lowered her head to eat. Luo Chen had naturally given her a taste before, and she liked the taste very much, but she only drank a few bottles. Because Luo Chen didn't let her drink too much. Although this thing is clean and hygienic, it is not healthy. Luo Chen picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Eat more of this meat. And these vegetables are also delicious. He pointed to two of the dishes and said. Su Yuner raised her head and responded obediently, okay. There was a grain of rice at the corner of her mouth, and her tone was well behaved, so adorable. This scene made Lu Hao grit his teeth again. He is so jealous. The longer they are in contact, the more they can discover Su Yuner's beauty. But Su Yuner was very cold to them, but in front of Luo Chen, she was as well behaved as a kitten and even ate with Luo Chen every day. Of course they are unhappy. They also tried to contact Su Yuner, but they didn't even have a chance to talk. Luo Chen felt it. A subtle smile appeared on his lips and he continued eating. Just took a bite. Suddenly, a charming fragrance came to my face. Then, a pleasant voice sounded beside my ear, Luo Chen, there is no seat left. Can I sit here? Chapter 64 Dare to scold Luo Chen? Two girls defend him. The voice was cold but with a hint of nervousness. Luo Chen paused. Su Yuner also paused in picking up the food. This voice is so recognizable. Su Chuyu. Luo Chen looked up and found that Su Chuyu was standing beside him, holding a lunchbox, and her beautiful eyes were looking at her. During this month, Su Chuyu made him increasingly unsure. He was not sure whether Su Chuyu wanted to go back to the past with him because she was in need of a bootlicker, because no matter how cold his attitude was, Su Chuyu still insisted. Now, he found that Su Chuyu's eyes were actually a little nervous. Su Chuyu is always calm no matter what the situation is, as if the word nervous does not exist in her dictionary. What's going on? He retracted his gaze and said casually, whatever, this canteen is not owned by my family. Those words were still slightly offensive. But Su Chuyu has already gotten used to it. But, still lost. Lu Hao's back teeth were almost broken when he saw this. He was very confused. It's fine that the beautiful Su Yuner is with Luo Chen all day long, but how come the school bell is now taking the initiative to look for Luo Chen? The key is. Luo Chen's words were so harsh, but Su Chuyu still wanted to sit down? Student Su Chuyu, someone over there has finished eating, and there's an empty seat. He quickly stood up and pointed. Su Yuner looked in the direction and indeed found that the person over there had already stood up and left. Su Chuyu frowned slightly. She was already embarrassed, and Lu Hao wanted to make things worse. Does it matter to you where I sit? I can see for myself. She said coldly. This one sentence made Lu Hao wish he could find a hole to crawl into. He is so angry. Luo Chen had also gotten used to Su Chuyu's abnormality and didn't say anything. He just couldn't understand what Su Chuyu was doing. He had wondered if Su Chuyu had fallen in love with him, but there was really no reason, it was simply impossible. Su Chuyu withdrew his gaze. She pondered for a moment. There are 6 seats at a table. Luo Chen and Su Yuner sit opposite each other on the far left, while she is now on the right. She noticed Su Yuner opposite her out of the corner of her eye. I don't know why. An impulse emerged in her heart, and she stretched out her long legs and sat in the middle seat. Sat down next to Luo Chen. This. Lu Hao lowered his head and his breathing became rapid. The other boys were equally jealous. Su Yuner looked up, then lowered her head to continue eating, but her little mouth couldn't help but pout slightly. She couldn't help but feel a sour taste in her heart. There is also a sense of frustration. If it were someone else, she might just feel slightly uncomfortable, but this was Su Chuyu. School beauty Su Chuyu, a pure white, rich and beautiful lady. She poked around in her lunchbox with her chopsticks, having lost her appetite. Chuyu, why didn't you wait for me? You. Wang Miling walked over from a distance, but when she saw Su Chuyu next to Luo Chen, her words paused instantly. Her eyes widened. Su Chuyu felt a little embarrassed when she saw this, and raised her hand to gently move her bangs. Let's eat. She said this lightly, then lowered her head and started eating. Wang Miling recovered and said angrily, Luo Chen, do you have any shame? There are so many empty seats, why do you have to get close to Chuyu? What's wrong with you? She had said this many times before, and it came out very naturally. This time, however, it's a little different. Luo Chen glanced at her calmly, then lowered his head and continued eating. Su Chuyu's feeling of embarrassment instantly reached its peak. Because she was the one who came to find Luo Chen. Wang Miling's words made her feel like she was scolding her. Miling. What are you talking about? I came here by myself, you should sit down and eat. She whispered, her beautiful face already turning a little red. This. Wang Miling stood there in a daze, confused. Su Chuyu, are you here to see Luo Chen? She cast her confused gaze on Luo Chen, but found that Luo Chen didn't pay any attention to her at all, as if he didn't hear her. This made her extremely embarrassed instantly. She sat down and looked at Su Chuyu with a look of disappointment. She grumbled in dissatisfaction, Chuyu, what are you doing sitting here? I lose my appetite after seeing him. Luo Chen still had no interest in paying attention. Su Chuyu frowned slightly. These words made her feel a little uncomfortable. But I haven't spoken yet. Pop. Su Yuner put her chopsticks on the lunchbox and said angrily, why are you sitting here if you don't have an appetite? It's not Luo Chen who invited you here. You are asking for trouble yourself, who do you blame? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. He looked at Su Yuner's angry expression and couldn't help but smile. This little girl is the cutest when she defends him. Wang Miling clenched her fists and wanted to refute but didn't know what to say. Su Chuyu looked at Su Yuner with a complicated look and said nothing. Su Yuner continued, and are you so rude? Everyone knows that it was Su Chuyu who sat here by herself. So you let the incident of you scolding Luo Chen go? Don't you have even the most basic qualities? She clenched her fists and spoke fiercely. I don't know why. She herself didn't even have the courage to raise her head in front of Su Chuyu, but when Luo Chen was ridiculed by Wang Miling, she didn't even think about the problem of inferiority. That feeling seems like an instinctive reaction. Luo Chen always kept a smile on his face, watching quietly, enjoying it very much. After all, in the previous life, it was rare to see Su Yuner being so aggressive. Although the little expression looks fierce, it still shows a cute and fierce feeling, which is very cute. Wang Miling clenched her fists and her face flushed. You, how can you say that to me? She anxiously wanted to explain. Su Chuyu took a deep breath and said coldly, that's enough. Miling, it is true that you misunderstood Luo Chen. You should apologize to him. Snort. Su Yuner snorted and stared with dissatisfaction. After hearing this, Wang Miling's eyes widened. First words. You want me to apologize to him? Are you crazy? You want me to apologize for this joke? Does he deserve it? She asked incredulously. Su Chuyu frowned slightly. She was already unhappy when Wang Miling scolded Luo Chen just now. Now when she heard this, a nameless anger quickly surged from the bottom of her heart. Especially the word joke, which made her very painful. That's enough. Her beautiful face was instantly filled with coldness, and she said, you scolded Luo Chen for no reason, shouldn't you apologize to him? Student Su Yuner is right. Don't you know what politeness is? Chapter 65, Fighting Openly and Secretly, Jealousy? Luo Chen was filled with surprise when he heard this. Strange. It's so weird. Wang Miling's face was still filled with shock as she stared at Su Chuyu. She could never have imagined that she could actually say such a thing. Chuyu, I used to say that all the time. What happened to you today? Didn't you think my words weren't harsh enough before and asked me to be harsher? You also said that only in this way would Luo Chen learn his lesson and not bother you anymore. She clenched her fists and said dissatisfiedly. Su Yuner frowned slightly. A bitter smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. Su Chuyu clenched her fists, and a feeling of anxiety suddenly emerged in her heart. She looked at Luo Chen guiltily. When he saw the self-deprecating smile on Luo Chen's lips, he felt even more uncomfortable. I have done too many stupid things in the past. She calmed down and said coldly, before, he came to me, this time, I came to him. Wang Miling became more and more anxious, but didn't know how to refute. Luo Chen was not interested and said calmly, no need to apologize, let me eat in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, he started eating. Su Chuyu glanced sideways, sighed quietly in his heart, and said nothing. She originally wanted to talk to Luo Chen, but she didn't expect, it made her feel even more guilty. If Wang Miling didn't mention these things, she would never have remembered them. She couldn't imagine how many things she had done to hurt Luo Chen. She lowered her head and ate the food tasted bitter. Snort! Wang Miling snorted angrily and lowered her head to eat. Luo Chen ignored it. He picked up a piece of spicy chicken and put it in his mouth. Soon, his brows furrowed. This is too spicy, don't eat this. He opened the water bottle and took a sip of lemon water, which relieved the spicy feeling. Su Yuner nodded obediently. Okay. The voice returned to its soft and sticky tone. Su Chuyu took a sneak peek and pursed her lips. The sour feeling quickly began to spread in her heart. At this moment, her envy of Su Yuner became stronger and stronger. Su Yuner was still immersed in her own little emotions. Although I was sitting opposite Luo Chen, I still felt inexplicably uncomfortable when I saw Luo Chen and Su Chuyu sitting together. The key point, Su Chuyu is so outstanding, excellent in every aspect. In her eyes, Luo Chen is equally outstanding. The two of them sat together, and even though she didn't want to admit it, she still felt that they were a perfect match. Her little mouth was slightly pouted and her chopsticks were poking into the lunchbox. She had lost her appetite. Seeing this, Luo Chen said in a slightly reprimanding tone, "What are you thinking about? Eat well. It will be bad for your stomach if it gets cold later." Su Yuner was startled. Profound. Good. She started eating quickly. After a month of contact, Luo Chen successfully made Su Yuner adapt to his tone. Su Chuyu's chopsticks were also moving back and forth in the lunchbox. That tone. She suddenly wished Luo Chen would talk to her like this. Su Yuner also stretched out her chopsticks. But her mind was in a mess and she forgot Luo Chen's instructions just now. She picked up a piece of spicy chicken and put it in her mouth. After chewing twice, the movement froze. She suddenly realized. Oh no. Forgot. She raised her head and stared at Luo Chen with her big watery eyes. That fair face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Spicy. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but rolled his eyes at her and said, I told you not to eat well, have you forgotten? Is it spicy? Su Yuner pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. Hot. She said aggrievedly, with tears in her eyes. It was so spicy that it brought tears to my eyes. Luo Chen was both angry and amused, and said, then spit it out quickly. Su Yuner glanced around and felt embarrassed. She endured the spiciness, chewed it twice and swallowed it quickly. Luo Chen looked on helplessly. Soon, Su Yuner's big eyes were filled with tears. It's even hotter. Luo Chen, it's so spicy. She said this with a pursed mouth, her little face full of grievance. Luo Chen watched with a smile. He began to look around, but there was nothing that could relieve the spiciness. When Su Chuyu saw Luo Chen's doting smile, she felt very uncomfortable and lost her appetite. What should we do? Why don't you go there and rinse your mouth? He pointed to the pool and said. Su Yuner hasn't waited for a response yet. Student Su Yuner, I have some mineral water here, do you want some? Unopened. Suddenly, Lu Hao's voice rang out. Luo Chen glanced and saw Lu Hao standing up and handing him a bottle of mineral water, with one corner of his mouth raised and smiling crookedly. He looked like a savior. Luo Chen felt awkward. Su Chuyu glanced at it indifferently, without any ripples in her heart. At this moment, she was also sure. She wasn't so upset because she lost a suitor, because no matter what the other suitors did, they couldn't make her feel any emotion at all. Only Luo Chen is different. Su Yuner also felt a trace of disgust in her heart. She didn't have any opinion about Lu Hao originally, but this Lu Hao had always been targeting Luo Chen, which made her very annoyed. Don't want, she said while taking a breath of cool air. The corners of Lu Hao's mouth twitched violently, and he still felt a little unwilling. The water in the pool is not clean. This one is clean. He smiled calmly. Su Chuyu rolled her eyes at him with disdain and didn't bother to even look at him. Seeing this, Su Yuner felt a little impulse in her heart. This is a good opportunity for Luo Chen to vent his anger. She took a deep breath, revealed a look of disgust, and said, "Your hand has touched it, so this water isn't very clean." With just one sentence, Lu Hao was petrified instantly. This Nima. Grass. He held the mineral water bottle tightly, almost exploding with anger. The doting light in Luo Chen's eyes became even more intense. He naturally understood that Su Yuner just wanted to help him vent his anger, otherwise she would never say such words. Su Chuyu felt Luo Chen's emotions. In a moment, the sour feeling in her heart had reached its extreme. She pouted her lips slightly and was secretly sulking. Bang! Lu Hao sat back and slammed the mineral water bottle heavily on the table. He said in a low voice, "Okay, then you can enjoy it." Su Yuner's eyes fell on the lemonade that Luo Chen had drunk, and she clenched her fists. I was somewhat resistant at first. But, when she saw Su Chuyu, the impulse suddenly became stronger. Impulse triumphed over reason. She took a breath and said, "I have water to drink, why do I have to eat spicy food?" As soon as the words fell, the little hand reached directly to the bottle of lemonade in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen was a little stunned when he saw this. Lu Hao and others widened their eyes, and confusion appeared in their eyes. What is she going to do? Chapter 66, So Intimate? Chuyu is heartbroken. When Su Chuyu saw this, he instantly had a bad feeling in his heart. I don't know why. Her little hand instinctively wanted to raise to stop Su Yuner's movements, but she couldn't help it when it was halfway up. After all, it had nothing to do with her, but the anxious feeling in her heart was completely out of control. Soon, Su Yuner squeezed the lemonade in her hand. After she took it back, she quickly opened the bottle cap and raised her hand to put it to her mouth. This moment, Su Yuner's face became even redder, and besides the spiciness, she also felt shy. That little heart was beating non-stop. Lu Hao and the others' eyes almost popped out of their heads, staring in amazement. Su Chuyu felt her heart tightening. She bit her teeth lightly and stared nervously. Luo Chen was also very surprised. He quickly said, "That's what I drank." Although he doesn't care, after all, in this era, people's thinking is still very conservative. At least Su Yuner will definitely mind, right? Su Yuner didn't pause as she put the bottle to her mouth and started drinking from it in small sips. Her face was as rosy as a ripe apple. Fortunately, I had just eaten something spicy, so no one else noticed. Su Chuyu felt a sharp pain in his heart again. She clenched her fists tightly, pursed her lips and stared, completely losing the ability to control her facial expression. That look was so resentful. Soon, Su Yuner put down the bottle. She dodged her gaze and responded shyly, I know, you don't dislike me, right?" That shy look coupled with those soft and sweet words made Lu Hao and the others feel like their lungs were about to explode. Killing people is heartbreaking. He just touched the water bottle with his hand, but Su Yuner thought it was dirty, but Luo Chen has drunk that lemonade. She actually drank it? She drank it from her mouth. Wang Miling was equally shocked. But soon, that face was filled with disgust. Luo Chen stared in surprise. He looked at Su Yuner with a shy face and really couldn't understand how she could do such a thing. Just to vent his anger? Although he didn't know what was going on, Luo Chen still smiled. He said slowly, "I don't mind. As long as you don't despise me, since you've already drunk, drink more." Su Yuner glanced at Su Chuyu secretly. When I saw Su Chuyu's resentful little expression, I felt inexplicably happy. She awkwardly handed the bottle back to Luo Chen. No need. Not spicy anymore." Having said that, he quickly lowered his head and started eating. Judging from Su Chuyu's reaction, Su Yuner's little trick had succeeded, and at this moment she didn't have the courage to look Luo Chen in the eye. That shy feeling lingered in my body, and my heart was beating wildly. Luo Chen smiled indulgently. He suddenly realized that he seemed to care too much about Su Yuner's thoughts, which caused him to be too conservative in everything he did. Can we speed up the progress? Luo Chen became excited. As soon as he picked up the chopsticks, he found that Lu Hao and the others were already striding towards the sink. That back figure looked very angry. A smile slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. After living a new life, he is no longer a child and has no time to bother with these trivial matters. But someone cares. His eyes were fixed on Su Yuner, who was eating with her head down, and he felt satisfied. Even though she is still young, but she is still her. Just when I was about to eat, I found that Su Chuyu had also stood up and walked away. Luo Chen looked at it in confusion. Although he couldn't see anything, he still felt Su Chuyu's dissatisfaction. What is she dissatisfied with? Luo Chen ignored it. Wang Miling also left. Luo Chen lowered his head and started eating. After eating for a while, he found that Su Yuner's face was still very rosy. He asked doubtfully, "Is it still spicy?" Su Yuner clenched the chopsticks tightly and shook her head. Luo Chen frowned slightly and muttered in confusion, "Why is your face so red even though it's not spicy? You don't have allergies, do you?" This. Su Yuner lowered her head deeply and said angrily, "Hey, you should eat quickly." She wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Luo Chen was slightly stunned when he saw this. Is this shy? A smile slowly formed at the corner of his mouth, and he didn't say anything else. This girl can't be teased. Gotta do it step by step. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go home from school. Luo Chen pushed his bicycle and left the school with Su Yuner. Soon, we reached the road. Luo Chen sat on the seat and said, "Come on up." A charming smile appeared on Su Yuner's face. Okay. She responded obediently and sat in the back seat very skillfully. During this month, she has completely adapted. She no longer sat astride, but placed her legs on one side, and her little hand naturally rested on Luo Chen's waist. Luo Chen pedaled his bicycle forward. The two of them chatted, talked and laughed, and accompanied by the sunset, the scene looked warm and beautiful. However, Luo Chen did not notice that a black Mercedes was following him silently not far behind. Su Chuyu sat in the back seat, her fists clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes unable to move away from Luo Chen's figure. She was completely immersed in the cafeteria's affairs that afternoon. She was like a possessed person. During this month, she has been trying hard to get closer to Luo Chen. Pity. Either she was coldly rejected by Luo Chen, or Su Yuner was with Luo Chen, leaving her no chance to get close to him. This feeling made her suffer. Now seeing Luo Chen and Su Yuner talking and laughing on the bicycle, she felt her heart aching. That feeling is no longer just envy or jealousy. She let out a soft sob. Those beautiful eyes were unknowingly filled with moisture. She wanted to cry. The driver looked up at the rearview mirror and noticed something unusual. He glanced at Luo Chen and then looked away without saying anything. Luo Chen directly sent Su Yuner to the location outside the village entrance. Su Yuner jumped off the bicycle. She waved gently at Luo Chen and said with a smile, "I'm leaving now, see you tomorrow." A breeze blew by, and the long hair was blown gently. There was a clean smile on that delicate face, as pure and charming as a girl next door. Luo Chen also waved. He stood there, watching Su Yuner disappear from his sight, then rode his bike back. Not far away. Su Chuyu sat in the Mercedes, staring quietly at Luo Chen's back. Tears flowed silently. Are the two of them together? This thought suddenly popped up in her mind, making her heart ache even more. Uncontrollable pain. At the same time, another thought quietly emerged in my mind. Su Chuyu stared at the back blankly. Am I falling in love with him? Chapter 67. Luo Chen is happy, Chuyu is disappointed. The emergence of this thought instantly made Su Chuyu's heart a mess. How could? Impossible, how could I fall in love with him? But if she didn't like him, why did she feel so sad when she saw Luo Chen and Su Yuner together? She was disheveled. Luo Chen rode his bicycle home, and the Mercedes followed silently behind him. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes were always fixed on Luo Chen's back, her mind was in a mess and a little blank. She thought about it all the way. When the driver saw that Su Chuyu did not give any instructions, he just followed Luo Chen silently. He was also looking at Luo Chen's back. What's so good about this kid? Why does it feel like the young lady has fallen into it? He shook his head, unable to understand. Time passes slowly. Not long after, the driver slowly parked the car on the side of the road. Su Chuyu was awakened from his thoughts and looked carefully, but Luo Chen was no longer in front of him. She said hurriedly, "What are you doing? Where are the people? Hurry up and catch up." Without Luo Chen in her sight, she felt empty inside. The driver said helplessly, "Miss, they are already home. This car can't drive into the unit door." Su Chuyu stared at it in a daze. Home. She couldn't help but look at the building not far away and bit it lightly with her pearly teeth. After a long while, she weakly withdrew her gaze. "Go back." His voice was trembling as he uttered these 3 words. The driver took a complicated look and said nothing more, then turned the car around and drove towards the Su family villa. Luo Chen also returned home. He pushed the door open and walked in, smiling, "Mom and Dad, I'm back." "You." But before he could finish his words, he felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. "I saw Luo Shubua and Bai Jing sitting on the sofa, both with heavy faces, staring at him." What's wrong?" Luo Chen asked doubtfully, "What's going on? What are you looking at?" That look made Luo Chen feel a little scared. For him, this was the calm before the storm. Although he had only been beaten a few times since he was a child, but every time he was beaten, he still remembered it vividly. Bai Jing raised her hand and pointed across the coffee table. "Come over. I have something to say," she growled. Luo Chen's expression suddenly turned bitter, and he said, "Mom, what happened again?" He threw his school bag onto the sofa and walked over. Bai Jing was breathing rapidly, and her eyes were full of disappointment. A light bulb went off in Luo Chen's mind. He frowned and asked, "Did our head teacher call you?" Apart from this matter, he couldn't think of any other possibility. Bang! Bai Jing slapped the coffee table and said in a low voice, "You still know this? How dare you say this? Luo Chen, when did you become so bad?" Luo Chen took a deep breath. As expected. A hint of anger quickly emerged in his heart. Luo Shubua's expression was also very heavy, and he said, "Luo Chen, I am very disappointed in you. From childhood to adulthood, when have I ever cared about your studies? I can understand that you are not good at studying, and I can understand that you are not good at studying. But you cheated. You're going too far." His face also looked very bad. Luo Chen said helplessly, "Dad, Mom, I didn't cheat. I'm really studying hard." Bai Jing stood up and scolded, "Say it again. You studied hard for a few days and you went from the last in the school to the first in your class? I, your mother, didn't go to much education, but you can't treat me as an idiot. I haven't been there. Your dad has. Ask your dad, is this possible?" Luo Chen felt both angry and amused. He could understand his parents' reaction, which was indeed impossible in his previous life. But he feels wronged. The point is that there is nothing that can be explained right now. Bai Jing wanted to say something. He quickly raised his hands and said, all right, I know you don't believe me, let's not say anything now. Our homeroom teacher said that she personally watched me during the 3 simulations. Let's wait until the next exam results come out before we talk about it, okay? After these words were spoken, Bai Jing and Luo Shubua didn't know what to say. They were a little confused. Seeing this, Luo Chen quickly said, "Well, I'm going back to study. I won't eat dinner. Don't call me." He took the plane and ran away quickly. It's redundant to say anything now. The strongest response is to prove it with results. Did I let you go? You little bastard. Come back here. I told you to come back. You. Bang. Bai Jing's anxious cry was interrupted by the sound of Luo Chen's door closing. She rolled up her sleeves and muttered, "You little bastard. Are you red-haired? Dare you disobey me?" She was about to walk towards Luo Chen's room, but was stopped by Luo Shubua. Bai Jing asked doubtfully, "Why are you stopping me?" "Go teach your son a lesson. If he dares to cheat today, he will dare to go to heaven tomorrow, believe it or not." Luo Shubua couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, "Can you go to the last one for me to see?" Bai Jing gritted her teeth. "You old bastard, you're going to go against me too, right? You." She shouted angrily, but was stopped by Luo Shubua. "Wife, why do I feel like my son didn't lie?" Luo Shubua said hesitantly. Bai Jing widened her eyes. you think I'm an idiot too? You too. Her words were interrupted by Luo Shubo waving his hand. Luo Shubo glanced at Luo Chen's room thoughtfully and said, I'm on Luo Chen's side this time. Let's wait until the next 3 mock tests come out before we decide. I believe in my son. Bai Jing widened her eyes and looked at him in confusion. For a while, she really didn't know what to say. Luo Chen was listening secretly by the door, and a smile immediately appeared on his face when he heard Luo Shubo's words. Dad is still reliable. He leisurely returned to his bed and began to study hard. Although I am the first in the class, but, after all, there is still a lot of room for improvement for the whole year group. Still have to work hard. This exam result also proved that his weaknesses were indeed in physics and chemistry, and the missed knowledge was not so easy to make up for. Soon, Luo Chen happily immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. He has already started imagining his parents' happy faces when the next test results come out. He is looking forward to it. Luo Chen was very happy, but Su Chuyu was in the exact opposite state at the moment. She entered the room in a daze. In the living room, Father and Mother Su were also sitting on the sofa, their eyes fixed on Su Chuyu. Dad, Mom, I'm back. I'm a little tired, I'm going back to my room first. Su Chuyu said weakly, his eyes a little dazed. Father Su frowned slightly. Chapter 68 Found the cause of the disease, a male classmate? Zhang Wanrong smiled and said, Okay, then you go back first. Su Chuyu did not respond. Soon, her figure disappeared at the stairs. The smile on Zhang Wanrong's face disappeared, and she turned to look at Su Tianji. Both of them had heavy looks in their eyes. Su Tianji frowned, and a sense of majesty without even getting angry spread instantly. No wonder Teacher Lu said that the first language scores have declined. This state. Wanrong, is Chuyu worried about something? He asked with a frown. After all, this is the critical period of the college entrance examination. How can they not worry about Su Chuyu like this? Zhang Wanrong shook her head slightly. Chuyu didn't tell me anything. Never mind. I'll go talk to her later. You can also ask the driver Xiao Wang to see if he knows anything, she said with the same sad look on her face. Su Tianji nodded. Good. In the room, Su Chuyu threw his school bag aside and fell directly on the bed in a daze. Until now. The thought just now is still lingering in my mind. I like Luo Chen? She couldn't accept this idea, but she had been thinking about it all the way. Although she was unwilling to admit it, only this idea could reasonably explain all her recent emotions. How could I like him? That doesn't make sense. Su Chuyu's beautiful face was full of mess. She no longer had the coolness she had in school, nor the cuteness she had when she was alone. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Before she knew it, the phone was already in her hand. As if by instinct, she found Luo Chen's dialogue box and typed a message into it. Are you and Su Yun Ah together? The moment she pressed the send button, she resisted the urge. For some reason, she felt afraid to face it at this moment. If we really were together. That. She bit her teeth lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with moisture. Luo Chen's flattering smile kept appearing in her mind, and she felt more and more painful in her heart. Until now. She then realized that the smile should not be defined as flattering. That smile is called sincerity. Unfortunately, she only discovered it now. It's too late. It's too late for everything. She hesitated for a long time, but ultimately she didn't have the courage to send the message. She turned off her phone and lay down on the bed. Soon, a low sobbing sound was heard in the room. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Su Chuyu's body tensed and she quickly raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She sat up straight. Mom, I want to rest. She spoke hurriedly, afraid that Zhang Wanrong would come in, but she forgot that she had just cried, and her voice was choked with sobs. Click. The door opened. Zhang Wanrong pushed the door and walked in. She was a little hesitant at first, but when she heard the choking voice, she couldn't just sit there and watch. Su Chuyu was a little panicked. She was at a loss, and she forced herself to hold back the movement to wipe away her tears. Zhang Wanrong saw Su Chuyu's red eyes from crying at a glance. She felt very distressed. A gentle smile appeared on her pretty face, and she moved to sit next to Su Chuyu. First language. Are you worried about something? Can you tell Mom about it? She put her hand on Su Chuyu's shoulder and asked softly. Su Chuyu quickly shook her head and said, No, what could I be worried about? But as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help sobbing again. Zhang Wanrong raised her hand to wipe away the tears from Su Chuyu's eyes and smiled gently. Chuyu, you have never lied since you were a child, do you still want to lie to your mother? Tell Mom about it, what if Mom can help you? She felt very distressed, but she didn't know what Su Chuyu was upset about. There was nothing she could do. Su Chuyu felt Zhang Wanrong's gentle tone, and her lips pursed again. Her nose felt sore, and she tried hard not to let the tears flow down. Because this was the tone Luo Chen used to use when talking to her. But now, it's gone. She raised her head to hold back the tears. Mom, I'm really fine, just let me sit by myself for a while. Okay, Mom? Please. Just leave me alone for a while. There were traces of tears on that beautiful face and her eyes were red, which made people involuntarily want to comfort her. I feel pity for her. However, Zhang Wanrong's heart was filled with heartache. She didn't know what caused Su Chuyu's illness, and Su Chuyu obviously didn't want to tell her. She forced a smile and said, Okay, then Mom will let you rest on your own. If you have any problem, just call Mom. Mom is always here. She raised her hand and gently rubbed Su Chuyu's head, then stood up and walked out. Click. The door is closed. Su Chuyu could no longer control her sadness and she lay on the bed and began to sob again. Her heart was in great pain. At the same time, Luo Chen was still immersed in his studies and had no idea that so many things were happening in the Su family's villa. The key is, even if someone told Luo Chen these things, Luo Chen would not believe it. In Luo Chen's impression, Su Chuyu's disgust for him is already ingrained in his bones. It's a miracle that he doesn't hate him, let alone like him. Arabian Nights. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, it was 11 o'clock in the evening. Luo Chen lay on the bed and glanced at his phone. To his surprise, Su Chuyu didn't send him a message today. He didn't take it seriously, closed his eyes and fell asleep. What he didn't know was that Su Chuyu was lying on the bed crying herself to sleep. Su family villa. In the living room, Zhang Wanrong sat on the sofa with a heavy expression. Su Tianji came back from outside. Zhang Wanrong quickly stood up and asked hurriedly, Tianji, did you find out anything? Su Tianji's face was extremely cold. At this moment, the feeling of unspoken authority had reached its peak, and the entire living room was filled with a cold atmosphere. Snort! He sat on the sofa and said in a low voice, Xiao Wang said that our daughter's behavior must be related to one of her male classmates. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes became extremely sharp. Zhang Wanrong's brows furrowed instantly. Male classmate? This. They know their daughter very well, she has high standards and will not have any affection for any boy. So they are also very relieved about Su Chuyu's relationship matters. But why did a male classmate suddenly come up? Su Tianji continued, Xiao Wang said that the male classmate used to flatter our daughter, giving her an umbrella and carrying her school bag. Our daughter always disliked him. It seems that my daughter's behavior is probably related to him. As the words fell, his eyes became extremely cold. Zhang Wanrong also frowned. That. What are you going to do? Chapter 69. There is something wrong with this child. Snort. Su Tianji snorted coldly and said, Just ask him and everything will be clear. If you still don't know, go find his parents. Su Chuyu was the apple of his and his wife's eyes, but now she was so sad. Naturally, he could not tolerate it. Zhang Wanrong frowned slightly. She hesitated for a moment and said, With your bad temper, if you go, this matter will become a big deal. Although I haven't figured out what happened yet, it has had a huge impact on my daughter. How will you end it then? Su Tianji's expression became slightly heavy. What are you going to do? He asked. Zhang Wanrong pondered. Never mind. I'd better go talk to that male classmate, she said sadly. Su Chuyu said nothing, so they could only look for a breakthrough from other places. Su Tianji pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Okay. Can you find it? Do you want me to send someone to check it out? He said slowly. Zhang Wanrong shook her head and said, No, I can guess who it is. Su Tianji looked at him suspiciously and asked, How do you guess? Zhang Wanrong looked up at him and said, Have you forgotten the name Chuyu called out at night some time ago? If my daughter really has a problem, then it must be him. Su Tianji frowned and thought. After a moment, he raised his head and whispered to himself, Luo Chen. The next day, school is over. Su Chuyu got into the Mercedes with an expressionless face and spent another day in a daze. She was completely unable to extricate herself, as if she was trapped in a vicious circle. Xiao Wang drove away. After Luo Chen reached the road, he started riding his bicycle. He patted the back seat. Su Yuner showed a charming smile on her face and sat down. The two chatted along the way, feeling particularly leisurely. Su Yuner's small hands naturally supported Luo Chen's waist. A gentle breeze blew, and her beautiful hair was blown away by the wind, revealing her delicate little face completely. Very beautiful. Very pretty. Those beautiful eyes were exceptionally clear, and her whole body exuded a youthful aura. She clenched her fists. There was a problem that she had been enduring for a long time. Now, I can't help it. Luo Chen. She said softly. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and asked what's wrong. Su Yuner lowered her head slightly, but still mustered up the courage to ask, which university do you want to apply to? As soon as he finished speaking, his heart began to beat wildly again. Luo Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. He kept delaying the question, just wanting to see if Su Yuner would ask him. I didn't expect you actually asked. This question naturally has no other purpose. The mere fact of asking this question is enough to show that Luo Chen already has a place in Su Yuner's heart. He smiled and responded, I haven't thought about it yet, what about you? Su Yuner was very nervous. She said faintly, I originally wanted to apply to Ocean University. Luo Chen asked in confusion, why originally? What about now? This. Su Yuner's pretty face flushed slightly, and she responded unnaturally, No, nothing, I'm just a little worried that I won't pass the exam. But those beautiful eyes were already filled with shyness. Originally, she wanted to apply to Ocean University, but now, she didn't know where Luo Chen wanted to apply to, and she didn't want to say it too absolutely. Because, if possible, she wanted to go to the same university as Luo Chen. Naturally, she found it difficult to say these words. Luo Chen smiled and said, you have to believe in yourself, you can do it. Su Yuner bit it lightly with her pearly teeth. She pondered for a moment and asked, then, where are you going? A wicked smile slowly formed at the corner of Luo Chen's mouth. I haven't decided yet. Let me think about it. He responded casually. Su Yuner nodded. Profound. She was a little disappointed and wanted to get a definite answer so that she could consider whether she could go to the school that Luo Chen wanted to go to. She didn't get any useful information from Luo Chen's answer. She was vaguely worried. Luo Chen had a smile on his face, carefully feeling Su Yuner's subtle little emotions. He is very happy. But before I could think about it, I found a BMW parked on the non-motorized vehicle lane in front. He frowned slightly and turned the corner to go around. The car door opened. A middle-aged young woman got out of the car and raised her hand to block Luo Chen's way. Luo Chen squeezed the brakes and slowed down the car. He stopped. The woman in front of me was wearing a fashionable brown windbreaker, her hair was tied up, and her beautiful face could not be hidden even by her large sunglasses. Very beautiful and very elegant. The moment he saw her, four big words suddenly popped up in Luo Chen's mind. The charm remains. This woman was none other than Su Chuyu's mother, Zhang Wanrong. She has been following all the way. The location was perfect, with a small park next to it, which was suitable for them to talk. She casually took out a photo, which showed Luo Chen wearing a school uniform. Her eyes also fell on Luo Chen. The gaze behind the sunglasses was particularly cold, without any of the gentleness that he had when he spoke to Su Chuyu. When she saw Su Yuner in the back seat, her face turned cold. She already had some guesses in her mind. Are you Luo Chen? Her voice is very nice and cold. Seeing this, Su Yuner became a little nervous. She couldn't help but grab Luo Chen's clothes and lowered her head. Luo Chen looked at him suspiciously. This woman gave him a very familiar feeling, but he didn't know where he had seen her. He pondered for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. Yes, sister, who are you? Do I know you? He asked puzzledly. Elder sister? Zhang Wanrong frowned slightly. Of course she liked to hear this. It was just her own guess and Luo Chen's smile at that moment that made her subconsciously label Luo Chen as slippery. She said coldly, "I have something to talk to you about. Can we talk?" Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. He had already thought about it in his mind, but he really couldn't guess who this woman was. "It's getting late. I have to go home, sis. Let's talk next time." He felt Zhang Wanrong's unfriendly attitude, and although he was confused, he didn't pay any attention to it. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to ride forward. Zhang Wanrong frowned and said coldly, "I let you go?" As soon as he finished speaking, a big man in a suit came down from the driver's seat of the BMW, stepped forward and blocked Luo Chen's way. He stared at Luo Chen with sharp eyes, and a fierce aura instantly filled the air. Su Yun'er clenched her fists, very frightened. The smile on Luo Chen's face disappeared, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. "So domineering. Is there any hard chat? If you want to talk, then be sincere. Tell me who you are and let me see if I'm interested in talking to you. If you're not sincere, then I'll call the police." He responded coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, a gleam of light flashed in Zhang Wanrong's eyes behind her sunglasses. This kid isn't right. Chapter 70, Strong Mother Su? Luo Chen is in control. She has also been in the business world for many years, and her aura is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Unexpectedly, this little student actually responded to her in a dignified manner and even threatened her? Zhang Wanruo gave it a puzzled look. She suddenly realized that Luo Chen at this moment was completely different from before, with a calm expression and sharp eyes. She felt that the person standing in front of her was not a student, but a business competitor. Sincerity? Okay, then I'll give you my sincerity. I'm Su Chuyu's mother. Now, can we talk? She said coldly. But a hint of curiosity about this child had already emerged in her heart. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. No wonder it's so familiar. After she said this, Luo Chen suddenly understood. The aura of keep away from strangers emanating from this woman is exactly the same as Su Chuyu's. Only. What does she want me to do? Luo Chen stared quietly, thinking silently. Su Yun'er hid behind Luo Chen, her heart also full of doubts. Zhang Wanrong was a little impatient and said, "Can we chat?" A smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. Good. Since you want to talk, let's talk. He was also curious about what Zhang Wanrong wanted to talk to him about. Zhang Wanrong turned her gaze to the park and said, "Then, let's go for a walk?" Luo Chen turned his head and smiled softly. "It's okay, don't be afraid. Come on, go for a walk with us." Su Yun'er felt Luo Chen's tenderness, and the inexplicable panic in her heart suddenly subsided a lot. She nodded obediently. Without waiting to speak, Zhang Wanrong's cold voice sounded, "I want to talk to you alone." Luo Chen frowned. Su Yun'er glanced at the big man in the suit and nervously grabbed the corner of Luo Chen's clothes. I'm scared. Or I should go home first," she said nervously. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. He turned his gaze to Zhang Wanrong and said, "Tell your driver to stay away. My friend is afraid of him." Zhang Wanrong frowned slightly. She pondered for a moment, then waved her hand gently. The driver looked at Luo Chen unhappily, and could only nod slightly, then turned and walked away. "Can we go now?" Zhang Wanrong said coldly. Luo Chen glanced at the BMW and said, "Is there no one in your car? Let my friends sit in the car. It's cold outside." Although Su Yun'er felt warm in her heart when she heard this, she also became more nervous. "That car is expensive, right?" Zhang Wanrong frowned and said coldly, "Don't push your luck." Luo Chen smiled casually and said, "Sister, you are looking for me to chat, and you are asking for too much? If you are so insincere, then let's not talk about it anymore." Although I don't know what happened, Zhang Wanrong's attitude has already revealed a lot. Naturally, he wouldn't spoil it. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Wanrong was choked. She didn't expect that she would lose her right to speak in front of a little boy. But she was indeed anxious to chat. She calmed herself down and said coldly, "There's no one in the car. Sit down." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Let's go, don't be afraid, wait for me here for a while. I'll be right back." After giving some gentle instructions, he opened the back door of the BMW. Su Yun'er waved her hand and said, "No, I'll just wait here, no need to get in the car." She didn't dare go. It was such an expensive car, and she was worried that she would dirty it. Zhang Wanrong looked at him coldly. Luo Chen said unhappily, "This sister is asking us to do something for her now. Why are you being so polite? Come on, are you disobeying me again? It's cold outside." Although Su Yuner was still a little resistant, she had no ability to refute Luo Chen's words. Profound. She responded with a pursed mouth, then walked towards the BMW reluctantly. Only then did Luo Chen reveal a satisfied expression. Soon, Su Yuner got into the car. Luo Chen warned, "Just lean on it, don't sit so straight, you will get tired. Wait for me here. I'll be back in a minute, don't worry, I won't be far away." Su Yuner nodded obediently. Zhang Wanrong stared at it from beginning to end, her eyes full of surprise. This Luo Chen is not very ordinary. But when he thought of Su Chuyu's distraught look, his eyes turned cold again. "Let's go." Luo Chen put his hands in his pockets, walked past Zhang Wanrong and headed towards the inside of the park. Zhang Wanrong stared at Luo Chen's back in confusion. Why did it feel like he was in control of the situation? This feeling was very strange. She followed him. Soon, we entered the woods of the park, where there were cobblestone paths and wooden benches. There are not many people in the park at this time. Luo Chen sat down from the bench and said, "Okay, there's no one here. Sister, tell me what you have to say." Zhang Wanrong looked up. From this position you can just see the BMW on the roadside, but if you go further you won't be able to see it. This child is really careful. She sat next to Luo Chen and for a moment she didn't know where to start the conversation. After all, she was just guessing and didn't know anything yet. "Since you know I'm Chuyu's mother, why do you still call me sister? Do you think it's appropriate?" Zhang Wanrong spoke lightly, preparing to find an opportunity to get to the point. Luo Chen's eyes were fixed on the position of the BMW. He responded casually, "It's just a polite address. Sister does look young, not like my parents' generation. And I have nothing to do with classmate Su Chuyu, so it doesn't matter what she calls me." He gave Zhang Wanrong a chance and took the initiative to talk about Su Chuyu. There was a gleam in Zhang Wanrong's eyes. "Nothing? Are you not familiar with my daughter?" she asked puzzledly. Seeing this, Luo Chen chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Sister, you're talking too much. I've given you a chance, but you still don't ask. I like things to be direct. Just tell me what you have to say. I will tell you what I know and I won't hide anything." There is no doubt that Zhang Wanrong came to him because of Su Chuyu. He was clear-headed and naturally had no need to hide anything. These words made Zhang Wanrong feel even more surprised. She felt that Luo Chen was more and more extraordinary. Although it was just a few simple exchanges, Luo Chen completely dominated the communication. The key point is that these words don't sound like something a child would say. She didn't talk nonsense either. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. What is your relationship with my daughter? As soon as the words fell, the sharp gaze was cast on Luo Chen's face, carefully paying attention to every micro-expression of Luo Chen. Luo Chen responded calmly, "I have nothing to do with her. If we have to say there is a relationship, it should only be a classmate relationship." Classmate relationship? Zhang Wanrong frowned and her eyes became sharper. He is lying. Chapter 71, Recalling the Past, Su's mother is surprised. Really? Young man, be honest. Didn't your teacher teach you that? She frowned and spoke coldly, and that powerful aura spread out again. Pity. Luo Chen didn't react at all. He casually cast his eyes on Zhang Wanrong's beautiful face and said with a smile, "Sister, you have been in the business world for so many years, but no one has ever taught you what sincerity is?" This sentence made Zhang Wanrong stunned again. The smile on Luo Chen's face was very sunny, but his eyes were extremely sharp, a sharpness that was totally not typical of his age. Her thoughts were briefly confused. Is this really a high school student? Before she could sort out her thoughts, Luo Chen's cold voice sounded again, "You came to me, it must be because of classmate Su Chuyu's matter. If you come here with the intention of interrogating me, then we have nothing to talk about. If you want my help, maybe I can talk to you, but it depends on your attitude, understand, sister?" There was still a calm smile on his face. Zhang Wanrong looked at her in surprise. She couldn't imagine that these words came out of the mouth of a high school student, and the key point was that she was speaking with her full aura. Is this really a high school student? She hesitated. The matter has already been brought up, so she could just ask directly, but she was a little reluctant to let go of her own pride. A high school student gave. She pondered. Luo Chen naturally understood Zhang Wanrong's thoughts, so he was not in a hurry and waited silently. In the end, Zhang Wanrong couldn't think of any other solution. She was very worried about Su Chuyu's condition. Good. Student Luo Chen, then I will be a little sincere. My daughter has been in a bad state recently. Her score in this mock exam dropped by nearly 100 points. I am very worried. So, I came to see you today mainly to ask why my daughter is not in good condition. Her powerful aura disappeared, and the coldness on her face melted a lot. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. Sister's attitude was pretty good this time. But I really can't help you with this matter. I don't know what happened to classmate Su Chuyu, he said helplessly. He knew that Su Chuyu had been in a bad state recently, but he didn't know why. Zhang Wanrong frowned instantly. Have no idea? She pondered for a moment and asked, then, what is your relationship with my daughter? Luo Chen smiled and said, haven't I already said that? We are classmates. Zhang Wanrong frowned. She couldn't see any flaws in Luo Chen's expression. Her tone became a little colder, and she said, Student Luo Chen, didn't you say that you should be sincere? I am already sincere, but you don't seem to be sincere at all. As far as I know. You used to bring umbrellas and school bags to my daughter, and you took good care of her. You said you were just classmates? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in that expression. Luo Chen pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, Sister, I didn't lie to you. It really doesn't matter. A hint of coldness flashed across Zhang Wanrong's eyes. Just wanted to speak. Luo Chen's calm voice sounded again, I can understand your feelings. The college entrance examination is coming soon. You must be worried that Su Chuyu is not in good condition. Sister has a good attitude. So I'm telling you everything I know. I'll help as much as I can. As for the rest, I can't do anything else. Sister, what do you think? The coldness in Zhang Wanrong's eyes quickly dissipated. Good. You say. She said hurriedly. Luo Chen slowly turned his gaze to the BMW and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had wanted to stay away from this memory, but he didn't expect it would be brought up again. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do. He wanted to stay away from Su Chuyu. Although what happened to Su Chuyu had nothing to do with him, since Zhang Wanrong had come to him, he might as well help her if he could. Luo Chen is a goody-goody. Sister, I want to know if Su Chuyu's current condition has anything to do with me, right? He said with a smile. Zhang Wanrong nodded slightly and stared closely, really wanting to know the answer to this question. Luo Chen said slowly, I used to like your daughter. I have liked her since she was in high school, so I did things like carrying her school bag and giving her an umbrella. This. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanrong's eyes flashed with surprise again. Are you saying it so bluntly? She felt more and more that she couldn't see through Luo Chen. Luo Chen continued, we had a dinner party some time ago, I drank too much, confessed to her, and then, she rejected me. From then on, I realized that she and I were not from the same world. Your Su family is excellent, and she herself is excellent too. Her white swan is not something a toad like me can dream of. So I won't have any illusions about her anymore. Since then, I have never bothered Su Chuyu again. Don't worry, sister. I didn't bother her before that. I was just doing what I could to take care of her. Zhang Wanrong listened carefully. I don't know why. Luo Chen's words made her feel a strange feeling in her heart, which she couldn't explain. Especially the bitter smile on Luo Chen's lips made her feel very strange. This is the relationship between us. It's very simple. I can feel that Su Chuyu is not in a good state, but I really don't know why. And you should know your daughter well. She has very high standards. There is no boy in the entire high school who can catch her eye. She also doesn't like me. So, I feel like her current condition has nothing to do with me. He continued to talk. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Zhang Wanrong. That's all. Sister, do you have anything else to ask? Luo Chen regained his sunny smile and asked. Zhang Wanrong stared quietly at Luo Chen's face from behind her sunglasses. Even though it's just a few words, but I have done my best to take care of you for 3 years. This sentence is very meaningful, but Luo Chen said it so easily. She digested it carefully. That. Do you know exactly when Chuyu became abnormal? Zhang Wanrong's tone became much softer. This child left a very special impression on her. Luo Chen pondered carefully. It seems, it's true that something is wrong with me after I was rejected by her. But it should have nothing to do with me. After all, she was the one who rejected me, so it shouldn't be her turn to be sad. He responded silently. That's true. Zhang Wanrong frowned slightly and asked, then, do you know if she has any boys she likes? Or has a crush on? Luo Chen was a little surprised when he saw this. This mother is really different and seems very open-minded. He shook his head. No. There is no boy who can catch her eye. Chapter 72, Solve the Work, Yuna is sad. Zhang Wanrong asked in surprise, are you so sure? Luo Chen chuckled and nodded. To be honest, there is no one in the whole school who knows Su Chuyu better than me. Really not, so sister, you don't have to start from this aspect. He responded casually. These words made Zhang Wanrong's heart tighten again. He is so confident. But Luo Chen's words didn't make her have any doubts at all. The key is. She clearly felt that Luo Chen had no intention of trying to please her by saying these words, he was simply stating the facts objectively. This child is so attentive to Chuyu. But. She put her eyes on the BMW and said calmly, you like my daughter so much? Luo Chen responded calmly, I used to like it very much. He has nothing to be shy about. Zhang Wanrong sneered and said, really? You just found a new love after being rejected by my daughter? Little friend, your love is very cheap. Luo Chen felt the sarcasm in the words, but didn't care. That's my friend. He responded calmly. Although he didn't care, he still had to consider the impact on Su Yuner. What's more, they were friends now, just special friends. Zhang Wanrong said coldly, you have so many friends, but you want to go with a friend of the opposite sex. This friend is quite special. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. It's very special. That's the only friend I have. He responded calmly. Zhang Wanrong frowned slightly and asked, a friend? She didn't quite believe it. At least from the time they started communicating till now, she felt that Luo Chen must be an excellent student. It will be excellent in all aspects. Luo Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, yes, I spent the 3 years of high school thinking only about how to take care of your daughter. Your daughter despised me, and so did my classmates. No one wants to be friends with me. She just transferred to our class. Maybe she doesn't know how much attention I paid to your daughter. She didn't dislike me. Having said that, I still feel a little resentful. After licking for 3 years, I have nothing. The sneer on Zhang Wanrong's face disappeared when she heard this. She could feel that every word Luo Chen said was true, and she found that she still underestimated Luo Chen's care for Su Chuyu. She could understand why her classmates disliked Luo Chen, but she couldn't understand why Su Chuyu disliked him. Isn't this boy nice? I didn't wait to speak. Luo Chen stood up and said with a smile, okay, sister, I have told you everything I know. As for whether I can cure Su Chuyu's illness, it depends on you. It's getting dark. I have to go. Goodbye, sister. He kept a sunny smile on his face and waved gently at Zhang Wanrong. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. This. Zhang Wanrong stood up and instinctively wanted to stop Luo Chen, but she didn't know what else to say if she stopped Luo Chen. She stared at Luo Chen's back quietly. At this moment, she was not thinking about Su Chuyu, but why such a little boy would be disliked by her daughter. Isn't this boy nice? Not long after, Luo Chen pulled Su Yuner back to the village entrance. After leaving there, Su Yuner had already relieved from the tension. She got out of the car and waved to Luo Chen. I'm going home. She smiled sweetly. Luo Chen suddenly had an idea and said, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you something. Su Yuner shook her long hair and turned back. What is it? She asked curiously. Luo Chen smiled and said, didn't you say last time that your mother's job was very dangerous? I heard yesterday that the store next to us was hiring. The job is easy, just cleaning and doing some handyman stuff. But the salary offered is higher than your mother's current salary. You can ask when you get back. If you are interested, I can help you make the contact. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Yuner's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. She clenched her fists and said excitedly, "Okay? I'll tell Mom when I get home." Her mother's job has always been a concern for her. Not to mention the danger, her mother's already poor health simply cannot withstand such intense work. She had just casually chatted with Luo Chen a few days ago, but she didn't expect. Luo Chen actually took it to heart. Luo Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, see you tomorrow." Su Yuner clenched her fists. She hesitated for a long time before she said, "Luo Chen, I know you don't like to hear it, but thank you anyway. That really helped me a lot." Luo Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You know you don't like it, but you still say it. You deserve a beating," he said unhappily. Su Yuner pouted slightly and said, You won't hit me." Snort. "I'm going home." As soon as he finished speaking, he trotted towards the village entrance. Luo Chen looked at her back with eyes full of doting. Soon, the beautiful figure disappeared from sight, and Luo Chen rode back on his bike. Su Yuner walked home along the dirt road. There was a sweet smile on that delicate face, and her eyes were full of joy. The key is. The calm look on Luo Chen's face in dealing with the situation just now kept appearing in her mind, giving her an extremely strong sense of security. She couldn't help but look in the direction where Luo Chen left, and her smile became sweeter and sweeter. "It's nice to meet you," she murmured with a smile. But soon, the smile froze. The college entrance examination is coming soon. Will I be able to see him again in the future? After returning home, Luo Chen started studying as usual. After getting good results, he studied even harder. He didn't want to go to those top universities, he just wanted his scores to ensure that he could get into the university that Su Yuner wanted to go to without any surprises. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Su family villa. In the living room, Su Tianji frowned. "Did Luo Chen tell you this?" he asked, his face also full of confusion. Zhang Wanrong nodded slightly. "Yes, very straightforward. I can see that he's not lying, and that kid, I can't see through him," she said with a heavy face. Su Tianji leaned on the sofa and murmured in confusion, "What happened to Chuyu?" Zhang Wanrong pondered for a moment and said, "I'll go talk to Chuyu." Su Tianji shook his head and said, "It's useless." After she came back, she locked herself in her room and had no appetite. "I've looked for him several times, but he doesn't want to communicate with me." Zhang Wanrong raised her head, her eyes sparkling. The moment Luo Chen left, she already had a hunch, but she couldn't be sure. Now, it's time to verify it. Perhaps she's willing to talk to me. Chapter 73. Mother and daughter have a heart-to-heart talk and talk about Luo Chen. In the bedroom. Su Chuyu was wearing that cute pajamas, lying on the bed, her long, white legs swaying in the air. Her chin was resting on her hand, her little face puffy, and she was staring at the phone in front of her. What was displayed on the screen was a dialogue box with Luo Chen. But Su Chuyu's brain was completely empty at this moment, and she didn't know what to think. She didn't send a message to Luo Chen. It's not that she didn't want to post it, it's that she didn't know what to talk to Luo Chen about. On the screen were the messages she had sent to Luo Chen for 3 consecutive nights, but Luo Chen did not respond. She really wanted to chat with Luo Chen, but she was worried that she would not get a response if she sent a message. That feeling made her extremely painful. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door outside. Su Chuyu quickly exited the interface on her phone and said, "I'm not hungry. I won't eat yet." But the door was pushed open again. Su Chuyu was somewhat dissatisfied. The only one who could enter the room without her consent was Zhang Wanrong. "Mother, I said I'm not hungry. I want to rest," she said a little impatiently. Zhang Wanrong closed the door with a smile on her face and said, "I know you're not hungry, so I washed your favorite grapes for you. Have some fruit." She put the fruit plate on the bedside table. Although Su Chuyu was a little annoyed, she couldn't continue to lose her temper facing Zhang Wanrong like this. She moved her graceful body to the head of the bed and picked up a grape. "Mom, I didn't do well in the exam. It's my fault. I will do well in the exam next time. Don't ask me anymore, okay?" she said somewhat unnaturally. Su Tianji had asked her several times, and she really didn't want to answer anymore. She is also very annoyed. She also wanted to study hard and find her former self, but That kind of thought was really beyond her control. Especially in class, you can see Luo Chen when you turn around. This month she has tried to dig Luo Chen out of her thoughts, but every time she has failed. She can't do it. The possessed feeling became more severe as time went by. Zhang Wanrong smiled and said, "I'm not here to ask about your test scores. It's just that you didn't do well this time. It's not a big deal. You are my daughter, there will be no problem next time." Su Chuyu tightened her grip on the grapes a little. She felt guilty hearing this. She nodded, said nothing, and didn't dare to make any promises. The bedroom became quiet. Su Chuyu felt very uncomfortable. She just wanted to quietly immerse herself in her own world and think about Luo Chen's affairs. Then, "Mom, you go back first. I'm going to sleep," she whispered. Zhang Wanrong smiled dotingly and said, "Mom misses you and wants to chat with you." Su Chuyu's expression was somewhat bitter. She said, "Mom, I'm so tired these days. I really don't want to chat. I just want to lie down quietly for a while." Zhang Wanrong seemed not to hear it. She smiled and said, "I wanted to pick you up from school today, but I was too late. When I got there, you had already left." The tone was very casual, just like a normal chat. Su Chuyu, however, had no interest at all. Zhang Wanrong continued, "I didn't see you, but I ran into your classmates and chatted with them for a while." Su Chuyu took a deep breath. She suppressed her irritability and said, "Mom, I really don't want to talk about this. I want to be alone for a while, okay?" Zhang Wanrong still didn't care and asked to herself, "What was that classmate's name?" "Oh yes, Luo Chen." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Wanrong's eyes quickly locked onto Su Chuyu's face. The expression on Su Chuyu's pretty face froze instantly. Luo Chen. Su Chuyu felt his heartbeat twice faster, and a sunny face was forced into his blank mind. She was stunned. There was a gleam of light in Zhang Wanrong's eyes. Really? She was already 80% sure of her intuition. Su Chuyu raised his head. Luo Chen? You met Luo Chen? And talked to him? Mom, how do you know him? Su Chuyu quickly moved in front of Zhang Wanrong, and her little hand couldn't help but rest on Zhang Wanrong's knee. Zhang Wanrong smiled and said, "I didn't know him. I only got to know him after chatting. He looked familiar, so I started chatting with him." She lied to her daughter, but there was no other way. The college entrance examination was coming soon, and she had to find the cause of her daughter's illness and cure her mental illness. Su Chuyu relaxed a lot. She sat on the bed, raised her hand to play with her bangs, and said, What did you talk about? That posture is very unnatural." Zhang Wanrong saw this and felt more and more that something was wrong. Su Chuyu had been very smart since childhood, and with Su Tianji's education, Su Chuyu was very cunning. "At least I've never had my feelings written on my face before." She smiled and said, "Talked about you." Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly. The tension that had just subsided resurfaced in my mind. "Talk about me? How did you talk?" She asked in a casual tone, but her ears were already perked up. Zhang Wanrong smiled and said, "I just want to ask if there is a little boy in the school that my daughter likes. My daughter is about to become an adult, and she is so outstanding. As a mother, I must strictly control her. Her ideas are not so old-fashioned. After all, I have been through that age before and I understand that it is impossible to stop such things, so it is better to let nature take its course." When Su Chuyu heard this, a blush instantly appeared on her pretty face. "Very beautiful and charming. Then how did he answer you?" she asked quickly, full of wonder. Seeing this, Zhang Wanrong was already 90% sure about what she was thinking. After all, Su Chuyu didn't blame her for asking a boy such a question, but wanted to know how the boy answered. She remained calm and smiled. "He said my daughter has very high standards, and there is no boy in school that you can like." Su Chuyu nodded. This answer was actually true, but an indescribable feeling emerged in her heart. "Ah. So, anything else to talk about?" She nodded and continued to ask. Zhang Wanrong stared at Su Chuyu's pretty face and smiled. "Otherwise, we didn't talk about anything, we just asked him if he liked you." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chuyu's gaze froze. Her heartbeat began to accelerate wildly. The little hand subconsciously placed on Zhang Wanrong's knee and asked, "How did he answer?" Chapter 74, This little girl is so nervous? She held her breath and her heart beat faster. That feeling was a completely instinctive reaction and I couldn't control it at all. A complicated light flashed in Zhang Wanrong's eyes. She was 100% sure. Su Chuyu's current condition is definitely related to Luo Chen. She could only continue to lie and said with a smile, "He didn't answer yet, and then I got a call, so I didn't continue the conversation." She already knew the answer she wanted. Su Chuyu was immediately disappointed and sat down on the bed like a deflated ball. Who is so annoying and chooses such a good time to call? Although I am dissatisfied, there is nothing I can do. Not long after, Zhang Wanrong walked out of the room and returned to the living room. Did your daughter really talk to you? For so long? Su Tianji asked in surprise. Zhang Wanrong sat beside him, looking worried, and said, "Old Su, I found the reason why my daughter is in such a bad state." Su Tianji frowned slightly and sat up straight. What's the reason? Zhang Wanrong hesitated for a moment before saying, "Because of Luo Chen." There was a flash of coldness in Su Tianji's eyes. It's him indeed. I'm going to find him now. He stood up and was about to walk outside, his face filled with anger and a terrifying aura. Old Su. Sit down. Zhang Wanrong lowered her voice and said in a low voice. Su Tianji turned around with a serious expression and said, "The college entrance examination is coming soon. I can't let my daughter be delayed by that Luo Chen." Zhang Wanrong whispered, "It has nothing to do with Luo Chen. He didn't do anything and he won't bother his daughter anymore. What are you looking for him for?" This one sentence made Su Tianji silent. What is going on? He was extremely anxious, but he didn't know where to put his strength. Well. Zhang Wanrong sighed and said, "Maybe my daughter has fallen in love with that Luo Chen." Su Tianji's eyes widened. Impossible. My daughter has very high standards. How could she possibly like a classmate from her class? Su Tianji said decisively. Zhang Wanrong stared out the window and murmured, "It's not impossible. That Luo Chen. He gives me an indescribable feeling. Once you meet him, you will understand that he is definitely not ordinary." Su Tianji was very surprised. He didn't expect that Zhang Wanrong, who always hated children, could give such a high evaluation of a high school student. "What do we do now?" he asked heavily. Zhang Wanrong said slowly, "Now that we have found the cause of the disease, the next step is to cure it. Leave Chuyu's affairs to me. The company has had a lot of problems recently, so just focus on the company. Here, I'll handle it." In the blink of an eye, it's Saturday. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Luo Chen had already arrived outside the school gate. On Saturday, I certainly didn't come here to go to school. The last time I told Su Yuner about the supermarket job, she easily convinced her mother. Today, I am here for an interview. He stood outside the supermarket, his eyes fixed on the corner of the intersection ahead, and a feeling of nervousness suddenly appeared in his heart. He hasn't felt this kind of feeling for many years. Soon, two figures came into view. Luo Chen recognized Su Yuner in school uniform at first sight, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. There was a middle-aged woman beside her. Luo Chen went to meet him. Su Yuner lowered her head and walked forward, her little pink fist slightly clenched, her rapid heartbeat completely out of control. "I don't know why. I brought my mother to the interview, but I always felt like I was bringing her to meet my boyfriend. She is very nervous. Her mother's name is Li Guilan, and she is not yet 40 years old. Although her face looks a bit weathered, you can still tell that she was very beautiful when she was young. Her hair was tied back and had a few strands of gray in it. She was wearing a slightly worn camouflage uniform." Li Guilan suddenly thought of something. "Yuna. Then you must thank your desk mate later. She helped us so much. I brought you food, bought you shoes, and now I helped my mother find a job. I don't know how to thank him." Li Guilan's expression was somewhat complicated. Thanks is appreciated. But she also understood that she was bringing shame to Yuna and that she was not doing her job as a mother. Su Yuner clenched her fists. She wanted to confess first, but before she could think about it. "Student Su Yuner, Auntie, you are here. It's quite early." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the front. This. Su Yuner's pretty face suddenly turned red. When I looked up, I saw Luo Chen walking towards me with a smile on his face. She hadn't explained it to Li Guilan yet, but unexpectedly, Luo Chen was already here. She didn't dare to respond and lowered her head slightly. Li Guilan was also slightly stunned. Luo Chen stood in front of Su Yuner and Li Guilan and said with a smile, "Auntie, you look so young." "She looks much younger than my mother." Although he said nice things, he didn't flatter too much. Li Guilan has a good foundation. Although she has experienced some vicissitudes of life, she does not look old. She was definitely a great beauty when she was young, otherwise she would not have given birth to such a beautiful daughter like Su Yuner. Li Guilan looked at him in confusion. "Yuna, this is..." Su Yuner clenched her fists and responded with gritted teeth, "Mom, this is my deskmate." The smile on Li Guilan's face froze. His gaze quickly returned to Luo Chen's face, full of surprise. Su Yuner's deskmate is a boy? A male classmate bought shoes and brought food to her daughter? This. She was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Su Yuner was also very nervous. But she also understood that sooner or later she would have to confess, and this time it was for Li Guilan's work, so there was no other way. Luo Chen glanced at Su Yuner, whose face was flushed, and understood what was going on. A smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Are you shy, little girl? If she's so nervous, it means there's something fishy going on in this little girl's mind." Chapter 75, Tease Yuna, so cute. He smiled generously. "Hello, Auntie. My name is Luo Chen. I am Su Yuner's deskmate and also her good friend." Li Guilan came to her senses. She smiled awkwardly and said, hello." She didn't know what to say for a moment. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Auntie, that's the supermarket that's recruiting. Shall we go there now?" Li Guilan forced a smile and said, "Okay, then, let's go over there." Luo Chen turned and walked towards the supermarket. Su Yuner never dared to raise her face. She didn't dare to look at Luo Chen, let alone Li Guilan. The three of them walked forward in silence. Li Guilan looked at Luo Chen with a complicated gaze for a moment, then looked at Su Yuner. Her eyes were very complicated. Although I didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Luo Chen, Su Yuner's reaction. Soon, enter the supermarket. Luo Chen called out, "Sister Wan." There was a response from inside. "Why? Here I come." Soon, Wan came out wearing an apron with a smile on her face. Luo Chen had specifically instructed this applicant. She took Li Guilan and walked away, introducing them as they walked. Soon, the figure disappeared. Su Yuner then raised her head shyly and relaxed a lot. When she moved her gaze, she met Luo Chen's smiling eyes, which made her face turn red instantly. Luo Chen smiled and asked, "Is this a guilty conscience?" Su Yuner intertwined her two little hands tightly and retorted, I don't feel guilty about anything. I don't." But after he finished speaking, his heart was already beating fast. There was a gleam in Luo Chen's eyes. After all, if Su Yuner really thought that she and he were just classmates, she would definitely not be so shy. Luo Chen moved closer and whispered, "Are you afraid that your mother will find out about our relationship?" In a word. Su Yuner's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. No, she said, shaking her head hastily. That little look, shy and nervous, made her look particularly pure and cute. Luo Chen couldn't suppress the smile at all. "Aren't you afraid? So, do you want to confess to your aunt?" he continued to ask in a low voice. Su Yuner shook her little head like a rattle and said, No. Luo Chen asked doubtfully, "When are you going to confess?" Su Yuner's heart was beating like a deer that was about to jump out. She said hurriedly, "I'm ready, What am I confessing?" She lowered her head deeply, with her chin buried in her neck, her face flushed and she was extremely shy. Seeing this, Luo Chen's face was filled with a doting smile. He didn't continue teasing. If he said a few more words, Su Yuner would probably find a hole to crawl into. Time passes. Luo Chen has specifically told Wan that applying for the job is just a process. Not long after, the two of them came out with smiles on their faces. The deal is done. 750 yuan a month, with 2 days off on weekends. When the three of them left the supermarket, Li Guilan's face was still full of smiles. After all, this job is much easier than hers, and the key is that she has 2 days off a week, and it is 100 yuan higher than her original salary. However, out of the 750 yuan, 200 yuan was paid by Luo Chen. "Luo Chen, thank you so much. If you hadn't introduced me, I really wouldn't have been able to find such a good job. Li Guilan's face was full of gratitude as she spoke seriously. Su Yuner couldn't help but smile when she heard that. Luo Chen smiled and responded, "Auntie, don't be polite to me, Su Yuner and I are good friends. These little things are not worth mentioning." Li Guilan glanced at Su Yuner. She then smiled and said, "By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come on, Auntie will take you to eat." "Luo Chen, what do you want to eat?" Luo Chen responded and pushed his bicycle away along the road. Su Yuner and Li Guilan also followed. Luo Chen was chatting with Li Guilan about family matters all the way, and there was never a dull moment. Li Guilan also responded, "Let's go with this one." "How is it, Auntie?" "Their food is delicious," Luo Chen said with a smile. Li Guilan took a glance and found the store to be very clean and grand. She was a little scared. "I thought we were just going to eat at the fast food restaurant in front of the school, but I didn't expect we would have to go to a restaurant." "Okay, let's go with this one," she said with a forced smile. Su Yuner felt Li Guilan's emotions, clenched her fists, and the feeling of inferiority resurfaced in her heart. Their family is too poor. The three of them entered the restaurant and sat down in a corner. Su Yuner didn't order any food. Li Guilan pushed the menu in front of Luo Chen and asked him to order. Luo Chen didn't hesitate, picked up the menu and started ordering. "This one, please. This. And this." He ordered all the dishes that he liked, and in a blink of an eye he had ordered 7 or 8. Su Yuner lowered her head, very nervous. Li Guilan's heart was bleeding. She really wanted to thank Luo Chen, but the price was too high. "That. Luo Chen, there are too many. Can we not finish them?" Finally, she couldn't help but smiled and reminded him. Luo Chen smiled and said, "It's okay. If we can't finish it, we can pack it up." This one sentence left Li Guilan at a loss for words. She smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. Luo Chen ordered 2 more dishes before giving up. A full 10. Luo Chen continued chatting with Li Guilan. Li Guilan responded absent-mindedly. Not long after, the food was brought by the waiter. The three of them started eating. Luo Chen picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in Su Yuner's bowl. "This is delicious, eat more," he said with a smile. Seeing this, Su Yuner's face turned red again. She didn't dare to look at Li Guilan at all and lowered her head silently. Her little heart is about to jump out. Chapter 76, Caring for Luo Chen, Yuna's heart warms. She responded in a mosquito-like voice. Li Guilan's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw this. Really? Their relationship was not simple, which gave her a complicated feeling in her heart. After all, her thinking is very traditional. Luo Chen picked up another piece of pork ribs and put it into Li Guilan's bowl. "Auntie, you should eat more too." He always has a sunny smile on his face. The only difference was that when he picked up food for Li Guilan, he used a public chopstick, but when he picked up food for Su Yuner, he used Luo Chen's own chopsticks. Li Guilan naturally noticed this detail as well. "Good." She forced a smile and responded. "At this moment, my heart is filled with complicated feelings." Luo Chen was naturally also secretly observing Li Guilan's reaction. In fact, he also wanted to see how much Li Guilan accepted it. Seeing that they were almost done eating, Luo Chen pretended to look at his phone. "Auntie, you guys eat first. Something happened at home, so I have to go back quickly. Then I'll go back first." He stood up and said with a smile. Li Guilan forced a smile. "Good. Then be careful on the road and stay safe," she said slowly. Luo Chen waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Auntie." "Goodbye, Auntie. See you the day after tomorrow, Yuna." Su Yuner was about to wave her hand, but quickly lowered her head. Her little feet were already digging into the ground. Why call her Yuna? Luo Chen never called her that when they were alone together. Her little heart is about to jump out. The smile on Li Guilan's face had frozen, and the words she wanted to say were choked. Luo Chen left. Su Yuner lowered her head and ate the prawns that Luo Chen had peeled for her, not daring to look up at all. Li Guilan gradually came to her senses. Her complicated gaze fell on Su Yuner's face. She could feel Luo Chen's care and love for Su Yuner, but She was traditional in her thinking and could not accept that her daughter was so young. She hesitated for a long time, not knowing what to say. Su Yuner lowered her head, feeling the silence around her, and became more and more nervous. Mom, you eat. She said this with her head down, not daring to even look at Li Guilan. Li Guilan forced a smile with difficulty. Eat, Mom is full. She responded with a smile. She had already owed Su Yuner a lot over the years, so naturally she couldn't scold her. She didn't have the heart, nor did she have the qualifications. Time passes slowly. Not long after, Su Yuner finally finished all the prawns in the bowl with great difficulty. She put down her chopsticks. I'm done eating. She responded guiltily. Only then did Li Guilan wake up from her complicated thoughts. Hello. I want to pack up. She smiled at the waiter. Soon, the food was packed, and Li Guilan and Su Yuner carried 7 or 8 plastic bags and walked to the front desk. Li Guilan took a deep breath. She steadied her breath, forced a smile and said, Hello, how much is my table? Su Yuner was also very nervous. She was mentally prepared, fearing that she would be scared by the price. The waiter glanced down at the account book. The young man just now has already paid the bill. No need to pay. She looked up and said with a smile. After these words were spoken, Li Guilan and Su Yuner were stunned. Have you paid the bill? Luo Chen paid the bill and left? This. Li Guilan looked outside the door in surprise. Su Yuner woke up and couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile on her lips. She was originally wondering why Luo Chen ordered so much food. Now, she understood. Su Yuner felt warm in her heart. The other side. Luo Chen did not leave, but returned to the supermarket to prepare lemonade for the next week. After all, sales have been huge recently and his workload is very heavy. In the blink of an eye, it was dark. Luo Chen rode his bike home, and it was completely dark when he got home. He started studying as usual and immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. Su family villa. Zhang Wanrong took Su Chuyu back home. Mother. I'm tired. I'm going to go back and rest first. Su Chuyu said listlessly. Zhang Wanrong forced a smile on her face and said, Okay, then you take a rest first. Mom will prepare something delicious for you. Su Chuyu didn't respond and walked upstairs with her long legs. Soon, the figure disappeared. The smile on Zhang Wanrong's face also disappeared. Well. She sighed heavily and sat on the sofa, her heart already filled with a feeling of helplessness. Today is Saturday, and she wanted to take Su Chuyu out to relax and let her get away from Luo Chen's affairs. She took Su Chuyu to the movies and to the amusement park. These were the places Su Chuyu particularly liked to go in the past, but today, Su Chuyu gave her the feeling that he was suffering. There is no enjoyment at all. From beginning to end, Su Chuyu never showed a smile on her face. She even began to suspect that Su Chuyu was getting depressed. This can't go on. She sat on the sofa, thinking hard, her face full of worry. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. A determined light flashed in Zhang Wanrong's eyes. We can't just sit there and wait for death. It really doesn't work. Then you can only take risks. Zhang Wanrong slowly shifted her gaze to the staircase and murmured, Daughter, you have worked hard for so many years. Mom can't bear to see you become like this as the college entrance examination approaches. Please forgive me, Mom. As the words fell, the expression on his face became somewhat painful. But soon, that hint of pain turned into determination. 8:30. Luo Chen was still immersed in his studies when the phone on the bed suddenly began to vibrate. He frowned slightly. I picked up the phone and realized that the number calling was an unfamiliar one. He answered the phone. Hello. Soon, a cold female voice sounded over there. Luo Chen, I want to see you. Chapter 77. Su's mother begged. Luo Chen was helpless. Luo Chen frowned slightly, feeling vaguely that the voice seemed familiar. Su Chuyu's mother? He said helplessly, Sister, what else do you have to say? Zhang Wanrong took a deep breath and said, I'm downstairs at your house. Can we meet? Luo Chen became more and more helpless. The person is already here, it would be a bit rude not to meet him her. Good. Soon, we arrived downstairs. Luo Chen glanced around and quickly spotted the BMW parked not far away. He walked over. As soon as I got closer, I saw Zhang Wanrong wearing sunglasses and walking down from the driver's seat. Zhang Wanrong's complicated gaze was also quietly sizing up the young man in front of her. For some reason, the different feeling she had this time was even stronger. She couldn't think of the young man in front of her as a child, but rather, as someone of the same age. "Hello, sister." Luo Chen stopped and said with a smile. Zhang Wanrong said slowly, "Luo Chen, I like to be straightforward. I don't beat around the bush." "Luo Chen, can you help me?" Luo Chen pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Sister, why do you firmly believe that Su Chuyu's current situation has something to do with me? I don't think I have the ability to make Su Chuyu do this for me." Zhang Wanrong responded seriously, "This is my own judgment, just intuition, there is no reason." Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. Zhang Wanrong looked complicated and said solemnly, "Chuyu has worked hard for so many years, all for the college entrance examination. Seeing her like this, I'm really heartbroken. I hope you can understand my feelings as a mother." Having said that, his expression has become much more serious. Luo Chen nodded slightly. "Understand. So, what do you want me to do?" He looked at it quietly, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Until now, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Zhang Wanrong took a serious look at it. She said slowly, "It's not an important matter, I just hope you can help me deceive Chuyu." "Cheat?" Luo Chen showed a look of surprise when he heard this. He became more and more confused. Especially since this sentence came from Zhang Wanrong's mouth, he was very confused. "Sister, are you serious?" he asked in confusion. Zhang Wanrong nodded slightly and said, "I am serious, but it is not the kind of lie you understand." "Luo Chen, I want to ask you a question." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. "Good. Ask," he said lightly. Zhang Wanrong's eyes flashed, and she said, "Do you still like my daughter now?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chen's mouth twitched violently, and his heart was filled with helplessness. What is the problem? But if you look closely, you can see that the expression on Zhang Wanrong's face is very serious. Luo Chen didn't hesitate and shook his head. "Dislike." Zhang Wanrong frowned slightly. Luo Chen also felt that this was a bit abrupt, and continued with a smile, "To be honest, your daughter's situation, there shouldn't be any boy who doesn't like her, right? She is beautiful, has a good family background, and is an exceptionally good person. But we are not from the same world. Sister, can you understand?" Zhang Wanrong also listened carefully, observing every subtle expression of Luo Chen. "Good. Understand. Can you help me then?" Her eyes were full of anticipation. Luo Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, "There are many people who can help her, why did my sister have to find me? Believe me, Su Chuyu is not like this because of me." He was very sure of this. Zhang Wanrong looked determined and continued, "Help me once, 5,000 yuan. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "Really? 5,000 yuan is a huge sum of money in this era. He really needs funds now, and he will use it to start a business when he goes to college. But this money is not earned this way." He smiled and said, "Sister, your money is really meaningless. I don't want to waste my time on this kind of thing. Your Su family is indeed rich, but not everything can be bought with money. Do you understand, sister?" This time, it was Zhang Wanrong's turn to be shocked. 5,000 yuan. This is 3 months' income for an ordinary family, yet Luo Chen refused it so readily? This child. Zhang Wanrong really couldn't understand Luo Chen anymore. Luo Chen didn't actually think that much about it, he just didn't want to do anything against his will for money. The most important thing is that he can't help. Zhang Wanrong didn't know what to say. She was anxious, but didn't know what to say. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Sister, is there anything else? Then I will go back. I still have to study. I hope you can help your daughter out of this misery as soon as possible." He waved his hand and turned to leave. This. Zhang Wanrong became more and more anxious, and hurriedly said, "Luo Chen, wait a moment." Luo Chen turned around helplessly. "Sister, what else are you doing? I really can't help you. It's useless for you to pester me." Zhang Wanrong clenched her teeth. She had no other choice. What else could she do if someone couldn't be bought with money? She just stood firm in her own opinion. "Luo Chen, please help me." "Help me, will you?" Please understand how I feel as a mother at this moment and help me, please. As she finished speaking, a determined expression appeared on Zhang Wanrong's face. She bent her knees and pretended to kneel down. She had no choice. This action really scared Luo Chen. He hurried forward to support Zhang Wanrong's body and said, "Sister, what are you doing? It's not that I don't want to help, it's that I can't help. Why can't you understand?" He was speechless. Zhang Wanrong pressed Luo Chen's shoulders and said, "Please, help me this time. If it doesn't work, I will never bother you again. Is it okay?" Chapter 78, Going to the Movies? A horror movie? As the words fell, his eyes were filled with anticipation. Luo Chen took a deep breath. He was a soft-hearted person to begin with, and now Zhang Wanrong had brought out the motherly love that he cared about the most. He didn't know how to refuse. Seeing this, Zhang Wanrong was about to kneel on the ground again. Luo Chen supported Zhang Wanrong's body with all his strength and said hurriedly, okay, help. Only then did Zhang Wanrong reveal a happy expression. "Good. Luo Chen, thank you." She relaxed a lot and spoke very seriously. Luo Chen looked on speechlessly. No matter what, the Su family is considered a prestigious family. Now the wife of the Su family wants to kneel down to him. It's so awkward. He let go of Zhang Wanrong's arm and said, "Sister, it's agreed that we will try it tomorrow. If I can't help, don't come to me again." Zhang Wanrong nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Luo Chen. If you can't help me tomorrow, I will never bother you again," she said firmly. Luo Chen nodded casually. Zhang Wanrong continued, "But what if you can help tomorrow?" Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. He couldn't figure out where Zhang Wanrong got her confidence from. He naturally firmly believed that Su Chuyu was not like this because of him. "If I can help you, I will never refuse you if you come to me next time, okay?" he said casually. Zhang Wanrong's eyes suddenly sparkled when she heard that, and she said, "Okay, it's a deal then. Luo Chen, you won't go back on your word, right?" Her expression was very alert. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I hate those who say they can't do it." Zhang Wanrong completely relaxed. "Good. That's settled then, but don't worry, even if I help you in the future, it won't be for nothing." There was some excitement in her tone. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, he would be able to come back after being humiliated by Su Chuyu when they meet tomorrow. Nothing else matters. "Good. So how can I help tomorrow?" he asked puzzledly. Zhang Wanrong was full of anticipation and said, "What I want you to do for me is very simple. Can you go to a movie with us tomorrow?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Luo Chen. "See a movie?" Luo Chen's train of thought was a little out of place, and he really didn't understand what Zhang Wanrong was thinking. "Okay. But we have a deal. She really dislikes me. I can help, but you have to take care of your daughter and don't get angry with me. I've already helped for nothing, I can't get scolded," Luo Chen said casually. Zhang Wanrong smiled and said, "Sure, don't worry. Then let's call each other tomorrow." She left. Luo Chen looked at the back of the BMW quietly, feeling helpless. What is this woman thinking? Although I am not interested in Su Chuyu's affairs, I can understand her as a parent after all. But what Zhang Wanrong believed was really outrageous. The next day, Luo Chen stayed up late to study and didn't fall asleep until the early morning. Early in the morning, I was awakened by the sound of my cell phone vibrating. He dazedly took out his cell phone, glanced at it, and answered the call. "Hello," he said dazedly. Zhang Wanrong's cold voice rang out, "I'm fine. Have you forgotten your sister so quickly?" Luo Chen frowned slightly, looking confused. "Elder sister? What sister?" He looked at the phone number again and then came to his senses. "Ah. Sister, I'm still sleeping, why are you here so early?" "I need to rest." He rubbed his forehead and said helplessly. Zhang Wanrong said slowly, "You didn't sleep well last night again. I feel very uncomfortable. Please understand. I really can't wait." Luo Chen felt helpless. "Okay. What's the arrangement?" He agreed. Zhang Wanrong took a deep breath and said, "I've left a ticket for you at the cinema on the top floor of Hongda Shopping Center. Just tell the front desk your name when you get there." Just think of it as a coincidence. Even if Chuyu really dislikes you, she won't say much. The movie starts at 9:45. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Not bad. At least it won't be embarrassing. Okay, no problem. He agreed. Nothing else? I'm hanging up now. Just wanted to hang up. Wait. Zhang Wanrong's nervous voice suddenly sounded. Luo Chen asked doubtfully, Sister, what else? Zhang Wanrong gritted her teeth and said, Luo Chen, thank you for your hard work. Please, help me once. Luo Chen felt Zhang Wanrong's sincerity. He also felt uncomfortable. In his previous life, his mother's death caused him many years of pain. He was deeply moved by Zhang Wanrong's maternal love. It's not hard. Rest assured. But if I can't help, then there's really nothing I can do, he said with a smile on his face. Zhang Wanrong also responded seriously, Don't worry, if you can't help, I will never embarrass you again. The phone was hung up. Luo Chen looked at the phone quietly, feeling Zhang Wanrong's overflowing maternal love, and he didn't know what to feel in his heart. I want to help you. Unfortunately, I'm not the one who can help your daughter. He didn't think much about it. After washing and changing clothes, he went to the door of the cinema that Zhang Wanrong mentioned. He arrived at 9:30. I told the front desk and got the movie tickets quickly. He entered the cinema. He arrived early and there weren't many people there yet. With nothing to do, he just looked at the movie tickets silently. Horror movie? Luo Chen shook his head helplessly, feeling helpless in his heart. Why did Zhang Wanrong choose this kind of subject? Chapter 79, Chuyu's heart was knotted, it turned out to be him. He didn't take it seriously. He is no longer at the age where he is afraid of ghosts. To him, everything is the same. In fact, it's not Zhang Wanrong's fault. Zhang Wanrong was really anxious, but there was only one movie available at that time and she had no other choice. At the same time, Zhang Wanrong had already brought Su Chuyu into the mall. She still wore sunglasses. But the look under the sunglasses seemed particularly nervous. Su Chuyu was listless. There was a hint of sadness on that beautiful face, and her eyes had lost their former brightness. Mom, I really don't want to watch it. Is it okay not to watch it? I'm really not interested. I'm very tired these days and want to have a good rest. Su Chuyu said helplessly. She really couldn't understand why Zhang Wanrong insisted on taking her to the movies. First language. Mom has been under a lot of pressure lately, so why don't you just keep me company? Zhang Wanrong said with a melancholy look on her face. This. Su Chuyu couldn't find any words to refute. Well. She sighed faintly and said, okay. Only then did Zhang Wanrong smile. Soon, they entered the main entrance of the cinema and Zhang Wanrong took Su Chuyu to the viewing room. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhang Wanrong answered the phone and said in a pretentious manner, What's the matter? What? Okay, I got it, I'll be there right away. Su Chuyu frowned slightly. Zhang Wanrong said anxiously, Chuyu, I have something urgent to deal with. Please go inside and wait for me. Just watch first. Su Chuyu said helplessly, Mom, don't watch it today. I'll accompany you after you finish your work. Zhang Wanrong said bitterly, Chuyu, Mom will be back soon. Just go ahead, okay? The coaxing tone made Su Chuyu unable to refuse. Good. Then come back soon. She couldn't refuse. Zhang Wanrong nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Mom will be back soon, she said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly turned around and ran outside. Su Chuyu looked at the cinema, sighed softly, and finally walked over. She went in. Zhang Wanrong also came back from outside, her eyes full of nervousness. First language. You must be happy, she murmured secretly. If Luo Chen still doesn't work, she really doesn't know what to do. The movie has started. Luo Chen supported his chin with his hand and stared at the screen quietly. After waiting for 15 minutes, he was already feeling a little sleepy. Soon, Su Chuyu came in from outside with a bucket of popcorn. She glanced at the number and looked for her seat. Only. Her mind was not here at all, and she didn't pay attention to the people around her. Soon, I found my place. Su Chuyu sat down, put the popcorn on the small table, and leaned lightly on the chair. The empty seat on the left belongs to Zhang Wanrong. On the right is Luo Chen. However, Su Chuyu didn't look away and didn't notice it at all. Her slightly dull eyes were fixed on the zombie on the screen, without any ripples in her heart. Because she was immersed in the world in her own mind, and what she saw with her eyes did not enter her brain at all. Time passes. Su Chuyu didn't move, showing no interest at all. Luo Chen was drowsy and almost fell asleep. The two of them did not notice that Zhang Wanrong had quietly entered the theater and sat down in a random seat behind them. She clenched her fists and her face was full of tension. Just watched for a while. These two people didn't make any movement at all. She was so disappointed. Intuition, wrong? She clenched her teeth, her heart completely filled with anxiety and helplessness. Not Luo Chen. So what is Su Chuyu's problem? She felt confused and felt that all her hard work had been wasted. 5 minutes passed. The two people over there were still sitting by themselves, without any communication. Well. Zhang Wanrong sighed heavily. She was very disappointed. She came up with this solution after making up her mind, but she didn't expect, she went in the wrong direction. She took out her cell phone and called Luo Chen. The vibration of his cell phone woke Luo Chen up from his drowsiness. He took out his cell phone in a daze and answered the call. Hey, sister. He rubbed his head and whispered. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chuyu, who was immersed in her own world, trembled. Her drooped eyes suddenly lifted up. This sound. Her heartbeat began to speed up and an incredible expression appeared on her face. She was so familiar with this voice. Zhang Wanrong took a deep breath and said, Luo Chen, you've worked hard. You can leave any time. There was an undisguised sense of loss in those words. Luo Chen frowned slightly. You're not coming, he asked puzzledly. The sound that rang out again made Su Chuyu clench her fists subconsciously, and her originally gloomy eyes suddenly brightened. It's Luo Chen. This voice is definitely Luo Chen. She moved her eyes to the right very slowly, holding her breath, feeling nervous and scared. She was so worried that after she turned around, Luo Chen would not be by her side. Zhang Wanrong was also confused. Chuyu has been sitting here for quite some time, didn't you see? She said in confusion. Ah. Luo Chen was confused. Coming? He also looked to the left, and happened to meet the eyes of Su Chuyu, who turned around. Forehead. Luo Chen's heart was instantly filled with embarrassment. He really didn't notice. But before he could say anything, he noticed that Su Chuyu's beautiful face was already full of excitement. Luo Chen. You, why are you here? Su Chuyu's excited voice rang out. This sudden sound really scared Luo Chen. Zhang Wanrong's eyes lit up instantly behind her sunglasses. No. Su Chuyu also just discovered Luo Chen? Her originally lost mood was swept away in an instant, and the key was that Su Chuyu's excited voice made her ecstatic. Really? It's true. Chapter 80. Chuyu is ecstatic, Luo Chen is confused. Su Chuyu's concern is Luo Chen. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say. She hung up the phone in a hurry and looked at the two people in front of her with anticipation. At the same time, the dissatisfied eyes of the people around also turned to Su Chuyu. Hush. Hush. Keep your voice down, what are you shouting for? Luo Chen quickly made a gesture to keep quiet and spoke in a low voice. This. Su Chuyu also noticed the gazes of the people around him and quickly lowered his head. But her heart, which had been silent for a long time, was now filled with excitement. She never expected to meet Luo Chen here. Luo Chen was also confused. No. Why was Su Chuyu so excited to see him? Is she still laughing? This. Luo Chen looked at it in confusion, totally unable to understand what was going on. No way, is it really like what Zhang Wanrong said? No, absolutely not. Cough cough. Luo Chen coughed lightly and said, You, come and watch the movie too. What a coincidence. Su Chuyu's little head quickly moved closer to Luo Chen and said, Yes, what a coincidence, I didn't expect you to be here. That tone, even though the voice was lowered, was still filled with excitement. Zhang Wanrong watched excitedly from behind. Despite the distance, he could still feel Su Chuyu's excitement. There was a complicated light in her eyes. The good news is that the cause of Su Chuyu's illness has been found. The bad news is Su Chuyu seemed to really fall in love with this little boy. As a mother, she felt extremely complicated. Luo Chen smiled awkwardly. Su Chuyu's attitude really made it difficult for him to do anything. His original plan was to pretend that they met by chance. Su Chuyu would respond to him coldly with a few words, and then she would start watching the movie. Luo Chen also left and ended the test. Unexpectedly. The actual situation was not what he had imagined. He slowly turned his gaze to the screen, pretending to watch a movie. Su Chuyu lowered his head. She clenched her two little hands tightly together and her brain was working rapidly. She had recovered a lot from her excitement, but she didn't know what to talk about. Her thoughts were already dull. She glanced to Luo Chen's right and saw a middle-aged man, which made her secretly happy. "I'm not here with Su Yuner. You came here by yourself?" she asked in a low voice, and her beautiful eyes fell on Luo Chen's face. She was very familiar with that sunny face. "I don't know why, but I feel particularly handsome this time. Why didn't I realize he was so handsome before?" She waited expectantly. Luo Chen nodded gently and said, "Yes, I've been under too much pressure from studying recently. Come out and relax." There is always a charming smile on Su Chuyu's beautiful face. "I see. Do you like watching movies?" She didn't know what to talk about, she just wanted to chat with Luo Chen for a while. These words didn't even go through my brain. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Not bad. But he never looks at it. None of this matters anymore. The key point is, Su Chuyu never had a good face when she talked to him before. What happened today? Why are you smiling so brightly?" He thought about the first 2 times he helped Su Chuyu. Her reaction seemed a little strange. "I didn't pay much attention to it then, but now." Luo Chen looked at it in confusion. "Is it really because of me that Su Chuyu became like this? This doesn't make sense." He returned his gaze to the screen, full of confusion. Su Chuyu was so excited that he didn't know what to say. She also looked at the screen. Time passes. Su Chuyu's excitement and nervousness were also suppressed by her. "Stay calm." "But I still don't know what topic to talk about with Luo Chen." Originally, she had no interest in these movies, especially horror movies like this, but, for some reason, when she saw Luo Chen watching so intently, she also became absorbed in it. Suddenly, the zombie on the screen stood up from the coffin, with cold air coming out of its mouth. A bitter expression appeared on Su Chuyu's pretty face, and her little hand involuntarily moved to Luo Chen's arm and gently pinched Luo Chen's sleeve. Luo Chen felt strange when he saw this. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. He no longer knew how to describe the feeling in his heart, it was completely overturned. He turned his eyes to the screen again. But at this moment I no longer had the heart to enjoy the movie, my heart was full of confusion. Soon, another exciting scene occurred. "Ah!" There was a cry of surprise throughout the entire theater. Luo Chen felt something was wrong. Without waiting to think about it. "Ah!" Su Chuyu's exclamation also rang in my ears. Luo Chen suddenly felt his arm sink. Looking closely, he saw Su Chuyu hugging his arms in his arms, and his little head resting on his shoulders. A unique fragrance wafts to my face. In the past, Su Chuyu's action would definitely make Luo Chen excited for the whole year. But now. He tried to pull his arm free, but Su Chuyu was really frightened and held him very tightly. Luo Chen even felt the amazing touch on his arm. Zhang Wanrong also widened her eyes and looked a little anxious. This. She didn't know what she felt in her heart. She had taken Su Chuyu to see a movie yesterday, but Su Chuyu didn't pay attention from beginning to end. Today, you got involved so quickly? She couldn't stop it. At the same time, she was also staring at Luo Chen's reaction. When she saw the helpless expression on Luo Chen's face, the complicated feeling in her heart became even stronger. He still dislikes it? Zhang Wanrong didn't understand. Cough cough. Luo Chen coughed lightly and said, "You," pressed on my arm. Only then did Su Chuyu come to his senses. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she quickly sat up straight and let go of Luo Chen's arm. Sorry. I was scared." She said it a little guiltily, her little heart beating fast. Luo Chen said slowly, "It doesn't matter." He returned his gaze to the screen again. Su Chuyu couldn't help but curl her lips slightly when she saw this. "I'm hugging you, and you're still not happy?" Chapter 81. The beauty has an appointment, let us have dinner together? Snort. Just thinking of what she had just done, she couldn't help but raise a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Luo Chen also felt a little complicated. Although I have already decided on Su Yuner, she was after all my sweetheart in high school in my previous life. These actions were a great stimulation to him. Pity. He is no longer the same person as in his previous life. Luo Chen's restless heart gradually calmed down. Su Chuyu no longer had the mood to watch the movie. She leaned slightly to one side and whispered, "Do you come to the movies every weekend?" Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. This question. "No, I just came to take a look today because I was bored," he responded casually. Su Chuyu nodded slightly. Oh. A feeling of disappointment arose in her heart. I wanted to chat more, but Luo Chen didn't seem to be in the mood to talk. Su Chuyu also held back. She is very strong-willed and naturally would not do anything that would be rejected by others. Time passes. But Su Chuyu couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart. Dignity is restraining. Impulse is encouraging. Su Chuyu was caught in a tangled mood. Before I knew it, the movie was over. A feeling of melancholy emerged in Luo Chen's heart. He inexplicably felt as if he had been fooled by Zhang Wanrong, but he was the one who proposed this condition. Others walked outside in twos and threes, discussing the content of the movie as they walked. Luo Chen stood up. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. He said this calmly and was about to walk outside. Wait. Su Chuyu stood up quickly and blurted out. Luo Chen truly felt that Su Chuyu was abnormal. I always thought it was weird before, but I never really thought about it. Is she really because of me? Anything else? Luo Chen turned around and asked. The tone wasn't cold, but there wasn't any emotion in it either. However, it was this indifferent emotion that made Su Chuyu feel very uncomfortable. She hesitated for a moment before saying, well, let's go out together. I'm still a little scared. Luo Chen felt helpless when he heard this. She is indeed a rich lady. She always uses this commanding tone when asking for help. However, he couldn't refuse this request. Good. He nodded, turned, and walked outside. Su Chuyu followed quickly. Her beautiful eyes were completely fixed on Luo Chen's back, and she did not notice Zhang Wanrong sitting in the back row. Soon, we left the cinema. Su Chuyu clenched her fists, and a feeling of anxiety emerged in her heart. She didn't know what she was thinking deep down. But now, she felt that if she didn't say anything, Luo Chen would leave. Her instinct was right. Luo Chen turned around and said, then I. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Chuyu's words. Luo Chen, have you eaten? She asked, pretending to be calm. There was no expression on her face, but the little hands behind her back were clenched tightly. Luo Chen said calmly, I have eaten, I. Gurgle. Before he could finish his words, his stomach made a noise. What a coincidence. Luo Chen stood there in a daze, feeling extremely embarrassed. After all, he was called by Zhang Wanrong before he had even eaten breakfast in the morning. He had been hungry for a long time. Su Chuyu rolled her eyes and said, you are starting to lie to me now, right? A man's mouth is a lie. Snort. The proud expression returned to her face, but her heart was filled with secret joy. She didn't know why she was happy. But just happy. Luo Chen felt ashamed. When Su Chuyu said this, why did she sound so much like a nagging woman? Cough. He coughed lightly and said, I remembered it wrong. I ate it last night. Su Chuyu looked up. That's right, we have dinner upstairs. Or, let's have dinner together. She spoke in a casual manner. But after he finished speaking, his little palms were already full of sweat. She is very nervous. Luo Chen was about to refuse. Suddenly, she found Zhang Wanrong's figure appeared behind Su Chuyu, and she was hinting at him with crazy eyes. She nodded repeatedly to show that he agreed. Luo Chen took a deep breath. He was a little hesitant. But before I could think about it, Zhang Wanrong had already clasped her hands together, and a pleading expression appeared on her beautiful face. Su Chuyu noticed something unusual. She turned her head back. Seeing this, Zhang Wanrong quickly hid in the corner. Su Chuyu saw nothing. What are you looking at? Why, aren't you talking? She asked puzzledly. At the same time, the tension had reached its peak. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't bear to refuse. Good. As long as you don't mind. He smiled calmly. Su Chuyu was overjoyed when she saw Luo Chen agreed, but the second sentence instantly poured a bucket of cold water on her. Dislike. She adjusted her breathing and really couldn't understand why she had disliked Luo Chen before. What is there about Luo Chen that is worthy of dislike? She wanted to give her former self a loud slap in the face. Then, let's go. A faint smile appeared on her pretty face. Luo Chen nodded slightly. He felt a little dazed in his heart. Once upon a time, this faint smile was something he could not even hope for. Times have changed, and fate has played tricks on us. The only thing he couldn't understand was why Su Chuyu suddenly changed so much. Luo Chen took the escalator upstairs. Su Chuyu stood behind Luo Chen, looking up at Luo Chen's figure. Her heart was still full of complexities. She wanted to take a step forward and stand with Luo Chen, but she didn't have the courage. The boy who used to be always a head shorter than her now has to look up to her. But despite this, Su Chuyu still felt extremely satisfied in his heart. Arrived on the 4th floor. Luo Chen looked back and did not see Zhang Wanrong. Su Chuyu had long forgotten about her mother. The 5th floor is for various snacks and fast food. Su Chuyu calmed down and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll treat you." Chapter 82, Obsessed with Chuyu, Want to see Luo Chen? Luo Chen glanced around. "I eat rice bowl." He was not polite. To Su Chuyu, this little amount of money might not even be considered money. Su Chuyu followed. Luo Chen said to the boss, "Give me a bowl of minced meat and eggplant rice." The boss responded. Su Chuyu took out a $10 bill from a pink wallet and handed it over. Luo Chen glanced at it. There were actually a lot of Mao Zedong notes in that wallet. A rich woman. He withdrew his gaze. Su Chuyu took the change from the boss and felt inexplicably happy at that moment. She glanced around. "What should I eat?" she murmured in confusion. Luo Chen glanced at it and ignored it. Su Chuyu stood beside Luo Chen and began to scan him, but could not make up his mind. Seeing this, Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. His meal was almost ready, and if Su Chuyu didn't order it, she would have to wait for a long time. "Eat that." He raised his hand and pointed to the guoqiao rice noodles not far away and said. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes. She was originally struggling over whether to choose between rice noodles and spicy salad, but now she doesn't have to worry anymore. Good. She walked over with great interest. Luo Chen looked at the slender figure quietly, shaking his head. Soon, the two sat opposite each other. Luo Chen picked up the chopsticks and started eating. He was very hungry and ate voraciously. Su Chuyu stirred it gently with chopsticks. But there was a gleam of light in those beautiful eyes. She pretended not to care and asked, "How do you know I like this?" Luo Chen was busy eating and responded casually, "I don't know anything about you. Only after I said it did I feel a little regretful. At a time like this, it seems like I shouldn't say this anymore." Su Chuyu paused in stirring. She recalled the past again and Luo Chen's meticulous care. She was very sad. She suppressed her sad emotion and curled her lips. "Tisk, you're such a boaster. So when is my birthday?" She deliberately wanted to suppress Luo Chen's arrogance. After all, she had never told Luo Chen about her birthday, so Luo Chen naturally had no way of knowing about it. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. "Don't say." He really knew. It's just that he didn't want to say it. He continued eating, shaking his head slightly. Seeing this, Su Chuyu said faintly, "You know everything even if you don't say anything. Men's mouths are deceitful. You are lying indeed. You've lied to me before, haven't you?" Although I said this, a small sense of loss still inexplicably emerged in my heart. If he knew this. Without waiting for any further thought, Luo Chen said unhappily, "Why would I lie to you?" Su Chuyu rolled her eyes at him and said, "You know everything if you don't tell me. That's not cheating. You are so shameless that you have to suffer in vain. Have you lied to me before? You said you would give me an umbrella, but you never used it. Have you used it? Tell me now." She didn't take these things seriously at all, she just wanted to find some topics to talk to Luo Chen. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Although he doesn't care about these things now, he was really serious in his previous life. He felt inexplicably unhappy that his diligence was questioned. Luo Chen raised his head and looked directly at Su Chuyu. Your birthday is October 1st according to the solar calendar, and September 19th according to the lunar calendar. Anything else you want to ask? He asked calmly. After these words were spoken, Su Chuyu, who was eating rice noodles, was instantly petrified. He really knows? The key point is that you even know your lunar birthday? She was stunned. Soon, a feeling of surprise instantly spread from the bottom of my heart. Just look up. She felt a hint of coldness in Luo Chen's mood. She was startled. You. Why are you so fierce? I was just saying it casually. Her voice became softer and a little timid. That look is scary. Luo Chen calmed himself down and continued eating with his head down. I was really stupid before. But don't question it. He didn't say anything and continued eating. Although that time was not glorious, for him it was also a very beautiful experience in his life. At least, he felt great when he was immersed in it. Su Chuyu pursed her lips. Profound. She also reacted, and after a moment's hesitation, she said seriously, yes. I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking. Luo Chen's dissatisfaction disappeared when he heard this. He nodded. But the feeling of doubt in my heart became even stronger. An apology now? Is this still Su Chuyu? However, before he could think about it, Su Chuyu's mumbling voice sounded again, and you weren't stupid before. After he finished speaking, he quickly lowered his head and started eating. That beautiful face was flushed with an intoxicating blush. Cough, cough, cough. These words instantly choked Luo Chen and he started coughing. Su Chuyu was startled. She took out a tissue and handed it to Luo Chen, asking, "What's wrong with you?" No one is trying to snatch it from you, eat slowly. Luo Chen felt helpless. He took it and wiped his mouth directly, saying, "It's okay, continue eating." He lowered his head, his face full of confusion. No. What the hell is going on? This is not right. Luo Chen didn't dare to say anything anymore, for fear that Su Chuyu would say something he couldn't accept. Seeing that there was no response, Su Chuyu felt embarrassed to say anything more. This is very explicit, and it is her limit. Although that pretty face was still full of coldness, her little heart was about to beat out. Su Chuyu finished eating first. She put down her chopsticks, her eyes still glancing at Luo Chen's face vaguely. At this moment, there seemed to be some magic on Luo Chen's face, making her always want to stare at him. It's just, she was embarrassed. Chapter 83. The two are intimate. Is Chuyu jealous? Luo Chen also finished eating. He really couldn't stand Su Chuyu's strange look anymore, and at this moment he had no mind to think about the agreement between him and Zhang Wanrong. I'm full. I have to go home. See you at school tomorrow. Luo Chen stood up, waved his hand, and was about to turn and leave. This. Su Chuyu clenched her fists upon seeing this. I'm leaving too. Let's go down together. She stood up and said faintly. There were many little emotions hidden in those words, and there was a hint of resentment on that beautiful face. Luo Chen stopped and said, well. Okay, let's go down together. Su Chuyu rolled her eyes sadly at Luo Chen's back. Snort. No matter how I tried to drive you away before, you wouldn't leave. Now look what you do, you want to run away. She pouted and followed him with some dissatisfaction. The two walked side by side. To the escalator. Su Chuyu slowed down and let Luo Chen stand up first. Her dignity prevented her from going down side by side with Luo Chen, but she wanted to see Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't notice it either. Soon, we arrived outside the shopping mall. Along the way, Su Chuyu didn't say anything. Although she wanted to talk to Luo Chen, she could feel Luo Chen's eagerness to leave, and she couldn't let go of her face. She can't do anything like trying to please someone who doesn't like her. At least, I can't do it now. I'm leaving. Luo Chen left without even looking back. Su Chuyu wanted to wave to Luo Chen, but Luo Chen didn't look at her and didn't give her the chance. She pursed her lips and stared at Luo Chen's back with resentment in her beautiful eyes. Snort. She snorted softly, still feeling dissatisfied. Snort. She stamped her feet vigorously and snorted again. That little face looked so aggrieved. Where was the coolness at all? Why are you running? I can still eat you. It's not the same as when you were clinging to me in the past. You think you are so great, but I don't even care about you. She kept muttering to herself as she watched Luo Chen's receding figure. Although her words were very arrogant, but her eyes were full of reluctance. Her fast-beating heart gradually returned to normal because of Luo Chen's departure. Luo Chen's figure disappeared. Su Chuyu was still staring at her blankly, feeling a strange feeling in her heart. Not far away. Zhang Wanrong stared at the dazed Su Chuyu, and a look of sadness appeared on her pretty face again. She has been through this before. I thought Su Chuyu was just attracted to this boy, and was in a bad mood because she saw Luo Chen with another girl. Only. Now she understood. Su Chuyu was already attracted to Luo Chen, and it didn't seem to have anything to do with that girl. What should I do? She pondered for a moment before she walked over. First words. She called out, pretending to be out of breath. Su Chuyu withdrew his gaze guiltily and turned to face Zhang Wanrong's position. Mom, why are you here? She calmed herself down and asked. Zhang Wanrong was also speechless. This girl, isn't she usually very smart? Why can't she even pretend now? She pretended to be confused and said, didn't we come here together? I was busy. I just finished. Have you finished watching the movie? She didn't expose it. Su Chuyu's pretty face turned red when she heard this, and she felt even more guilty. I forgot. Let's go home first. She took Zhang Wanrong and walked towards the parking space. Zhang Wanrong didn't say much. No one spoke along the way. Su Chuyu was still immersed in the memories just now and felt very good. Zhang Wanrong was also worried about how to deal with Su Chuyu's matter. After all, the cause of the disease has been found, but the disease is still difficult to cure. Now she could only hope that Su Chuyu would be happier and be able to focus on studying. There is no other way. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. During this week, Luo Chen and Su Yuner's relationship has become closer again. This is naturally because of Li Guilan. After returning that day, Li Guilan talked a lot with Su Yuner about Luo Chen, which made Su Yuner realize that Luo Chen's position in her heart seemed a little different. Luo Chen was naturally very happy about this. Both of them are studying hard and making the final sprint for the college entrance examination, which will be held soon. Friday afternoon. Get out of class is over. Su Yuner quickly took out her exercise book and came to Luo Chen's side. She pointed the tip of her pen at a math problem in the exercise book and said faintly, Luo Chen, why can't I solve this problem? How do you ask for this height? That cute face was full of innocent doubts. As soon as he finished speaking, he subconsciously put the pen in his mouth and chewed on it. Luo Chen patted her lightly on the head. You are such a grown-up child, and you still chew on pens to play with them. There are bacteria, he said unhappily. Su Yuner instinctively moved her hand aside quickly and responded nervously, Oh, I know. I know. That slightly panicked little look is very adorable. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the additional question and pondered for a moment. That's right. He moved closer and said. Su Yuner also quickly acted like a good child and moved closer. Luo Chen lectured on the questions and Su Yuner listened. Both of them were very serious but didn't notice that their heads were almost touching each other. They didn't notice, but someone else did. Su Chuyu. She had just returned from the bathroom with Li Yuan. As soon as she entered the door, her eyes couldn't help but fall on Luo Chen. I saw this scene at a glance. She paused, feeling a slight pain in her heart. Although her expression was still cold, her little mouth couldn't help but purse slightly. That sour feeling spread in her heart. Chapter 84, Rejected her, but waiting for me? She returned to her seat expressionlessly, immersed in the sadness. During this week, she also realized that there was something wrong with her feelings towards Luo Chen, but she didn't want to admit it. But as time went by, she had fewer and fewer excuses for not admitting it. Especially this sour feeling now. She didn't know what it felt like before, but now she really felt it. She is jealous. She took out a small bear pendant from her pencil case, which looked exactly like the big bear doll on her bed. She stretched out her little hands and rubbed the little bear hard, her little mouth slightly pouting and her chin following the action. Damn Luo Chen. Stinky Luo Chen. You are such a playboy, you fall in love with everyone you meet. You are infatuated with someone else. You are shameless. Finally, she couldn't get enough of it, so she opened her charming cherry lips, put the little bear's head into her mouth and bit it hard twice. Wang Miling beside her was stunned. Is this crazy? Not long after, school was over. Luo Chen and Su Yuner left the teaching building together and walked towards the bicycle shed. Neither of them was in a very high spirits. They didn't communicate, but the reason for their low mood was the same. Tomorrow is Saturday. The two couldn't meet again. In the past, Luo Chen was the only one who felt depressed at times like this, but since some time ago, Su Yuner also became depressed. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "You can't come out on Saturday?" Su Yuner said in a soft voice, It should not come out." Should? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, "So there is a possibility of getting out?" After these few months of contact, he has completely fallen in love with this kind of time alone with Su Yuner. "I don't want to stop for a day." When Su Yuner heard this, a blush appeared on her face and she lowered her head slightly. I'll go back and ask. If you can come out, I'll find you again," she said shyly. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with hope. "Then how did you find me? You don't have a cell phone?" he continued to ask. Su Yuner lowered her head, and the feeling of inferiority emerged in her heart again. She nodded slightly. "Mom has. I know your cell phone number. If I can get out, I'll call you with my mom's cell phone," she whispered. When it came to the latter part, there was almost no movement. This was her first time hanging out with someone on the weekend, and it was a boy. Although she was already very familiar with Luo Chen, she was too embarrassed to even think about telling her mother about this. Luo Chen suppressed the happy feeling in his heart and said with a smile, "Okay. Then I'll wait for your call." He didn't want to show too much excitement, otherwise if Li Guilan didn't let Su Yuner come out, Su Yuner would definitely be very disappointed. Su Yuner has already started to care about his emotions. Su Yuner nodded slightly. But those little hands were still slightly tangled, and that feeling of inferiority always lingered in my heart. All her classmates have cell phones, but she doesn't. Although she has no interest in mobile phones, it still makes her feel inferior. Luo Chen felt her emotions. "Although I want to comfort you, there is nothing I can say. If you say too much, it will become pretentious." Just wanted to change the subject. Luo Chen. Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded behind me. The smile on Luo Chen's face froze slightly. This voice, Su Chuyu. He stopped and began to feel helpless. Ever since I sensed Su Chuyu's abnormal emotions last time, I have been deliberately avoiding her this week. Su Chuyu also has a lot of self-respect and has never looked for him. Unexpectedly. I still couldn't escape it today. Su Yuner turned her head and saw Su Chuyu, who was wearing a school uniform, jogging towards her from behind. Even though she was wearing a school uniform, it still couldn't hide her graceful figure. She was tall, had fair and smooth skin, and a stunning appearance. Her beautiful hair also floated in the wind as Su Chuyu ran. This scene. Even a girl couldn't help but be moved when she saw Su Yuner, let alone a boy. She lowered her head. The feeling of inferiority just now also reached its peak at this moment. She has transferred here for 2 months, but she still can't raise her head when facing Su Chuyu. That inferiority complex comes from deep within my heart. When Luo Chen saw Su Yuner's reaction, he felt even more distressed. No. We can't let her feel so inferior anymore. But now is not the time to solve this matter, and he cast a puzzled look on Su Chuyu's face. There was still no expression on Su Chuyu's pretty face, and she looked very cold. But my heart was beating like crazy. What's wrong? Luo Chen asked doubtfully, with no expression on his face. Seeing this, Su Chuyu felt a pang of pain in his heart again. Just now, I saw Luo Chen and Su Yuner talking and laughing from a distance. As soon as she arrived, the smile disappeared. She suppressed her feeling of loss. Are you going tomorrow? She asked coldly. But that little heart is about to jump out at this moment. One is to look forward to Luo Chen's response. 2. This was the first time for her to take the initiative to ask someone out, and it was a boy. In the past, I would never do that even if you kill me. She couldn't let go of her dignity, but the scene of Luo Chen explaining math problems to Su Yuner today stimulated her. She could no longer hide the sour feeling. She had to let go of her dignity. Luo Chen asked doubtfully, "Where are we going?" He didn't understand. Su Chuyu clenched her fists, feeling very embarrassed. "You have to make me explain it so clearly." Cough. She coughed lightly and said, the cinema, are you going to watch it this weekend?" Her intentions were already obvious. She tried hard to stay calm, but her eyes were full of hope. Su Yuner lowered her head again, feeling deeply shocked. Someone like Su Chuyu came to ask Luo Chen out? Well. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she could only sigh silently in her heart. Luo Chen reacted. He shook his head and said, "No, I'm going to study at home." "Anything else?" The tone was very cold, without any emotion mixed in. Su Yuner's eyes brightened when she heard this. Although I was still haunted by the feeling of inferiority, I couldn't help but smile. He just said he was waiting for my call. So? He wants to go out with me, but doesn't he want to go to the cinema with Su Chuyu? After clearing her thoughts, Su Yuner felt as if she had eaten honey. She secretly raised her eyes and glanced at Luo Chen. That cold expression was so handsome that it touched her heart. She smiled even more happily, and that smile was especially sweet. Chapter 85, Inferiority Complex Yuner, Luo Chen treats the disease. She is happy. Su Chuyu's mood was exactly the opposite of hers. That cold attitude made her feel like a huge stone was pressing down on her heart. Unable to breathe, unable to muster any emotions. She bowed her head slightly, nodded again, and responded, "Okay, then, it's okay." She didn't say much and walked in front of Luo Chen. That beautiful back figure looks very lonely at this moment. Su Chuyu tried hard to maintain her emotions, but tears still gathered in her beautiful eyes. That emotion couldn't be contained. The coldness on Luo Chen's face had also disappeared, and he was also looking at that beautiful back. He also had mixed feelings. He doesn't hate Su Chuyu. Su Chuyu did nothing wrong in his previous life. He simply wanted to stay away from the girl he had loved for 3 years, but he didn't expect it would be so difficult. But he and Su Chuyu are not the same kind of people after all. Deep down, he didn't want to see Su Chuyu become like this, and he didn't want to see Su Chuyu become like this because of him. But in his opinion, a short pain is worse than a long one. He has experienced it and understands that kind of pain. The sooner he despairs, the sooner he can wake up from it. The longer the time, the deeper you fall, and the greater the damage. From the perspective of the amount of harm caused to Su Chuyu, there was nothing wrong with Luo Chen's approach. But Luo Chen overlooked another thing. The college entrance examination is coming soon. Well. Luo Chen sighed silently and looked away. He turned his gaze to Su Yuner's delicate face, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Let's go." Su Yuner nodded obediently. "Good." She agreed obediently with a sweet smile on her face. Not long after, the two of them pushed their bicycles out of the school. Inside Mercedes-Benz. Su Chuyu's tears flowed silently as she stared at Luo Chen's figure, the confusion and pain in her heart blending together. It was particularly difficult for her to breathe. She didn't know what was wrong with her, she just knew that she could no longer suppress herself. The chaos that has accumulated these days is hard to sort out and cut off. "Go home." She parted her red lips and murmured coldly. The driver felt very upset, but there was no way to comfort him. "Yes, Mississippi." On the road. Luo Chen was pedaling the bicycle, and Su Yuner was sitting on the back seat, with her little hands on Luo Chen's waist. There was a happy smile on that face. That sweet feeling still lingers in my heart and cannot be shaken off. Luo Chen didn't notice it and silently organized his words in his mind. Inferiority complex is a character flaw. Luo Chen naturally had to solve this problem for Su Yuner as soon as possible. "In your eyes, what kind of person is Su Chuyu?" Luo Chen asked casually. Su Yuner then stopped smiling and looked a little confused. She is beautiful, has a good figure, is good at studying, and has a good family background. Excellent in both character and study, everything is good." Although she was puzzled, she still answered Luo Chen's questions seriously. Luo Chen continued to ask, "Then, compared to her, how do you think you are better than her?" After hearing these words, Su Yuner's heart tightened. "How, better than her?" This question made her silent instantly. In her impression, there was absolutely no comparison between her and Su Chuyu. I don't know. She bowed her head slightly and responded. Luo Chen sensed Su Yun'er's changing mood and said with a smile, "What's there to not know? I think there are a lot." This. Su Yun'er's beautiful eyes were full of confusion. "Are you serious?" Luo Chen said to himself, "You are kind and gentle, well-behaved and sensible, very hardworking and serious. Besides, you are so beautiful, no less beautiful than Su Chuyu. You are just too self-deprecating. This is not good. It will have a huge impact on you. You should keep this in mind and remind yourself more often. Got it?" He didn't dare to say it directly, but instead brought the topic to the issue of inferiority complex from a side angle. Su Yun'er listened carefully and analyzed seriously. Luo Chen's praise made her very happy. Only. These are not the real reasons why she feels inferior. She nodded and responded obediently without saying what she was thinking. After all, she didn't want Luo Chen to know how poor their family was. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. The contact during this period has allowed him to fully understand Su Yun'a when she was a teenager. He understood what every reaction meant. He smiled and asked, "Do you think being poor makes you feel inferior?" Su Yun'er raised her head suddenly. No. She said hurriedly, a hint of urgency already creeping into her voice. Luo Chen nodded gently and said, "Really?" Su Yun'er was silent. Luo Chen continued, "Don't be so persistent, don't care so much about what others think. If you are 40 years old this year and you still have nothing and you still can't hold your head up in front of everyone, then you should feel ashamed of yourself. You are only 17 years old, and you haven't made any money yet? If you ignore your starting point and family background, how many people in the class are better than you?" This time, Luo Chen did not beat around the bush, but said it directly. She has been suffering from inferiority complex for too long. This incisive approach is actually suitable for her own thinking when she returns. Su Yun'er was confused. No one had ever said such things to her, and Luo Chen's question was also an angle she had never thought about before. She fell into deep thought. Luo Chen didn't interrupt. Time passes. Not long after, Luo Chen arrived at the village entrance on his bicycle. It was just Luo Chen's question, and Su Yun'er still hadn't thought of an answer. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Su Yun'er, look up at me." Su Yun'er raised her head obediently. Her beautiful eyes fell on Luo Chen's face. Luo Chen looked at her seriously and said, "Remember, you are no worse than anyone else." As the words fell, a gentle smile appeared on his face. He just stared at Su Yun'er so sincerely. This sentence brought a huge shock to Su Yun'er. She didn't know what to respond. Luo Chen also knew that these words would not bring any substantial changes to Su Yun'er. But this is just the beginning. The purpose of these words is just to remind Su Yun'er that as for overcoming inferiority complex, it requires means. He waved his hand gently. "Go back. Remember my words and think about it carefully. If you can come out to play tomorrow, you have to tell me tomorrow, okay?" he said with a smile. Su Yun'er bit it lightly with her pearly teeth. At this moment, the impression of Luo Chen in her mind changed again. Or rather, there have been some changes in status. She nodded vigorously. Good. She didn't know why Luo Chen said this, but she knew that in Luo Chen's eyes, she was no worse than anyone else. Chapter 86, Open Up Your Heart and Help Chuyu. This is very important to Su Yun'er. These were words and emotions that had never appeared in her life before. Su Yun'er left. She left with Luo Chen's questions. Luo Chen stared at Su Yun'er's back quietly, and started planning silently in his mind. At least, we can't let Su Yun'er go to college like this. It's getting dark. Luo Chen returned home and started studying after dinner. But tonight he had one more thing to look forward to. He was looking forward to Su Yun'er's call. Su family villa. After Su Chuyu returned, he locked himself in the room. She was immersed in the blow of being rejected by Luo Chen. She was used to this kind of rejection, but this time the rejection left her already messy heart completely empty. She was surrounded by negative emotions. Su Chuyu lay on the bed, her eyes were filled with tears and her face had a dull expression. That look was very dull. She also wanted to wake herself up, but that feeling made her feel like she was possessed and she couldn't control it at all. In the living room, the driver leaned over and whispered in Su Tianji's ear. Zhang Wanrong sat on the sofa with a frown on her face. Her expression was also very heavy. What? This? After listening to this, Su Tianji's expression suddenly became heavy, and the light in his eyes was particularly sharp. The driver left. Su Tianji returned to the sofa and sat down with a heavy expression. What did you say? Zhang Wanrong asked calmly. She had already guessed. Su Tianji took a deep breath and said, Xiao Wang said that Chuyu might like a little boy. I cried today because of that boy. But as I said these words, my fists were clenched. Zhang Wanrong smiled bitterly. Really? Su Tianji narrowed his eyes and said, No, I can't just watch my daughter go on like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to stand up. Zhang Wanrong took a deep breath and said, Please sit down. You can't solve this problem. Su Tianji clenched his fists and said in a low voice, We can't just watch Chuyu go on like this. Zhang Wanrong stared at the coffee table, also struggling with her thoughts. For a long time. Well. She sighed heavily and said, Let me handle it. You don't have to worry about this matter in the future. The company has been unstable recently. You should focus on the company's affairs. Leave Chuyu's affairs to me. But after she finished speaking, a hint of sadness appeared on that beautiful face. Su Tianji frowned and asked, Can you solve it? Zhang Wanrong raised her head. My daughter. If I can't solve it, then no one can solve it. Su Tianji was silent. Zhang Wanrong stood up and walked upstairs. The moment she stood up, her face was still full of sadness, but when she went upstairs, her expression became firm. The most important thing is the college entrance examination. Now, there is no other way, it has to be like this. As for the ending, then it all depends on Su Chuyu's fate. She adjusted her mood, stopped outside Su Chuyu's door, and a smile appeared on her face. She pressed the door handle and walked straight in. Su Chuyu was startled. She suddenly woke up from her dream and quickly raised her head to wipe away the dried tears. Mom, you didn't knock on the door. She turned her back to Zhang Wanrong and said dissatisfiedly. But the voice was choked with sobs. Zhang Wanrong looked at Su Chuyu's back with heartache, and the light in her eyes became more determined. The college entrance examination is one aspect. On the other hand, she really couldn't bear to see her daughter crying every day. I have something to talk to you about. She sat on the bed and smiled. Su Chuyu lowered her head slightly and said, Mom, I'm not in the mood right now. Can we talk another day? Zhang Wanrong tilted her head and looked at him. She had already made up her mind, and at this moment, she was inexplicably happy. She seemed to have seen Su Chuyu smiling. I want to talk to you about Luo Chen. She didn't answer and continued. Su Chuyu felt a little annoyed and said, Mom, I really don't want to chat, you first. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly came to his senses. Talk about Luo Chen? Luo Chen? She turned around and her beautiful eyes fell on Zhang Wanrong's face. She was a little confused. Seeing this, Zhang Wanrong completely understood Su Chuyu's thoughts. Why, what are you talking about him for? Su Chuyu realized that his reaction seemed a bit too big, and said it indifferently. Zhang Wanrong saw through it but didn't say anything. She smiled and asked, Chuyu, what do you think of that little boy Luo Chen? That face was filled with an indulgent smile. This. Su Chuyu's heartbeat began to accelerate. She never expected that Zhang Wanrong would ask such a question. I don't know. I don't know. She felt a little awkward in her heart and shook her head. Zhang Wanrong still maintained that doting smile. First language. I'm your mother, why don't you tell me what's going on? Mom is here to help you. Do you know? She said it softly, with a sincere look in her eyes. When Su Chuyu heard this, he felt a little helpless. Help me? How can you help me? I know, but I really don't know what kind of person he is. I'm a little messy. She said it truthfully. Now she is no longer able to evaluate Luo Chen. Zhang Wanrong nodded slightly. She stared quietly at Su Chuyu's beautiful face, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Although I have made the decision, when I really face this moment, I still feel a little pain in my heart. But for Su Chuyu, she had no choice but to do this. Call. Zhang Wanrong adjusted her breathing again and asked with a smile, I heard that he used to be very good to you and took good care of you, is that right? Su Chuyu clenched her fists. These words made her mind involuntarily recall those past scenes. She missed him very much. He took special care of me, meticulously, and was very careful with every little thing. She nodded slightly, and a smile finally appeared at the corner of her mouth. Zhang Wanrong saw everything. She was an experienced person, so she naturally understood what Su Chuyu was really thinking. But she found that Su Chuyu seemed to be a little unaware. So, what she has to do now is to help Su Chuyu open up her heart and see herself clearly. Su Chuyu was still immersed in his memories. The smile on her lips was very sweet and full of enjoyment. This can't fool anyone. Zhang Wanrong no longer had any hesitation at this moment. She moved closer, stared at Su Chuyu, and asked very seriously, Chuyu, mommy has a question for you. Do you like Luo Chen? Chapter 87. Open up your heart and accept the reality. This one sentence made Su Chuyu's breathing pause. Her heart beat violently. Zhang Wanrong also clenched her fists, staring intently at Su Chuyu's every subtle reaction. For a long time. Gulp. Su Chuyu swallowed, subconsciously raised her hand to play with her bangs, and looked away. Mom, what's your problem? How could I like him? I don't like it. But both the voice and the expression were extremely flustered. Her little heart was beating rapidly. The sudden question made all the thoughts in her mind freeze. Without waiting to think about it, Zhang Wanrong had already grabbed Su Chuyu's hand and made Su Chuyu look at her. She said very seriously, Chuyu, don't lie to your mother, okay? I am your mother. I am the person who loves you the most in this world. I want to help you now, understand? That tone was very gentle. Su Chuyu looked at Zhang Wanrong a little dully, his mind completely confused. She doesn't understand. How can mom help with this kind of thing? I really didn't. Mom, you. She was still making excuses guiltily. Zhang Wanrong interrupted her and asked, if not, why are you so unhappy every day, but so happy when you watch a movie with Luo Chen? Why do I have such an appetite when I eat with him? Why am I not interested in talking to you about anything, but you talk so much when it comes to Luo Chen? These three questions left Su Chuyu with no excuse to refute. She was shocked. How does mom know all these things? She opened her red lips slightly, but could not say anything. Her heartbeat was still accelerating, and she looked away guiltily. Zhang Wanrong held Su Chuyu's face with both hands and forced Su Chuyu to look at her. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly. She was messy again. Zhang Wanrong said seriously, Chuyu, trust your mother, okay? Mom can't bear to see you go on like this. You have worked hard for so many years for the college entrance examination. Mom doesn't want to see all your hard work ruined by Luo Chen. You are like this now, only your mother can help you. Believe in mom, tell mom the truth, mom promises you, mom swears to you. Mom will definitely help you, okay? She spoke softly, her eyes full of sincerity, and as she spoke, she held up 3 fingers. Su Chuyu was also moved by Zhang Wanrong's emotions. She also hated herself for the way she was now, but she couldn't break free and couldn't wake up. Mom, I really don't know. I really don't know. She pursed her lips, and her beautiful eyes were already filled with moisture. It was just a question that she really couldn't answer. She's not sure. Zhang Wanrong smiled softly and said, okay, then mom will ask you questions and you answer mom, okay? Su Chuyu nodded vigorously. Were you happy when you watched the movie with Luo Chen? Zhang Wanrong asked. Su Chuyu pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Zhang Wanrong continued to ask, were you happy when you were having dinner with Luo Chen? Su Chuyu nodded again without thinking. Zhang Wanrong already knew the result. She still kept the smile on her face and asked softly, then, when you saw Luo Chen going home with another girl in your class after school, would you feel bad? Su Chuyu's eyes narrowed slightly. She clenched her fists, pondered for a moment, and nodded. She has answers to these questions. Zhang Wanrong let go of Su Chuyu's hand, sat up straight, and said with a wry smile, daughter, you have fallen in love with Luo Chen. It's not like, it's love. As soon as these words came out, Su Chuyu's body trembled. She felt an electric current rushing through her body, making her feel numb and tingling. I don't know why. Zhang Wanrong's words suddenly made her long confused heart clear. She had doubts too. But she simply couldn't accept this fact, and always found reasons to tell herself that she didn't like Luo Chen, she just felt guilty about him, that's all. She used this reason to support herself and not let her dignity fall to the ground. But Zhang Wanrong's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on her face, making her sober instantly. I fell in love with him? These 5 words provided answers to all the confusion and puzzlement in her heart. Everything can be explained. All the clutter in her mind disappeared, but her emotions also collapsed. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of my eyes. She had no doubts about Zhang Wanrong's words because she had already suspected this matter. In the past, I didn't want to admit it because of my dignity. Now, she suddenly realized that dignity seemed to have nothing to do with it and was completely immersed in the sad mood. I fell in love with him. But he is already with another girl and is no longer the boy who only has eyes for me. Regret. All kinds of bad negative emotions came over her, and she sobbed and cried. Mother! She cried out and threw herself into Zhang Wanrong's arms. Zhang Wanrong held Su Chuyu in her arms and patted her back gently. The wry smile on her face disappeared. His expression became firm. After a long time, Su Chuyu finally struggled out of Zhang Wanrong's arms and raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Zhang Wanrong always smiled gently, her eyes full of doting. This made Su Chuyu feel even more guilty. Not only towards Luo Chen, but also towards Zhang Wanrong. Mom, I'm sorry. I disappointed you. She lowered her head and spoke, her voice hoarse and still choked with sobs. Zhang Wanrong raised her hand and stroked Su Chuyu's hair, smiling, silly girl, you are my daughter, my pride, how could you let me down? Su Chuyu pondered for a moment. But I didn't study well, and I fell in love with a boy. Her emotions were extremely complicated, and she was plagued by a feeling of guilt. Zhang Wanrong maintained her doting smile and said, my daughter has grown up and will soon go to college. She will soon become an adult. It is normal for her to have emotional affairs. When mom was your age, she was also full of love every day. Why should I be sorry for this? Su Chuyu looked at Zhang Wanrong with complicated eyes. She really didn't expect her to say such words. She pursed her lips and didn't respond. Zhang Wanrong continued, Chuyu, do you know what you did wrong? Su Chuyu was slightly stunned. She shook her head. Zhang Wanrong raised her hand and gently stroked Su Chuyu's beautiful face, smiling and said, you have your own feelings, there's nothing wrong with that. You're wrong for keeping these things to yourself. Do you understand? As the words fell, his eyes were full of determination. She made her decision. Chapter 88, Get rid of the inner demons and the school beauty returns. But Su Chuyu didn't understand. She lowered her head and said, How can I tell my parents about this kind of thing? Besides, it's no use telling you. You can't help me either. The voice was very small and weak. She never expected that she would have any emotional experience, but her mother was not angry at all, but was comforting her. Zhang Wanrong smiled and said, I didn't mean to ask you to tell me what I meant by keeping it in your heart. Su Chuyu was stunned. If I don't tell you, then who else can I tell? She looked at it in confusion. Zhang Wanrong smiled and said, besides, who said I can't help you? Su Chuyu was completely confused and had no idea what Zhang Wanrong was going to do. What are you helping me with? She asked puzzledly. Zhang Wanrong smiled softly and said, do you know what you want to do in your heart? Su Chuyu was stumped by this question. She dodged her gaze again. No. I don't know, she responded. Zhang Wanrong frowned slightly and said angrily, you little bastard, why don't you open your heart to your mother? Su Chuyu's pretty face turned red. She really didn't know at first, but Zhang Wanrong's words just now gave her the answer. She fell in love with Luo Chen. Then what she wanted to do would naturally come into being. She wants to be with Luo Chen. Her face flushed and she didn't know what to say. Even if she talked about these topics with her best friend, it would be enough to make her want to find a hole to hide in, let alone her own mother? Zhang Wanrong's eyes flashed when she saw this. She faded her smile and said, Mom will tell you one last time. I can help you with anything you want to do. But the prerequisite is that you must tell me your true feelings. Now I'll give you one last chance. If you want to do something, Mom will help you. If not, then I'll go back to sleep. After he finished speaking, he hugged his shoulders, quite proudly. That posture was exactly the same as Su Chuyu's in private. Su Chuyu became anxious when he heard this. Mother! She grabbed Zhang Wanrong's hand and said, I do have something I want to do, but it's too late. Luo Chen is already with Su Yuner. She lowered her head in disappointment, feeling sad and depressed. Zhang Wanrong nodded with satisfaction. She smiled and said, What if I told you that Luo Chen and that Su Yuner are not together yet? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chuyu's expression suddenly froze. She looked up suddenly. Mom, how did you know? You didn't lie to me, did you? She asked incredulously. At the same time, my heartbeat has begun to accelerate. Zhang Wanrong glared at him angrily and said, I'm your mother, why would I lie to you? Su Chuyu's emotions suddenly became excited. Zhang Wanrong continued, You didn't understand what I just said to you, did you? I told you not to keep it in your heart, not to tell us or let us know. But let Luo Chen know. Su Chuyu looked at him with complicated eyes. Mom, what do you mean? You let me pursue Luo Chen? She asked confusedly. Zhang Wanrong smiled and shook her head, then asked, What else? You love him so much that you don't want to eat or drink, and you don't even study anymore. If I don't chase him, will I regret it for the rest of my life? Su Chuyu was shocked. She thought that Zhang Wanrong would definitely scold her for falling in love with the boy, but unexpectedly, she not only comforted her, but now is supporting her in pursuing the person she likes? Is this what a mother should do? She was a little confused. But soon, we returned to the topic. She hesitated. Zhang Wanrong said slowly, You can't let go of your pride, right? This sentence helped Su Chuyu find the root of the problem. She didn't know what she was hesitating about at first, but Zhang Wanrong's words made her realize it. Indeed, I can't let go of my dignity. She nodded. Zhang Wanrong continued, This is a multiple-choice question. You must choose between dignity and love. The scenes of Luo Chen and Su Yuner talking and laughing kept echoing in Su Chuyu's mind. Her heart aches. Dignity. She gritted her teeth and said, I want Luo Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression became firm. Zhang Wanrong nodded gently and smiled, Now that you have made your choice, there is nothing to think about. You shouldn't be depressed every day. What's the point? Since you like Luo Chen, then go after him. Even if you don't end up together, at least you won't have any regrets in your life. Besides, my daughter is naturally beautiful. There is no man she can't chase. What's more, he was said to have liked you so much before, right? Upon hearing this, Su Chuyu clenched her fists, feeling inexplicably confident. She felt as if she was brainwashed by Zhang Wanrong, but it didn't matter, she had already found her goal. Right. She nodded vigorously. There is never a time when I cannot get what I want. Luo Chen is no exception. Zhang Wanrong was very satisfied with Su Chuyu's condition and asked, Are you still depressed every day? Su Chuyu shook his head vigorously. No. She responded firmly. Zhang Wanrong nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, This is my daughter, Zhang Wanrong. She will definitely get what she wants. Then you still don't have the heart to study? This is what she cares about most. Su Chuyu hesitated slightly after hearing this. No. I won't. But this sentence obviously didn't have the confidence as before, she was not sure. Zhang Wanrong was not in a hurry and asked, How is Luo Chen doing in his studies? Su Chuyu's eyes flashed, and he said, He ranked first in our class in this mock exam. This sentence has a sense of pride. Zhang Wanrong was also instantly surprised. First? That boy studies so well? She suppressed her smile and said, Then I will remind you. Luo Chen is not an ordinary boy. He is very special. If you want to pursue him, you must be prepared for a protracted war. You will take the college entrance examination soon. If you can't get into the same university, then Mom can't help you, you know? This. After hearing this, Su Chuyu felt as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Yes. I'm going to college soon. If I'm not in the same university as Luo Chen, wouldn't it be a long time before I can see him again? I understand, Mom. I will study hard. I want to go to the same university as him, she said seriously. Seeing this, Zhang Wanrong could no longer hide the smile on her face. That energetic daughter is back. Although she couldn't predict which direction this relationship would go, but what did it matter? Emotional experiences are inevitable when you go to college. Now, the most important thing is to get Su Chuyu into a good university. Love is just a small experience in the long journey of life. University will influence your whole life. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes were already filled with determination. The confusion in her heart disappeared. The corners of her mouth slowly formed a charming curve. Luo Chen. This lady is going to chase you. Chapter 89, Going Out on a Date? Luo Chen is itching. Zhang Wanrong smiled with relief. She looked at Su Chuyu in front of her and could clearly feel that she had a soul. The Su Chuyu from the past was back. She is naturally happy. But besides being happy, I am also a little worried. If it was any other boy, Zhang Wanrong would naturally not have any doubts. As long as Su Chuyu was willing, she could pursue any boy. But this is Luo Chen. For some reason, Luo Chen always gave her a very mysterious feeling. So, she wasn't sure. Zhang Wanrong didn't know what ending she wanted to see, but at least she was very satisfied with Su Chuyu's current condition. For Su Chuyu, resolving the issue may be the best solution. But I haven't thought about it much yet. She suddenly noticed that Su Chuyu's mood had become low again. She pursed her lips and looked very sad. Zhang Wanrong frowned slightly. What's wrong? She asked puzzledly. Su Chuyu pouted and said, tomorrow is Saturday. I won't see him for 2 days. It's so long. Zhang Wanrong looked at her speechlessly and rolled her eyes. Can't you see it for 2 days? But soon, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Let's do this. How about Mom helping you? She smiled triumphantly, with a slightly arrogant look on her face. Su Chuyu asked doubtfully, How can you help me? Zhang Wanrong smiled mysteriously and said, since I said so, there must be a way, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. As long as you promise me, I will take you to see him tomorrow. How about it? That expression was full of temptation. Su Chuyu looked at it in surprise. Good. What are the conditions? Her eyes lit up and she asked excitedly. Zhang Wanrong smiled and said, starting tonight, resume your study rhythm. Study hard. This is also helping yourself. If you don't work hard, you won't be able to get into the same university as him. How about it? Su Chuyu's little heart began to beat rapidly. She responded with surprise, okay. No problem. Then I'll go study now. It was nothing at first, but after getting the answer from Zhang Wanrong that she had fallen in love with Luo Chen, the feeling of wanting to pursue Luo Chen immediately could no longer be suppressed. She can't wait. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly stood up and went to get his school bag. Zhang Wanrong shook her head and smiled, her face full of doting. Before Su Chuyu even got out of bed, he quickly returned and threw himself into Zhang Wanrong's arms. Zhang Wanrong was a little surprised. Su Chuyu hugged Zhang Wanrong tightly and said, Thank you, Mom. You are the best and most open-minded mother in the world. That tone was extremely serious. Zhang Wanrong was slightly stunned when she heard this, but soon a gentle smile appeared on her face. Silly girl. She raised her hand and gently stroked Su Chuyu's head. Su Chuyu sat up straight. She smiled happily and said, Let's go study. At this moment, she is full of fighting spirit. At the same time, Luo Chen was still immersed in studying. Only. He was a little absent-minded today and couldn't continue studying. It's 10 o'clock. Su Yuner hasn't called him yet, and he's a little worried. Can't get out? He shook his head and smiled bitterly. After all, he knew Su Yuner's character well. She would basically not lie to her mother. He was not sure what impression he had left on Su Yuner's mother last time. But he was sure that her mother would definitely not be willing to let Su Yuner hang out with a member of the opposite sex. Nice, call it out and play. It doesn't sound good, it's just a date. He lost interest, put down the book and crawled into bed. He turned the phone over and over in his hands. Finally, the phone vibrated. Luo Chen was instantly surprised, and without even looking at it, he quickly answered the call. "Can you come out tomorrow?" he asked a little excitedly. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then a woman's voice rang out, "Sure, what do you mean?" The excited smile on Luo Chen's face froze. Wipe. The wrong person was targeted. It was not Su Yuner, but Zhang Wanrong. Cough cough. He coughed lightly and said, "It's nothing, I was just talking in my sleep." "What's wrong, sis?" "Daydream." Zhang Wanrong was speechless for a while, not taking it seriously, and said, "What time are you free tomorrow? Come out and help me." "Help? Luo Chen understood what was going on immediately and said, "Sister, are you still helping me?" "I." But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhang Wanrong. "Luo Chen, a man should keep his word. You promised me that. You forgot so quickly." Zhang Wanrong's slow and leisurely voice sounded, without any hurry at all. Luo Chen was helpless. He did say that, but the key point was that he never thought that Su Chuyu was like that because of him. "I was careless. Ahem. Sister, I'm still a child, not a grown man," he said with a smile. Zhang Wanrong was a little dissatisfied and said, "The child is also a boy. How can a boy go back on his word? A man should act like a man. And don't worry, even though you promised me, I won't let you help me for nothing. How about it? Help me. No one in this world can cure Chuyu's heart disease except you, okay?" Luo Chen took a deep breath. These words really left him with no excuse to refuse. He has two heads. The key point is that he never expected that Su Chuyu would be like this because of him. He was still a little hesitant. Zhang Wanrong said calmly, "How about I go to your house and kneel down for you now? For Chuyu, I don't want this face anymore." The corners of Luo Chen's mouth twitched violently. "Don't." "Well, help me. Sister, I can only try my best. I will go wherever you ask me to go, but I can't cooperate with you in other matters. After all, I can help you, but I can't get myself involved, right?" he said with a hint of helplessness. Zhang Wanrong rolled her eyes fiercely on the other end of the phone. Others don't even have the chance to hang out with her daughter, but this Luo Chen has to beg him. He still despises it. But this also made Zhang Wanrong once again feel that Luo Chen was extraordinary. "Okay, I understand. So what time are you free tomorrow?" Zhang Wanrong didn't say much, and her anxious heart finally relaxed. Luo Chen pondered for a moment. After all, there is still no news from Su Yuner. "Not sure yet, I'll send you a message tomorrow morning," he said slowly. Zhang Wanrong smiled. "Okay, no problem. Luo Chen, thank you, you are our Su family's great benefactor. No matter what the result is, don't worry, I will definitely thank you very much." She said this seriously. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. "This sounds quite pleasant." He responded and hung up the phone, looking helplessly at the phone. It was all for nothing. "I thought." But before I could think about it, I suddenly found an unread text message on my phone. Yuna's? Chapter 90. Let us go on a date. We finally meet. Luo Chen quickly opened the text message. It was from an unfamiliar number. Text message content: Luo Chen, this is Su Yuner. What time are you free tomorrow? Is 9 o'clock okay? If it's okay, let's meet at the usual place, no need to reply. Luo Chen's hand holding the phone tightened a little. Done. He put down his phone with a happy smile on his face. Let us go on a date. He turned off the lights, closed his eyes, and fell into a sweet dream with a smile on his lips. The next day, Luo Chen rode his bicycle out early and waited at the entrance of Shibei New Village. Not long after, a beautiful figure walked out of the village. Luo Chen's heartbeat quickened a bit, and he couldn't suppress the smile at all. But when he saw that Su Yuner was still wearing her school uniform, he quickly felt a pang of heartache. The school issued new uniforms. So when Su Yuner went to school, she wore the school uniform of the city high school, and when she was not in school, she changed into the school uniform of their county high school. Luo Chen understood. Su Yuner would definitely be embarrassed to wear other clothes. Su Yuner also discovered Luo Chen. A charming blush quickly appeared on her delicate face. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look at Luo Chen. Although this is something I experience every day, but today is different. Normally I go to school, but today I don't. Although I felt shy, I quickened my pace. You. Didn't you say 9 o'clock? Why are you here so early? Su Yuner came in front of him and said with her head down. It was only 8:45, and she was worried that Luo Chen would have to wait for a long time, so she came out earlier on purpose. Unexpectedly, she still came out late. Luo Chen smiled and said, I knew you would come out early, so I came earlier. I like waiting for you, and I don't want you to wait for me. It was just a simple sentence, but it made Su Yuner's heart flutter and she felt extremely shy. That. Let's go, then. She didn't dare to look at Luo Chen, and sat in the back seat with a red face, and her little hands naturally placed on Luo Chen's waist. Luo Chen pedaled his bicycle forward. How long can you play until? Let me see how to arrange today's schedule, he asked. Su Yuner said in a low voice, I have to go back at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. My uncle and aunt have gone to work in the greenhouse. I have to go back to cook for them. There was a gleam in Luo Chen's eyes. 5 hours? Good. Su Yuner told him that since her mother divorced, she moved back to live with her uncle and aunt, and this was their ancestral home. Her uncle and aunt also took good care of her and her daughter. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion in his heart. He still remembered what Li Guilan looked like. She must have been a great beauty when she was young, but unfortunately, he chose the wrong person and ended up living like this for the rest of his life. This also made Luo Chen more aware of the importance of choosing the right person. After all, to live a good life, it is not enough to just have money. Not long after, Luo Chen parked his bicycle outside a shopping mall. Okay, we're here. Get out of the car, he said with a smile. Su Yuner looked up and saw that this shopping mall was the same one where Luo Chen bought shoes for her last time. What are we doing here? She got out of the car and asked in confusion. Luo Chen smiled and said, won't you know once you go in? This. Su Yuner was a little hesitant. Luo Chen glanced at him and said with a smile, why? Are you afraid that I will sell you out? Su Yuner pursed her lips and said angrily, no, you won't sell me out. After the words fell, her little face turned red again. Luo Chen smiled mischievously and said, that's right, I can't bear to sell it. I won't sell it for any price. After these words were spoken, Su Yuner's face became even redder and her little heart beat faster. You. I'm not yours, you can't sell me. She retorted, blushing. Luo Chen looked at her shy face and smiled with enjoyment. Isn't it mine? He asked back. Su Yuner had already lowered her head and whispered, Who is yours? I'm not. Luo Chen continued to tease her and asked, aren't you my friend? Su Yuner looked up quickly and said, yes, that's it. Luo Chen smiled and asked, so are you mine? Su Yuner was lingering in the feeling of shyness, and her thoughts were a little out of control. She responded instinctively, yes, it is. No, Oops. Let's go in. As soon as he finished speaking, he trotted into the mall. The redness on her face had spread to her neck. Luo Chen looked at the pretty figure from behind and couldn't stop smiling. Tease her, it's fun. He didn't think much about it and followed. Originally, he also wanted to watch a movie with Su Yuner to enhance their relationship, but time did not allow it. He had to solve the problem of Su Yuner's clothes first before talking about other things. How can a little girl survive without clothes? He took Su Yuner on the escalator directly to the clothing floor. Men's clothing was on the left and women's clothing was on the right. Su Yuner also kept her face red and her head down. She didn't even notice. Until now, I am still immersed in the question of whether it is Luo Chen. Luo Chen looked outside but still couldn't find a store he liked. After all, his perspective was from more than 10 years later and he didn't like today's clothes. Su Yuner finally came to her senses and woke up from the feeling of shyness. Lift your head. I happened to see Luo Chen looking into the women's clothing store. What do you want to buy? She asked puzzledly, a little nervously. She was worried that Luo Chen would buy her things again. Luo Chen responded casually, I haven't decided yet, let's see first. He continued to stroll. Time is also passing. Finally, after searching the entire floor, Luo Chen found a store with pretty good clothes. He smiled and walked in. Su Yuner took a step forward to catch up, but she still felt a little nervous. Luo Chen has already started choosing clothes. Su Yuner came closer to Luo Chen and raised her hand to grab the corner of Luo Chen's clothes. Who are you buying it for? She asked carefully. Luo Chen continued to choose clothes and responded casually, here you go. This. As expected. Su Yuner had already guessed it, and a feeling of anxiety quickly emerged in her heart. She pulled at the corner of Luo Chen's clothes and said, Luo Chen, you don't have to buy it for me, I. She didn't know what reason to use to refuse. Luo Chen frowned slightly and turned his gaze to Su Yuner. Oh look. Su Yuner was startled and her little hand retracted instantly. That little guy looked very nervous. Chapter 91 Charming Yuna, so beautiful. She didn't know what she was afraid of, but she felt guilty when she saw Luo Chen frowning. She was afraid that Luo Chen would be angry. Luo Chen said calmly, you forgot what I told you last time so quickly. Of course he was being mean on purpose. He didn't want to go through so much trouble every time he bought something for Su Yuner in the future. Su Yuner lowered her head, not daring to look at Luo Chen. No. She shook her little head vigorously, and her frightened look was extremely adorable. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, it's good that you haven't forgotten. He continued to choose clothes. Su Yuner secretly glanced at Luo Chen, pouted her lips, and didn't dare to say anything more. She couldn't help but start looking at the clothes hanging on the wall. This kind of clothes, I never dared to think about it before. Now. Before I could think about it, I suddenly found that Luo Chen in front of me had stopped. She almost bumped into Luo Chen and quickly took a step back. Her little heart began to beat rapidly. Look up, look at me. Luo Chen's toneless voice sounded. Su Yuner slowly raised her chin like a child who had done something wrong, revealing her delicate little face. She looked away, feeling very guilty. Luo Chen was very satisfied with this. This was exactly the effect he wanted. I'll remind you again today, no matter before or after, when I buy you something it's not because you need it, but because I want to give it to you. Do you understand? He stared at the delicate face quietly and spoke seriously. Su Yuner has had an inferiority complex since childhood, so she must be very sensitive to such things. He doesn't want Su Yuner to think of these things as his sympathy for Su Yuner. So, it must be made clear. This sentence successfully dispelled the doubts that had just arisen in Su Yuner's heart. She looked at Luo Chen with complicated eyes. Suddenly, my nose felt sore. Understand, I understand. She nodded slightly and responded. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, do you really understand? Su Yuner then nodded a little harder. Clear. You're not pitying me, you're being nice to me. These words were spoken while looking into Luo Chen's eyes. There was also a hint of indescribable emotion in the look he gave Luo Chen. Luo Chen was very surprised when he heard this. Although this is the truth, but he really didn't expect Su Yuner to say it so bluntly. It takes a lot of courage for her to say this. Luo Chen then smiled and said, not quite accurate. There's no need to be pitiful or not. You don't need other people's pity. Besides, you're a good student, pretty, and have a cute and sweet personality. What kind of person is qualified to pity you? Su Yuner's delicate body trembled. Just a few simple words, but it felt like an electric current running through her body. This sentence gave her so much confidence. Before she could react, Luo Chen turned around and continued choosing clothes. She stared at Luo Chen's figure, and the sour feeling in her nose became stronger. But soon, the face turned red. He said, I'm beautiful? She lowered her head slightly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. How about this one? Luo Chen's voice sounded. However, Su Yuner was still immersed in Luo Chen's praise just now. Her face was rosy and there was a smile on the corner of her mouth, and her little gesture was a little shy. Luo Chen raised his hand and waved it gently in front of her. Su Yuner then shrank her body like a frightened little rabbit, then raised her head. Ah? You're talking to me? Her little heart was beating rapidly, as if she had been caught doing something bad by Luo Chen. Luo Chen looked at him helplessly and smiled. What are you thinking about? Su Yuner lowered her head. She was speechless and her face became even redder. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously and said, take a look at this set. It seems to suit you very well. Su Yuner looked up secretly and glanced. To her, all the clothes here look good. Good looks good. After she said this, she quickly lowered her head, as if she was afraid that Luo Chen would discover what she was thinking. Luo Chen turned around and waved. "Hello. Help me find the right size for this suit. She wears it." The salesperson over there quickly came over and started making arrangements. Su Yuner watched quietly, nervous and expectant. Soon, the salesperson brought the clothes over and said with a smile, "Little beauty, this is the fitting room. Please follow me." Su Yuner was a little nervous. This was her first time trying on clothes in a shopping mall. She wanted to ask Luo Chen to go with her, but when she thought about changing clothes, she shyly endured it. "Good." She agreed weakly and followed. Luo Chen sat on the sofa, staring at Su Yuner's pretty back with a smile on his face. His heart was full of anticipation. It must look good after putting it on, right? Su Yuner followed the salesperson silently, rubbing her hands nervously. "My little beauty, you have a really good boyfriend. That's good for you," the salesperson said with a smile. Su Yuner's heart suddenly stopped. Ah. She made a slight noise in confusion, not yet coming to her senses. The salesperson continued with a smile, "When other young couples come here, the girls choose by themselves, while the boys sit on the sofa and rest, and they all seem quite impatient. Your boyfriend is so considerate. He even helps you choose clothes." It was not until this time that Su Yuner finally came to her senses. Her heart was beating fast and her face was as red as a ripe apple. The two little hands were tightly entangled together, and just when they were about to speak, the salesperson smiled to himself again and said, "The key is that your boyfriend has such good taste. This set is our latest model, and it just arrived yesterday afternoon. It suits your temperament so well." After hearing these remarks, Su Yuner blushed and her heart beat faster. She retorted in a low voice, We are friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend." The salesperson looked back at Su Yuner. She smiled even more happily, and said with a little envy, "I understand, sister understands. I was your age, too. It's great to be young." This. Su Yuner became more and more anxious. Before she could say anything, the salesperson had already stopped outside the fitting room. "Okay, little beauty, hurry up and try it on." The salesperson handed over the clothes and smiled. Seeing this, Su Yuner no longer had the thought of explaining and entered the fitting room with a red face. Luo Chen was still waiting with full anticipation. Time passes. Not long after, footsteps were heard from the front. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, looking up. With just one glance, he was instantly stunned by Su Yuner. Pretty. So beautiful. Chapter 92. Yuna's heart is moved. Luo Chen is so nice? Su Yuner had already changed her clothes, her face was still red, and she stopped in front of Luo Chen awkwardly. Luo Chen was completely stunned and lost in thought for a moment. He specially selected clothes according to Su Yuner's unique pure aura, but he didn't expect that the effect would be much better than he expected. She wore a white trendy shirt with two simple necklaces decorating the neckline. Below is a high-waisted black pleated skirt. This outfit highlights her tall and slender figure to the fullest. The pleated skirt and the white shoes he bought last time made Su Yuner's fair and beautiful legs look especially long. Long and straight. That slender waist that can be held in one hand looks extremely dazzling. Because of long-term malnutrition, Su Yuner developed relatively late, but the fullness that had begun to take shape now seemed just right. One more point is more, one less point is less. The aura of that pure girl has reached its peak at this moment. So beautiful. Luo Chen's eyes were full of amazement, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Su Yuner was already shy and nervous, and when she felt Luo Chen's burning gaze, her heart began to beat fast again. The salesperson exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is so beautiful. My little beauty, I feel like this dress is tailor-made for you. This handsome guy has great taste. So beautiful, so pretty. It really comes from the heart. Really pretty little beauty." She was so excited that she was incoherent and her eyes were shining. These compliments gradually alleviated Su Yuner's inferiority complex. She looked at Luo Chen shyly. "Does it look good?" Her voice was soft and shy. Luo Chen recovered and said with a smile, "It looks good, really good." Su Yuner lowered her head shyly, but she couldn't help but raise a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. She felt so sweet in her heart. "But this dress, it must be expensive, right?" The salesperson smiled and asked, "Handsome guy, you have a really good taste, it's perfect for this beautiful girl." "Wrap it up?" Luo Chen smiled and said, "Okay, this is the set. Do you have any flesh-colored leggings?" She's wearing it. Although the weather has started to warm up, it is still a bit chilly in the mornings and evenings. Wearing this will make you cold. Su Yuner couldn't help but lower her head. Leggings? She had never heard of this word before. Long johns? The salesperson's eyes lit up and he said, "Handsome guy, you are so thoughtful. Have. I'll go find it." The salesman left. Luo Chen was still looking at Su Yuner's outfit with admiration, and the smile on his lips could not be suppressed at all. It looks so good. Wearing this outfit, she won to be inferior even to Su Chuyu. Soon, the salesperson brought the leggings. "Handsome guy, let's put it on together," she asked with a smile. Luo Chen looked at Su Yuner again, his eyes fixed on her. "Need not. Just wear it and put on your leggings as well," he said with a smile. Su Yuner blushed and nodded obediently. "Good." She went back to the fitting room, put on her leggings, and walked back with a blushing face. Luo Chen's burning gaze made her dare not look him in the face. Only. But she felt sweet and happy in her heart. Especially the look in Luo Chen's eyes, which made her feel extremely satisfied in some part of her heart. Luo Chen stood up and said with a smile, "Go look in the mirror and admire yourself." Su Yuner nodded obediently. "Okay." She responded and quickly moved to the mirror. With just one glance, she was also amazed by herself in the mirror. She began to doubt whether it was herself in the mirror. She couldn't help but turn her body, and the sweet smile on her lips couldn't be suppressed. Little girls, who doesn't like beautiful clothes? Luo Chen and the salesperson walked to the front desk. Su Yuner noticed it. Although the distance was not far, she still moved a little and listened attentively. The salesperson smiled and said, "Little handsome boy, this suit is $169, and the leggings are $49. $218 in total. I'll charge you $201. Luo Chen took out the money from his pocket, counted it, and handed it over. After being reborn after more than 20 years, he still lamented the cheap prices. However, Su Yuner was stunned. "Even though I had guessed that it would be very expensive, I didn't expect it to be so much. This is half a month's salary for Li Guilan." She hesitated. But before she could think about it, Luo Chen came over with her school uniform. "Okay, let's go." Luo Chen walked straight outside. Su Yuner pondered for a moment, but still didn't know how to start. She followed behind Luo Chen, her beautiful eyes full of complexity. Luo Chen's casual voice sounded, "This dress cannot be returned or exchanged. Are you going to enjoy it happily, or are you going to feel sorry for the price of the dress?" This sentence made Su Yuner wake up a little. Enjoy, enjoy. She was naturally happy, but she still needed time to adapt. Luo Chen didn't say much. There was not much time left, so Luo Chen took Su Yuner for a walk and then went to the top floor to have lunch. Su Yuner also accepted the fact about the clothes and no longer felt bad about the money. She was completely immersed in the happy mood. Along the way, she wanted to use even a piece of glass as a mirror. The sweet smile on that face never disappeared. Luo Chen was naturally very satisfied with this. Happy times are always short. At 1:40 in the afternoon, Luo Chen sent Su Yuner to the outskirts of Shibei New Village. Arrive. Luo Chen supported himself on the ground with his right foot, turned around and smiled. Su Yuner pursed her lips, jumped lightly on the ground, and turned to face Luo Chen. She was also feeling a little down. At this moment, she clearly felt her reluctance to leave. She had not spent enough time with Luo Chen. "Luo Chen, this suit," she said with some hesitation. Luo Chen frowned slightly and looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Su Yuner smiled sweetly and continued, "I like it very much. This is my favorite dress I have ever worn and it is also the best looking dress." Those beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. "As long as you like it," he responded with a smile. Su Yuner bit her teeth lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Luo Chen, why are you so nice to me?" As she spoke, her little face began to turn red. It took her a lot of courage to ask this question. Luo Chen was slightly stunned. Soon, he shook his head and chuckled. "This silly girl. This kind of question is asked like this?" He hesitated for a moment, then smiled and replied, Just think of it as something I owed you in my previous life. I have to make it up to you in this life. Su Yuner was a little surprised when she heard this. This answer was not the one in her mind, nor was it the answer she expected. In my previous life. But, the answer doesn't seem to matter anymore. She clenched her fists, raised her head and looked at Luo Chen, and her delicate little face soon turned an intoxicating red. She smiled sweetly and said, Luo Chen, you are so nice. Chapter 93, Just Friends in This Life? Luo Chen's heartbeat also accelerated because of this sudden sentence. Is it recognized? There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes, and he smiled and said, How good is it? Su Yuner is still young, so he is not in a hurry to establish a relationship with her. It's already very good to take care of Su Yuner silently like this. As for establishing the relationship, just let it happen naturally. Now he is already enjoying this kind of relationship. Although Su Yuner was shy, she still looked at Luo Chen. It's so great. You are the best friend I have ever had, no other friend, and there will never be another one. She said it firmly. Luo Chen smiled mischievously and asked, Just friends? Su Yuner was stunned for a moment. She had been trying hard to suppress her shyness, but her face felt as if it was on fire when she heard these words. She also quickly lowered her head. Still. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak, and her two little hands kept twisting. Luo Chen smiled with satisfaction. This reaction was exactly what he expected. That nervous and shy little look is so adorable. He couldn't help it, so he raised his hand and gently rubbed Su Yuner's head. Okay, just kidding. This action made Su Yuner's heart almost jump out. That little face is so red it looks like it's about to bleed. Her breathing became a little faster. Luo Chen smiled and said, Go back quickly. Su Yuner lowered her head, nodded, turned around and walked towards the village. Only. An impulse surged in her heart, an extremely strong impulse. She clenched her fists and turned around. Luo Chen, we are more than just friends. We can also be. It could also be. The courage she had finally mustered up was deflated the moment her eyes met Luo Chen's. She was embarrassed. Luo Chen's heart also beat vigorously. He smiled and asked, What else could it be? Although I was not in a hurry, seeing Su Yuner like this, my heart was still full of anticipation. Su Yuner lowered her head. You can also be a good girlfriend. She muttered quietly. Luo Chen couldn't help but rolled his eyes at her and said unhappily, Go home and cook your meal. Su Yuner stuck out her tongue. Oh. She turned and ran away. Luo Chen stared at her back, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Silly girl. Su Yuner also came to her senses, but her little heart was still beating fast. Besides feeling shy, I was also very distressed as to why I didn't dare to say it out loud. After thinking about it, it's still because of inferiority complex. Although Luo Chen's attitude has shown that he will not despise her for her poor family background, but she herself despises it. Soon, Su Yuner disappeared from sight. Luo Chen then rode his bicycle back. This day was another satisfying day. Only. It was not until this moment that Luo Chen felt as if he had forgotten something. He took out his cell phone and found that he had 8 missed calls. It's over. Forget about her. Su family villa. Zhang Wanrong sat on the sofa with a heavy expression on her face. What happened to Luo Chen? You don't keep your word, so you don't plan to help her, right? Without waiting to think about it. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, there was a sound of brisk footsteps at the stairs. Zhang Wanrong's heart tightened. When I looked up, I saw Su Chuyu rushing down from upstairs. That beautiful face was filled with an excited smile. She quickly rushed to Zhang Wanrong's side and said shyly, Mom, I have finished my review and have almost made up for the missed courses. I'll come back to continue reviewing in the evening. Can I go out and play now? As the words fell, those beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhang Wanrong looked at him with complicated eyes. Su Chuyu not only put on her favorite outfit, but also put on light makeup on her already flawless face. It is enough to show her mood at this moment. Only. There is no movement from Luo Chen. She dodged her gaze slightly and said, that. Seeing this, the expectant smile on Su Chuyu's face froze. What kind of reaction is this? She had been looking forward to it for a whole night and half a day. Would something unexpected happen? She clenched her fists nervously. Zhang Wanrong was just wondering what to say when the phone suddenly rang. Her eyes lit up. Chuyu, wait for mom to answer the phone. Be back soon. She picked up the phone and quickly walked to the back of the first floor. She took a look at the number and it was Luo Chen calling. She was relieved. When the call was connected, Luo Chen's casual voice rang out, "Sorry, sister, I was busy and forgot. Do you still need me today? Although I don't really want to help, I have already said it." He is a man of his words and hates people who say one thing and do another. At this moment, he really hoped that Zhang Wanrong would say it was not necessary. Pity. Zhang Wanrong said without any hesitation, "It can be used, there is still time." Luo Chen felt helpless when he heard this. "Okay, where are we going? I can only be out for an hour, so you decide on the arrangements," he said slowly. Zhang Wanrong frowned slightly and said, "1 hour? What can I do with that?" Luo Chen smiled indifferently and said, "Sister, I am already very reluctant to help you, so don't ask for so much. I didn't tell you how long it would take when I promised you." Zhang Wanrong raised her eyebrows. She responded calmly, "I didn't say how long it would take, but you did say you would do your best to help me. 1 hour is just coping, not trying your best. Little brother, are you going to break your promise?" Little brother. Luo Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he really couldn't refute anything. Just wanted to speak. Zhang Wanrong continued, "Besides, I'm not asking you to help for nothing. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory reward." Luo Chen was completely speechless. "Okay, at least keep the time as short as possible. And let me make this clear first. I can help you, but don't expect me to provide any emotional value to your daughter. I don't want to say anything against my will. I'm embarrassed." He responded slowly. Zhang Wanrong felt helpless when he heard this. Providing emotional value to her daughter, and doing it against one's will? Others want to provide but they don't have the chance, and Luo Chen still despises it. Just to make Su Chuyu happy, she was too lazy to think about it anymore. Can. Then go shopping, have dinner, and you can go back. Is everything all right? Zhang Wanrong said slowly. Shopping and eating? It won't take too long. No problem. Luo Chen readily agreed. Zhang Wanrong also completely relaxed and hung up the phone after arranging the address. She returned to the living room. The smile on Su Chuyu's beautiful face had disappeared, and instead she was staring at her nervously. Zhang Wanrong didn't know what to feel in her heart. Fortunately, I did not let my daughter down. She stopped in front of the sofa and said with a smile, "Chuyu, I know where Luo Chen is. Do you want to go?" Chapter 94 Insulting Yuna? Luo Chen was angry. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chuyu's nervous expression disappeared. She clenched her fists excitedly. Think. This word came out of his mouth without any hesitation. A happy smile was visible on that pretty face, very beautiful and charming. Seeing this, Zhang Wanrong couldn't control the smile on her face. After such a long time, I finally saw Su Chuyu smile from the bottom of her heart. She also felt much more relaxed. Although I don't know whether the final result will be good for Su Chuyu, but now, it is definitely good. Su Chuyu came back to her senses, her face slightly flushed. After all, she was also very shy at heart for being so excited about a boy in front of her mother. Mother. Did you just call Luo Chen? She asked curiously. Zhang Wanrong remained calm and smiled. No, Mom just asked someone to find out Luo Chen's address. She didn't dare tell the truth, which would be beneficial in the future. Only then did Su Chuyu relax a lot. In this way, she wouldn't have to feel embarrassed when seeing Luo Chen. She opened her arms and threw herself into Zhang Wanrong's arms. Mom is so nice. Zhang Wanrong raised her hand and gently stroked Su Chuyu's hair. Her smile was a little bitter, but also happy. Okay. Luo Chen is going to China Trade Center, you should go quickly, she said with a smile. Only then did Su Chuyu struggle out of Zhang Wanrong's arms, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Okay, thank you, Mom. She smiled happily and spoke seriously. Zhang Wanrong gently rubbed Su Chuyu's head twice and said, "Silly girl, why are you being so polite to your mother? Have fun outside, and study hard when you come back at night." Do you know? Su Chuyu responded obediently, "Okay. Then I'm leaving, Mom." She trotted out of the villa, looking impatient. Soon, the figure disappeared. The smile on Zhang Wanron's face gradually faded. Chuyu, I don't know whether this is good or bad, but I have done everything I can. The rest is up to you. Her eyes were full of complexity. As a mother, she would definitely be worried if Su Chuyu went out to play with other men. Being so young, and acting on impulse, you may not necessarily do anything. But for some reason, when Zhang Wanrong went out with Luo Chen, she had no such concerns at all. China Trade Mall. Luo Chen walked aimlessly in the lobby on the first floor, feeling helpless. Just left and came back again. The clothes I just bought for Su Yuner were bought from here. Thinking that he was about to meet Su Chuyu, he felt strange inside. Until now, he still couldn't understand why Su Chuyu acted like this because of him. Falling in love with him? This is really a bit too outrageous. It's only been a short time since I confessed my feelings to her, and I was so annoyed at that time. How come you fall in love with her so quickly? In the end, Luo Chen could only shake his head slightly. Although he has nothing to do with Su Chuyu anymore, he is still her secret crush. What's more, Su Chuyu became like this because of him. He just wanted to stay away from Su Chuyu, but he didn't want to destroy her. What's more, there is Zhang Wanrong. But before Su Chuyu arrived, someone else arrived. Hey, isn't this my confession brother? What a coincidence, I can still meet you here. Suddenly, a weird voice sounded from a distance. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Following the sound, I saw 5 young men walking in from the door of the mall. There were 3 girls and 2 boys, all classmates in their class. Lu Hao is among them. However, the person who spoke just now was not Lu Hao, but his best friend Lu Zhe. Among the 3 girls, one was Li Yuan, and the other 2 looked pretty good, but Luo Chen had already forgotten their names. Lu Zhe and Lu Hao walked in front, slowly approaching with sneers on their faces. Luo Chen glanced at it and said, "What a coincidence. I forgot to check the almanac before going out today." This. The corners of Lu Zhe's mouth twitched violently, and anger flashed in his eyes. Lu Hao sneered and said, "Brother Bao Bai has been in the limelight recently. Not only did he get first place in the class, he also got a beautiful girl as his deskmate. Only. Why are you out shopping alone? Students like us have someone to keep us company. Brother Qingqing, what's wrong with you? Where's your deskmate?" That tone was full of ridicule and mockery. Luo Chen smiled helplessly when he saw this. So childish. But before he could respond, Lu Zhe said with a weird smile, "Classmate? Maybe you knew about our confession brother's glorious past and ran away, right?" Ha ha ha. Li Yuan frowned slightly. But she also understood the grudge between Lu Hao and Luo Chen and couldn't say much. Luo Chen was a little annoyed. Just wanted to speak. Suddenly, one of the girls said with disgust on her face, "I don't know what Su Yuner was thinking, to be able to play with the confession brother. It's scary to think about it." Another girl sneered and echoed, "She's mentally ill. Can't you see it from the way she looks afraid to face people? Besides, who is playing with the confession brother? What normal person can there be? It's really dangerous outside. Our sports committee is still the best." As soon as he finished speaking, his slightly admiring gaze turned to Lu Hao. Lu Hao's face was full of enjoyment. Li Yuan became anxious when she heard this. This is too much. Luo Chen frowned, his face full of coldness. It doesn't matter what you say about him. But when it comes to Su Yuner, he can't help it. Lu Hao and Lu Zhe laughed mockingly. Luo Chen turned his gaze to the last girl and said calmly, "What is your name?" Li Shui's face instantly showed anger when she heard this. "You don't even know what it's called? Just wanted to speak." Luo Chen waved his hand gently and said, "Forget it, it's not important. Where do you feel so superior? Su Yuner ranks second in the class, how about you? How many points did you get? A high school student doesn't study hard, and hangs out with 2 young men. How can you look down on others? If I were your parents, I should have performed an abortion to avoid giving birth to you and bringing shame to others." The casual tone contained very aggressive words. Li Shui and Wang Lan widened their eyes, their breathing became rapid, and their faces were full of anger. Lu Hao and Lu Zhe's expressions also looked a little ugly. Without waiting to speak, Luo Chen showed a mocking smile again and said, "How are your sports committee members? You know how to turn trash into treasure. How long has your sports committee been pursuing Su Chuyu? Do you know? You picked up Su Chuyu's unwanted things and treated them like treasures. How do you say it? You guys are quite caring. Chapter 95 Humiliating Luo Chen? Shu Yu was angry. Li Yuan looked at it in surprise. She really didn't expect Luo Chen to have such eloquence. Without using a single dirty word, he scolded the four of them to pieces. Not far away, Su Chuyu, who had just come in from the mall, happened to see this scene. There was a gleam in her beautiful eyes. She had never seen Luo Chen like this before. Pity. Luo Chen is protecting Su Yuner instead of protecting her. She pursed her lips, feeling a little disappointed. She didn't rush over, but was curious about what else Luo Chen would say. Li Shui and Wang Lan's back teeth were almost broken. You. Li Shui grabbed Lu Hao's arm and said angrily, "Sports committee member, you, look at him. He scolded us." Luo Chen asked doubtfully, "Did I scold you?" "I was praising you. I praise your ability to turn waste into treasure." But the corner of his mouth raised a mocking arc. Crunch. Lu Hao clenched his fists so tightly that his back teeth were almost broken. But having experienced Luo Chen's fists and feet last time, he didn't dare to act rashly. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Su Chuyu is so outstanding, is it shameful to pursue her? Confession, brother, have you forgotten how you pursued me in the first place? You're always attentive to me day and night, taking care of me meticulously. But, do I need it? Su Chuyu's family is so rich, what doesn't they have? They're mocking you, and you're shamelessly clinging to them. How dare you say that about us? You are no longer a licking dog, you are a clinging dog. Do you know?" As he finished speaking, the mocking light in his eyes became extremely intense. The others also sneered. That is. But these words made Su Chuyu, who was not far away, feel a pain in his heart. It turns out that everyone else saw it. She couldn't understand what stupid thing she had done to make herself dislike Luo Chen like that. The feeling of guilt in her heart became stronger. How much ridicule and sarcasm has Luo Chen endured in these 3 years? The key point, she was also mocking and despising. Luo Chen didn't care at all and smiled. "I know, then what? I didn't say pursuing Su Chuyu was shameful. I'm just saying that the two of them picked up the trash that Su Chuyu didn't want and showed it off like a treasure. This is very embarrassing." The expressions of Li Shui and others became increasingly ugly. Lu Hao was speechless after being retorted by Luo Chen, and anger was boiling in his heart. But he could only find other angles to ridicule Luo Chen. So what if it's embarrassing? In our grade 3-5 class, who can be more embarrassed than you, the brother who confessed his love to me? You forgot about confessing in public so quickly? When others confessed their love, the moment the man knelt on one knee, the woman was always surprised and touched. And you? Do you remember how scared Su Chuyu was when you knelt on one knee? Do you remember what Su Chuyu said? Do you want me to help you recall the past? He knew the direction, and his face was instantly filled with a sneer and endless ridicule. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly. These words also brought back her memories. She remembered the sincere smile on Luo Chen's face when he knelt on one knee in front of her. She also remembered how she had refused verbally. In an instant, a feeling of regret lingered in my heart. Why didn't you agree at the beginning? She already felt a slight sour sensation in her nose. Not only was Luo Chen embarrassed by her initial rejection, but he also became the laughingstock of everyone after the dinner party. This laughingstock continues to this day. Her heart aches. At this moment, she clearly realized that she was regretting. She regretted why she didn't agree. At the same time, she also truly felt her liking and love for Luo Chen in her heart. All the confusion at the beginning has been solved. But it's too late. She struggled to keep her emotions under control, and her pretty face turned cold. Nothing you said before is of any use. Now seeing Luo Chen being ridiculed by everyone, she can no longer endure it. Lu Hao and the others still stared at Luo Chen with sarcasm on their faces, waiting for a response. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. "I still remember it clearly, so I won't bother you to help me recall it. It's really embarrassing." There was no need to refute this point, so he admitted it openly. TSK. Lu Hao smacked his lips and said with a fake smile, "You still know this? Do you still want to compete with us to see who is more shameful? You have been a dog licker for 3 years, and you have licked for nothing. Confession, brother, your tongue is not very good." How can you have the nerve to bring up such embarrassing things with us? You are asking for trouble. If I were you, I would find a place to jump off a building and commit suicide when my confession was rejected. How can you have the nerve to live on? Your 3 years in high school were, wow, so exciting. Naturally, he would not let go of the opportunity to taunt, and he taunted in a sarcastic manner. The others hugged their shoulders and laughed. That look was sarcastic to the extreme. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. Li Yuanyuan stepped out to smooth things over, saying, "Oh, that's enough, we're all classmates, why are you saying these things?" But Lu Hao refused to let it go. He sneered and said, "Being classmates with such a licker? Don't say such nonsense. I feel ashamed. I've been licking for 3 years. I've never seen such a despicable licker. The key is, in the end, he got nothing. I am dying of laughter. I am really dying of laughter." The mockery on the other people's faces became more obvious. What a joy! Li Shui hugged her shoulders and said with disgust, "I really don't know what you are thinking. Don't you know what kind of moral character you are? Who gave you the courage to pursue Su Chuyu? Really? You don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. She is the moon in the sky. How can a toad like you touch her?" Luo Chen frowned slightly. "Why isn't it over yet? Just wanted to speak." Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice sounded from not far away, "Luo Chen. I'm here." The tone was full of happiness and was very pleasant to hear. However, several people present were shocked. Especially Lu Hao and Lu Zhe, the mocking smiles on their faces suddenly froze. This voice, they are so familiar with it. No way? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Coming? I will find the time. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Chuyu with a happy smile on her beautiful face, running towards Luo Chen's position. This. Li Shui and Wang Lan were stunned for a moment. Lu Hao and Lu Zhe opened their eyes wide, their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Su Chuyu smiled? This icy beauty actually smiled? And she smiled at Luo Chen? They looked at it in confusion. Su Chuyu quickly came in front of Luo Chen, her face slightly flushed, showing her little girl's demeanor. But it's not over yet. Su Chuyu raised her slender little hand and gently pulled the corner of Luo Chen's clothes, her face full of shyness and a little nervous. Luo Chen, I'm late for our first date. You're not going to be mad at me, are you? Chapter 96. Chuyu is acting like a spoiled child? Everyone is stunned. That voice is crisp and pleasant, yet with a soft tension, it is particularly beautiful. Once these words came out, everyone's pupils were dizzy and their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Luo Chen was stunned. What is going on? Li Yuanyuan's face was full of shock. Li Shui and Wang Lan covered their mouths, their faces full of disbelief. As for Lu Zhe and Lu Hao, their eyes are almost popping out. Su Chuyu is usually very cold and never smiles at anyone. Now, that soft sound came from her mouth? Is she acting coquettishly? Is she still acting like a spoiled brat with Luo Chen? Lu Hao rubbed his eyes hard, but what he saw was still Su Chuyu pulling the corner of Luo Chen's clothes and shaking it gently. You read that right. He turned around, raised his hand and slapped Lu Zhe in the face. Bang! That sound is exceptionally clear. Lu Zhe staggered a step, covering his face, his eyes also falling on Lu Hao. Lu Hao asked doubtfully, "Does it hurt?" Lu Zhe nodded vigorously. Pain. The two looked at each other again for 3 seconds, and murmured in unison, "It's not a dream. Let's not talk about them." Luo Chen was in a completely confused state at the moment, staring at the rosy-faced Su Chuyu in front of him in disbelief. No, she's crazy? Without waiting to think about it. Suddenly he noticed that Su Chuyu winked at him, as if giving him a hint. This. Luo Chen realized it later. Is Su Chuyu cooperating with him? Is she acting? To help him save face in front of Lu Hao? This is too high a price to pay, right? The whole scene has become quiet. Several people were silent. Their minds were blank and they didn't know what to think. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. Although he already understood that Su Chuyu was cooperating with him in the play, he still felt confused. Su Chuyu was already nervous, and when she didn't get a response, her pretty face turned a little red. She shook the corner of Luo Chen's clothes again very unnaturally. Luo Chen, I'm talking to you. Don't ignore me. That delicate voice sounded again. This sentence brought everyone back to reality from confusion. Lu Hao and Lu Zai's eyes were red. Su Chuyu, who used to be so aloof and out of touch with the world, is actually acting like a spoiled brat. Isn't this going to cost them their lives? Luo Chen also woke up. No matter what, we should deal with the current situation first. Cough. He coughed lightly and unnoticeably shook off the sleeve that Su Chuyu was holding. I'm not mad at you, I'm just early. He responded unnaturally. Even though he had seen countless storms, he was still annoyed by the coquettish Su Chuyu. That charming feeling is really irresistible. Only then did Su Chuyu relax a lot. She was originally worried that Luo Chen would not cooperate with her, but she didn't expect. She showed a charming smile and said, I'm glad you're not angry with me. You're so hard to coax. If you get angry, it'll be hard to coax you. This is what I really think. Ever since she rejected Luo Chen's confession last time, it's been hard to coax her. Just this sentence made Lu Hao and Lu Zai almost bite their back teeth off. Go on a date with the school beauty. The school beauty is still afraid that Luo Chen will get angry? She still needs to coax Luo Chen? What kind of joke is this? Luo Chen felt helpless again. Indeed, it's fatal. He had no idea what to say. The only thing he could do was to take 2 steps back and keep a certain distance from Su Chuyu. Su Chuyu felt a little disappointed when he saw this. Snort! Damn Luo Chen, I've risked my reputation to help you, and yet you're backing off. She turned away and pretended to have just seen it. Yuan, you guys are here too? What a coincidence. But when he said these words, he had returned to his usual cold and aloof appearance. There was no expression on his face, no emotion in his words. Li Yuan was still immersed in the shock of what had just happened and had not yet come to her senses. Haha, yes. She responded with a wry smile. Su Chuyu's gaze continued to move, and a hint of coldness flashed across her pretty face. Just now, these 4 people humiliated Luo Chen for a long time. She opened her red lips and said lightly, Li Shui, Wang Lan. She glanced at Lu Zai and Lu Hao again. Did you guys play together? She asked casually. Lu Hao became anxious before Li Shui and Wang Lan even started talking. No, we just agreed to go shopping. I can't make an appointment with you. Lu Hao hurriedly explained. Wang Lan's face instantly turned ugly when she heard that. Su Chuyu responded coldly, What are you explaining to me? Who are you playing with? What does it have to do with me? This. Lu Hao's mouth twitched, but he had no words to refute. Su Chuyu cast his cold gaze on Li Shui and Wang Lan. You have a good eye for people. See? This is your taste. Birds of a feather flock together. She murmured casually. There was clearly no tone, but the taste of sarcasm was very strong. This. Lu Hao's expression suddenly turned ugly. Wang Lan clenched her teeth, feeling very unhappy. Student Su Chuyu, my taste is naturally incomparable to yours. Only. Your taste doesn't seem to be that good. You think you can even accept a confession from a man? I don't understand. She hugged her shoulders and said sarcastically. Luo Chen felt helpless when he heard this. What is this called? Even if he wanted to say anything now, it was too late. Su Chuyu sneered and said coldly, Isn't it normal that you can't understand my perspective? You guys can even fall for this kind of guy who is greedy for more, what do you know? She didn't speak to Lu Hao and Lu Zai, but this one sentence directly demoted them to the dust. They are extremely frustrated. Wang Lan said unconvincingly, That's much better than confessing to my brother. Su Chuyu smiled coldly. Where is the strength? She asked puzzledly. This. Wang Lan instinctively wanted to speak, but suddenly found that she didn't know what to say. Li Shui was also choked. Su Chuyu said calmly, Comparing grades, Luo Chen is the first in our class, what about the other 2? Li Shui and Wang Lan clenched their teeth. Su Chuyu continued, Comparing appearances, as long as you are not blind, you can still tell them apart, right? Li Shui and Wang Lan became more anxious after hearing this. This cannot be refuted. Although Luo Chen is not particularly handsome, his face is still very handsome, especially when he smiles. The feeling of a sunny and handsome big boy immediately comes to you. Su Chuyu raised the corner of his mouth and asked, How about, let's play basketball, which is what they are best at. Luo Chen alone beats all 5 of them. Wang Lan. What else do you want to compare? Chapter 97. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? This. Li Shui and Wang Lan's faces turned red with embarrassment, but they had no idea what to refute. Lu Hao and Lu Zhe felt even more aggrieved. Bye. Who said I wanted to compete with him in these things? Wang Lan still looked unconvinced, but she couldn't find any reason. Su Chuyu chuckled. Students don't compete on grades, do they compete on family wealth? After we get married, all the property of our Su family will be his. How can they compare? She still used that relaxed tone and asked doubtfully. Luo Chen rolled his eyes fiercely. Marry? Fuck your sister. Although he wanted to refute, Su Chuyu was helping him after all. In this situation, if he said anything, both he and Su Chuyu would be embarrassed. Or the kind that loses a lot. Li Shui and Wang Lan widened their eyes upon hearing this and lost all their temper. The veins on Lu Hao's neck are bulging. He's going to explode with jealousy. He also figured it out. There was no possibility that Su Chuyu would like him at all. What else are you thinking about? Snort. He snorted coldly and said, Student Su Chuyu. The fact that Luo Chen is first has not yet been determined. What if it was cheating? Su Chuyu said calmly, you also know that there is no conclusion yet? No hurry. The exam is coming up soon. You'll know the result next time. Not to mention. Let me see if you can cheat and get first place in the exam? Do you have the ability to do that? This one sentence instantly left Lu Hao speechless. Cheating does require strength. Su Chuyu said coldly, you don't even have the ability to cheat, how dare you? Crunch. The harsh sound came from Lu Hao's mouth. He is really furious. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. Although he wasn't interested in such childish things, you know what, he felt pretty good about it. It's just that Su Chuyu. Luo Chen began to have a headache, and he also discovered that this little girl seemed to really like him. Although I don't understand the reason, but it is the fact after all. It's difficult. 4 people, with red faces and thick necks, stood there gasping for breath. But they couldn't say anything in rebuttal. Su Chuyu glanced at the 4 of them and said faintly, Yuan, you and Lu Hao are childhood friends, right? Li Yuan hasn't fully woken up yet. Yes. Su Chuyu nodded. Don't play with them anymore, or they'll lead you astray. If you spend too much time with them, your vision will deteriorate. This thing is contagious. That light-hearted and teasing tone made the 4 people extremely ashamed and angry. Only. You can't beat me in a fight, you can't win in an argument. They are so frustrated. Lu Hao and Lu Zhe were breathing heavily, staring at Luo Chen. I hate it so much. Luo Chen felt it, but didn't take it seriously. He was still racking his brains over what to do with Su Chuyu and had already begun to regret why he had agreed to Zhang Wanrong. It's just too late. I thought it would only take an hour or 2 and would be easy to get away with. Now seeing Su Chuyu, he felt numb. It's a bit aggressive. Li Yuan looked at Lu Hao, then at Su Chuyu, not knowing what to say. Naturally, she looked down on Lu Hao. But because we are childhood friends, I can't say much. Su Chuyu no longer had any interest in paying attention to him. After venting her anger for Luo Chen, she felt much better. At this moment, she couldn't wait to be alone with Luo Chen. You guys play. We are going shopping, bye. Su Chuyu said coldly. Li Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, goodbye. Su Chuyu didn't look at the other 4 people. The moment she turned around to face Luo Chen, that charming smile instantly returned to her beautiful face. Then, shall we go? Her face couldn't help but turn red and she asked tentatively. Those beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Huff. Lu Hao and Lu Zhe were so angry when they saw this. The feeling of jealousy has reached its peak at this moment. Luo Chen looked at him with complicated eyes. The drama has already come to this point, and there is no need to expose it now. Let's go. He responded calmly and turned to walk towards the escalator. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. She took small steps towards Luo Chen, her face was rosy, very beautiful and charming. The 5 people here were also staring at the backs of Luo Chen and Su Chuyu. Li Yuan is still in a state of confusion. No. What are they doing? Why are they together? She racked her brains but couldn't come up with the answer to this question. Certainly. She is not the only one who can't think of the answer. Lu Hao and Lu Zhe are also there. Li Xuan Wang Lan gritted their teeth and looked at each other. Snort! They snorted coldly, then walked out of the mall. Lu Hao became anxious when he saw this. Xiaolan, where are you going, Xiaolan? He hurried forward to stop her and asked puzzledly. Wang Lan looked at him coldly. Go explain to Su Chuyu, why are you asking us? Get out of the way. We're going home. As soon as they finished speaking, Wang Lan and Li Shui strode out of the mall without hesitation. Lu Hao and Lu Zhe were confused. Soon, their extremely angry gazes were all directed in the direction where Luo Chen left. Luo Chen, you wait. Third floor. Luo Chen put his hands in his pockets and walked forward silently. He also had complicated feelings. After meeting Su Chuyu, he realized that it was really difficult to help. Su Chuyu followed beside them, her two little hands gently entangled together, her heart beating faster. But Luo Chen didn't say anything, and she didn't know what to say. This moment. Su Chuyu suddenly understood the mood that Luo Chen had when he was with her in the past. Cough. She coughed lightly and said, Luo Chen, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. But I feel a little guilty about saying this. Luo Chen nodded slightly and said, it's quite a coincidence. He stopped talking. That cold attitude poured a bucket of cold water on Su Chuyu's hot heart. She pursed her lips, a resentful expression on her face. Hello. I just helped you, can't you just talk to me nicely? She said faintly. Luo Chen felt even more headache after hearing this. He stopped and turned around. Seeing this, Su Chuyu also quickly stopped. For some reason, a feeling of nervousness quickly emerged in her heart. What happened? She asked guiltily. Luo Chen looked at her in confusion and asked, aren't you afraid that those words will spread? Su Chuyu curled her lips and whispered, let it spread, just let it spread. It's me who will be affected in the end. I'm not in a hurry, why are you in a hurry? Chapter 98. This child is extraordinary. Luo Chen looked at it in astonishment. What are you talking about? No. I have to save my dignity too. What do you mean, if you are not afraid of me, then why should I be afraid? He asked puzzledly. Su Chuyu rolled her eyes at him and said, what's there to be ashamed of? Is it embarrassing to date me? This made Luo Chen unable to refute. It's not shameful, but... Before he could think of what to say, Su Chuyu's sour voice rang out, are you afraid that others will know? Or, are you afraid that Su Yuner will know? When she said this, she no longer dared to look up at Luo Chen. She was also very nervous. Luo Chen did not hesitate at all and responded, of course I'm afraid that Yuna will know. I don't care about others. Although he was helping, Luo Chen naturally had to make his position clear. This Su Chuyu has already started to like him, so it's better to make it clear as soon as possible. Su Chuyu felt disappointed again after hearing this. Although she had guessed it a long time ago, she still felt heartbroken when she heard Luo Chen say this. Really? She clenched her fists and asked, you are already together? Her voice became much softer and she couldn't muster any energy. This question made Luo Chen feel uncomfortable again. He wanted to say that they were already together so that Su Chuyu would give up sooner, but this was Su Yuner's business after all, and he couldn't spread rumors. In case there are any adverse effects. No. He responded calmly. The light instantly returned to Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes. Not together? She looked up quickly and was about to speak. Luo Chen continued, but it will be soon. It's a matter of time. The surprise that Su Chuyu had not yet had time to express receded like the tide. Oh. She responded. The two continued to move forward, walking aimlessly. Luo Chen did not say anything, just wanting to end this journey quickly. Luo Chen could naturally feel Su Chuyu's lost mood. He also had an indescribable feeling in his heart. That was the woman he loved to the core in his previous life. He loved her for 3 whole years, and he never thought that this girl would fall in love with him. Unfortunately, it's too late. Some people, once missed, can never be found again. Call. Luo Chen adjusted his breathing and calmed himself down. Once you miss it, you miss it. There is no use thinking too much. He already has Su Yuner now, so anything else doesn't matter. Although he didn't want Su Chuyu to miss the college entrance examination because of him, he had no choice but to do it when Su Chuyu brought up this topic herself. I can't help you with this. The atmosphere is a bit heavy. Luo Chen thought that Su Chuyu would remain silent for a while and then leave on his own. But I didn't expect. Are you hungry? Shall we go eat something delicious? Suddenly, Su Chuyu's clear voice rang in my ears again. Luo Chen was slightly stunned. Looking sideways, a faint smile appeared on Su Chuyu's beautiful face again. Very beautiful and charming. It was the smiling face that he had dreamt of countless times in his previous life. He was a little dazed. Why, do you still want to eat? He asked puzzledly. I have made it so clear just now, why is this girl still not leaving? Su Chuyu responded naturally, I'm hungry, so of course I have to eat. Aren't you hungry and not eating? She knew what Luo Chen was asking, but she just didn't want to answer. After all, she had already guessed that Luo Chen and Su Yuner would be together soon, and she had already prepared herself mentally. What hurt me just now was not this incident, but these words coming out of Luo Chen's mouth. She has adjusted too. After all, they were not together yet. She still had a chance. Luo Chen looked at it in astonishment. He was really confused about Su Chuyu's train of thought. Such a proud person. Now that you know he's about to be with Su Yuner, you still want to have dinner with him? Eat? Okay, let's go eat. I don't have any money. He nodded and agreed. His position had been made clear, so he wasn't worried about anything anymore. After all, I have promised Jiang Wanrong, so I still have to complete today's process. Su Chuyu raised her lips in a charming arc and said, Do you need to pay for my meal? That posture became arrogant. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. They had a meal and just chatted about some random topics. Luo Chen's cold attitude still dealt a slight blow to Su Chuyu's confidence. The meal is over and the time is up. Luo Chen left. Su Chuyu stood at the entrance of the shopping mall and watched Luo Chen go away. She couldn't lift her spirits anymore. Thinking of what Luo Chen said about being with Su Yuner soon, she felt a tightness in her chest. Well. In the end, she could only sigh softly. The impatience I felt yesterday was also dampened by reality. Not long after, Luo Chen rode his bicycle back to the downstairs of his home. It was already getting dark. He locked his bicycle and was about to turn around and go upstairs when he suddenly noticed a BMW parked not far away. Jiang Wanrong? Luo Chen took a step forward and walked over. The car door opened and Jiang Wanrong got out of the car, dressed in expensive fashion and wearing sunglasses, with a strong aura. Luo Chen asked in confusion, Sister, what are you doing here again? A smile slowly formed on Jiang Wanrong's lips. I can't let your little brother help me for nothing. Here, I'm here to reward you, she said with a faint smile. Luo Chen did not break his promise, which made her very happy. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a shoebox from the back seat of the car and handed it to Luo Chen. Luo Chen glanced at it. Famous brand. Although we don't know the model yet, this logo already represents the bottom line of the price. This is for you, thank you for helping me, Jiang Wanrong said with a smile, while also observing Luo Chen's reaction. However, Luo Chen was not as happy and excited as she had imagined. Sister, I appreciate your kindness. It's just that I'm not interested in these things, so forget it. Please return it. Just ask me for help as little as possible. He smiled calmly. Jiang Wanrong raised her eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes behind her sunglasses. These shoes, shouldn't you young people like them very much? She said with a smile. Luo Chen remained calm and responded, Maybe. I'm not young anymore. You should wear shoes that fit your feet. My family's financial situation doesn't allow me to wear these shoes. There's no need to pretend to be rich. There was a gleam of light in Jiang Wanrong's beautiful eyes. This child is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, she also developed a strong interest in Luo Chen, and suddenly she had an urge to get to know Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't want this gift, so she would naturally be too embarrassed to ask for it next time. Fortunately, she had other plans. Chapter 99 Final Simulation, announce the results? Okay, I'll return this then. I'll give you a different gift. After she finished speaking, Jiang Wanrong walked towards the trunk of the car again. Luo Chen was a little disappointed when he saw this. Anything else? He was also wondering if Zhang Wanrong would feel embarrassed to look for him next time if he didn't accept the gift. I didn't expect to prepare so much. Soon, Zhang Wanrong took out a folder from the trunk. Luo Chen looked at him in confusion. Zhang Wanrong came back to me and said, "I don't think you will refuse this gift." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Sister, don't be so confident." Zhang Wanrong opened the folder and handed it to Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously at first. But when he saw the content clearly, his body shook. There was a complicated light in his eyes. Zhang Wanrong took the folder back and said with a smile, "I heard that your mother sells daily necessities at Dahua Shopping Center, right? There is little customer flow, the environment is not good, and the stall is small. Not to mention that she doesn't sell much money every month. Right?" Luo Chen gave Zhang Wanrong a complicated look. I have to say. He felt Zhang Wanrong's sincerity. Right. He nodded and responded. Zhang Wanrong smiled and said, "Our Su Group has just obtained the right to use the entire first floor of Tianhai Commercial Building. As long as I sign it, your mother can use one of the shops. If there are no high-end cosmetics, I can help her find a supplier, and I can also exempt your mother from 3 years of rent. Will you accept this gift?" As soon as he finished speaking, his face was filled with a calm and confident smile. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. His mother has always been the thing he cares about most, whether in the past life or in this life. Her mother does work very hard, but the key is that she has no income. If I could go to Tianhai department store, everything would naturally be different. My income would go up, my job would become respectable, and the key is that I wouldn't have to work so hard. It won't take long for him to have this ability, but it still takes time. Sister, you put your heart into it. Luo Chen said with a smile. Now, he really couldn't find any reason to refuse. Zhang Wanrong completely relaxed upon seeing this. At the same time, her understanding of Luo Chen also deepened. Very filial. With a faint smile on her lips, she said, "Luo Chen, if you can really help Chuyu complete the college entrance examination smoothly, I will give that shop to your mother. Please, help me too." As he spoke, his expression became more serious. Luo Chen pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "I still say the same thing, I will help you, and I don't want classmate Su Chuyu to fall into that situation because of me. But I can't go against my will. I have a girl I like in my heart, and I can't hurt that girl. There's only so much I can do." Zhang Wanrong's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Naturally, she had long known that Luo Chen had special feelings for Su Yun'er, but she had previously thought that Su Chuyu might still have a chance. But now, after hearing Luo Chen's words, she inexplicably felt that Su Chuyu seemed to have no chance. After a long while, she finally managed to smile. Good. Clear. I'm very grateful for your help. Don't worry about this. I will call your mother tomorrow and discuss this with her. Do I need to tell your mother that this opportunity is because of you? Zhang Wanrong adjusted her mood and asked. Luo Chen shook his head slightly. Need not. You can figure out the reason yourself, don't involve me. He responded with a smile. Zhang Wanrong looked at Luo Chen deeply again, and felt more and more that this child was not simple. Good. That's it, I'm going back first. Goodbye. Zhang Wanrong waved, turned around and got into the car. Luo Chen watched quietly as the BMW disappeared from his sight, feeling helpless again. So difficult. There are always so many things that he can't refuse. Is this what fate does to us? But, at most it will just make the process a little more bumpy. The ending is destined to be unchangeable. He went home. The next day, Bai Jing received a call. It was naturally about the Tianhai department store that Zhang Wanrong discussed with her. This phone call made Bai Jing excited for the whole day. Luo Chen was also very satisfied with this. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the last mock exam. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously until the exam started and his homeroom teacher Lu Yun moved a chair and sat next to him. Only then did he remember that he was accused of cheating in the exam last time. He felt helpless. He played normally. Lu Yun sat aside with a cold gaze and a firm expression. Naturally, she also concluded that Luo Chen was cheating. Only when she saw Luo Chen solving all the big math problems smoothly, she was dumbfounded. She never expected that Luo Chen could actually answer it. Not just math, but other subjects too. Everything is so smooth, as if you don't have to think at all. This left Lu Yun completely confused. During the exam that day, Lu Yun was completely immersed in Luo Chen's answering of questions and had no intention of supervising other people. Fortunately, there are other invigilators. Luo Chen never took it seriously. He could understand Lu Yun's questioning of him cheating in the exam. After all, if he had not lived his life over again, there was no way he could suddenly get such a high score. The exam is over. Luo Chen also has no time to relax and is always devoted to studying. Every weekend, I have to go out to entertain Su Chuyu. But despite this, Su Chuyu has come out of his previous confused and helpless mood. Now she is very determined. Wednesday, morning self-study. Lu Yun walked in from outside the classroom, and her complicated gaze immediately fell on Luo Chen. Her heart was filled with guilt. The students all fell silent. All kinds of eyes were also cast on Lu Yun. There is tension and anticipation. Lu Yun calmed herself down and said, "The results are out, and the transcripts will be sent out later. Let me announce the top 10 in our class." There was a smile on Luo Chen's lips. He was a little curious whether he had made any progress this time. Su Yuner clenched her fists, looking a little nervous. Soon, several mocking glances were cast at Luo Chen in the class, and everyone sneered. Lu Hao and Lu Zhe were among them. It was already known to everyone that Lu Yun sat next to Luo Chen and supervised the exam. Luo Chen said he couldn't cheat no matter what. So this time the result. Thinking about the announcement of Luo Chen's results later, Lu Hao couldn't control his excitement. Luo Chen. This time, let us see how you can stand out. Chapter 100. He didn't cheat. He's really number one. Lu Yun had a complicated expression on her face and said, 10th place, Li Yuan, 42nd in the whole year group. 9th place. She made the announcement on the stage, but the students did not react at all. This was all expected. The only person they wanted to know was Luo Chen. They wanted to know if he would be in the top 10 this time. 4th place, Lu Ning, 23rd in the whole year group. Lu Yun continued speaking. The other students looked at them expectantly. Lu Hao and Lu Zhe clenched their fists, their eyes filled with impatience. They can't wait to be humiliated. Lu Yun continued reading, 3rd place, Su Chuyu, 18th in the whole year group. This. As soon as these words were spoken, the other students showed confused expressions on their faces. Su Chuyu, only 3rd? Even though Su Chuyu didn't perform well last time, in their hearts, as long as Su Chuyu wanted, he could always return to the first place. Su Chuyu breathed a sigh of relief. She finally felt relieved. Although he was ranked 3rd in the class, his ranking in the entire year group was only 1 or 2 places lower than before. It is not easy to catch up with the grades after falling behind in so many courses. Lu Yun continued reading, 2nd place, Su Yuner, 15th in the whole year group. The other students were surprised again. Su Yuner is 2nd again? The results are so stable? Many people looked at Su Yuner in surprise. Among them, there is Su Chuyu's complicated look. Call. Su Yuner's clenched little pink fists relaxed and a happy smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. She finally let go of her worries. Luo Chen gave a thumbs up and whispered, "Great." Su Yuner, who was already happy, couldn't help but smile when she heard Luo Chen's praise. She tilted her head and smiled, "That's not as good as you. You're first." There was a gleam of light in those beautiful eyes. Luo Chen felt the pure breath coming from Su Yuner and said with a smile, "I haven't said it yet, maybe not." Su Yuner curled her lips. "Who else could it be but you?" Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. The key point is that other students have also noticed that something is wrong. After all, the best students in the class have already been read out, so who is the first? Who else? Gulp. There were many sounds of swallowing saliva. The expectant expressions on Lu Hao and Lu Zhe's faces also froze slightly. This isn't right. Could this kid be getting first place in the exam? Although they couldn't believe it, they couldn't think of anyone else who could get first place except Luo Chen. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly. At this moment, she didn't know what to feel in her heart. Cough. Lu Yun coughed lightly, and her expression became more complicated. All the students quickly turned their attention to Lu Yun, each of them with a confused look in their eyes. There was a smile on Su Yuner's lips. Her little pink fists began to clench again, quietly waiting for the name she had been thinking about. Lu Yun tightly grasped the report card and said, "First place." All the students held their breath. Su Chuyu and Su Yuner's beautiful eyes were staring closely, they were both nervous. Lu Yun continued, "Luo Chen. 7th in the whole year group." Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sound of people gasping for air all around. It's really Luo Chen. This. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all those shocked gazes focused on Luo Chen. Lu Hao and Lu Zhe were dumbfounded. After all, Lu Yun was the invigilator throughout the exam. Still first? What does this mean? It means Luo Chen didn't cheat. He didn't cheat last time. There was a gleam of light in Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes. The moment the name was read out, she felt goosebumps all over her body. It was not until this moment that she understood why she had such mixed emotions just now. She was worried that Luo Chen wouldn't be the first. Now that she heard the name, she felt relieved and her heart was filled with excitement and surprise. Luo Chen didn't cheat. Luo Chen is so good at studying. Wow! Look! You're first! Su Yuner's face was instantly filled with excitement, and her fair little hand couldn't help but hold down Luo Chen's arm. A smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. You're amazing! His face was filled with an indulgent smile. There was a look of confusion in Su Yuner's clear eyes. You are number one, why are you praising me? She asked puzzledly. Luo Chen smiled and said, because you guessed it all. Su Yuner was slightly stunned. Soon, the face regained its smile, and said faintly, then we are both equally powerful. Luo Chen still smiled dotingly. He clearly felt Su Yuner's cheerfulness growing a little bit, and that smile was very beautiful. The students around him were still staring blankly. The corners of Lu Hao and Lu Zhe's mouths twitched violently, and their minds were blank. They were completely confused. Su Chuyu's excited expression subsided a little after seeing Luo Chen's doting smile towards Su Yuner. She lowered her head and pouted slightly. That sour feeling spread wildly in my heart. Cough. The sound of Lu Yun's cough brought everyone back to reality. Luo Chen raised his head. Lu Yun was also looking at him and forced a smile on her face. Student Luo Chen. Teacher. She found it difficult to speak. Luo Chen naturally understood and said with a smile, Teacher, thank you for your teaching. If it weren't for your teaching, I wouldn't have achieved what I have now. The rest is not important. He knew that Lu Yun felt guilty and wanted to apologize, so he expressed his opinion. Those are not important. This is just right, it also gives Lu Yun a way out. When Lu Yun heard this, the feeling of guilt in her heart suddenly became stronger. Her gaze became firmer. Classmates, I was watching Luo Chen throughout the exam. He didn't cheat. This first place result is real and there is no exaggeration at all. She spoke in a loud and firm voice. This. The students looked at each other, confused expressions on their faces. They don't understand. How did he jump from the last place to the first in the class? Lu Yun's eyes fell on Luo Chen and continued, Student Luo Chen, I apologize for questioning you last time. I'm sorry, the teacher misunderstood you. These words are very moving. The smile on Luo Chen's face also froze slightly. In his previous life, he was always a negative example in the eyes of his teachers, and was always the one who was despised and at the bottom of the class. This moment. He was also deeply touched. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly. Her complicated gaze fell on Luo Chen's figure. In the past, she was the most dazzling one. But now, Luo Chen has walked in front of her, and the distance between them is getting farther and farther. Chapter 101 Yuna is anxious and can't wait? The course continued. During just this one day, a strange atmosphere filled the classroom. The way everyone looked at Luo Chen changed completely. Luo Chen originally thought that he had no interest or feelings in this kind of thing, but unexpectedly, he was actually very happy. But the happiest person was not him, but Su Yuner. At noon, Luo Chen and Su Yuner had lunch together. Su Chuyu originally wanted to move over to join Luo Chen, but when she saw Luo Chen and Su Yuner talking and laughing, she finally held back. She was afraid that if she went closer, she would be even more sad. The first class in the afternoon is self-study. Luo Chen and Su Yuner huddled together and discussed the exercises in a low voice. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Su Yuner blushed and said, I'll go out for a while. She slowly stood up and was about to go outside. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. He smiled and said, "Do you want me to go with you?" Su Yuner paused slightly. She had to go to the bathroom, and because she had no friends, she always went to the bathroom by herself. She had already adapted to it. But as soon as Luo Chen said this, her heart was immediately moved. Others go to the bathroom with friends, but she has never done that before, so naturally she wants someone to accompany her. Only. She was going to the bathroom. Luo Chen is a boy. No. Although she really wanted to, Su Yuner still felt a little embarrassed in the end. She trotted out. Luo Chen looked at Su Yuner's back, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He also stood up and followed. Su Chuyu sat in her seat with her fists clenched. She envied Su Yuner. The two figures disappeared, and Su Chuyu lowered his head in disappointment. Does she have the right to be envious? Luo Chen pursued her for 3 years. Although he never said it out loud, it was well known that Luo Chen liked her. She is disgusted. Luo Chen confessed his love to her, but she not only rejected him, she also rejected him verbally in public. Until now, she still clearly remembers how much she disliked it at the time. She was the one who sent Luo Chen away personally. She has no right to envy. Su Chuyu lay on the table, her beautiful eyes filled with moisture. She regretted it so much. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. Not long after, Su Yuner walked out of the bathroom. Others were walking and chatting in groups, but she seemed very special when she was alone. She couldn't help but lower her head and walk quickly forward. But before I took a few steps, I suddenly found a figure appear in front of me. This. Su Yuner quickly stepped back and kept her distance. Before I could even look up, I heard that familiar voice beside my ear. What a coincidence, I can meet you here. The restrained expression on Su Yuner's face relaxed instantly. Luo Chen? When I looked up, I saw Luo Chen's sunny and handsome face. Her face was slightly red, and she said, Why are you here? She knew it was no coincidence. Luo Chen glanced around and said with a smile, Others have friends to accompany them. As your only good friend, of course I have to accompany you. Right? When Su Yuner heard this, she felt a warm feeling in her heart instantly. Luo Chen can always accurately judge what she desires and cares about most in her heart. Only. She blushed and whispered, I'm going to the bathroom. I don't need you to accompany me. Luo Chen smiled mischievously and said, I'm not accompanying you in, I'm just accompanying you here. What's wrong with that? After these words were spoken, Su Yuner's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Accompany me, in? She felt like her heart was about to jump out. It's almost time for class, let's go back. She didn't dare to respond or even look at Luo Chen. Luo Chen smiled indulgently. Teasing this girl occasionally is his greatest pleasure recently. Okay. Then remember, you have to ask me to accompany you to the toilet next time. It's just going to the bathroom. What's there to be shy about? Who doesn't go to the bathroom, right? He said with a grin. Now he is reluctant to miss any opportunity to be with Su Yuner. The blush on Su Yuner's face has spread to her neck. She said in a low voice, let's go back first. Next time. She couldn't bring herself to talk about it. Having said that, he quickly walked past Luo Chen and headed towards the teaching building. Luo Chen followed beside her, also smiling. Soon, we returned to the classroom. Luo Chen's eyes inadvertently swept over Su Chuyu, and he happened to see her lying on the table. He didn't take it seriously. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go home from school. Su Chuyu quickly turned his gaze to Luo Chen, wanting to take this opportunity to communicate with Luo Chen. Now, apart from the chance encounter every weekend, I basically have no chance to communicate with Luo Chen. But as soon as she looked up, she saw Luo Chen and Su Yuner had already stood up and walked outside. Most importantly, Luo Chen was carrying Su Yuner's school bag. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly, and a feeling of frustration instantly spread from her heart. Luo Chen and Su Yuner went out. Su Chuyu slumped down in his chair, a hint of doubt in his mind. Does she really still have a chance? This question made her confused again. Outside the school, on the street, Luo Chen rode his bicycle towards Sherbei New Village under the setting sun. Su Yuner sat in the back seat, gently swinging her little feet. There was a satisfied smile on her face, and her fair little hand was naturally placed on Luo Chen's waist. Luo Chen was not in a hurry and pedaled slowly. This is his favorite and most enjoyable time of the day. Su Yuner turned her head. A breeze blew by, blowing Su Yuner's hair and revealing her delicate little face. The care during this period has made Su Yuner's hair shiny and no longer frizzy, and the skin on her face has become much smoother. Besides, Su Yuner is fair-skinned, and her exposed face is very charming. But Luo Chen couldn't see it. Su Yuner's eyes fell on Luo Chen's profile and her fists clenched. That. Luo Chen, which university do you want to apply to in the future? She asked cautiously. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but smile. The college entrance examination is approaching, and Su Yuner is starting to get anxious. This means you want to go to the same university with him? Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, then said, I haven't thought about it yet, let me think about it again. He already had the answer. I want to answer this question because it has its own wonderful uses. This is very important to him. Su Yuner pursed her lips when she heard that, feeling a little disappointed. She hesitated for a long time, then blushed and asked, Then after you have thought it over, can you tell me? As the words fell, those beautiful eyes were already filled with shyness. The purpose of this question is obvious. Chapter 102 Chuyu is proud, she loves him so much. A smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. For him, this is the first step to success. Okay. He nodded and agreed casually. Su Yuner relaxed a little, and unconsciously raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a sweet smile. She went home. Luo Chen gazed at Su Yuner's back from afar. Although they met every day, he still felt reluctant to part with her every time. The beautiful figure disappeared, and Luo Chen rode away on his bicycle. Instead of going home, he went to make lemonade. During this period, this lemonade has become popular throughout the campus and has become a fashion. Luo Chen hadn't expected how popular it would be. He made a lot of money. Although it was tiring, he was mostly happy. This amount of money is more than enough to take care of Su Yuner, and if he continues at this rate, by the time he graduates, he will even be able to save enough startup capital to start a business in college. By the time Luo Chen finished his work, it was already dark. He returned home in a hurry. Just walked into the house. Son! Bai Jing's excited shout rang out. Luo Chen was suddenly shocked. Is there a thief in the house? As soon as he looked up, he saw Bai Jing rushing towards him with tears in her eyes. Luo Shubua stood behind with his hands behind his back, a gratified smile on his slightly weathered face. Luo Chen was confused. Bai Jing hugged Luo Chen in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Luo Chen felt as if his acupoints were hit. No. Dad, what's going on? He turned his gaze to Luo Shubua and asked puzzledly. Luo Shubua just smiled happily. Bai Jing stood up straight, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and held Luo Chen's face with her hands. Son, I'm sorry. Mom misunderstood you. Son, you are awesome. You are my pride. As soon as he finished speaking, his face was filled with an excited smile and tears were rolling down his cheeks. Luo Chen was still looking at it in confusion. Luo Shubua smiled and explained, Son, your class teacher called us today and apologized to us. He specifically mentioned that you did not cheat. Luo Chen suddenly realized. He looked at the excited expressions of Bai Jing and Luo Shubua, and his heart was filled with complicated feelings. In his previous life, he always wanted to be the pride of his parents. I never thought it would come true in this life. Bai Jing pulled Luo Chen's arm and said, Son, come quickly. Mom made you your favorite fried eggs with leeks and steamed crabs. There are so many delicious dishes. Eat quickly. Luo Chen was surrounded by the enthusiasm of Bai Jing and Luo Shubua. This meal was an unprecedented experience. Su family villa. Sister Wan, where is Chuyu? Zhang Wanrong asked impatiently as soon as she came in. She knew that today was the day when the results would be announced, and she was eager to know how Su Chuyu performed in the exam. Aunt Wang smiled and said, The eldest lady has returned to her room, but she seems to be in a bad mood. Zhang Wanrong frowned slightly. Feeling bad? Didn't I do well in the exam again? In the room. Su Chuyu turned on the wall lamp, wore a white nightgown, and lay on her side against the head of the bed. The big bear's head was resting on her thighs. Her slender fingers tapped on the big bear's head again and again, her mouth was slightly pouting, and there was a hint of melancholy on her beautiful face. Although she could encounter Luo Chen by chance every weekend, but Luo Chen's cold attitude dampened her enthusiasm a lot. She didn't know whether she should continue to persevere. Boom boom boom. Shu Yu, Mom is coming in. Zhang Wanrong's soft voice sounded from outside. Su Chuyu pulled Da Xiong to his side and held him in his arms. Come in, she said calmly. Zhang Wanrong walked in with a smile on her face and said, Your spiritual counselor is here. What made my precious daughter unhappy? Talk to Mom. Su Chuyu pursed her lips. She lowered her head and said faintly, Mom, Luo Chen. Luo Chen likes Su Yuner, and he treats me very coldly. Should I continue? She didn't hide it, but asked directly. Zhang Wanrong was slightly stunned. Are you unhappy because of this? Not because of your grades? She smiled and said, Mom can tell you the correct answer. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes brightened a little. Zhang Wanrong changed the subject and said, But first tell Mom how you did in the exam? This is what she cares about most. Su Chuyu said without hesitation, I am the third in our class. Third? Zhang Wanrong's anxious heart instantly relaxed, and she smiled and said, Okay, that's good, I've recovered a lot. Su Chuyu shook his head vigorously. No, Mom, I have not only recovered, I have improved. My score this time is 8 points higher than last time. She said it proudly, with a sense of showing off. She also wanted Zhang Wanrong to see her efforts and achievements, so that it would better help her in Luo Chen. Zhang Wanrong's eyes were full of surprise when she heard this. Really? Then, why are you third? Aren't you first? She asked puzzledly. Su Chuyu was a little depressed and said, The second one is the new Su Yuner. She is a good student. Zhang Wanrong frowned slightly. Is that little girl so good at studying? What about the first one, she continued. Su Chuyu couldn't control the smile on her face. She tilted her head slightly and said proudly, The first one is of course Luo Chen. That show-off little expression is so cute. Zhang Wanrong's eyes widened a little. He is first? He is such a good student, she asked in disbelief. Su Chuyu nodded vigorously without thinking. Of course, he is not only good at studying, but also very good at playing basketball. That's right. Mom, you may not know this, but his English is better than mine. His spoken English is even better than mine. She blurted it out in one breath, her eyes full of pride. She was even prouder than herself for getting first place in the exam. Zhang Wanrong was slightly shocked. It's enough to just get first place. But, your English is better than Su Chuyu's? Su Chuyu has been dealing with foreign businessmen since she was a child. Why is Luo Chen's family so good at English? She doesn't understand. But when she saw Su Chuyu's proud face, she couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. This daughter loves Luo Chen so much. Okay, Mommy got it. She responded with a smile. Su Chuyu couldn't wait to say, Then, my question just now. What shall I do? Her eyes looked a little nervous. In fact, she had a firm answer deep in her heart, but she lacked a reason to support her. Zhang Wanrong smiled dotingly. Will you be happy if you give up? She asked doubtfully. Su Chuyu felt a sharp pain in his heart. Give up. Chapter 103 Anonymous Message? Things get out of hand. She no longer dared to think about this word. At first, she just felt that she had fallen in love with Luo Chen, but after contacting him every weekend during this period, she found that she had developed a different feeling for Luo Chen. That feeling is hard to describe. If I can't see Luo Chen in this life. Just thinking about this, she felt her chest beginning to feel choked up. Won't. She responded without hesitation. This answer was within Zhang Wanrong's expectations. She smiled and said, Then what else is there to think about? If you know you will be unhappy if you give up, why give up? Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly. But he likes Su Yuner, I. This is the issue that bothers her most. Zhang Wanrong maintained that doting smile and said, So what? They are not together, what are you afraid of? And even if you are together, so what? As long as you are not married, you always have the right to fair competition. Mom understands what you are thinking right now, whether you want to help them or you just want to save face. Which is more important than your happiness and the happiness of the rest of your life? You want to be a good person and give up on your own initiative, but the price you pay for being a good person, is it too high? Su Chuyu was silent. Zhang Wanrong's words successfully dispelled her doubts. She regained her fighting spirit in an instant. Mom, I understand. I know what to do. Her tone became firmer. Zhang Wanrong raised her hand and gently rubbed Su Chuyu's hair, and said with a smile, "My daughter, remember, if a girl pursues a boy, it will take only a thin layer of gauze. You have to put down your pride. Besides, you are so outstanding and beautiful, which boy would not be attracted to you?" This sentence made Su Chuyu regain the confidence that was knocked away by Luo Chen. Yes. He loved me so much before. What do I have to be afraid of? She nodded vigorously. The smile on Zhang Wanrong's face froze for a moment. After a long pause, she smiled and said, "No matter what the final result is, at least you tried your best. Even if the final result is not what you want, you will just be sad for a while. But you won't have any regrets in your life." Is that so? If it were any other boy, Zhang Wanrong would feel that her words were redundant. But she couldn't see through Luo Chen. She thought it necessary to give Su Chuyu this vaccination so that she could be mentally prepared. But Su Chuyu was not mentally prepared for this. "Don't worry, Mom. Anything that Su Chuyu, likes must be mine. Luo Chen is no exception." At this moment, her lost confidence has been completely regained. Zhang Wanrong was slightly stunned. This reaction. She didn't know whether it was good or bad for Su Chuyu. She did everything she could. She smiled with relief and said, "That's right, this is my Zhang Wanrong's daughter." Su Chuyu smiled happily. "Mom, you are so nice. You are definitely the most open-minded mother in the world. Love you, Mom." She threw herself into Zhang Wanrong's arms. Zhang Wanrong gently patted Su Chuyu's back and said with a smile, "Of course, Mom must be the best mom. By the way, don't tell your father about this. He can't bear to see his precious daughter fall in love so early. If things go wrong, he might even criticize me. He is such a stubborn old man." Su Chuyu nodded vigorously. "Good. This is a secret between us, I won't tell anyone else." As the words fell, his face was filled with a happy smile. "Fortunately, I have a good mother." In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Luo Chen put a pile of books into his school bag and then lay down on the bed. Thinking of the heartfelt smiles of Bai Jing and Luo Shubua today, he still felt excited. "Finally, I became their pride." After studying for a whole night, he felt sleepy. Wash up and turn off the lights. He habitually opened his mobile phone and took a look at QQ. No news. He was about to put his phone down when it suddenly vibrated twice. Luo Chen glanced at it. This news was discussed in their class group. He had no interest in this and was about to put down his phone when he noticed out of the corner of his eye that he seemed to see his name in the message. Luo Chen frowned slightly and opened the dialog box. It's an anonymous message. "Mysterious person, classmates, I have a shocking revelation for you. Our school beauty Su Chuyu is already with the confession brother. TSK, this cabbage has been eaten by a pig." Luo Chen's brows furrowed instantly. But soon, he realized that Su Yuner didn't have a mobile phone or QQ, so she couldn't see the message. Call. Only then did he relax a lot. In an instant, the class group was in an uproar. "Cool and crazy young master, what? What did you say? Su Chuyu is dating the confession brother? You must be joking. Everything is just like a dream, stop it. This is not a joke. She is the school beauty. She is my goddess. How can you be interested in the confession brother? Sister Jia, it must be fake. Who posted this? Didn't our school beauty just reject my confession a while ago?" Messages keep popping up. There was a hint of coldness in Luo Chen's eyes. No doubt it must be one of those people in the mall that day. This tone doesn't sound like Lu Hao and Lu Zhe. But it doesn't matter who it is anymore. Luo Chen guessed that this matter would definitely spread, but he didn't expect it to spread in this way. He watched quietly, hesitating. He also didn't understand why Su Chuyu did that day, but this kind of thing becomes more confusing the more he explains it, and with so many people seeing it, it's impossible to explain it clearly. He gave up the idea of explaining, turned off his phone, closed his eyes and went to sleep. At the same time, Zhang Wanrong also happened to leave Su Chuyu's room. Su Chuyu's pretty face was filled with excitement and confidence. Now her goal is extremely clear and she is very determined. She opened QQ and was about to send a message to Luo Chen when her attention was attracted by the class group chat. She clicked in. When she saw the anonymous message above, the smile on her face froze. Has it spread in the class group? Su Chuyu sat up straight, a complicated expression on her pretty face. She didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. It was just an impulse that day, and I didn't expect this matter to spread like this. Although she wanted to pursue Luo Chen, she didn't want to do it in this way. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly, and her heart began to get nervous. Luo Chen, will he think she did it on purpose? She quickly searched through the messages and found a lot of them, but none of them were from Luo Chen. Why didn't he react? Chapter 104 Yuna wakes up and likes Luo Chen? Su Chuyu continued to stare at the messages in the group. She was no longer interested in the content of the group chat and just wanted to know what Luo Chen's attitude was. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement from Luo Chen. She couldn't help it. Soon, she opened the dialog box with Luo Chen, started editing the message and sent it. Buzz. The phone vibrated a few times. Luo Chen hadn't fallen asleep yet, and the group message reminders had been turned off. It was obvious that the message was sent by someone else. He turned on his cell phone. First sunny, then rainy, have you seen the message in the group? Luo Chen responded. Xiao Luoyu, I see. First sunny and then rainy, Luo Chen, I didn't mean it. I didn't expect them to post this message in the group. After the message was sent, Su Chuyu waited nervously. After all, her love for Luo Chen is now very obvious, and she is worried that Luo Chen will think that this is a deliberate means she uses to interfere with the relationship between Luo Chen and Su Yuner. Luo Chen saw the message and hesitated about how to respond. He knew Su Chuyu's character and knew that even if she pursued him, she would not use such means. Su Chuyu waited anxiously. She chose for a long time and sent a pitiful expression. When Luo Chen saw this, he felt helpless again. Su Chuyu can send emojis now? He began typing a response. Xiao Luoyu, I know, no need to think too much. Call. After seeing this, Su Chuyu breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. He still understands me. Since Luo Chen had no doubts, she no longer had any worries. As for what was happening in the group, she didn't care at all. To her, it doesn't matter at all. First sunny then rainy, what are you doing? With a smile on her lips, she swung her legs in the air, waiting for Luo Chen's response. At this moment, her heart was filled with sweetness. Soon, there was a response. Xiao Luoyu, I'm going to sleep. I almost fell asleep just now. Don't reply. The smile on Su Chuyu's face stiffened a little. Snort. She angrily threw her cell phone on the bedside and reached out to grab the big bear. With a fierce expression on her face, she poked the big bear's head with her index finger and said coquettishly, just go to sleep. Don't go back. You big-headed ghost. Why are you so arrogant? I haven't even told you this. And you still. Snort. Words could no longer calm her down, so she ravaged Big Bear severely before lying down on the bed. She looked at it for a while, then reached out and pulled it into her arms, raised her long beautiful legs and sat on the big bear, then closed her eyes. Although the conversation was not very pleasant, Luo Chen did not doubt her, and she still felt sweet in her heart. The next day, Luo Chen and Su Yuner returned to their seats, still talking about the topic they had not finished on the way. When the two of them are together, they seem to have endless things to talk about. Su Yuner also had a happy smile on her face, and now she could look Luo Chen in the eye when she spoke. The other students were also chatting noisily. Suddenly, the class became quiet. All the students' eyes were fixed on the classroom door. Su Yuner is always like this. Luo Chen didn't look up. There are only two people who can achieve this effect, either Lu Yun or Su Chuyu. It's not self-study time yet, so naturally Su Chuyu is here. He opened the book and prepared to start reviewing. What surprised him was that the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Before I could think about it, a charming fragrance came to my face and a pretty figure appeared in my sight. Luo Chen looked up in confusion. I saw Su Chuyu carrying a school bag. There was no smile on her beautiful face, but, there was a hint of arrogance. Su Yuner couldn't help but lower her head, still unable to raise her head in front of Su Chuyu. She is so dazzling. The people around were also staring at him with complicated eyes. What's wrong? Luo Chen asked doubtfully. Su Chuyu stretched out her little hand hidden behind her back, holding a bottle of mineral water. She put it on the corner of Luo Chen's desk. I bought it for you. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards his seat. Luo Chen was a little confused. He turned his eyes to the mineral water bottle, and it was the lemonade that was all the rage nowadays. Just buy him some water? Su Yuner looked up, glanced, then lowered her head again. She pouted her lips, feeling confused. The students around stared with eyes wide open, each of them filled with shock. Lu Hao and Lu Zhe both had the word jealousy written all over their faces. Su Chuyu bought lemonade for Luo Chen. This. All the boys suddenly felt particularly stuffy in their chests. Su Chuyu's pretty face was still full of coldness, but her little heart was about to jump out. This was something she had never thought of in her life. The key is, how is this different from confessing in public? She tried hard to calm herself down and pretend nothing had happened. Although she wanted to see Luo Chen's reaction, she could only try to endure it. Soon, the sound of discussion was heard again in the class. Yesterday someone in the group said that they were already together, but I didn't believe it. Me too. No wonder Su Chuyu and Luo Chen didn't come out to explain last night. It turns out to be true. It's absolutely true. Su Chuyu has already given me the water, isn't that equivalent to admitting it in disguise? My school beauty. What right do I have to confess my love to you? Soon, voices of discussion began to rise, and none of them concealed their views. Su Chuyu didn't think so much. Zhang Wanrong's words last night made her think a lot, and the matter of buying water was decided right after Zhang Wanrong finished speaking. After all, it can't just exist in thoughts, it has to be put into action. But she won't pursue anyone else. In her eyes, these things are enough to prove her thoughts. When Luo Chen heard the discussions, he began to feel helpless. He knew that these things would definitely reach Su Yuner's ears. He took a glance. Su Yuner lowered her head, her black hair covering her face, and no expression could be seen. But Luo Chen could feel that she was not in a good mood. A light bulb went off in Luo Chen's mind. It seems that it is not entirely a bad thing. Su Yuner was indeed immersed in a sad mood at this moment. Of course she heard what others said, and she didn't know whether it was true or not, but when she heard the words Luo Chen and Su Chuyu are together, her heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. Her nose felt sore. She herself didn't understand. They were just good friends, so why did she feel so uncomfortable when she heard that Luo Chen was with someone else? Could it be that? Suddenly, an idea popped up in Su Yuner's mind. Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? Chapter 105, Yuna is acting like a spoiled child? My heart melts. Su Yuner spent the whole day in a daze. She was immersed in her own little world. While feeling pain over the fact that Luo Chen was with Su Chuyu, she was also trying to determine how she felt about Luo Chen. Finally, she was sure. It seems that she has really fallen in love with Luo Chen. Only. This answer made her even more painful. Although she didn't know whether Luo Chen and Su Chuyu were together true or not, there was no smoke without fire. The most important thing is that Luo Chen never told her about this matter for a single day. Just like default. Are they really together? Why are they together? Su Yuner thought of some things that happened before. Su Chuyu said that Luo Chen studied until 11 o'clock every night, and she knew a lot about Luo Chen. Su Yuner felt more and more sad. Luo Chen felt Su Yuner's emotions. Although he felt distressed, he was not in a hurry to explain. Su Yuner needs this kind of stimulation. In the blink of an eye, school was over. Luo Chen and Su Yuner walked out of the school together. Su Yuner carried her school bag and lowered her head. She didn't know how to face Luo Chen for the whole day. She was looking forward to Luo Chen explaining to her. However, after waiting for a whole day, nothing happened. She was already somewhat desperate. Luo Chen followed beside her. She lowered her head, her nose felt sore, and her clear and beautiful eyes were filled with moisture. Only. There was nothing she could do. She was just Luo Chen's good friend and had no right to say anything about Su Chuyu. The only thing she couldn't understand was that since he was with Su Chuyu, why did he have to be with her every day? Just friends? Soon, we arrived outside the school. Luo Chen looked at Su Yuner, who was immersed in sadness, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. That should be enough to think about it, right? He was riding on the bicycle, patted the back seat, and said with a smile, "Come on up." Su Yuner stood there. She bit her teeth lightly, but tears still flowed out. She wanted to refuse, she even wanted to lose her temper with Luo Chen. But she has no reason. She is just Luo Chen's friend, a good friend. But the little stubbornness deep in her heart still made her more determined. No, I'm going to find my mother. She shook her head, her voice choked with sobs. This was the first time she rejected Luo Chen after they became friends. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to move forward. Luo Chen smiled dotingly and said, "Didn't we agree this morning that we would be fine after school?" Su Yuner stopped instinctively. She clutched the strap of her school bag tightly and said, "I suddenly remembered something urgent. Today, you should go back by yourself today." She moved forward again. Luo Chen watched with a smile, very satisfied with Su Yuner's reaction. That's how it should be. If you just accept everything that comes your way, you will always be bullied. Luo Chen was not in a hurry at all, and said casually, "Don't you want to know what happened between Su Chuyu and me?" As soon as these words came out, Su Yuner stopped instantly. She didn't even hesitate, but turned around quickly and nodded vigorously. I think so." These two words were spoken while crying. She had been waiting for the sentence for a whole day and thought there was no hope, but unexpectedly, Luo Chen finally said it. Luo Chen shook his head and pointed to his back seat. Su Yuner still didn't hesitate, she trotted over and sat in the back seat smoothly. Luo Chen smiled helplessly. "This little girl is still so cute." He asked doubtfully, "Aren't you going to find your mother?" "You're not going?" Su Yuner clenched her fists, feeling mixed emotions. "No. I'm not going." At this moment, nothing is more important than Luo Chen's words. She is so looking forward to it. Luo Chen smiled mischievously and said, "Isn't it urgent? You're not in a hurry anymore?" Su Yuner dug her toes hard and said angrily, "Oh, Luo Chen, you..." Although Luo Chen hasn't explained it yet, for some reason, when these words came out of Luo Chen's mouth, she seemed to have already determined the answer. The things about being together must be fake. It must be. Su Yuner firmly believed this. Luo Chen didn't continue teasing and rode his bike slowly forward. Su Yuner was sitting in the back seat in a mess. She waited for a long time, but Luo Chen still didn't say a word. You have something to say. Why don't you say anything?" She couldn't wait any longer and asked in a low voice. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Why are you so anxious when you heard that Su Chuyu and I are together? Although I know Su Yuner has thought about it almost everything, I still need to remind her." Su Yuner lowered her head. The little face quickly turned red. She didn't know what to say, but she already had the answer in her heart. She has begun to like Luo Chen. Perhaps, she had started to like him a long time ago, but she had never thought about it in this way. Today's excitement made her realize it clearly. In the end, Su Yuner didn't answer. Luo Chen had also ridden his bicycle out of the downtown area and was riding towards Shirbei New Village. Su Yuner really couldn't stand the feeling of being scratched by a cat in her heart. She grabbed Luo Chen's clothes around his waist and shook them gently. "Luo Chen, you should speak quickly. Please." That soft and tender voice coupled with the coquettish tone almost melted Luo Chen's heart. He squeezed the brakes and stopped. Su Yuner looked at him puzzledly. Luo Chen turned around quickly, with a smile on his face, and said, "Say that sentence again with the action just now." Su Yuner was slightly stunned. Again? Her face turned red, and she realized how. She lowered her head, shy. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Anyway, there's no one here and no one else can see it. Do it again and I'll tell you now. Otherwise." He didn't finish, watching expectantly. In her previous life, Su Yuner also often acted like this towards him, and he loved it. "In this life, I finally see you again." After these words were spoken, Su Yuner's heart began to itch again. She glanced around secretly and found that there was indeed no one there. Luo Chen watched expectantly. Su Yuner bit her teeth lightly and finally made up her mind. Her face was slightly flushed, and she looked at Luo Chen with her big eyes. Her small hands grabbed Luo Chen's clothes and shook them again, and her delicate body also twisted slightly. That soft and sticky voice sounded again. Luo Chen, please, you tell me quickly. I really want to know. Those clear and beautiful eyes were filled with a pitiful light. Luo Chen's heart melted instantly. Chapter 106 Anonymous Arrogance? Luo Chen was angry. That cute little look. Luo Chen instantly had a strong urge to hug her and kiss her. But, don't kiss yet. Luo Chen couldn't help it, so he raised his hand and gently rubbed Su Yuner's soft hair. Su Yuner was already very shy, and now Luo Chen made such an intimate gesture, her face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. A tingling feeling instantly invades the whole body. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to dodge. Luo Chen withdrew his hand with satisfaction. All right. Since you are so well behaved, I will tell you. Luo Chen continued riding forward. Su Yuner raised her head with a red face, and her little hands that were holding the corner of Luo Chen's clothes tightened a little. She is very nervous. Luo Chen also slowly told Su Yuner everything about Su Chuyu. We reached the entrance of the village but hadn't finished talking yet. Luo Chen parked his bicycle on the side of the road, sat on the curb with Su Yuner, and continued talking. Su Yuner listened very carefully. Luo Chen had nothing to hide and told everyone everything, including the fact that he had liked Su Chuyu for 3 years in high school. After all, even if these things were not said, Su Yuner would eventually hear about them. That's all. So you don't have to be sad. I'm not with her. It's just a misunderstanding. Luo Chen said with a smile. Su Yuner was still immersed in what Luo Chen said, and nodded instinctively. There was too much content and she needed time to digest it. But soon, she realized something was wrong, and her little face quickly turned red. Who is sad? I am not sad. She quickly lowered her head and whispered. But at the moment he lowered his head, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but start to rise. They are not together. She was immersed in her own little world, smiling foolishly. I haven't waited long enough to be happy. Suddenly, Luo Chen tilted his head and moved in front of her, looking into her eyes. Ah! Su Yuner was so frightened that her face turned pale and she quickly turned her head away. The long hair swept across Luo Chen's face. Laughing secretly? I caught you. Luo Chen said with a smile. Su Yuner bit her teeth lightly, her face was so red that it seemed like blood could be squeezed out of it. Who is laughing secretly? What's so funny about me? She responded shyly. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. Just pretend. See when you can no longer pretend. The two of them just sat there, no one speaking. Soon, Su Yuner's mouth showed that happy smile again. She couldn't contain the joy that came from her heart, and she began to digest what Luo Chen had told her. You used to like her very much. She raised her hand unnaturally to fiddle with her bangs and asked. Luo Chen knew this problem would arise. He nodded slightly and responded truthfully, yes, she is such an outstanding girl, there should be no boy who would not like her. But he was a little too obsessed. Su Yuner nodded. Even though I knew it happened in the past, I still felt a sour feeling in my heart for some reason. Her lips pouted slightly. Luo Chen continued, I don't like it now. Su Yuner's little mouth finally regained its smile. She would understand. She couldn't help but be moved when she saw a girl like Su Chuyu, let alone a boy. She asked the second question. You just said that she likes you now? Didn't she dislike you before? How come she likes you now? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes, full of curiosity, fell on Luo Chen's profile. Luo Chen smiled helplessly. Have no idea. I don't understand what inspired her to like me. She still doesn't understand this. Su Yuner frowned slightly and muttered softly, You are also very good. It's normal for girls to like you. What do you mean by being stimulated? A smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. He pondered for a moment and asked, Do you think I was right to help her mother? Should I help? Su Yuner began to think seriously. Zhang Wanron's maternal love touched Luo Chen, and also, touched her. Soon, Su Yuner nodded vigorously. It's time to help. She said it with certainty. The last bit of awkwardness in Luo Chen's heart instantly disappeared when he heard this. He nodded slightly and said, "That's good. I was also afraid that I might have done something wrong. After hearing your words, I felt much more at ease. Anyway, we won't see each other again after the college entrance examination." The two were chatting. It was getting dark, so Su Yuner got up and went back. Luo Chen stood there and watched. Su Yuner turned back every 3 steps, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Luo Chen's face. This time, it was the first time that she was reluctant to part with Luo Chen. Luo Chen naturally felt that Su Yuner was different today, and he was very happy. He didn't expect that the mysterious person's revelations in the group would actually promote his relationship with Yuner. He went home. Bai Jing made a lot of delicious food for Luo Chen, saying it was a reward, with a smile on her face. Luo Shubo laughed more often. Zhang Wanrong has already made all the arrangements at the shopping mall, and Bai Jing will be able to go to work starting tomorrow. Luo Chen was also very satisfied with this. At least, my help to Zhang Wanrong wasn't in vain. Time passes. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Luo Chen finished his studies and returned to bed. I opened QQ and saw that the class group was still chatting enthusiastically. Luo Chen took a quick glance and found that they were basically talking about him and Su Chuyu, as well as the fact that Su Chuyu bought lemonade for Luo Chen this morning. Luo Chen didn't understand. What's there to talk about? As if it has anything to do with them. Suddenly, the anonymous person popped up again. "Mysterious man, I've already said that I saw it with my own eyes, what else do you have to doubt?" Mysterious man, and let me tell you, today after school the confession brother actually took the new student in our class, Su Yuner, back home on his bicycle. There was another stir in the group. There were all kinds of messed up remarks about Luo Chen being too timing. At the same time, Su Chuyu, who was lying on the bed, was also watching with a hint of coldness on her pretty face. Luo Chen frowned slightly. It would be fine if they just talked about him, but they even brought Su Yuner along? He hesitated, should he pay attention to it? Before I could come to any conclusion, the anonymous person spoke again. "Mysterious person, Su Yuner is so stupid, is she not in a good mental state?" Su Chuyu had already brought lemonade to the confession brother in the morning, the meaning is so obvious. She even went back home with the confession brother after school. Mysterious person, Su Yuner is usually very poor, and she never changes the hairpin on her head. What do you think, is this because poverty makes people less ambitious? She still doesn't kick the guy who confessed to her. As soon as these words came out, Luo Chen's eyes were instantly filled with coldness. That's too much. Chapter 107 Luo Chen counterattacks, Chiyu is shy. Luo Chen wanted to pay attention to it, but when it came to Su Yuner, he couldn't bear it anymore. He quickly scrolled up to look at the chat history. If you want to fight back, you must first determine who this person is. The tone of voice definitely doesn't belong to Lu Hao and Lu Zhe. Luo Chen also knows a little about Li Yuanyuan's character and knows that she wouldn't do such things. Then this anonymous person is either Li Shui or Wang Lan. Soon, he found Li Shui's speech. Although there were no sharp words, what was said were all some guiding rhythm and words of agreement. Luo Chen raised his lips into a sneer. If that is the case, then the anonymous person must be Wang Lan. To be sure, he searched through it again from beginning to end, and indeed found no comments from Wang Lan. Wang Lan. Luo Chen returned to the chat window, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Soon, fingers began to click on the phone. At the same time, those topics were still being hotly discussed in the group, some were sad and angry, some were jealous. Su Chuyu stared at her phone, her pretty face full of coldness. These people are really annoying. She hesitated whether to say something, as she felt uncomfortable if she didn't, but it would be inappropriate to say it. Suddenly, a familiar head came into view. Su Chuyu's eyes lit up. He spoke? Xiao Luoyu, Wang Lan, just speak openly, why are you being anonymous? Are you so ashamed to face people? An excited smile quickly appeared on Su Chuyu's face. It was caught already? So smart. The group was once again in an uproar, with messages popping up frequently, all asking whether it was Wang Lan. Off screen. Wang Lan lay in bed, looking at the various comments in the group and smiling smugly. However, when she saw Luo Chen directly say her name, she was stunned for a moment. She was confused. I quickly checked and found that the message was indeed sent anonymously. How did Luo Chen know it was her? Her heart began to beat faster and she stared at her phone, at a loss. Xiao Luoyu, why do you only mention my date with Su Chuyu, but not yourself? Didn't you also date a boy from our class when you went out? It's just that your taste is not very good. The boy couldn't walk when he saw Su Chuyu, and hurriedly cut off his relationship with you. Xiao Luoyu, have you forgotten how you ran away in shame with Li Shui that day? Xiao Luoyu, that boy knew that there was no hope in pursuing Su Chuyu, so he chose you as a backup. Are you proud of being a backup? With your vision and brain, where do you get the courage to say that Su Yuner is stupid? Xiao Luoyu, as a chef, cooking skills are the most important. As students, grades are the most important. Do you think you are second in class because of your grades? What's that between your ears? The whole class was quiet, only Luo Chen was outputting. Those words made Wang Lan stunned again and again. The smug smile on his face disappeared, and his face was filled with anxiety and pain. Su Chuyu clenched her fists outside the phone, and her pretty face began to turn red with excitement. This counterattack is so exciting. The other students also watched Luo Chen's remarks quietly, with a look of dismay on their faces. So wonderful. Wang Lan clenched her teeth, feeling unwilling. She wanted to refute and defend herself, but she had no idea what she could say. Xiao Luoyu, I have finished speaking, you guys continue. When the students saw this message, they felt as if they had received some order. Soon, the group message exploded again. But this time the people were not talking about Luo Chen and Su Chuyu, but Wang Lan. Some people are dissatisfied with Wang Lan for doing something behind her back, while others are curious about who the boy is that she is dating. Of course, the most discussed topic is Wang Lan being a backup. Luo Chen looked at the direction of the trend in the group and a smug smile appeared on his face. I feel relieved and it's so satisfying. He put down his phone, closed his eyes and lay down in bed. People like this should be punished. Wang Shui's heart almost jumped out of her chest as she looked at the news that kept popping up. The key point is that several classmates have already started sending her private messages, and the inquiring tone of their voices has made her completely emotionally broken. Su Chuyu was particularly excited. Especially Luo Chen's last sentence, I don't know what nerve it touched. She couldn't help but open the dialogue box with Luo Chen. Beep beep beep. A reminder tone sounds. Luo Chen turned on his cell phone. First sunny then rainy, Luo Chen, you were so good at talking. Xiao Luoyu, thank you. These two words were like a basin of cold water poured on Su Chuyu's head, extinguishing the burning fire in her heart. She pursed her lips and began to reply. First sunny then rainy, thank you sister. Luo Chen looked at him with complicated eyes. Su Chuyu is really different from before. He can clearly feel that every time Su Chuyu talks to him, it's like he has become a different person. He didn't respond. Su Chuyu naturally didn't want to end the conversation like this, so she looked for a topic to talk about. Sunny day, rainy day, is the lemonade I bought for you today delicious? I really like the taste. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. He gave the lemonade to Su Yuner, didn't he? Su Chuyu see it? Xiao Luoyu, it tastes good. That was what he did, so we must give him enough face. First sunny then rainy, then I'll buy it for you tomorrow. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly and did not respond. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly. She tried to find a new topic, but this one made her nervous. She pondered for a moment before sending the message. Then, those beautiful eyes were filled with nervousness. After all, Luo Chen's grades are far better than hers now. What if she can't get into the university that Luo Chen wants to go to? Luo Chen turned on his phone again. First sunny then rainy, by the way, Luo Chen, which university do you want to apply to? Luo Chen shook his head slightly. Really? Su Chuyu has already started to think about going to the same university as him. But this definitely won't work. Helping now is a choice he makes against his will. Xiao Luoyu, I'm too sleepy, I'm going to sleep. He turned his phone to silent mode, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When Su Chuyu saw Luo Chen's reply, the nervousness disappeared and her beautiful eyes were filled with resentment. She pouted, looking aggrieved. She immediately pulled the big bear over and pinched his face with a fierce look on her face. Damn Luo Chen. Damn Luo Chen. It's not the same as before when you were chasing me. If I want to know where you're going, I have to make you beg me to ask. Snort. When I catch you, I will. She thought about it, and a gleam of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Yes, I won't kiss you. Snort. A smug expression instantly appeared on that little face, very arrogant. Soon, the face turned rosy. She shyly lay directly on the big bear, letting out shy moans. It's so embarrassing. Who would kiss him? No way. That's a bad guy. Chapter 108, School Beauties and School Hunks, Together Today. The next day, classroom. It's not time for morning self-study yet, but most of the students have already arrived. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, whispering to each other. From time to time, those eyes would look at the female classmate who was lying on the table in the middle. She is Wang Lan. She didn't sleep well last night and didn't know how to face today. She didn't expect that the real situation was even worse than she thought. The way her classmates looked at her made her feel ashamed. She didn't sleep well last night, and hearing the low-pitched discussions around her, her emotions broke down again. Lying on the table and crying. Li Shui felt very unhappy when she saw this. Although her condition was not as serious as Wang Lan's, she was also affected. After all, she went there with Wang Lan. She pondered for a moment, stood up and walked out of the classroom, heading straight for Class 4, Grade 3 next door. Not long after, she came over with a boy. The boy is very tall, with a well-proportioned body and a handsome face. With his carefully groomed hairstyle, he exudes an extremely handsome and compelling aura. Wow! Wang Zhang. It's Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang is in our class. The most handsome boy in our city's high school. My favorite. So handsome, so tall, so strong, so manly. Not only is he handsome, he's also on our school basketball team and he's such a good basketball player. The girls in the class instantly showed their infatuated faces when they saw Wang Zhang, and their eyes lit up. Then the voices of amazement were also rang out. Li Shui walked towards her seat. Wang Zhang put his hands in his pockets, always paying attention to his image, and walked to Wang Lan. This. The other girls instantly showed envious expressions when they saw this. They knew that Wang Zhang was Wang Lan's cousin. Wang Zhang patted Wang Lan on the shoulder and said, "Xiaolan, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Tell me and I'll help you vent your anger." That slightly overbearing tone instantly made the other girls in the class intoxicated. Each of them had a crazy look on their face. Wang Lan shook her head vigorously and said with a sob, "No. I'm fine, second brother." Wang Zhang frowned slightly. He looked up at the other students in the class and asked coldly, "Who bullied my sister? Stand up." The other students remained silent. Many boys didn't dare to look Wang Zhang in the eye. Just like the girls looking at Su Chuyu, they couldn't help but feel inferior. Wang Zhang frowned. Without waiting to speak. Suddenly, Luo Chen and Su Yuner walked in from outside the classroom, talking and laughing, and went straight to their seats, not noticing the appearance of Wang Zhang in the class at all. Li Shui stood up and pointed. "It's him. It's him who spread rumors about Xiaolan in our class group last night. Xiaolan is crying because of him." She stared at Luo Chen with unfriendly eyes and shouted coldly. The other students' eyes were all on Luo Chen, with an expression of watching a show. Luo Chen glanced at it, ignored it, returned to his seat and started packing his school bag. Wang Zhang took a look and sneered. "Hey, isn't this a confession, brother? You spread rumors about my sister? How dare you?" He stared at Luo Chen sharply and said in a cold voice. Su Yuner frowned slightly. Luo Chen looked up and glanced at Wang Zhang, still slowly packing his school bag. "I didn't spread rumors," he responded casually. Wang Zhang became more and more disdainful and said, "Why, you dare to do it but not to take responsibility? Brother Qingqing, can you be a little more manly?" Su Yuner clenched her fists. She was very nervous about this explosive environment, but when she saw Luo Chen being ridiculed, she felt an impulse for no reason. She was about to stand up. Just as she left the chair, Luo Chen's hand hit her shoulder and pushed her back. Su Yuner looked at Luo Chen with an unhappy expression on her face. Luo Chen gave her a look. "I really didn't make up any rumors. I just stated some facts," he responded calmly. Wang Zhang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "So you admit it? You bullied my sister. Now, I need an explanation. That aura is very domineering." The other girls' eyes lit up when they saw this, and they became even more obsessed with her. Domineering. Luo Chen couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Where do these little brats get their sense of superiority from? Because he's handsome? He was about to respond. Suddenly, a cold and pleasant voice sounded from outside the classroom. "Who are you? I'll give you an explanation if you want one. Which class are you from?" Get out. There was a gleam of helplessness in Luo Chen's eyes. This girl is here again. Su Yuner's eyes brightened a little. This is what she wanted to say, but she was not qualified to say it. But Su Chuyu does. Everyone's eyes turned to the classroom door, and they saw Su Chuyu walking in with a school bag on her back. That beautiful face was full of coldness, and her eyes were particularly cold. The anger that had just appeared on Wang Zhang's face froze instantly the moment he saw Su Chuyu. The other students looked on in amazement. The school bell and school hunk, in the same frame. This combination of golden boy and jade girl is so pleasing to the eyes. Wang Zhang was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face and he said, "It's classmate Su Chuyu, I'm Wang Zhang. Don't you recognize me?" He stood up straight and struck a handsome pose, looking very confident. Although they are both school beauties and school hunks, he is the only one who knows the gap between himself and Su Chuyu. They are both very good looking, one is good at studying and the other is good at sports. But Su Chuyu has a good family. He had hinted many times that he wanted to get in touch with Su Chuyu, but unfortunately, he was rejected every time. When the other girls saw the smile on Wang Zhang's face, they couldn't help but curl their lips. In one word, the difference between him and Su Chuyu was obvious. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes still flashed with a cold light, and she said coldly, "I need to know you? Get out. Do you understand?" These words directly rubbed Wang Zhang's face to the ground. Many boys were secretly happy. She has to be a goddess. The smile on Wang Zhang's face could no longer be maintained. He said calmly, "Su Chuyu, my sister has been bullied, and I want my confession brother to give me an explanation." "That's right, don't you hate him too? I'll help you teach him a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, that sharp gaze was once again fixed on Luo Chen. Without waiting to speak, Su Chuyu's cold voice rang out, "Being bullied? Then call the police." The corners of Wang Zhang's mouth twitched violently. "Call the police?" Su Chuyu's expression remained unchanged, and he continued, "Besides, who told you that I hate him? Why would you hate such an excellent boy?" Chapter 109, Domineering First Words, Academic Master Luo Chen. After saying this, Su Chuyu's little heart began to beat rapidly. She wanted to say, "I like you so much," but she was too embarrassed to say it. There was a smug expression on Su Yuner's face. These words touched her heart. Su Chuyu said all the things that she had no right to say. What a mouthpiece. Originally, she was a little hostile towards Su Chuyu last night because Su Chuyu liked Luo Chen, but at this moment, all the hostility disappeared completely. The more she looked at Su Chuyu, the more she liked him. Luo Chen looked on helplessly. He has tried his best to reduce communication with Su Chuyu, but he didn't expect there would always be some accidents that forced them to be tied together. The other students looked at him with complicated expressions. Does this mean they are admitting that they are dating? Wang Zhan was also a little confused. Isn't it common knowledge in school that Su Chuyu dislikes Luo Chen? How come she doesn't dislike him anymore? But Wang Zhan wanted to say something else. Su Chuyu interrupted coldly and said, "But what? Do you know what Wang Lan did? Our Luo Chen hasn't even given an explanation yet. What do you want to explain by running here? Please use your brain and figure out what's going on before you cause trouble. You are bringing shame upon our class 5. Do you think it is an honor?" That look was extremely cold and filled with deep disdain. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. Even though he felt helpless, he still enjoyed hearing these two sentences from Su Chuyu. An excited smile also appeared on Su Yuner's face. Wang Zhang suddenly felt ashamed and clenched his teeth, but he didn't know what to refute. After all, he had no idea what was going on. Su Chuyu glanced at him with disgust and said coldly, "This is our class 5. Students from other classes, don't run to our class. You, go back to where you came from." After she finished speaking, she lost all interest in even taking a look and walked towards her seat with her long, beautiful legs. Seeing this, the other boys looked at Wang Zhang mockingly. Wang Zhang clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart began to burn. How embarrassing. He said coldly, "My sister's affairs have not been dealt with yet, why should I leave? I don't care what the reason is, my sister was bullied by him. I have to explain." The tone was a bit heavier. Su Chuyu sorted out her school bag and said coldly, "Where's the monitor? Can't you see him? Can't you even say a word as a monitor?" She didn't even look up, she was full of momentum. Class monitor Lu Rong, who was sitting in the middle seat, had an embarrassed expression on her face. She quickly stood up, said with a stern face, "Student, please go out. This is our class. If you don't go out, I'll have to go find the head teacher." The mocking expressions on the other boys' faces became even more intense. Wang Zheng narrowed his eyes and his back teeth were almost broken. He glanced around, taking in the mockery on everyone's faces, and finally his cold gaze fixed on Luo Chen. "Well, Class 5, right? I'll remember you. And confession, brother, let's discuss the matter of my sister after school." Snort! He snorted coldly and walked out of the classroom with big strides. Wang Lan's face was filled with complicated expressions when she saw this. Li Shui was also particularly disappointed. Unfortunately, Su Chuyu is helping Luo Chen, so who can do anything about it? The bell rang and the students fell silent. Su Chuyu secretly turned around and glanced at Luo Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with pride. Unfortunately, Luo Chen didn't look at her. Su Yuner also began to pack her things with a charming smile on her lips. Luo Chen asked doubtfully, "What are you laughing at?" Su Yuner turned her head and stuck out her tongue. "I won't tell you." Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. This little girl has become a lot more confident and playful recently. Not bad. Time passes. After Luo Chen and Su Yuner finished their lunch at noon, they returned to their seats and started chatting. Both of them felt like they couldn't talk enough. As long as they have the chance, they always seem to have endless topics to talk about. Su Chuyu, who had just returned to her seat, pouted when she saw this. She felt sour in her heart, and her beautiful eyes were full of envy. Snort! She snorted and looked away. He wasn't humping at Luo Chen, but at himself. She couldn't figure out what had gone wrong with her at the time, and she didn't even notice Luo Chen's good points. And she rejected his confession. Every time he thought of this matter, Su Chuyu would clearly feel what it meant to regret it to the core. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. The first class in the afternoon is mathematics class. Although Luo Chen had good grades in math, he still listened carefully to the lecture. The same is true for Su Chuyu. You must study other subjects well, but mathematics, you must study it even harder. Because Luo Chen is good at math. In a blink of an eye, the class was halfway through and the teacher wrote another additional question on the blackboard. This has become the teacher's habit in every class. Bang bang bang. The teacher tapped the blackboard with his eraser, pushed up his glasses, and said, "Students, this is an additional question. It is the same type of question as the last question in last year's college entrance examination. I'll tell you later. Let's see if anyone can figure it out first. There's a student in class 4 who has solved 2/3 of the problem. Let's see if there's anyone in our class who can surpass class 4. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to glance at his classmates. The students lowered their heads one after another, afraid to make eye contact with the teacher. Su Chuyu looked at the question and thought about it seriously, but he didn't have much confidence. The teacher felt it and was a little disappointed. Soon, his gaze shifted to Luo Chen, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. A smile appeared on her face. "Student Luo Chen, why don't you come up and try?" Her tone was very gentle. Ever since Luo Chen answered the questions last time, Luo Chen has become the representative of Class 5 mathematics in her eyes. She has high hopes. Su Chuyu's eyes lit up. An expectant expression quickly appeared on Su Yuner's face. She secretly waved her little fist at Luo Chen. "Come on," she whispered. Luo Chen looked at her lovingly, then smiled and said, "Okay, teacher, I'll try." After he finished speaking, he walked towards the blackboard. The teacher showed a surprised expression when he heard this and handed over the chalk. The other students also looked up. But the looks in their eyes, something is wrong. Luo Chen started writing on the blackboard with chalk. The friction sound continued, and the handwriting was still vigorous and powerful. Very ornamental. Soon, what Luo Chen wrote had filled up half of the blackboard. Click. With the last stroke, Luo Chen tapped hard on the blackboard. "Okay, teacher. I don't know if it's right." He turned around and smiled modestly. "Only." The teacher's eyes are shining. Chapter 110 Dazzling Luo Chen, Shy Yuna. The other students looked at the densely packed words on the blackboard and showed shocked expressions. Don't even mention whether it's right or not, just so many words are shocking. Su Chuyu showed an excited expression. She suddenly realized. So that's where the height comes from. Soon, those beautiful eyes were focused on Luo Chen, with stars twinkling in their eyes. The same is true for Su Yuner. I was a little confused at first, but after seeing Luo Chen's solution, my thoughts instantly became clear. She looked at Luo Chen, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. So awesome. However, most of the students didn't understand it, and their eyes were all on the teacher. When they saw the teacher's excited smile, they understood. Correct answer. The teacher said excitedly, I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that Luo Chen could even solve this problem. This idea is completely correct, it skips a step compared to mine. Well, can you tell our classmates about this idea? This. The other students looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Until now, they have not been able to accept the fact that Luo Chen is a top student, and their hearts are filled with strange feelings. Many classmates also looked at him with disdain. Luo Chen felt it and said with a smile, Teacher, forget it. No one will listen to me. How can I speak as well as you? There was a hint of self-mockery in his words. The other students rolled their eyes. You have self-awareness. The teacher felt the students' emotions and understood that Luo Chen's transformation had not yet been accepted. While hesitating, suddenly, a gentle voice sounded, Teacher, I want to listen to Luo Chen's talk. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Yuner raising her hands with a raised face. That expression was very determined. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. She is still her. Su Chuyu widened her eyes, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. No. She just hesitated for a moment, how come Su Yuner got there first? She even remembered to say she wanted to listen. Snort. Hate. Su Chuyu snorted inwardly, quickly stood up, and said with a firm look in his eyes, Teacher, I also want to listen to Luo Chen's talk. This. When the students heard this, they all showed complicated expressions on their faces. Luo Chen was not surprised this time. He has gradually adapted to Su Chuyu's attitude. The teacher smiled and said, Okay, Luo Chen, you see there are still people who want to listen to you. Come on, tell me your idea. Luo Chen and Su Yuner looked at each other. No matter what, we can't let Su Yuner down. Good. He nodded in agreement and began to explain his ideas. In his previous life, he was used to giving meetings, and now when he lectures his tone is sonorous and powerful, and every word is pleasant to the ear. This was another surprise for Su Yuner and Su Chuyu. The teacher was also very surprised. Luo Chen's thoughts were clear and his words were logical. Although many people did not like it at the beginning, many students who listened carefully soon absorbed his ideas. They showed surprised expressions and started taking notes. But there are still a small number of students who hold on to their previous impressions of Luo Chen and are very disdainful. Su Yuner and Su Chuyu listened very carefully. After Luo Chen finished explaining, they completely understood the question. Soon, Luo Chen returned to his seat. Su Yuner's pretty face was full of smiles and she gave Luo Chen a thumbs up. Awesome. She praised quietly. Luo Chen rolled his eyes at her and said, Why don't you just listen to me talk to you alone? Why do you want me to talk on the stage? Su Yuner tilted her head and pondered for a moment. Let them see how good you are, or they will always be jealous of you. She curled her nose and responded seriously. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. This little girl is becoming more and more protective of her own shortcomings. Good. The class passed quickly and the bell rang. Luo Chen put away his book and lay down on the table, wanting to chat with Su Yuner. Student Luo Chen. Suddenly, the teacher's voice rang out. Luo Chen looked up in confusion and asked, Teacher, what's wrong? The other students also stopped what they were doing and looked at them in confusion. The teacher held the textbooks and teaching aids and said with a smile, Do you have time? If you have time, come to my office with me. I have 2 math problems to discuss with you. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sound of people gasping for air all around. That's the teacher. Do you have any questions you want to discuss with Luo Chen? Su Yuner quickly turned her gaze to Luo Chen's face, a smug smile appearing on her lips. She didn't even know what she was so proud of. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes were also filled with amazement. The teacher watched expectantly. After all, Luo Chen's idea for solving the problem just now was much simpler, and she hadn't even thought of it. Luo Chen was also stunned. Ah. Okay. He stood up and said with a smile. The teacher has already been so courteous, it would be very disrespectful if he refused. Luo Chen left with the teacher. The other students' eyes were all on Luo Chen's back, with complicated expressions in their eyes. Now, is Luo Chen already this strong? Half of the people showed expressions of amazement, but there were still a small number of people with disdain on their faces. Among them are Lu Hao, Li Shui, and others. The second class in the afternoon was physical education, and the students came to the playground early to wait. This class is taken together with class 4. The students stood in groups of 3 or 5 in the middle of the playground. Su Yuner was walking on the plastic track. Luo Chen was still at the math teacher's place and hadn't come back yet. She instantly returned to her previous state of isolation. She pursed her lips and muttered, "Luo Chen, why haven't you come yet?" "I think." Her little face blushed slightly, and even though she was talking to herself, she still didn't have the courage to say what was in her mind. I'm so bored, yes, bored." On the other side, Su Chuyu also walked out of the teaching building. Her appearance attracted countless eyes. Not only her classmates were looking at her, but even the students from class 4 were staring at her. Su Chuyu's looks are popular with both men and women. She glanced at her class's seat and saw Wang Miling sitting with several other girls, talking about something. Ever since the last incident, she and Wang Miling have become much more distant. She didn't know who to look for. If she wanted, any classmate would give her a warm welcome, regardless of gender. Only Su Chuyu no longer had any interest in them. She doesn't like this kind of friend. While hesitating, his eyes happened to sweep across Su Yuner, who was walking on the track, and a gleam of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Su Yuner? Soon, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a mysterious arc.